Volume 4, Chapter 146, Master Part 1. The moment Damien activated the dark binding, Domenico was drawn to a strange place. It was a place where darkness covered everything, no matter where he looked. Where is this? Just as Domenico was feeling confused, someone suddenly appeared in the darkness. Domenico, you're not holding the sword correctly. He was a middle-aged man with thick brown hair and a kind face. Adrian, Domenico's master and the former duke, was yelling at him. Master, Domenico's face became dazed. Soon, tears began to well up in his eyes. Master, Domenico sobbed and hugged Adrian, but his body simply passed through Adrian. What is this? Domenico looked back at Adrian again, then Adrian's figure disappeared like smoke. A moment later, Adrian's figure reappeared. This time he was sitting cross-legged on the floor. You must never breathe quickly. Slowly, very deeply, you must feel the mana seeping in. It was something Adrian had said to Domenico in the past. The moment he remembered that fact, Domenico realized. What he was seeing now was a memory of the past. No matter how this situation came to be, the memories of his training with his master were being recreated. So that's your master. Domenico was startled by the sudden voice and looked to the side. Damien was now standing next to him. How did you get here? There is not much time. This is not the time for such trivial questions. So saying, Damien stood still and watched Adrian. Domenico, the most important thing when facing an enemy is not to be intimidated by their aura. Today, I will have you complete 1,000 downward strikes. Domenico, didn't I tell you, you shouldn't break the rhythm? In front of Damien's eyes, Adrian began to display his skills one by one. They were all the same as the ones Domenico had seen in the past. Domenico looked at Adrian with a wistful look in his eyes. Like Freeze, Domenico also missed Adrian. It was Adrian who had taken in Domenico, who had become an orphan and lived as a beggar since birth. That's why he had high expectations when he heard Gathal's words that he would resurrect Adrian. But the result was a terrible price to pay. I think I get it. At that moment, Damien stepped forward. Adrian's figure disappeared like smoke. As Damien reached out into the void, a greatsword appeared. Damien grasped the greatsword and began to wield it. It seems you've had experience handling a greatsword. Quite skilled, aren't you? Domenico assessed Damien's swordsmanship as he watched. But as time passed, Domenico couldn't help but be astonished. Damien's swordsmanship became more and more intricate, swiftly reaching a level reminiscent of Adrian. How? It wasn't just a superficial resemblance. It was a perfect replication of the awe-inspiring presence and precision Domenico felt from his master. Could it be his own misconception? Had the day's shocking events clouded his judgment? Domenico thought so until Damien swung the greatsword with all his might. In that moment, a massive shockwave rippled through the world. The ground split open, leaving deep fissures as if gazing into a valley. This can't be, Domenico muttered dumbfoundedly. What Damien had just demonstrated was Adrian's technique. It was a technique only the master could perform in this world. I haven't seen your master directly, so I can't be certain, but it seems to have been something like this, Damien said as he plunged the greatsword into the ground. From now on, I'll impart what I've learned to you. Impart. What do you mean? Remember, what's happening to you now is temporary. Once the dark magic I've used is undone, you'll forget everything. Damien reached out towards Domenico, but with your talent. You might gain something, he added with a wry smile, though realizing it in a dead body would be of no use anyway. With those words, the world collapsed around them. Domenico opened his eyes with a dazzling light. Domenico. Are you ready? As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard Damien's voice. Domenico asked with a face full of questions. What just happened to me? Now is not the time to worry about that. Damien pointed forward. Domenico turned his gaze in the direction Damien was pointing. The first thing he saw was the wreckage of the shattered skeletons. White and red bones were mixed together. The next thing he saw was Gathal, and next to him was the body of his master. If you can't destroy that undead, we'll all die. You'll have to take on that guy. Domenico looked at Adrian with trembling eyes. His master, who had been a master class in his previous life, had been reduced to a plaything of the dark mage. So you weren't going to revive my master but use him like this. Domenico suppressed the rising sobs and said, You're not going to give me the nonsense that you can't fight because it's your master's body, are you? Of course not. I just want to give him a quick rest. Domenico reached out into the air. He moved his mana according to the strange feeling flowing through his body. Is this how I use it? Aura gathered in his palm. The aura compressed itself and created a single greatsword, Aura Blade. The symbol of the master class was manifested in Domenico's hand. To think that the day would come when I would create an Aura Blade with my own hands. Domenico smiled bitterly and looked at the Aura Blade. But it's not my own power. With your talent, you could have reached the master's level someday, Damien said with a calm face. You don't have to give me empty comfort. I'm just grateful for now. Domenico stepped forward holding the Aura Blade. Aura Blade, Aura Blade. Gathal's expression became distorted as soon as he saw Domenico's face. That Death Knight is Domenico. That guy must have been high class originally, but how did he get an aura blade? No way, it's impossible, it can't be. Gathel grabbed his hair with both hands. His neatly combed hairstyle was ruined. He created it. In that short time, what I've worked my whole life to get, you bastard. Bloodshot eyes filled Gathel's eyes. He clenched his teeth and muttered, "Unacceptable, I will never let you live." Gathel stretched his arms forward and shouted, "Adrian, kill them all." As soon as the order was given, Adrian charged forward. Domenico also ran forward. The two master classes clashed in the air. The greatsword made from reforged evil spears fell towards Domenico's head. Overlaying the surface of the greatsword was Aura Blade. It was called the strongest weapon in human history. No metal or monster's carapace was anything more than a sheet of paper in front of Aura Blade. But the same was true for this side. Domenico swung his greatsword to counter. The postures of the two were exactly the same. It was as if they were looking in a mirror. The two aura blades clashed. At that moment, the ground shattered as if a volcano had erupted. The clouds that were drifting overhead were torn to shreds. The two masters stared at each other with their aura blades drawn. No, to say they stared would be a misnomer. Unlike Domenico, whose eyes were vividly alive, Adrian's eyes were hazy. The two masters simultaneously exerted force on their forearms. Their bodies were pushed back. Domenico immediately sprang forward. Adrian did the same. The two masters swung their greatswords to crush each other. The swordplay was so fast that it couldn't be followed with the eyes. All that other people could see were afterimages and the occasional flash of sword light. To raise a high class to master class, this is the first time I've been so surprised in my life, Gathel shouted from beyond Adrian. But in the end, the master I created is winning. As the battle dragged on, Domenico's body began to deteriorate little by little. Unable to withstand the impact, fine cracks began to spread throughout his body. See, this is the advantage that the time and resources I invested in Adrian are bringing. Gathel's smug smile appeared. On the other hand, Damien watched the battle with an indifferent face. What do you think a master is? Suddenly, Damien opened his mouth. Gathel curled his lips and said, "What a question to ask, isn't it right in front of your eyes? The master I created, what you've created is nothing more than an undead who knows how to use Aura Blade." Of course, Aura Blade is the symbol of a master. Damien clicked his tongue and shook his head at Gathel's cry. It's true that a master knows how to use Aura Blade, but not everyone who knows how to use Aura Blade is a master. You're just talking nonsense because you're about to lose. Anyway, you and that Death Knight will die here. A thick sneer appeared on Gathel's lips. Listen carefully, Damien spoke slowly to Gathel. A master is someone who has attained the realm. If you can't reproduce that, you're just a shell. I'll show you the difference right now. Damien gave the order to Domenico. Domenico, finish it now. Master, Domenico whispered during his sword fight with Adrian. I'm sorry, I failed to protect Freeze. Domenico confessed his sins in a trembling voice. I failed to protect the Almond Country from enemies. I failed to protect the citizens of the Almond Country. I failed to protect the honor of the Almond Country. Adrian didn't react at all. He just stared at Domenico with his dull eyes. At least I will finish everything with my own hands. Domenico swung his greatsword with all his might. It was a move as if he was trying to blow it away rather than cut it. Adrian raised his greatsword to block Domenico's attack, but he couldn't withstand the impact and his body was pushed back. The battle paused as the distance between the two widened. During that short time, Domenico recalled the knowledge he had received from Damien in the spiritual world. Adrian was a knight who used a greatsword. Naturally, Adrian came to pursue a one-hit kill with a strong sword. The state that Adrian obtained when he reached the master class was dignified and solemn. Dignified and solemn was a state that enhanced the power of the beheading strike. The simpler the movement, the greater the power and range of the beheading strike. It was a state that contained Adrian's single-minded desire to crush his enemies without any need for trickery. Perhaps this was not the real state. This was because it was only a state that Damien had created after seeing Domenico's memories. However, Domenico, who had watched Adrian for a long time, was convinced. He was sure that dignified and solemn was the state that Adrian had obtained as a master. Domenico raised his greatsword high into the sky. It was a stance that clearly showed his intention to strike down with the greatsword. Reading the intent was a shortcut to defeat. However, that was not the case with dignified and solemn. Domenico concentrated his mana on the greatsword. The aura blade, which had been maintaining a fixed form, began to blaze like flames. Adrian, don't hesitate any longer, destroy them all. Gathel gave the order again. Adrian roared and ran towards Domenico. At that moment, Domenico struck down with his greatsword. The giant beheading strike fell to the world. Chapter 147, Master Part 2, A giant blow fell upon the world. The immense strike obliterated Adrian without a trace. It swept away half of the ducal castle and completely erased the mountain beyond it. In an instant, everything vanished. In its place, deep chasms remained etched into the ground like valleys, stretching out towards the horizon. Huff, huff. Domenico gasped for breath, having exerted all his strength and dark mana to unleash the blow moments ago. Even though he has the body of a Death Knight, the severe exhaustion was palpable. Master, Domenico looked around with a bewildered expression, but Adrian was nowhere to be found. This can't be happening, a faint voice interrupted. Gathel gazed at Domenico with a bewildered expression. My Adrian, the master class I finally got my hands on, it can't end like this. As Domenico looked at Gathel, anger surged within him once more, consuming the fatigue. Gathel, Domenico yelled, snapping Gathel back to reality. Damn it. Gathel hastily tried to unleash dark magic, but Domenico lunged forward, seizing his forearm in a brutal grip. With a savage twist, Domenico tore Gathel's arm from its socket, sinew snapping and blood spraying in a gruesome arc. Gathel's screams pierced the air as he stumbled backward, clutching the ragged stump where his arm used to be. Blood gushed from the wound, painting the ground crimson. Arg, Gathel groaned, clutching his shoulder in pain as blood streamed through his fingers. It hurts, I can feel your hatred. Gathel smirked lightly, looking down at Domenico. Do you plan to exercise the rights of the victor? Tear me apart, crush me, do as you wish. Gathel's voice as he spoke was inexplicably calm. His composed demeanor fueled Domenico's rage even further. Fine, do as you please, just let the words "please kill me" come out of your mouth. Oh, that sounds intriguing. Shall we make a wager? Should I say those words or not? Gathel's taunt ignited flames in Domenico's eyes. It was when Domenico reached out to tear Gathel's limbs away that a voice intervened. Stop! Damien's voice resonated, causing Domenico to halt his outstretched hand. Between Damien and Domenico, there existed an absolute master-servant relationship, rendering Domenico unable to defy his orders. Victor, please leave me alone. This man, he killed Princess Freeze and our master. He disgraced him, Domenico shouted with a sentiment akin to vomiting blood. However, Damien remained indifferent. Don't delude yourself, you brought this upon yourselves. Moreover, you committed the sin of abducting people and handing them over to Gathel. Domenico gritted his teeth. Despite his rising anger, he couldn't refute Damien's words. But, at least, let me finish this with my own hands. I cannot allow it. This is the final price you must pay, Damien spoke with utmost coldness. Above all, it's not your place to kill him. What do you mean? The time is running out. Hurry and subdue him. Damien sent information regarding Gathel to Domenico. Domenico pierced Gathel's blood points with the knowledge of cotton-lined forbidden needle. Gathel groaned every time Domenico's fingers dug into his body. As soon as Gathel's dark mana was sealed by cotton-lined forbidden needle, the altar disappeared just in time before dark binding was released. Gathel was a grand dark mage. He was a formidable enemy even without the skeletons. Therefore, it was necessary to subdue him before dark binding was released. Damien, who had come down from the altar, approached Gathel. Victor, what have you done to my body? I can't move my dark mana. Have you sealed my blood points? What is the meaning behind this? Even though death was imminent, Gathel was still thirsting for new knowledge. Gathel's attitude was not something he put on. Once one reached the level of Grand Dark Mage, one's mental world was bound to be different from that of others. Unlike others, Gathel could not be threatened by death or pain. That was why Damien had stopped Domenico. He knew that no matter what torture he inflicted, he would not be able to make Gathel beg for mercy. If you're thinking of killing me, you better reconsider. I belong to Pandemonium. When Damien didn't say anything, Gathel spoke with a low laugh. Pandemonium, the largest and most powerful dark mage's force working in secret to overthrow the Empire. It was a place that boasted immense power, with most of its members being grand dark mages or even liches. I don't know if you know this, but Pandemonium is a place that thoroughly upholds its debts. If a member is killed, they will definitely get revenge. Damien had previously killed a dark mage who claimed to be from Pandemonium in the Apple Kingdom. However, they were the only candidates. That was why Pandemonium had not taken any action even though Damien had killed them. However, Gathel was a true member of Pandemonium. If he were to be killed here, Pandemonium would definitely move. Victor, Pandemonium will search the entire continent for you. You can't stop them with just a masterclass knight commander, can you? There was no exaggeration in Gathel's words. One masterclass was not enough to stand against Pandemonium. How scary! However, Damien only sneered at the name Pandemonium. At Damien's attitude, Gathel spoke with an amused face. It seems the name of Pandemonium doesn't scare you. How insolent, you're not worth killing. My name is not Victor. Gathel's eyebrows furrowed at Damien's words. He looked as if he was asking what that was supposed to mean. My real name is Damien Haksen. Damien Haksen, the one who killed the Corpseplay and destroyed Yulan. Gathel's expression became momentarily dazed after hearing his real name. Amazing, this is really amazing. I never thought that you, an ally of the church, would be a grand dark mage. Damien frowned at the word dark mage. I only use dark magic, I'm not a dark mage. Don't treat me the same as you filthy people. Gathel looked at Damien with a dumbfounded expression. That's not what so even if Pandemonium investigates the Almond Country, they'll have a hard time finding any clues about me. Damien had been using the name Victor since he came to the Almond Country. Although he had caused some commotion, such as defeating a middle class with a club, it would be difficult to identify Victor as Damien based on that alone. You're taking Pandemonium too lightly. There are many ways to find out about you. You're planning to leave your memories behind with dark magic, aren't you? Gathel's face hardened at Damien's words. You're planning to spread dark mana mixed with your memories around this area. Then when Pandemonium sends someone later, they'll be able to identify me through those memories. He had seen it in his previous life. He was referring to how Gathel would transmit information to Darugo through the method he just mentioned. It's useless, I'm going to clean up this area thoroughly after killing you, so that Pandemonium won't be able to find me. Foolish, there's more than one way to leave information, besides, you're thinking of leaving your memories behind. As a dark mage of your caliber, you can surely create powerful memories at the moment of death. Again, when Damien revealed his intentions, Gathel's expression hardened. Don't make empty threats. From now on, all you can do is suffer. Damien placed his hand on Gathel's head. Injecting dark mana into his mind, he spoke, then it's time to pay the price. As the dark mana was infused, Gathel's vision turned dark. A moment later, when the darkness lifted, Gathel found himself in a strange space. Everything was white and blue. Gathel was floating in a place where all of those things were mixed together. So this is the spiritual space. Being a dark mage, Gathel was able to quickly recognize where this place was. You brought me here, you really are a reckless fool. A cruel smile formed on Gathel's lips. The spiritual space was a place where the superiority was determined by the strength of the soul. The soul of Gathel, a grand dark mage, was not only immensely large but also possessed powerful strength. In this place he could destroy the soul of Victor, no Damien. He might even be able to take over Damien's body if he played his cards right. What do you mean reckless? A voice came from behind him. The smile on Gathel's lips deepened. If you don't know, I'll let you know from now on, Gathel shouted and turned around. And the moment he saw Damien's soul, his whole body froze and he realized that something was wrong. His first thought was darkness. Darkness was swirling around Damien. It swirled wildly as if it was going to devour the world like a storm. His next thought was death. A terrible chill, like falling into a frozen lake in winter, spread throughout his body. He felt a disgusting sensation, as if tens of thousands of insects were crawling under his skin. Gathel found himself kneeling down without realizing it. He pressed his forehead to the ground and shook his head. Even though he took such a cowardly action, his fear did not disappear. Sir, ah no. You are, honorifics came out of his mouth without him realizing it. Until now, Gathel had been under a great misconception. He had thought that Damien Haksen was a grand dark mage like himself. But at this moment, he realized how wrong he had been. Damien was not a grand dark mage. He was a dark mage who had reached a realm incomparably higher than his. Why on earth, with such power, did you create skeletons? With Damien's abilities, he could have killed Gathel without even creating skeletons. It would have been as easy as a human crushing an ant with a finger. Because I sympathized with you. It was a remark that Gathel could not understand. You have no idea how frustrating it is to be unable to do anything even though you have your enemy right in front of you. How sad it is. I felt it too. What are you talking about? Let's end the conversation here. And let's get started. Damien snapped his fingers. At that, something began to pour down from the sky. Whitish wisps filled the world. They all spewed hatred and anger at Gathel. Souls. The souls of tens of thousands of people that Gathel had played with until now were staring at him. Wait. Even Gathel, who had been indifferent in the face of death, could not help but be filled with fear now. No. This can't be. The pain that the souls suffered was on a different level from the pain of the flesh. No matter how great a grand dark mage he was, he could not help but go crazy if he was tormented by so many souls. Just kill me, kill me. Gathel cried out desperately to him, but Damien did not even pretend to hear him. He simply turned and disappeared into the darkness. Please kill me, tens of thousands of souls surrounded Gathel. Soon, a scream that was not human rang out. Chapter 148, Master Part 3. Thibaut always tried to be prepared for the worst. But who could have predicted that an event would occur where undead would appear throughout the country and massacre people? Damn it, I thought I was finally getting a break. What the hell is going on? Thibaut cursed as he swung his weapon at the skeletons. Just when he had met a man named Victor and acquired a large number of artifacts, he was filled with dreams that his life might change. However, in one day, he was driven to such a desperate situation that he had to worry about his life. The only fortunate thing was that Thibaut was not alone. Everyone, gather your strength, don't fall. Numerous knights were fighting the skeletons alongside him. Among them, the most outstanding figure was Duplessis. A high class of which there were only two in the Macadamia Kingdom, Duplessis's skills were truly impressive. With a single swing of his sword, dozens of skeletons were smashed to pieces. The problem was that they would just be restored again. The skeletons that Duplessis had smashed returned to their original state. Seeing this, the faces of Duplessis and the knights were filled with fatigue. At that moment, a spear thrust by a skeleton pierced Thibaut's shoulder. Fortunately, he was unharmed thanks to his armor not being pierced. "You bastard, this armor is an artifact even though it's broken up," Thibaut shouted and beat the skeleton with his club. However, no matter how much he hit it, the skeleton did not break. Instead, it grabbed Thibaut's club and threw him to the side. Fuck, just die you motherfucking skeleton," curses came out naturally. It was when Thibaut was filled with fear. Suddenly, the light in the skeleton's eyes disappeared, and soon its body crumbled into pieces and collapsed. What? It wasn't just the skeleton that Thibaut was facing. All the skeletons throughout the country were collapsing. Everyone was dumbfounded by the sudden situation. "We're alive," but that was only for a moment. People cheered in relief at the fact that they had survived. Phew, Thibaut sat down on the ground and let out a sigh of relief. "Victor, is that guy safe?" Thibaut muttered worriedly. Gathel writhed on the ground after Damien infused him with dark mana. Stop it, this is enough. Stop tearing my soul out. Oh no, I was wrong, it's all my fault, just stop. Kill me, please, just kill me already." Gathel endlessly screamed and wailed in pain. He occasionally pleaded to be killed in a desperate voice. Domenico and the skeletons watched the scene in silence. Since they were all undead, they could understand what Gathel was going through. He was being tortured by tens of thousands of souls in the spiritual space. It was a horrific ordeal, even for someone they knew to be an enemy. Of course, that didn't mean they all truly pitied Gathel. "Is this why you didn't let me handle Gathel, to make him suffer more?" Domenico asked Damien, looking back at him. Damien let out a chuckle. "Don't be mistaken. I simply thought they were the ones who deserved to get revenge on Gathel." Damien's voice remained cold. "Originally, I should have thrown your souls to them as well, but consider yourself fortunate that I didn't." While Damien had given them the opportunity to take revenge, it didn't mean he had forgiven their sins. However, he no longer condemned them for choosing to fight Gathel even after becoming undead. "You're right, our sins still remain." Domenico looked up at the sky. Unlike the ruined city, the sky was shining in clear blue. "Your real name is Damien Haksen, was it?" Domenico stood before Damien. The skeletons then lined up behind him. "Thank you for helping us." As Domenico bowed his head, the skeletons did the same. "You don't need to thank me. Go and take care of your master. We appreciate your consideration. Then we shall retrieve his body." Domenico and the skeletons left to find Free's body. Gathel's released dark mana had blown away the annex, and Free's body had been swept away with it. In the meantime, Damien began cleaning up. The first thing Damien secured was the fragment of Erebos. Even in the midst of a powerful blow that could have leveled a mountain, the fragment of Erebos remained intact, lying on the ground. Damien bent down and picked up the fragment of Erebos. "This makes two." The fragment of Erebos he obtained this time was very small. It was hard to believe it had powered a masterclass undead. Damien took out Erebos, which was stored in tattoo form on his wrist. The fragment turned into a liquid-like state and adhered to the blade. The short blade became slightly longer. Damien swung the spear with Erebos attached to it as a test. Thanks to the longer blade, he could feel Erebos cutting through the air. If it gets a little longer here, the power of nullification might awaken. Like the power of corrosion, nullification was also one of Erebos' most powerful powers. If the power of corrosion destroyed matter, the power of nullification was the power to erase mana. It was a power that was like a natural enemy to mages. In his days as a Death Knight, he had once blocked a magical bombardment prepared by the Grand Mages with the power of nullification. Next, Damien gathered all the dark mana around him and stored it in the bracelet. Then he erased all traces of the use of high-level dark magic. Finally, Damien approached Gathel. Gathel had already stopped breathing. In the end, his soul had been completely destroyed. "What a piece of trash," Damien said contemptuously and tried to burn Gathel's body with dark magic. Then he suddenly saw the magic tool hanging around Gathel's neck. "This is..." Damien took off the necklace and checked it. It was a magic tool with subspace magic applied to it. Damien opened the subspace and checked the inside. The space was much larger than the subspace ring he had been using. It seemed to be about 3 times the size. "This is useful. What sin could an object have?" Damien took the subspace necklace. Instead, he pulled out all of Gathel's research materials and books that were inside. Then he burned them along with Gathel's body. Next, Damien's attention was drawn to the staff that Gathel had been using. Befitting the position of Grand Dark Mage, this staff was no ordinary object. A staff made from the branch of a spirit tree. "Where did you get this precious thing?" A spirit tree was a special tree that grew only in the spirit world, the world of spirits. It was very difficult to obtain, but it was known that there was no better material for making artifacts. Of course, if you were to rank them, the world tree which the elves cherished was far superior, but it was almost impossible to obtain. I could probably sell this to the mages. It was a pity to throw it away. Damien put the staff in the subspace. Sir Damien, we're done here. Domenico and the skeletons returned to Damien's location. Have you recovered the body safely? Yes, I'm on my way back after burying it in the backyard. I wanted to take some time to mourn, but I have more pressing matters to attend to. Urgent matters? Damien looked at Domenico with a puzzled face. People will soon be flocking to the castle. I want to repay you before that. Domenico leads Damien to the basement of the Duke's castle. This is the entrance to the Duke's vault. There is something inside I want to give you. Domenico, who had been here several times before, skillfully manipulated the device attached to the iron door. The iron door slowly began to open to the left and right. The vault. Damien looked at the entrance with an intrigued expression. This was the vault of a family that had produced master classes and had risen to the rank of Duke. Even Damien could not help but feel tempted. However, when the iron door finally opened, Damien could not help but be greatly disappointed. Isn't it empty? The interior space was quite large, but there were few objects left. After Master passed away, we had to sell everything inside to support the country, Domenico said with a sheepish expression, but the most precious treasure is still here. Domenico led Damien inside. There, a large sword was hung. The length of the blade alone was easily over 2 meters. The hilt was also so long that it seemed like it would still be long even if held with 2 hands. What was most unusual was the line engraved on the surface of the blade. More than a dozen straight lines extended from the hilt to the tip of the blade. This is a relic sword that Master found on the last floor of the ruins. It seems to be something extraordinary, so it has been kept in the vault ever since. Domenico began to explain from beside Damien. It is too large and heavy to be a suitable weapon for combat, but Master never used this weapon either. Domenico looked at the greatsword with a regretful expression and said, I don't know what its function is, but it was kept safe on the last floor. It can't be an ordinary object, so you can probably get a huge price for it if you take it and sell it later. Damien approached the relic sword. If it was an object found on the last floor of the ruins, it could only be that. The relic sword that the craftsman, who was the original owner of the ruins, was said to be in the process of making to present to the prince. I thought it would be here. Among the descriptions he had seen at the ruins, there was also a description of how it worked. Damien poured his mana into the relic sword. Then, the crossguard of the relic sword began to glow brightly. Oh, Domenico was surprised and took a step back when the relic sword started to work. The relic sword floated up into the air and circled around Damien. Damien tried to draw a movement in his head. The relic sword moved accordingly. You must need a name too, Damien said, looking at the relic sword floating around him. Let's call you Etherian. And so Damien became the owner of the relic sword. Damien left the Duke's castle. As soon as Damien came out, many people rushed into the castle. It was a close call. Damien goes to retrieve the artifacts he left at the inn and the 6th floor of the ruins. He didn't want to leave them behind. Thanks to the subspace necklace he obtained from Gathtal, he was able to put all the artifacts in it. After retrieving all the artifacts, Damien sneaks into the inn where Thibaut is tied up to take care of some last business. Thud, Thibaut was sleeping sprawled out on the bed. Damien hit him on the forehead with a single blow. Thibaut woke up screaming. As soon as he saw Damien's face, he was so surprised that he tried to scream. Oh, Damien quickly pressed on Thibaut's blood vessel. It was the spot that paralyzed the throat muscles. As a result, Thibaut stopped trying to scream. Calm down, it's me. Damien showed his face in front of Thibaut. Thibaut's eyes widened. When Damien released the blood vessel, Thibaut said with a surprised face, Lord Victor, you're alive. Did you think I was dead? I didn't see you anywhere, so I thought you were definitely. As he said this, Thibaut sighed in relief. But why are you here at this time? I have a lot to do before I leave. Leave? What about the ruins? With this mess going on, who cares about the ruins? Large-scale undead have appeared, so the paladins will soon be sent from the church. If they met Damien, it would be troublesome in many ways, so he planned to leave before that. I came here because I think I should pay you for your hard work before I leave. Yes, that armor and gauntlet are yours from now on. Thibaut's eyes widened at Damien's words. That's not enough. Damien took out a few artifacts he had brought with him. They were the items he had found on the 6th floor. Even if you sell these, you'll have no problem eating and living. Lord Victor. Thibaut looked at Damien with a grateful face. I don't mean to pay you back or anything, but let me erase some of your memories. Yes, Damien put his finger on Thibaut's forehead and used dark magic. He extracted and erased a few days' worth of memories from Thibaut. It was to prepare for when the pandemonium interrogates people. As a result of the dark magic, Thibaut passed out. Take care. After saying that, Damien left the inn. Damien leaves the almond country. After leaving the inn, Damien rode on a horse he had bought in advance and left. He is stopped by the spirits of the knights, soldiers, and Domenico. Come out. As soon as Damien's words ended, the bushes around him shook. From among them, people with opaque figures walked out. They were the knights, soldiers, and spirits of Domenico. Why are you following me? After the battle, Damien lifted the dark magic that had been cast on them. They returned from the undead to spirits again. Your place of death is the almond country. Don't follow me anymore, Damien said in a firm tone. The knights and soldiers of the dukedom looked at Domenico. He stepped in front of Damien and said, Sir Damien, do you plan to fight the dark mages in the future? That's right. Why are you trying to fight the dark mages? Damien frowned at Domenico's question. I don't have to tell you that. Are you telling me you came looking for me to ask such a silly question? Use us in that fight. Damien stopped at the unexpected words. What did you say? You asked us to use us as a tool to achieve your goal. What are you thinking? Domenico smiled bitterly at Damien's question. There are 2 reasons. The first is because, as you said, we have not yet free from our sins. As Damien had said, they captured innocent explorers and turned them into Gathdal's test subjects. Although it was an act done for their lord, a crime was a crime. The second is because we want to repay the favor we received from you. Damien thought he had misheard something. However, Domenico and the other spirits looked at Damien with determined faces. Damien fell into thought. If Damien had been alone, he would have refused their loyalty. Damien could fight alone just fine. They were more likely to be a hindrance. However, Damien now had a family to protect. Damien would soon clash with the Pandemonium. The Pandemonium would surely pressure Damien by any means necessary. No matter how good Damien was, he couldn't handle both with one hand. You'll regret it. At Damien's words, Domenico and the other spirits smiled and said, Don't worry, we will never regret it. Domenico and the spirits knelt before Damien. They looked like knights about to swear allegiance to their monarch. Chapter 149, Returning Home Part 1. Damien did not set his destination as the Spring Castle. Before returning to his family, he had to deal with the artifacts in his possession. This kind of thing is best left to Green Scent. Damien was going to entrust the sale of the artifacts to Green Scent. Green Scent was an organization with tremendous influence in the capital. They even ran the black market, so they were perfect for handling the artifacts. However, if he were to hand over all the artifacts, Pandemonium might be able to identify Damien, so he planned to only select items that were often found in other ruins. I'll have to train those guys while I'm at it. Those guys referred to Domenico's party. Although Domenico's party had joined him, he thought they were still lacking in many ways to be used as a fighting force immediately. 20 regular soldiers, 6 low class, 4 middle class, and 1 high class. Normally, even this level of strength would be something to brag about anywhere. The problem was that the enemy Damien was preparing for was Pandemonium. Pandemonium had such a powerful force that they even belittled master classes. He couldn't possibly fight them with this kind of strength. It wasn't like Damien could use dark binding every time. From now on, you will repeat the movements I teach you 10,000 times a day. On the way to the capital, Damien summoned Domenico's party and said, Master, you mean 10,000 times now? Domenico asked with a surprised face. After forming a master-servant relationship, Domenico had been using honorifics with Damien. Why, do you have any complaints? I can do it, but it seems like too harsh of training for the other guys. Domenico had a point. Even doing a downward strike 100 times was so tiring that his arms felt like they were going to fall off. So what about doing a more complex movement 10,000 times? It would be harsh if you were human. But you guys are undead now, aren't you? You don't need to eat or sleep, you can't even get injured. Don't whine and just complete it. You don't have anything to do inside anyway, do you? Damien said, pointing to the travel bag. It was an artifact used by the Corpseplay that had the ability to store multiple undead. From what Damien had learned, the inside of the travel bag was an empty space, so the undead could move around freely. My goal is to make all of you high class. At Damien's words, Domenico and the other spirits burst out laughing. They seemed to think he was joking to motivate them. However, Damien didn't laugh. Only then did Domenico and the other spirits realize that Damien was serious. Are you serious? Of course I don't talk nonsense. It wasn't an impossible goal. Damien had dark binding. With dark binding, he could share his knowledge and experience with them. Of course, it was only temporary and they would all forget everything once dark binding was stopped, but the feeling would remain to some extent. Damien calculated that if he could combine his guidance and training with periodic use of dark binding to engrave the feeling, he would be able to achieve his goal soon. Oh, you need to become a master. You know that, right? Damien said to Domenico. Domenico smiled bitterly. I don't know if I can live up to your expectations. Don't act weak, you're the most likely one to do it. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Domenico reached masterclass, even faster than the others reached high class. That's because Domenico had that much talent. Oh, and finally Damien turned around. There Mia was observing the snake on the branch with a curious face. You see that? Fight with her for 3 hours a day. Yes. Domenico was startled and looked at Damien. She has good talent, but she lacks experience, so she always loses. In that case, I will follow your orders. Don't do it half-heartedly, you have to do it properly. I understand. I will fight with the intention of killing her. No, that's not it. Damien shook his head and said, just kill her. Yes, don't fight with the intention of killing him, just kill each other. You won't really die anyway, right? Domenico was already a dead soul. In Mia's case, her regeneration ability was further enhanced by consuming the blood of the phoenix. Domenico looked back at Mia. In terms of appearance, Mia was a beautiful woman with a gentle impression. To just kill such a being, that, you have something to say? No, it's nothing. However, Domenico had no choice but to obey Damien's orders. He had received too much favor from him. Kaya, unaware of the fate that awaited her, Mia happily grabbed the snake's tail and spun around. After that, Damien made contact with green scent in the capital. He selected artifacts that wouldn't attract attention when sold and entrusted them all to green scent. He checked the items coming up for auction at the market, just in case there might be something useful. Too bad. All potions here are useless for me, no mana cultivation techniques at all. From the high class onward, ordinary potions couldn't increase mana. Legendary potions like Philosopher's Stone and World Tree's Fruit were needed. Otherwise, accumulating mana slowly was the only option. The problem was Damien didn't have time for that. To fight Pandemonium, I need to become a master class as soon as possible. Damien intended to completely annihilate Pandemonium. During the War of Destruction, Pandemonium was the strongest ally of the Darugo. Considering that he couldn't kill every single member, at least the organization needed to be dismantled to some extent. Send the money to Count Haksen. With that, Damien left Green Scent. Now only the journey home remained. Damien set his course for Spring Castle, where his family resided as he left the capital. While moving along the main road, a vast forest greeted Damien. As Damien crossed the forest with his horse, suddenly he stopped the horse and muttered to himself, "When did the Apple Kingdom become so ominous?" Before he finished speaking, arrows flew out of the bushes. Damien didn't even look at the arrows, he just leaned back. The arrows passed in front of him. Soon, countless arrows flew from among the bushes. The spacing was too tight to dodge. Damien drew in mana and released it outward. The shockwave caused by the mana swept away all the arrows. This is getting annoying. If a fight broke out here, the expensive horse would likely die. After landing on the ground, Damien slapped the horse's hindquarters. The horse neighed and galloped forward. "Come out." As Damien scanned the forest, a woman wielding a sword emerged from the bushes. The woman swung her sword at Damien. Damien blocked the attack with Dawn. A considerable amount of shock was transmitted through the blade. Damien asked with a puzzled expression, "High class? There shouldn't be any female high classes in the Apple Kingdom, right?" The woman didn't answer Damien's question. She just swung her sword. Damien blocked all of the woman's attacks with Dawn. However, no matter how many attacks he blocked, the woman's hands didn't stop. Her relentless and entwining swordsmanship was like that of a snake. "Where do you belong? What's your motive for targeting me?" Damien threw another question. At that moment, he felt a presence behind him. A man with a spear rushed toward Damien. The man continuously thrust the spear at Damien. Damien blocked the spear with Dawn. If the woman's swordsmanship was relentless, the man's spear was exceptionally swift and accurate. So there was one more high class. Just by looking at the posture of wielding the spear, Damien could tell. This man was also a high class. The two high classes cooperated to attack Damien, their sword and spear incessantly aimed at Damien's vital points. Damien's pupils moved quickly. He read everything about the two's techniques, muscles movements, and even eye movements. Once everything was grasped, the movements of the two were as clear as if they were in his hands. With all the pieces in place, all that remained was to finish the job. Damien used the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. As his body temperature rose, all of his senses were enhanced. At the same time, the movements of the two people slowed down. The spears and swords that were raining down at a tremendous speed also slowed down. It was as if they were moving underwater. In a world where everything was slowed down, Damien was the only one who maintained his original speed. Damien twisted his body to dodge the spears and swords. Then he slashed the throats of the woman and the man once each with his sword. Damien deactivated art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. The world that had been flowing slowly sped up again. Gasp. Only then did the two people realize that their throats had been cut. The two people clutched their throats with faces of disbelief. Blood dripped continuously from between their fingers. Gasp, The two people desperately used their mana to stop the bleeding. As expected of high classes, the blood that was flowing stopped quickly. However, they had only stopped the bleeding and they were no longer in a condition to fight. If they moved even a little bit violently, the wounds on their necks would surely burst open again. The two people looked at Damien with faces full of fear. He raised his sword to finish them off. It was then, an arrow flew out of the bushes. It was incomparably faster than the arrow that had flown in first. It was not a speed that could be avoided. Damien raised his sword to block the arrow. At that moment, a tremendous shock was transmitted. Damien's body was pushed back. As expected, a masterclass was hiding. When he used the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation, Damien could have killed the two people completely, but he did not. It was not only because there was no killing intent in the two people's attacks, but also because of the enormous aura hidden in the forest. The aura was hidden, but it could not deceive Damien's senses. "Who is it?" Damien pretended not to notice the existence and shouted, looking in the direction from which the arrow had come. Then two people walked out, pushing through the bushes. One was a woman with a sharp impression. She was holding a longbow in her hands that was about the same length as her own height, and next to her stood a boy. Unusually, the boy had both white hair and eyebrows. He looked like an old man. "He's quite a loud guy." Unlike his young appearance, the man's voice was old and rough. "Cynthia, did you see that? That guy blocked your arrow," the boy asked the woman, looking back at her. The woman did not say anything. The boy continued speaking with an excited expression as if it didn't matter. "You said you didn't have the intention to kill him, but a high class blocked a master class's attack. Isn't that really amazing?" Damien did not respond to the boy's praise either. To be exact, he did not have a reason to do so. "Why is this person here?" Damien was in great confusion after confirming the boy's face. Anyone who knew the identity of this man would have felt the same way as Damien. The boy's name was Karl Hopper. He was the man known as the Mercenary King. Chapter 150, Returning Home Part 2. One who hasn't met the Mercenary King, Karl Hopper, in person can't help but be shocked. The age of Karl Hopper known to the world is 70 years old. However, Karl Hopper actually has the appearance of a young boy. It is said that those who reach the pinnacle of master class can regain their youth, but Karl Hopper's youth has nothing to do with that. It was because of the secret of Karl Hopper's bloodline. "I am Karl Hopper. I am better known by the name Mercenary King," Karl Hopper said with a hint of pride. Unlike his young face, his actions were those of an old man. Just looking at this, he was incredibly unmatched. He looked even more harmless because he was so defenseless. However, Damien knew very well that all such feelings were an illusion. Karl Hopper was a strong man above masterclass. There were less than 5 people in this world who could kill Karl Hopper. "Oh, you're not surprised to hear my name. Are you courageous, or are you just a fool?" "Mercenary King, what brings you here?" Damien asked, putting away Dawn. The Mercenary King looked at Damien with an amused expression. "Look at this guy, speaking so boldly. Didn't you tarnish my name recently?" Yes, there was. A few weeks ago, Damien had crossed swords with the Mercenary King's granddaughter over a matter related to his sister Louise's fiancé. In that battle, he defeated the Mercenary King's granddaughter and cut off both of her wrists. "I have tarnished your name, but it doesn't seem like you came to me because of that." "Oh, what kind of nonsense is that? Do you really think I need to cut your throat here to come to your senses? You are not the kind of person who is free enough to move just because a blood relative who is not even acknowledged as his kin has been humiliated." The Mercenary King was a man with a great sense of pride in his bloodline. It was understandable. After all, each and every one of the Mercenary King's children had exceptional talent. However, the Mercenary King did not recognize them all as blood relatives. He only recognized those who were even more outstanding among the outstanding blood relatives, the geniuses who could be called monsters. And he called them purebloods and treated them with great favor. "Ha ha ha," the Mercenary King laughed out loud at Damien's words. "That's right, you're right. I don't care about anything as trivial as those insignificant things. You know me very well." Even though they were his own blood relatives, the Mercenary King called them insignificant things. Is it because he doesn't care about his blood relatives? No, it was because he had too much pride in his bloodline. It was a pride that had its own reason. The blood of a dragon flowed through the body of the Mercenary King, Karl Hopper. Half-dragon or a dragon hybrid. Karl Hopper's mother was an ordinary human, but his father was a dragon. The reason Karl Hopper doesn't age and all of his blood relatives are geniuses is because of the dragon's blood flowing through them. Still, thanks to that trash, I got to know about you. I heard you're a genius who rose to the high class not long after picking up a sword. It hasn't even been a year since Damien regressed. In that time, Damien had become known to the world as a high-class swordsman. "Well, I'm sure you were training with the sword before then. I know everything." Of course, there were quite a few who didn't believe it, like the Mercenary King. "Anyway, it's not common to reach high class at your age. I didn't think I'd be satisfied until I saw such an interesting guy for myself, so I personally came to the Apple Kingdom." The Mercenary King was an individual akin to a king of a kingdom, perhaps even more powerful. Even though such a big shot had come, Damien didn't feel anything special. That's because he had already met him in his previous life and even killed him with his own hands. But I couldn't find you at all. I was going to wait another week and leave. Fortunately, I heard that you were seen in the capital and came running. Damien clicked his tongue inwardly. He hadn't expected to be caught by the mercenary king because he had visited the capital. I had my men attack you to test you, but I never thought they wouldn't even be able to touch a hem of your clothes. The mercenary king's gaze turned to the man and woman who had attacked Damien first. While the two were talking, the man and woman were healing their wounds with potions. It seems the rumors were not false. You have a remarkable talent, I mean that in a good way. The mercenary king's eyes lit up slightly. Would you like to be hired as a freelancer in my mercenary group? Damien's face was filled with question marks at the sudden proposal. A freelancer was a knight who was hired by another family to do work. They were called freelancers because they did not make a pledge of allegiance and were only employed on a contractual basis. Of course, the mercenary king had no need to hire freelancers. He had more than enough talent under his command. Cynthia, did you see that? That's not the usual surprised face. The mercenary king spoke to the woman with the bow. The woman seemed uninterested and was only fiddling with the bowstring. Why are you offering to hire me as a freelancer? Why do you think, you brat? Because I need your strength, the mercenary king barked briefly. Then he laughed playfully and said, that doesn't mean I'm going to borrow your strength to take on a job. Then where do you want me to use my strength? I think my purebloods have been getting lazy lately, so I'm going to show them off. As soon as he heard those words, Damien realized the mercenary king's true intentions. He had heard about it before. The mercenary king was said to often invite so-called geniuses. It was to make the purebloods compete with those geniuses. So far, it sounded like the mercenary king was being considerate, trying to show the purebloods the breadth of the world. But the reality was quite different. You're trying to get me involved in something nasty. The geniuses who were invited by the mercenary king returned a few months later, crippled, the purebloods. They were crushed by the overwhelming talent of those who had the blood of the dragon flowing through their veins. That's why, at some point, a rumor started to spread that if you were invited by the mercenary king, you should refuse. What, are you going to chicken out and run away too? Damien laughed at his provocation. The mercenary king's eyebrows twitched at his laughter. You laugh. It's funny. If you want to use me, don't make such a low-level provocation and pay the price. What? The mercenary king had a look of great surprise, as if he had heard something unexpected. If you give me a reward that I'm satisfied with, I'll be happy to be hired. In fact, Damien was secretly overjoyed when he heard the mercenary king's words. In order for Damien to reach master class, he needed a legendary elixir. The problem was that such elixirs were so rare that even a kingdom-level power would have difficulty obtaining them. But the mercenary king is different. He's a man who gets requests from all over the continent. In order to hire the mercenary king's company, you had to offer something of great value as compensation. Among them, there was sure to be the elixir that Damien desired. And the mercenary king is a man who is obsessed with collecting martial arts books to the point of madness. If I'm around him, I might be able to get a good mana cultivation method. In order for Damien to reach master class, he needed to create a good mana cultivation method. However, what he had obtained so far was so good that anything less than that would not be enough. But the mercenary king's collection might be different. After all, if they were collected by a man who had surpassed master class, they couldn't be ordinary items. Above all, I had to go there once to prepare for the war of destruction. In the not-too-distant future, the mercenary king's forces would collapse, not by outside invasion but by internal division. The ones who planned the division were Pandemonium. Pandemonium used the mercenary king's lustful nature to provoke conflict. As a result, the mercenary king's company was greatly reduced in size due to internal conflict. Even with their weakened forces, they had a tremendous influence during the war of destruction. When they appeared on the battlefield, they slaughtered tens of thousands of undead. Even the core commanders were no match for the mercenary king. In the end, Darugo had no choice but to have Damien kill the mercenary king. After 2 days of fighting, Damien was able to win by stealing all of the mercenary king's knowledge and skills. I need elixirs or herbs. Not the mediocre ones, but the ones that even high-class knights can see a big effect from. The mercenary king laughed at Damien's words. Look at this guy, he's the first to ask for a price in front of me. You're a really gutsy guy. You would have made it big even if you had lived as a mercenary. A smile slowly spread across the mercenary king's lips. Yes, those who are capable deserve to be paid properly. A mercenary shouldn't break that rule. First, I'll give you 100-year snow ginseng as payment for hiring you. Snow ginseng refers to a mysterious herb that grows in the polar regions. Its medicinal effects vary depending on the time it has grown, and in particular, there is a legend that the emperor's ancestor reached master class after consuming 10,000-year snow ginseng. I'll pay you more depending on your performance in the future. Isn't this enough? In fact, 100-year snow ginseng was far behind the elixir Damien wanted. However, Damien decided to bet on the price the Mercenary King would pay in the future. Of course, he would make it so that the Mercenary King had no choice but to give him 10,000-year snow ginseng. "I'll be in your care," Damien said, reaching out his hand. The Mercenary King burst out laughing. "You're a cheeky guy to the end." The Mercenary King also took Damien's hand. In contrast to his young appearance, his entire palm was covered in calluses. Moreover, the aura felt behind the Mercenary King's skin was also extraordinary. It seemed as if lava was boiling instead of blood. "I knew it already, but he's really amazing." The Mercenary King was always mentioned when discussing the strongest humans. It was only natural, as he had dragon's blood flowing through half of his body, but come to think of it, it's a bit annoying. In the end, the Mercenary King's actions were to sacrifice Damien and use him as fertilizer for the purebloods. Even if he had dragon's blood, it was clear that he would be far inferior to Damien. "You'd better be prepared, our kids are no pushovers." To the Mercenary King's advice, Damien replied with a meaningful smile. "You don't have to worry about that." Chapter 151, Fafnir Part 1, "Goods, then let's go together right now." That won't do," Damien flatly rejected the Mercenary King. "I was on my way back to my family. I will visit you again after meeting my family." "You mean you'd prioritize your family over my offer right now?" The Mercenary King spoke with an angry face. Damien spoke nonchalantly. "It seems you don't, Mercenary King." With those words, the Mercenary King was rendered speechless. "Sigh, you're a boring guy to the end. I thought I'd have some fun with you." The Mercenary King scratched his head and spoke to Damien. "I'll give you 5 days. Come to the Pell Plains by then. I'll be waiting there." After leaving those words, the Mercenary King disappeared into the forest with his men. Once the Mercenary King was gone, Damien headed for Haksen County. When Damien arrived at the Haksen County, he couldn't help but be surprised. There was a line of people from the entrance of Spring Castle. There were many nobles and merchants mixed in. They were all looking at Spring Castle with longing faces. Was it always this crowded? It couldn't be. When Damien left for the Almond Country, Spring Castle was quiet. When did so many guests start coming? Damien passed the line and headed for the entrance. However, he couldn't get in because it was full of people. "Excuse me, I need to get through." When Damien spoke to the people blocking his way, one of them with a quick temper shouted angrily, "Where are you from, you brat? Wait quietly in the back." "That's right, do you think we have time to waste?" The people shouted at Damien in angry voices. Then Damien said with a loud voice, "I don't have to wait. What nonsense are you talking about? You shouldn't try to deceive people like that, young man." The nobles and merchants were angry even after Damien's explanation. One of them looked closely at Damien's face. "Wait, is this young Master Damien?" A voice came from inside the castle. Victor was waving at Damien. "Are you just now returning?" "Come in quickly." Victor pushed through the people and approached Damien. Thanks to him, Damien was able to enter the castle comfortably. "What is this sudden commotion? Why are there so many visitors all of a sudden?" "It's all thanks to Lady Olivia. The family's power has grown thanks to Lady Olivia's efforts while you were away," Victor said with a proud face. "Everyone is here to establish a relationship with our family. Or they are merchants who have come to buy the wheat produced in the territory." He knew that Olivia was very capable, but he didn't expect it to be this much. Abel really met a good person. Damien had a great influence on the marriage of the two. So he couldn't help but feel satisfied. "But what are you doing here?" "I am receiving the guests on Lady Olivia's behalf. I am also making a list." "Oh, your job has been upgraded from cutting firewood." "Hee, isn't it all thanks to my good looks?" Victor said with a silly smile. "Oh, by the way, has anything happened recently? I mean to you, not the family." "Yes, nothing happened. Oh, someone from the church came looking for me." "From the church?" "Yes, they said they were investigating someone named Victor." "What? Were they looking for a dark mage?" Damien opened a subspace and handed Victor a silver coin. Victor was confused when he received the coin. "Why are you giving me this?" "For the name, good luck." Damien headed for the mansion. And then looked back at Victor. "Oh, and let those 4 people in a little later. They said they came to our family, but they didn't even recognize my face properly." At Damien's words, the faces of the 4 people turned pale. "Anyway, you're always so thorough," Victor muttered, shaking his head. Damien, as soon as he entered the castle, his mother hugged Damien. Abel and Olivia, who were drinking tea with his mother, also got up from their seats. "Brother, where have you been this time? You don't know how much Abel worried about you, brother-in-law." That, don't talk about that." Abel blushed and protested to Olivia. "I've been traveling here and there. Where are father and sister?" "Your father is greeting guests in the study. Louise went out with Ballad. I think they are about to start preparing for their marriage," his mother said with an excited face. "I'm glad Abel and Olivia are here. You two come with me for a moment." The two followed Damien, looking confused. "Is there a place in Spring Castle to store important items?" "Ah, there is a secret room in the basement." Olivia guided Damien to the secret room in the basement. After entering, Damien spoke to the two. "You must never tell anyone about what I'm going to show you." Damien opened the subspace of his necklace. He took out the artifacts he had obtained from the ruins. The eyes of the two widened as they saw it. This, brother, where did you? Don't ask me the details. Is there a reason why you can't answer? Don't worry, I will definitely keep it a secret. I'm just too lazy to explain. Abel's face became sullen at Damien's words. Damien was being sincere. He couldn't tell them everything that happened in the ruins, and he had to make up a lie. It was just too much trouble. This and that are armor and weapons for the soldiers to wear, and that is a war weapon. It explodes, so don't touch it carelessly. Damien briefly explained, pointing to the artifacts one by one. Do not use these artifacts carelessly and only use them in times of crisis. Before leaving the almond country, Damien went back to the 6th floor and gathered artifacts for the soldiers to use. Unfortunately, there were not many great items. This was because the real treasures had already been excavated and sold long ago. Even so, the remaining items were still impressive. If the soldiers wore them, their combat power would be greatly increased. And these are the swordsmanship and mana cultivation techniques I wrote. Make sure all the soldiers learn the swordsmanship and give the mana cultivation technique only to those you can trust. Damien handed out the books he had written while returning from the almond country. The reason he prepared these was to secure the safety of his family in preparation for the clash with Pandemonium. Brother, why are you giving us these? Because you too will be leading the family in the future. I'm just telling you in advance. The person who would inherit the Haksen County would be Abel. However, in terms of ability, Olivia was more likely to be the real power. I'm counting on you to take good care of the family in the future. Damien spoke sincerely to the two, who still looked dazed. After that, Damien spent leisurely time with his family, going hunting with his father and playing chess with Abel. A few days passed before he packed his bags and headed to the Pell Plains, where the Mercenary King's mercenary company was located. Wow, this is amazing. Upon arriving at the Pell Plains, Damien couldn't help but be impressed by the size of the mercenary company. Dozens of tents were lined up on the vast plain, dozens of horses were grazing, and many more people were moving busily. The Fafnir Mercenary Company. It was named after the legendary evil dragon that once burned half of the continent. The size of the mercenary company was enormous, befitting its reputation as the largest and strongest on the continent. This is like an entire territory moving as one. Damien approached the Fafnir mercenary camp. Two mercenaries guarding the entrance to the fence approached and blocked Damien's path. This is the territory of the Fafnir Mercenary Company. If you don't want to get hurt, leave immediately. Surprisingly, these two were learning the mana cultivation technique. It seemed that they were at the level of knight trainees. The fact that even the gate guards could use mana showed the depth of the Fafnir Mercenary Company. My name is Damien Haksen. I'm here to see the Mercenary King. The two mercenaries' eyes widened slightly at the name Damien Haksen. Perhaps they had been instructed by the Mercenary King beforehand. The two mercenaries stepped aside. Follow me. I will guide you to the Mercenary King. Damien followed the mercenary into the camp. The place where the mercenary stopped was a circular open space in the middle of the camp. Many people were already surrounding the open space as if some kind of event was being held. Ha ha ha, good job, keep pushing. Hey, your reaction speed is slow, can't you move faster? In the open space, two young boys were fighting with training weapons. The people sitting around the open space cheered as they watched them. They're all purebloods. Both the mercenaries fighting in the open space and the mercenaries watching were all purebloods. QQ. Both of you are quite skilled. Damien turned his gaze at the familiar voice. The Mercenary King was among the people. Unlike the others, he was lying in a hammock, looking very comfortable, and two women in thin clothes were fanning him. He looked more like a rich man than a mercenary. Ha ha ha, I won. I lost all my money. Just then, one of the boys fighting in the open space dropped his weapon. As the outcome was decided, the purebloods watching the fight sighed. The boys picked up their weapons and retreated. At that moment, the mercenary who had guided Damien shouted, Lord Hopper. Sir Damien Haksen has arrived. At those words, everyone's gaze turned to Damien. This guy, he finally came. The Mercenary King jumped out of the hammock with a smile. What are you doing coming here exactly on the 5th day? Come this way quickly. The Mercenary King said as he walked out onto the open space. Damien approached the Mercenary King's side. Let me introduce you. This handsome young man is Damien Haksen. I'm sure you've all heard a lot about him. The purebloods' gazes focused on Damien. They were very familiar gazes to Damien. Back when he was a good-for-nothing, the people who ignored and looked down on him had those kinds of eyes. No, maybe it's more than that. Perhaps it was because they were proud of being recognized by the Mercenary King, an absolute being. Or perhaps it was because all the geniuses the Mercenary King had brought in from the outside were nothing special. The purebloods all looked at Damien with a mocking expression. Since he's a friend I hired with difficulty, show some respect, everyone got it. Unlike the Mercenary King's words, the purebloods' gazes did not change. Oh, look at the way these guys are looking. It's clear they have no intention of listening to me. This is really embarrassing. Mercenaries don't recognize anything unless they see it with their own two eyes. The Mercenary King's expression turned troubled as he made a suggestion to Damien. It seems like these guys don't believe in your skills. Can you show them your skills? Of course, he was asking Damien to show his skills, but in reality, he was trying to test Damien, to see if he was really a genius who could compete with the purebloods. Is it not enough that I showed my abilities last time? Or maybe it was a decision made out of the purebloods' pride that even they could do that much. After all, they were the ones who inherited the dragon's bloodline. Come to think of it, I seem to be tested like this every time. Thinking about it, Damien always had his abilities tested whenever he got involved with a group. However, this time was a little different from the others. It's been a long time since I've been looked down on so blatantly. Since Damien had risen to the middle class, there had been people who doubted his abilities, but no one had looked down on him. However, the purebloods here were different. They looked at Damien with expressions that were sure that he wouldn't even reach their ankles. I can't just stand by and let this kind of insult go. From Damien's point of view, it was a very, very unpleasant thing. So much so that he wanted to crush their arrogance right away. I'd be happy to show you that much. Ha ha ha, you're a really likable young man who wants to be the first to experience Sir Damien's skills. At the Mercenary King's question, one of the purebloods jumped up from his seat. He was a man with broad shoulders and very long forearms. Grandfather, I'll go first. It's Balton, you're qualified, I'll allow it. The man called Balton came out onto the open space. Then he picked up a training spear from the weapon rack in the corner of the open space. Damien Haksen, I've heard a lot about you. They say you're a great genius, Balton said, raising his head slightly. He looked like a superior looking down on a subordinate. But those on the outside use the word genius too often to be believable, so I'll check it myself, whether your evaluation is real or not. His arrogance oozed out of every word from his eyes to his tone of voice. There was no way he could just sit back and take this kind of treatment. Damien also approached the weapon rack. He looked over the training weapons and thought for a moment. Let's see. How should I show them a lesson? After a moment of deliberation, Damien picked something up from the weapon rack. Balton made a strange expression when he saw it. A spear. I heard you're a swordsman. You purebloods are curious about my abilities, aren't you? I should show you something a little special. Damien said nonchalantly in response to Balton's question. From now on, I'll face anyone who comes out with the same weapon. Chapter 152, Fafnir Part 2, Damien's declaration was met with silence. Poop poop, ki kekup, soon laughter erupted intermittently among the purebloods. He's going to face us with the same weapon. It's been a long time since I've seen such a funny guy. Another fool appeared, surpassing the one who came last time. The purebloods desperately held back their laughter, perhaps because they were in front of the Mercenary King. But it was no use. Cuckoo. Even the Mercenary King himself burst out laughing. He raised himself from the bed and slapped his knees with his palms. It's been a long time since I've seen a guy as funny as you. Yes, of course, a man should have this much spirit. The Mercenary King laughed so hard that he even shed tears. But even spirit can become arrogant if it goes too far. From what I can see, you're being too arrogant. The Mercenary King continued, wiping away his tears. You know this, don't you? Once you reach high class, you have no choice but to master the weapon you use. High class was a realm that could only be reached by mastering the art of weaponry. Being a master was not enough. You had to know how to use a weapon on a much higher level, and he was going to face them with the same weapon, not even his main weapon. It seems like your pride has been greatly hurt by the attitude of the purebloods. I will apologize for that, so use a sword. The Mercenary King said with a kind face. Damien replied with an annoyed expression. If you're done talking, let's start. Cuckoo, if that's your will, then there's nothing I can do. Balton, do your best to face him. Yes, I will face him with all my might, as if I have met the enemy of my life. The Mercenary King burst out laughing again at Balton's mocking words. Then let's start, Damien Haksen. Balton unleashed his aura. A vast amount of mana spread out in all directions. As soon as Damien was touched by Balton's mana, he felt a sensation like static electricity flowing through him. This is why the dragon's bloodline is annoying. Dragon's mana had the property of paralyzing the flesh and mana of living beings. It was a power known as dragon fear. This property was also present in those with the blood of the dragon. However, it became weaker with each generation. Balton, being the grandson of the Mercenary King, did not have a very strong dragon fear. That's why Damien only felt a sensation and didn't feel any significant effect. It's also because they don't know the secret of the bloodline that why the fear is weak. Balton and the other purebloods did not yet know the secret of the bloodline. This was because the Mercenary King had not revealed it to anyone. Keep your eyes wide open and watch, or you'll fall over in the first blow. At that moment, mana exploded from behind Balton. Balton's body shot forward at an incredible speed. In time with that speed, Balton thrust his spear at Damien. Here, the spear accelerated with another explosion of mana. The speed was so fast that it was as if the spear had disappeared. However, Damien had already read Baltan's move. Just before the spear accelerated, he tilted his head to the side. The tip of the spear grazed his cheek and passed by. You dodged my first blow, which even my grandfather acknowledged. It seems the rumors are not all false. Baltan quickly retrieved his spear, and he thrust his spear at Damien again and again. Each time he thrust the spear, mana exploded and accelerated it. The intervals between attacks were so short that it seemed as if several people were thrusting the spear at the same time. Huh, what? With each thrust of Baltan's spear, the purebloods' faces were filled with astonishment. It wasn't Baltan but Damien who was blocking all the attacks. Damien was effortlessly deflecting all the thrusts that Baltan was pouring out. The sound of the two spears colliding rang out incessantly, like a woodpecker's call. How? How is he blocking Baltan's attacks? Baltan is one of the top 10 spearmen in the mercenary company. As the purebloods' astonishment grew, Baltan's face hardened. A swordsman who was using a spear not being overpowered by a spearman, this was the first time in Baltan's life that he had experienced such humiliation. This, an outsider like. His pride as a pureblood was cracked. Blood rushed to Baltan's throat. The amount of mana Baltan was emitting increased even further. The speed of his attacks also began to increase. So much mana truly befitting of the dragon lineage. Damien was secretly impressed for a moment. Baltan had been attacking from the start without sparing his mana or stamina. Normally, a high class would be exhausted by now, but Baltan was actually increasing the intensity of his attacks. It was all thanks to the dragon's blood flowing through Baltan's body. Thanks to the dragon's blood, he had not only an abundant amount of mana, but also strong blood vessels that allowed him to use it freely. I'm envious. If I had the dragon's blood in my body, I would have already reached master class. The advantages of the dragon's blood were countless. A strong body, endless stamina, senses sharper than a beast's, and so on. No wonder the purebloods were so proud. They had abilities that were several times greater than those of humans. Of course, that didn't mean Damien would lose. It's time to finish this. Baltan pressed Damien even harder. Thrusts rained down from all sides. It was as if he was trapped in a forest of spears. But Damien had already read everything about Baltan. He had caught the moment just before Baltan thrust his spear when his strength and mana would loosen slightly. He aimed for that moment and raised his spear. The sudden attack caused the spear to fly out of his hand. At the same time, the bombardment of spear blades that had been covering Damien disappeared in an instant. What? Just as Baltan was confused, Damien struck Baltan's forehead with his spear. Smack! The tip of the spear dug deep into the forehead. Baltan flew backwards. Since it was a training spear, he didn't die. But Baltan was hit with a pain so intense that it was difficult to breathe. Gasp, cough. Baltan clutched his stomach and rolled on the ground. Tears spilled out from his eyes and covered his entire face. It was a pathetic sight that didn't befit the grandiose title of pureblood. But no one could think of Baltan as pitiful when they saw him like that. Everyone knew Baltan's skills. The grandchildren of the mercenary king were all born geniuses. The purebloods were a group of the most outstanding individuals among those geniuses, and Baltan was an outstanding figure even among the purebloods. And yet, even after fighting with all his might, he had been defeated, and he had been defeated miserably without even landing a single effective hit. I heard that the purebloods are all monster geniuses, so I had my expectations up, Damien added as he looked down at Baltan. Well, they're nothing special. At those words, the embarrassment on the purebloods' faces disappeared and was replaced by anger. The purebloods lived with a strong sense of pride in the fact that they were the descendants of the mercenary king. And now an outsider was blaspheming them. They could not let this go unchallenged. Cuckoo. At that moment, a loud burst of laughter erupted. The mercenary king was laughing so hard that his throat was exposed. Excellent. I never thought you would even defeat the purebloods. The mercenary king stopped laughing and looked at Damien. The corners of his mouth were upturned, but his eyes were not. Damien looked at the mercenary king and raised one corner of his mouth. He must be shocked. The mercenary king had brought Damien in the hopes of provoking the purebloods. To put it more bluntly, he was nothing more than a toy. A toy for the purebloods to see how superior their talents were. But the toy that was supposed to be beaten up and kicked out by the purebloods had instead knocked them down. And he had done it with an overwhelming difference in talent. It was not difficult to guess what the mercenary king must be feeling. Seeing this makes me want to see more. Is there anyone else? Grandfather, I'll do it. One of the purebloods stepped out onto the open space. This time it was a woman, Kyushi, the Kyushi of the twin blades. Kyushi is reliable. The appearance of the woman named Kyushi drew an even more excited reaction than when Baltan had fought. Good. I will allow it. The mercenary king also sent out the woman named Kyushi with a trusting face. Kyushi walked out onto the open space and threw something at Damien. You said you would use the same weapon, right? I don't have a training weapon, so use that. What Kyushi threw was a belt with daggers attached to it. It was made to be worn on the body. You seem to use dagger techniques. Yes, that's why I'm lending you mine, Kyushi said, folding her arms. You don't mean to say you're not confident, do you? At Kyushi's provocation, Damien laughed and kicked the belt away with his foot. I don't need it. Huh, you said you would face me with the same weapon and now you're trying to back out. I mean, I don't need to borrow yours. Damien picked up a pebble from the ground. This will do. Kyushi's eyes were fixed on the pebble. Soon her eyes turned red with blood. Suit yourself, but don't regret it later. Kyushi drew her daggers and threw them at Damien. 2 daggers flew towards Damien's head and torso. Damien dodged the 2 daggers by twisting his body, and then he immediately held up 2 fingers in front of his temple. The 3rd dagger, which was about to pierce Damien's temple, was caught by his fingers. Kyushi clicked her tongue in regret. You're not bad. Do you think that's all it takes? Who would be fooled by this kind of child's play? Do it properly, Damien said, throwing the dagger in his hand to the ground. At that attitude, Kyushi's eyes hardened. I'll do whatever you want. As soon as the words were finished, Kyushi's body disappeared. She started to move around Damien. Her movements were so fast that only afterimages could be seen. At the same time, Kyushi threw daggers at Damien. Daggers flew from all directions. Damien dodged the dagger. The deflected dagger hit the ground and exploded. It was as if a rock had fallen, not a dagger. She's quite skilled at imbuing daggers with mana. Of course, imbuing objects with mana and throwing them was a very difficult technique. After all, mana was meant to dissipate quickly once it left the owner's body. Only around the middle class could one barely release aura to attack enemies. This must also be thanks to the dragon's pureblood. Dragons were not only the strongest creatures on the continent, but also the most excellent mages. This was because they had both superior quantity and quality of mana. The purebloods also possessed these characteristics. She's not just throwing them quickly, she's aiming for my blind spots. Damien tilted his head to the side. A dagger that flew from an unseen angle passed by his nose and hit the ground. It's great, but it's nothing special. Damien read Kyushi's movements and swung his arm towards her. You think I can't dodge a mere pebble? Just before throwing the pebble, Damien clenched his hand. The pebble shattered into several pieces. The moment it left his hand, it split into dozens of pieces. The buckshot rained down on Kyushi. The range was too wide to dodge. The pieces of stone hit Kyushi's body. Each piece was small, but it was filled with Damien's mana. The pieces of stone dug deep into Kyushi's body. Kyushi's body flew backwards with a shock that felt like her bones were being crushed. Kyushi, Yuad. The purebloods hurriedly caught Kyushi's body. Kyushi was already unconscious. Kyushi can be defeated so easily. This can't be. A heavy silence descended after the second defeat. 2 of those who had prided themselves on being purebloods had already been defeated. Everyone was stunned. Even the mercenary king was speechless and looked at Damien. Do you want me to prove myself further? At Damien's question, the mercenary king gritted his teeth and said, No, that won't be necessary. Chapter 153, Fafnir Part 3. The purebloods were shocked by the mercenary king's words. It wasn't that Damien had walked away first, but that the mercenary king had stopped the test first. To the purebloods, it meant that the mercenary king had acknowledged that they could not defeat Damien. Everyone go back and rest. The mercenary king immediately gave the order to rest. And Damien, come with me. The mercenary king took Damien into a tent. It seemed to be a place where he entertained guests, as there was a large table inside, and there were various works of art scattered around. Judging from the variety of items, it seemed that they were collected from various countries. Sit down on any chair you like, the mercenary king said, not even looking at Damien. His slightly rough breathing showed that he was still angry. Damien sat down on a chair as the mercenary king had said. He leaned against the backrest and waited for the mercenary king to speak. You put on a great show, didn't you, when you said, I'll face anyone who comes out with the same weapon. I've seen countless geniuses so far, but I've never seen a guy like you. The mercenary king's face was full of anger. It was only natural, as the purebloods he was so proud of had been defeated helplessly by Damien. No, it's not that he's angry because the purebloods lost. The mercenary king had a very strong sense of pride in his bloodline. That's why he was angry that the defeat of the purebloods felt like an insult to him. I can see that you're not happy with my actions. What are you talking about? Who's angry? I'm not angry at all. The mercenary king's eyes were boiling like lava as he spoke. I apologize. Suddenly, Damien apologized from his seat. The mercenary king made a bewildered expression. I was lacking in judgment. I should have at least drawn my sword. The mercenary king's face flushed even redder at Damien's mockery. You arrogant bastard, don't get ahead of yourself. The guys you fought aren't all the purebloods. The mercenary king shouted as if he was about to explode. The purebloods who fought you today are all my grandchildren. They're just the second generation with diluted blood. My children, the first generation purebloods, are several times more outstanding than them. I had heard about it in my previous life. It was said that there was a hierarchy even within the purebloods that the mercenary king was so proud of. The mercenary king's children were called the first generation, and his grandchildren were called the second generation. The reason for this division was because the dragon's bloodline became weaker and weaker as it was passed down through the generations. The first generation had much thicker blood than the second generation, being the children of the mercenary king, and as such, the characteristics of the dragon were also strongly manifested. In fact, the core force that supported the Fafnir mercenary company was mostly made up of first-generation purebloods. No matter how strong you are, you'll realize how insignificant you are when you meet the first generation. The mercenary king spoke with a confident face. He seemed to have no doubt that the first generation would surpass Damien. So, are you saying that you will put me up against the first generation? Why, are you scared? I heard that the first generation is older than me and that there are even master classes among them. Don't tell me you're going to. What are you talking about? Am I crazy? If I put a high class and a master class together in a fight, the whole world will laugh at me. The mercenary king roared as if it was ridiculous. There are many first generations who are about the same age as you. They are also high class, so it's appropriate. They are all out on missions right now. They will be back soon, so you better start preparing. Damien looked at the mercenary king with a disgusted face. So he meant that he had children who were about the same age as his grandchildren. Although he looked like a boy, it was still shocking. He seemed to be a real human who was famous for his lust. All right, then give me the 100-year snow ginseng that you promised. You little brat, I'm talking. And the mercenary king opened a subspace. He took out a ginseng that was smaller than a baby finger. It was a shabby-looking thing, not worthy of the name 100-year snow ginseng, but Damien didn't care. It was natural for ginseng to be this small even after 100 years because it only grew in harsh environments. From what Damien knew, it was said that only 10,000-year snow ginseng could be considered large. Take it, it's the 100-year snow ginseng I promised. Thank you. Damien took the 100-year snow ginseng and put it in his subspace. The mercenary king looked at Damien with a hateful face. I called someone outside. He will guide you to the tent where you will stay. Go in and rest for today. The mercenary king turned his body away as if he didn't want to see Damien's face any longer. It was something he shouldn't have said to the mercenary king, but he couldn't help it. So far, Damien had no bargaining chips. But now that he had greatly scratched the mercenary king's pride, it was different. Didn't you initially say that you would give me 100-year snow ginseng as a hiring fee and that you would increase the price depending on my future performance? That's right. I would like to change that condition. The mercenary king looked back at Damien. He had an expression as if he wanted to ask what the nonsense was. If I defeat all the purebloods here, give me dragon blood essence or an elixir equivalent to it. No, the mercenary king cut in sharply, rejecting Damien's request. Dragon blood essence or elixir equivalent to it, do you have any idea how valuable those are? Why would I give them to you? In that case, I suppose I'll take my leave. The mercenary king's eyes narrowed at Damien's words. What are you talking about? I mean, I'm leaving. What do you mean leaving? It's only been a day. Well, I never promised to stay for any specific duration. And the purebloods turned out to be less interesting than I anticipated. Damien's words ignited a fire in the mercenary king's eyes. You, saying the purebloods are uninteresting. You haven't even seen the first generation yet. Why would I bother seeing them? Aren't you curious? Who among you and those guys is superior? I'm not curious, Damien spoke earnestly. After all, the hierarchy of talent was obvious even without experiencing it firsthand. There was no genius in this world greater than Damien. You call yourself a knight. Then I suppose I'm not. Damien rose from his seat. The mercenary king stepped in front of Damien, blocking his path. Are you trying to embarrass me and run away? Why are you acting like this, mercenary king? Come to your senses. No. I can't allow that. The two stared at each other for a while. Eventually, the mercenary king conceded. You stubborn brat, fine, I'll accept your conditions. Really? Yes, really. In that case, I guess I have no choice. Since the mercenary king is earnestly asking, I'll continue to stay here. The mercenary king stared at Damien incredulously, but soon he smiled with a hint of regret. You obstinate fool, you'll regret not leaving soon. When you meet the first generation, even you will submit. Are the first generation really that strong? Of course, they inherited my blood and were personally trained by me. Calling them my disciples wouldn't be an exaggeration, the mercenary king boasted proudly. Damien responded with a skeptical expression. Well, I don't think there'll be much to talk about once we actually fight. Have you fought them? Have you? Then care to make a wager? Damien spoke in a subtle tone. If I yield to the first generation as you say, I'll not only return the 100-year ginseng but also follow any command you give me. Then Damien added one more thing. However, if the first generation yields to me, along with the elixirs, I request you to grant me one of the mana cultivation techniques you've collected. The mercenary king's hobby was collecting techniques. Thus, his study was filled with various rare techniques gathered from all over the continent. Ha ha ha, your arrogance knows no bounds. What, you think the first generation will yield to you? The mercenary king chuckled, seemingly certain that such a thing would never happen. Oh, they will, trust me, don't regret it later. You better be prepared to hand over everything you receive. Damien smiled meaningfully. That won't happen. Outside the tent, a familiar face appeared. It was Cynthia, the woman who had shot arrows at Damien on the mercenary king's orders the other day. Cynthia was carrying a bow on her shoulder and smoking a pipe. Follow me. After uttering a short word, Cynthia took the lead. She didn't even check if Damien was following her. Following Cynthia, Damien felt a strange feeling inside. It's the first time I've seen the bow demon this close. Cynthia, the bow demon. She was one of the confidants who guarded the mercenary king in her previous life. The reason why Cynthia, who was not a pureblood but an ordinary human, could become the mercenary king's confidant was very simple. It was because she was better than the purebloods. You're going to make the first generation purebloods submit, Cynthia suddenly spoke. It seemed like she had overheard the conversation between Damien and the mercenary king. You made a reckless bet. Damien looked at Cynthia with an interesting face. Even in her previous life, Cynthia was a very taciturn woman, so much so that she didn't say a word to Damien until the moment he took her life. Even the taciturn Cynthia seemed to find Damien's bet ridiculous. The first-generation purebloods are all geniuses. Half of all the first generations have risen to the master class. In the Apple Kingdom, a master, which they had not a single one of, was considered a fairly common talent here. That's how great the benefits of the dragon's bloodline were, but the mercenary king said that the first generation I would be competing against is high class. You don't know what you're talking about. Do you know who is among the first generation that the mercenary king mentioned? There is one outstanding child who is even considered a candidate for the successor. Damien was intrigued by Cynthia's words. That's because there was one person who came to mind when she mentioned a candidate for the successor. It was the second mercenary king. After Damien killed the mercenary king, one of his children inherited everything and took the place of the new mercenary king. And surprisingly, she showed even greater skill than her father and drove back the undead army. Athena Hopper, people called her a greater warrior than her great father. I guess it was genetic transcendence. The dragon's blood, which should have weakened as it was passed down through the generations, was actually flowed more strongly in Athena Hopper. She even possessed the ability to transform part of her body into that of a dragon. This was something that even her father had not shown. Damien also had memories of having a much harder time fighting the second generation than the first. I didn't know you would be worried about an outsider. I just can't let such a stupid thing go. As Cynthia spoke in a stiff tone, the entrance became noisy. Cynthia looked over there. The distance from here to the entrance was quite far, but it was no problem for a master class like her. That guy just came back, Cynthia asked Damien. Would you like to take a look? Chapter 154. Athena Hopper Part 1. Damien and Cynthia headed towards the entrance. Many mercenaries were already gathered near the entrance. They were all looking somewhere and cheering. Where their eyes were directed, 4 men and women were riding horses and entering. A large wagon was being pulled behind the men and women. On the wagon, a huge snake was curled up and dead. Isn't that the basilisk that ruled the Alpaca Mountains? It's really huge. You can tell it's not an ordinary basilisk. It must be at least 300 years old. If we make armor with its leather, it would be amazing. The mercenaries kept admiring the snake on the wagon. It was not just a large snake, it was a basilisk known as the King of Snakes. It was a dangerous monster that was said to be able to petrify creatures just by looking at them. The curse of petrification was not the only danger. Its leather was so tough that even a relic sword could not cut it, and its blood was as poisonous as venom. Its strength was so great that just brushing against it could crush monsters like ogres or trolls. It was a monster that even high-class knights were reluctant to face because it was too dangerous. And yet 4 young people had hunted it down, and they even killed it cleanly by cutting off its head. That's amazing. Damien exclaimed briefly and looked at the 4 men and women one by one. As expected of the first-generation purebloods, they had a clear distinction from the second-generation purebloods. It was the color of their hair. The hair of the second-generation purebloods was not much different from that of other people. However, the first generation, like the mercenary king, had white hair. However, the proportion of white hair was slightly different. Those with a lower proportion might even look gray instead of white. And among them, only one girl had white hair as dazzling as the mercenary king. Athena Hopper, she's exactly the same as her previous life. The woman who had followed in her father's footsteps and resisted Dorugo was right before his eyes. The four of them headed towards the mercenary king's tent, listening to the cheers of the mercenaries. Then suddenly, Athena Hopper and Damien's eyes met. Athena Hopper passed Damien without a second glance. "What do you think after seeing them in person?" Cynthia asked Damien after the four of them disappeared. "They're all very impressive." To be honest, Damien was only interested in Athena Hopper. He hadn't really paid much attention to the other three, but even so, it felt natural, the powerful aura that the other three possessed. The mercenary king is a fair person. He is so confident that he would never even consider foul play. It was the same in the previous life. The mercenary king was a man who was far from scheming. Even on the battlefield, he preferred to charge head-on rather than use complex strategies. That doesn't mean he would just charge at the enemy without thinking. He had a unique talent for creating situations and battlefields that were advantageous to him. So you won't have to compete with the master-class purebloods. If you just beat the four high-class purebloods you saw earlier, the mercenary king will acknowledge your victory. Cynthia continued in a firm tone, "But speaking as a senior, I don't think that will happen." Cynthia was a master class. That meant she could see and feel much more than a high class, and such Cynthia was speaking with conviction that Damien could not defeat the first-generation purebloods. "Thank you for the advice. But I'm the kind of person who does the things I'm told not to do." Of course, Damien didn't listen to Cynthia's words. Damien was currently hiding a considerable portion of his abilities and talents. It was only natural that Damien would appear weaker than the first generation to Cynthia. "If you insist on suffering, then there's nothing I can do. Follow me and I'll show you to your quarters." With that, Cynthia started walking. Her back seemed a little angry. "Welcome back safely, everyone." The mercenary king looked around at the first generation seated around him and spoke. "To be honest, I was quite worried when I sent you out. I was afraid this mission might be too difficult." The basilisk hunted by the purebloods this time had been a monster that had settled in the Alpaca Mountains and preyed on countless people. To hunt this basilisk, the high class of the Grape Kingdom had set out, only to end up as the basilisk's prey. With the loss of such valuable resources as the high class, the Grape Kingdom urgently contacted the mercenary king to undertake the extermination mission. "But seeing what you've hunted, I guess I worried for nothing. Completing the mission so splendidly, you all make me proud as always." The mercenary king smiled satisfactorily. The first-generation purebloods present here all wore similar expressions, but one person did not. Deep in thought, she did not heed the mercenary king's words. "Athena, is there something on your mind?" the mercenary king asked with a worried expression. Athena Hopper then spoke up. "When we came in earlier, I saw a strange man. Who is he?" At Athena's question, the mercenary king smiled mysteriously. "As expected, you recognized him. That fellow is a freelance knight I've hired this time. His name is Damien Haksen." Even at the name Damien Haksen, everyone's eyes widened slightly. Damien Haksen was famous to the extent that even first-generation purebloods had probably heard of him. "Do you know what that guy did while you were gone? He defeated Balton and Kyushi, and they didn't even get to fight properly." At those words, the purebloods couldn't help but be astonished. Balton and Kyushi were skilled among the second-generation purebloods. The fact that such two lost without even fighting properly, it was an unbelievable story. How dare he tarnish the name of the purebloods? A very arrogant fellow. Are you just going to let him get away with it? Except for Athena Hopper, the other three expressed their displeasure one by one. Nodding sympathetically, the mercenary king continued, "So there's something I need to ask of you." The mercenary king looked at the first generation. "When you four and that guy competed, we made a bet on who would yield. And guess what? He challenged me." At the mercenary king's words, the bodies of the three were filled with anger. The fact that a mere rookie dared to challenge their great father was infuriating. "Calm down, everyone. He may be very arrogant and disrespectful. But isn't this interesting? I wonder how many people are willing to challenge you and me." Most of the geniuses the mercenary king had brought in before had yielded and been destroyed by the second-generation purebloods. This was the first time someone like Damien challenged both the first generation and the mercenary king. It was natural that the mercenary king found it interesting. "If you manage to make that brat yield and restore my honor, I'll pass on to you the techniques I recently developed." The eyes of the three widened at the mercenary king's words. Even though he was a first-generation purebloods, the mercenary king hadn't revealed all his techniques. He differentiated based on achievements and talents. Opportunities like this to inherit something were rare. "Father, trust me, I'll make that guy yield as soon as tomorrow." "No, trust me. I'll make Damien Haksen kneel before you." "Don't trust those two, they're just talkers, I'll show you through my actions." The three shouted towards the mercenary king. The mercenary king looked at them with a pleased expression before speaking. "Just hearing your words is enough for me to be grateful. It's been a tiring day, so go rest." "Oh, and Athena," Athena raised her head. Unlike the other three, Athena had not participated much in the conversation. "You stay. There's something I need to discuss separately." The three people came out of the tent. Damn it, he's only calling Athena again, Neil Hopper grumbled. He was the man with the most dull hair color among the three here. Isn't that obvious? Father only favors that girl. MacDowell Hopper spoke bluntly. He didn't like the fact that only Athena was called either. So what are we going to do? Vanessa Hopper asked the two. She was the woman among the four along with Athena. What about Damien? We don't need to decide the order. Let's just say the first one to do it is the first to become master among us. But then we'll end up fighting each other, right? The first one to go has the most chances to get hands-on Father's technique. The other two nodded at Vanessa's words. The three of them were firmly convinced that they would defeat Damien. No, maybe the word convinced wasn't the right one. To the three of them, it was as natural as water flowing down. How about this? Vanessa said with a face that said she had a good idea. Instead of deciding the order, let's just do it a little differently. What do you mean by doing it differently? Each of us will challenge Damien in a different way. Vanessa looked at the two alternately and said, we can compete in terms of mana capacity, or we can compete in terms of mana control. There are many ways. It seems a little dangerous. We'll still win if we fight like that, but there's always a chance. That's the point. It's not fun if you always win. Wouldn't it be more fun if there was some risk involved? The other two nodded their heads as if they liked Vanessa's idea. Then let's each contact Damien and let's call it a day for today. With that, the three of them dispersed. Once they were alone, the mercenary king bustled about. He brought out the desserts he had been hiding. He even boiled water in a kettle and made tea. Athena, come on and try it. It's the dessert from Empire that you like. I had a hard time getting it. The mercenary king spoke to Athena with a face full of anticipation. He seemed to be craving for praise. However, Athena ate the cookie without saying a word. The mercenary king's shoulders drooped slightly. Wasn't the journey difficult? Was there anything difficult? Still, he didn't give up and asked Athena questions. Athena frowned as if she was disgusted. Annoyingly, don't you have to stop asking now? You ask me every time I go out and come back. It was something that would have made the other purebloods fall over in surprise. The relationship between the mercenary king and the purebloods was close to that of a master and servant. That's why they were all afraid of him. It was unimaginable to treat the mercenary king with the same attitude as Athena. I see you're very upset, then you don't have to say anything. Shockingly, the mercenary king did not get offended and instead tried to soothe Athena. Athena grumbled as she ate the other desserts and then asked the mercenary king, but Dad, that Damien guy, did he really beat the second-generation kids? The mercenary king frowned at his daughter's question. Yes, he won, and he even provoked me. He said that if he beats you guys, he'll get the elixir. I've never seen a guy like that before. So you're telling us to make that guy submit? Of course, I can't stand the fact that he insulted my bloodline even if I don't know anything else. If we don't show him a lesson, shouldn't we just leave him alone? It would be a shame if he got ruined. At Athena's words, the mercenary king's eyes began to shake violently. What? What are you talking about now? He's too handsome to be ruined. The mercenary king couldn't help but be shocked once again by those words. Surely you don't have a crush on that guy, do you? The mercenary king asked anxiously. Athena then brought her index finger and thumb close together and said, a little bit. At that moment, the mercenary king felt something inside him collapse. Why, you brat, a man's face isn't everything. A guy who's just good-looking is useless. Then why do you choose women just by looking at their faces? Seacough. The mercenary king was speechless at Athena's words. You don't mean. You seriously have a crush on that guy, do you? Don't worry about that. I have no intention of dragging a man weaker than me into bed. At those words, the mercenary king breathed a sigh of relief, and then opened his eyes wide again. Drag him in? Where did you learn such vulgar words? From you? You always take 2 or 3 women to bed with you. Ahem. The mercenary king was speechless again. Anyway. You're saying you don't have any plans for that guy, right? I told you already. I said I like men who are stronger than me, Athena added as she ate the dessert. I've never met one before, though. Chapter 155. Athena Hopper Part 2. From the next day on, Damien began investigating the mercenary company. In truth, he didn't know much about the Fafnir mercenary company either. He only knew that it would decline greatly due to internal strife in the near future and that the cause was the Dark Mage. You're curious about the Fafnir mercenary company? The way Damien chose to investigate was to get close to the ordinary mercenaries. He was able to quickly get close to them by recalling his experience as a mercenary in his previous life. Yes, the Fafnir mercenary company is said to be stronger than the military of any major kingdom, isn't it? Damien asked, sitting in front of the campfire that the mercenaries had built. You're well informed, Sir Damien. Our mercenary company is quite something. I hear that requests are pouring in from all over the continent. All of them are requests that only our Fafnir can solve. The mercenaries laughed out loud and rejoiced at Damien's praise. It's such a great place that I can't help but be cautious. Are there any rules I should keep in mind? There's nothing much. Our mercenary company doesn't have that many strict rules. You'll get beaten up if you skip training. My cheek from yesterday still hurts. Hey, Inma, that's because you're lazy. Although they were only talking about trivial things, Damien listened to the mercenary's words. He knew that important information would come out only when their guard was down. Ah, that's right. If you go to the north, there's another fence, but you shouldn't go there. Is there a special reason? That's where the Lord Mercenary King's lovers are. It was quite an interesting story. The Lord Mercenary King is a kind man, but he is merciless when it comes to women. Well, any man would do the same if someone touched his lover, but the Lord Mercenary King is very extreme. That's right. He's a great man, but his one problem is that he's too fond of women. Is it okay to talk about it so openly? It's fine. The Lord Mercenary King himself admits it. Judging from the way they spoke so nonchalantly, it seemed that the rumors about the loose manners were true. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? There's an old saying that heroes are lustful. There are also quite a few heroes who have been ruined by women. That's why I'm a little worried. Another mercenary said as he roasted jerky over the campfire. The influence of those women is getting too big in our mercenary company. They've been forming factions and checking each other's power for the past few years. Hey, watch your words. You can't say anything you want. The colleague next to him covered the mercenary's mouth. Only then did the mercenary realize his mistake and look at Damien's reaction. Interesting. So the Lord Mercenary King's lovers are forming factions. Although it was unfortunate for them, Damien had a rough idea of what the Fafnir Mercenary Company was going through. The purebloods must be unable to move in those factions as well. There's no way a child can refuse their mother's orders. The purebloods were the center of the Fafnir Mercenary Company. So it was natural that the authority of the lovers would become stronger. So all the purebloods are affiliated with a faction? Damien asked the mercenaries. The mercenaries looked at each other and said, most of them are, so you have to be careful. If you offend even one of them, you'll make the whole faction your enemy. Most of them. There are some who aren't, for example, Athena Hopper. Damien was intrigued by the unexpected name. Lady Athena Hopper is monopolizing the Lord Mercenary King's favor, so she doesn't need to join a faction. The Lord Mercenary King doesn't care about other purebloods, but he doesn't stay still when it comes to Lady Athena. You should be more careful of Lady Athena Hopper than the factions. Sir Damien. You were here, someone approached Damien. Damien shifted his gaze and checked the face, gray hair and a long, reed-like figure. He was one of the first-generation purebloods he had seen yesterday. The mercenaries were startled and stood up as soon as they saw the man's face. Why you, Sir Neil Hopper? I never expected to meet a celebrity like you here. Neil Hopper approached Damien closely, his face full of smiles. I was so curious when I first heard about you. A meeting like this must be fate. I hope we can get along well in the future. Neil Hopper reached out his hand to Damien. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Damien Haksen. As Damien shook Neil Hopper's hand, an immense amount of mana surged through Neil Hopper's wrist. Even though they had agreed to a pact to prohibit direct combat, Neil Hopper wasn't particularly worried. I'm going to win regardless. Those who inherited the blood of the dragon were superior to ordinary people in every way. This included not only their mana sensitivity, but also the purity of their mana, their physical abilities, and the sharpness of their senses. They weren't just slightly ahead. They were so overwhelmingly powerful that they seemed like a different species. Even among them, Neil Hopper was particularly gifted in mana control. The higher one's mana control, the greater the power one could wield with even a small amount of mana. This was why Neil Hopper had chosen mana infusion as his means of subduing Damien. Injecting mana into an opponent's body could not only cause them great pain, but also rob them of their freedom of movement. Of course, his opponent wouldn't just take it lying down. They would naturally use their own mana to resist, a contest of mana strength. In such a confrontation, the one with higher mana control and greater magna reserves had the advantage. Neil Hopper was confident that he could subdue Damien here. After all, there was no one who could manipulate mana more finely than he could, but something was strange. Even as he poured his mana into him, Damien's expression remained unchanged. This is interesting. Suddenly, Damien smiled. Neil Hopper was taken aback by this sight. He's smiling. I'll make him snap out of it. Neil increased his mana output. The mana surged like a torrent into Damien's body. Since you've prepared such an entertaining spectacle for me, I should show you something as well, don't you think? Suddenly, the rate at which the mana was being infused began to increase. What the? Neil was startled and tried to withdraw his mana, but the flow of mana didn't stop. It was as if it was being sucked away. What is this? He desperately tried to regain control of his mana. But the situation was unyielding. No, the rate at which his mana was being sucked away was actually increasing. This is dangerous. Mana was like water. A certain level of mana was essential for maintaining life functions. So what would happen if one's mana fell below that level? One would not only suffer internal injuries but could even lose their life in severe cases. Don't you think you should let go of me now? Neil forced a smile as he spoke. Damien responded by gripping his arm even tighter. The mana was sucked away even faster. Neil felt blood welling up inside him. Since stop, finally a pleading sound came from his lips. Even then Damien did not let go. At that moment Neil's mind went blank. When he finally came to his senses, his knees were on the ground. Why you, Sir Neil Hopper, is kneeling. A first-generation pureblood kneeling before an outsider. The other mercenaries cried out in surprise at this sight. If his mana level decreased any further, he might lose his life. Despite the humiliation he felt at the mercenaries' reaction, Neil Hopper had no choice but to plead. PL, please. I'll beg you, so please let go. Damien let go of his hand. Thanks to that, he was barely able to escape from the jaws of death. He knelt on the ground and vomited blood. Damien looked down at him and spoke briefly. Get out. Neil's face flushed with humiliation, but he had no choice but to obey. As he ran away, Neil came across an unexpected person. Athena was watching him from a distance. Neil's face flushed even more with humiliation. Of all the people he didn't want to see him like this, it had to be her. What are you looking at? Neil snapped and walked past Athena. Athena watched his back for a moment, then turned her gaze back to Damien. What did you just do? And she muttered in amazement. The humiliation suffered by Neil quickly spread throughout the entire mercenary group. Did you hear? Sir Neil Hopper challenged Sir Damien and lost. Are you serious? Sir Neil Hopper is the son of the mercenary king. When the second-generation purebloods lost to Damien, everyone was just amazed, not surprised. The world is a big place and there are many geniuses. Among the geniuses who visited the Fafnir mercenary group, there were quite a few who defeated the second-generation purebloods. However, none of the first-generation purebloods had ever been defeated. To the Fafnir mercenary group, the first-generation purebloods were like heavens, and that existence had been subdued and defeated by Damien. You idiot! The mercenary king looked down at Neil and spoke in a contemptuous tone. Neil's face turned crimson, yet he didn't dare lift his gaze. It's only been a day since I gave you the order to subdue Damien. And you're back here defeated. The mercenary king's face was twisted like a demon with extreme humiliation and anger. Ah, father, if you just give me one more chance. Shut up and get out. Before I beat you to death. At the mercenary king's roar, Neil hurriedly rushed out of the tent. Damn, this is bullshit. The mercenary king exhaled roughly and suppressed his anger. Who's next? The mercenary king asked his two other children. MacDowell and Vanessa Hopper glared at each other and shouted at the same time. I'll do it this time. No, give me a chance, I'll do it. A sudden voice rang out. The mercenary king and both man and woman gazes turned to somewhere. A little further away, Athena was eating apple pie. I want to fight Damien this time. Athena, what are you talking about? You weren't interested until yesterday. The mercenary king had promised to pass on the secret technique to the one who could subdue Damien. However, Athena had a lukewarm reaction to hearing that. The mercenary king couldn't help but be bewildered when Athena, who had been like that, suddenly said that she wanted to fight Damien. I'm a little interested in that man. The mercenary king's face hardened at the next words. Interest. Yes, I think he's a more interesting man than I thought. I want to check it out once. My daughter to a man. This is ridiculous. The mercenary king staggered and collapsed into his chair, apparently in shock. Athena, why are you suddenly butting in? That's right, we already agreed among the three of us. MacDowell and Vanessa Hopper protested with frowns. The mercenary king was too shocked to stop their actions. Agreement, I never did anything like that, just let me fight. What if we don't let you? MacDowell's expression turned fierce. Vanessa was the same. The two of them didn't think for a moment that they would lose to Damien. The one who subdues Damien first will not only receive the secret technique from the mercenary king, but will also be able to monopolize all the glory. That's why Athena's declaration was not welcome. I don't think you two can beat that man with your skills. Wouldn't it be better to just give up rather than get yelled at by Dad? Athena said to them. At that moment, MacDowell's expression became even more sinister. You talk too much, don't you? MacDowell tried to grab Athena's shoulder. Athena caught his hand in midair. I don't like anyone touching my body. I also hate it when someone takes my prey away from me. Wait quietly for your turn, otherwise I won't sit still either. MacDowell applied force to his hand. Athena resisted without backing down. At that action, MacDowell sneered. You're going to try to compete with me in strength. If Neil had a talent for mana control, MacDowell was a man born with strength. Not only did he lift heavy iron weapons with ease since he was a child, but he was also able to crush stones with his bare hands as a boy. Now that he is an adult, there is no one in the mercenary group's high class with better physical abilities than MacDowell Hopper. How can I beat my brother in strength? Then just let go of this hand and... But I'm faster, right? Athena's body disappeared. It was so fast that MacDowell couldn't even see her move. What? The moment MacDowell was confused, Athena appeared behind him and strangled him with her forearm. This, damn it! He tried to free himself from Athena's grip, but it was no use. Athena's arms were immovable. Eventually, his carotid artery was constricted and MacDowell lost consciousness and collapsed in an instant. You too, sister, are you going to stop me? Athena glared at Vanessa with killing intent. A ferocious killing intent engulfed Vanessa. At that moment, she had the illusion that her whole body was being torn apart. HMPH, Vanessa unknowingly sank to the ground. She gasped for breath and trembled. Why don't you answer? Vanessa shook her head violently. Only then did Athena withdraw her killing intent. Since you two have given up, there's no problem now, is there? Athena asked, looking at the mercenary king. The mercenary king asked with a surprised face. When did you get so strong? Although they were both in the same high class, Athena was weaker than the two of them until recently. She had the talent, but she was too young. Athena had not yet reached adulthood, and yet Athena had subdued the two of them in an instant. It was a growth rate that exceeded the mercenary king's expectations. I don't know, Athena said with a nonchalant air. In her position, the gap between her and the two of them was not particularly important. Anyway, there's no problem, right? At Athena's words, the mercenary king could only nod his head. Chapter 156. Athena Hopper Part 3, That's why you and I are going to fight. Damien, who was having breakfast at his quarters, heard a sudden voice. Let's meet tonight without delay. Come out to the open space in the center then. In the sudden situation, Damien could only stare blankly at Athena after stopping chewing the food he had put in his mouth. Oh, and by the way, I knocked down all the other guys. So if you just beat me, you win the bet. Of course, that won't happen. After saying that, Athena turned around and left. It wasn't until Athena had gone quite a distance that Damien was able to come to his senses. What the hell is going on all of a sudden? After Neil challenged him yesterday, he had expected the other first-generation purebloods to challenge him one by one. However, he didn't expect Athena to come after defeating the other purebloods. She's just like the mercenary king. That was the way she was so pushy. The mercenary king had also come out of nowhere and hired Damien as a freelancer, hadn't he? Just as he was about to focus on his meal again, the door of the tent was opened and the mercenary king entered. He had dark circles under his eyes, indicating that something had happened overnight. Damien, let's talk, saying that the mercenary king collapsed into the seat in front of Damien. Damien looked at the mercenary king like that and started eating the stew. You have no manners. Don't you even ask if an adult has eaten? Have you eaten? I have, you don't even ask now, the mercenary king grumbled. Then he glanced at Damien and muttered, What's so handsome about that face? I'm going crazy, so why are you here? Athena just came and went, right? Damien nodded as he swallowed his food. I'll make it short, give up the duel. Damien looked at the mercenary king with a surprised face. Are you threatening me like this because you will lose the bet if I beat Athena? What nonsense. Why would I threaten you when you're obviously going to lose if you fight? The mercenary king frowned and got angry. Then why are you asking me this favor? That's because, the mercenary king took a deep breath. Athena is interested in you. Damien almost spit out the food in his mouth. What are you talking about right now? I didn't want to say this either, but what can I do when it's true? The mercenary king shouted angrily and shook his head in dismay. Damn, why did that cute girl? With a guy like you seem to have forgotten that guy is listening to everything right in front of you. The lucky thing is that it's still just interest. It's just that she's paying a little attention, so don't get too excited. Don't worry. I have no intention of doing that because of something like this. At those words, the mercenary king's eyes widened twice. This guy now, he's just saying whatever he wants because he has a loose mouth. My daughter is interested and you're saying it's something like this. Just one thing, Damien said to the mercenary king with a tired expression. So why are you telling me to give up the duel? What if Athena's interest grows even more during the duel? I want to completely cut off that kind of danger, the mercenary king said, shaking his body as if he could imagine it. I roughly understand the situation, but why should I let the duel go? There's no benefit at all. At Damien's question, the mercenary king took out something as if he had been waiting and held it out. It was a booklet made of old paper. The cover of the booklet had the words Blue Water Revitalization Technique written on it. This is a monocultivation technique created 100 years ago. It's okay to learn it together with other monocultivation techniques. If you learn it properly, you can enjoy the effect of your body's age becoming younger. The mercenary king said to Damien with a confident face. The potions you said you needed are too expensive to give. Let me give you this instead. Damien looked away from the blue water revitalization method and looked at the mercenary king. I guarantee it. If you duel, Athena will win. Then you will lose the bet and lose everything, won't you? While they were talking, the food ran out. Damien put the spoon down on the empty plate. So it's better to just forfeit and leave with this mana cultivation method. Then let's pretend this offer never happened. Damien cut off the mercenary king's words. What did you say? You said I would lose and lose everything, but I think the opposite is true. If I back down now, I will lose too much. The mercenary king looked at Damien with a dumbfounded face. Are you confident or are you arrogant? You seem to have forgotten. I have been winning all the fights against the purebloods so far. Ugh. The mercenary king had no way to refute that statement. Well, don't regret it later. The mercenary king put the blue water revitalization method back in his bosom and disappeared. He should have brought something decent. Damien muttered uncomfortably as the mercenary king disappeared. What Damien needed now was not a mana cultivation technique that made him younger. He needed a mana cultivation technique that would be the core framework for him to reach the master class. Anyway, it's true that the mercenary king really cares about Athena Hopper. He had heard it from the mercenaries yesterday, but he didn't really believe it. It was because it was completely different from what Damien knew. I heard that you were once disowned in your previous life. When the Fafnir mercenaries split, Athena Hopper chose to oppose the mercenary king. As a result, she was disowned by the mercenary king. Even after the infighting ended, they acted separately for a while without any contact, but they were finally able to merge again due to various intertwining interests. Is it because they haven't made any moves yet? The reason the Fafnir mercenary company split was due to the conspiracy of the Dark Mages of Pandemonium. Since arriving at the mercenary company, Damien had been trying to trace the trail of Pandemonium. However, he could not find any traces anywhere. It seemed that they had not yet come out of Pandemonium. I should have found them at the beginning. Damien was stroking his chin and feeling regretful when the tent was opened again and someone entered. It was a face that was unfamiliar but had been seen once before. It was MacDowell Hopper, one of the first-generation purebloods. Sir Damien, you have to come with me, MacDowell said with a face that was a mixture of anger and annoyance. Grandmother wants to see you. According to the information Damien collected from the mercenaries, there are several factions within the Fafnir mercenary company. The central axis of all the factions was the mercenary king's lover. They formed factions by banding together and checking each other. Among them, the largest was the one that MacDowell Hopper belonged to. Nice to meet you. My name is Claire Fowler. A middle-aged woman greeted Damien, Claire Fowler. She was the mercenary king's first woman and the mother of his first son, and she was the leader of the largest faction within the mercenary group. Please have a seat, we can't keep a distinguished guest standing. Damien sat down and observed Claire Fowler. On the surface, she looked like a very kind middle-aged woman. I'm not sure if I should be here. The place Claire Fowler invited Damien to was where the mercenary king's lovers stayed. Damien was in the Golden District. It's only forbidden to enter without permission. Invited guests are fine. Of course, it's not okay to be alone. There were not only Damien and Claire Fowler in the tent now. There was MacDowell and another woman. The woman was staring at Damien with a very unpleasant face. Master class, huh? He could tell right away because she didn't hide her aura. That woman was definitely a master class. Why did you ask me to come here? You seem to be a hasty person. Shall we get to the point then? Claire Fowler gestured. The female master class threw a pouch in front of Damien. Damien opened the pouch and checked the contents. It contained 3 black pills. These are special potions made by the Alchemy Guild. Even one pill will greatly increase your mana. Damien looked at the pills and asked, Why are you giving this to me? I want you to step on Athena. Damien raised his head and looked at Claire Fowler. She still had a gentle expression on her face. From what I've learned, you're very interested in the mercenary company. You know a little about the situation of the mercenary company, right? I heard that the factions are competing for the successor position. You are well informed, Claire Fowler sighed and said. Even so, there are many competitors, and suddenly the mercenary king is protecting that child. Do I need to tell you how unpleasant that is for me? Damien didn't answer. Claire Fowler didn't seem to be expecting an answer either. So this time I want to see that child being humbled. Well, I heard that she knocked MacDowell out in one breath. Grandmother, that's. Can't you shut up? Claire Fowler said in a sharp voice. MacDowell shut his mouth. You came back after losing like an idiot, so what are you butting in for? Just like the gentle face from before was a lie, Claire's eyes were as eerie as a snake's. Oh, I'm sorry, let's continue the story. Athena's talent is more than I thought, isn't it? But I really want you to win. So you gave me this, Damien said, looking at the pills. Claire Fowler smiled and nodded. I like things to be certain. This is a gift, so you don't have to feel burdened. Damien laughed at her words. How could he not feel burdened? These pills were made with dark magic. Chapter 157, Duel Part 1. Venom Sect, one of the sects of dark mages that made and used poisons. As the saying goes, poison and medicine are only the thickness of a sheet of paper apart. The Venom Sect also had excellent abilities in making potions. The problem was that the potions they made were all abnormal. The same was true for the quelling core that Claire Fowler handed out. The effect of the quelling core was as Claire Fowler said. Just by eating it, your mana would increase, and your muscle mass would also increase. Even an ordinary person who had never exercised in their life could have a beautifully toned body in an instant by eating this. The problem was what happened next. After taking the quelling core, the person became emotional even over trivial matters. It was as if all their patience had disappeared. And then, at some point when their emotions crossed the line, madness with violence would manifest. From then on, they could not suppress their emotions with their own will. Even if their physical strength ran out and their body was damaged, they would not stop until they died. The only way to stop the madness caused by the quelling core was to die. She intends to use me as a sacrifice to kill Athena. Claire Fowler's intention in giving this item to Damien was clear. She wanted the madness to manifest during the battle with Athena. The quelling core is not something that can be obtained easily. The quelling core not only required a lot of precious materials, but the manufacturing process was also very complicated. Even the highest level dark mages of the Venom sect did not have a very high success rate in manufacturing it. The fact that she had such an item meant that Claire Fowler had to be closely connected to the dark mages. "Thank you for your help, but," Damien said, pushing the elixir back to Claire Fowler. "This is not something I need." Claire's expression hardened instantly at Damien's refusal. Not only that, but her eyes started to shake violently. Somehow her reaction was too much. "Is there a reason why I have to eat the quelling core?" Just then, Claire Fowler, who had recovered from her agitation, spoke to Damien. "Are you perhaps saying that this elixir is not good enough? The effect of this elixir is real. There's no way someone of your caliber wouldn't feel it." "I can feel it. The pure mana that the elixir contains. In fact, the same materials used to make the highest quality potions were used to make the quelling core. However, all of this was just a disguise to make people swallow the poison. But I can absorb only the mana." Even so, he didn't feel like taking this elixir. This is because he knew very well how the elixirs made by the dark mages were made through a horrible process. "I can defeat Athena without the help of potions." "Oh, I know, but there's always a chance in this world, isn't there? So, don't worry, I will win without any exceptions," Damien said firmly. Claire looked at Damien with a dumbfounded face. "Then I'll take my leave." Just as Damien was about to get up from his seat, the door of the tent was opened and someone entered. "Claire, I came to play." She was a woman with an incredibly beautiful appearance. For a moment, it felt like the inside of the tent had brightened. To be sure, she was more beautiful than any beauty Damien had ever seen. Damien couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the woman. Was it because she was so beautiful? That wasn't it. What is the disciple of the succubus doing here? The disciple of the giant evil that represented Pandemonium was right before his eyes. Pandemonium was the largest and most powerful organization of dark mages in history. Being large and having a long history, it included many powerful dark mages. And among them, there were particularly dangerous beings. The giant evils, dark mages who were so dangerous that the Empire and the Church put them at the top of their assassination list. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they had killed hundreds of thousands of people during their rise to power. Succubus SLA was one of these giant evils, a beautiful woman who drove both men and women crazy. The extent to which she did this was so severe that it could only be described as brainwashing. This woman's name was definitely Rubia. Rubia was a disciple of Succubus SLA and was a figure in her own right as a great dark mage. Although not as much as her master, Rubia was also a dangerous woman. No wonder Damien remembered her. "I never thought she would be here." In his previous life, Succubus SLA had never mentioned the Fafnir mercenary company, so Damien didn't expect to see Rubia here. "Oh my. There's another gentleman here." As soon as Rubia saw Damien, she was surprised and went back outside. Then she poked her head out and looked at Damien. "She's disgusting even though she's old and used up." The disciples of Succubus SLA all used their appearance and bodies to throw the world into chaos. All of that behavior was just an act, as Damien looked at Rubia with a disgusted face. "Sir Damien, no matter how beautiful Rubia is, you shouldn't stare at her like that. She's the one Carl loves the most." As soon as he heard those words, Damien sighed inwardly. The mercenary king was a man who was bewitched by women, so he would not have been able to resist Rubia. Maybe he's already become her puppet. Just thinking about it made his head hurt. "Rubia, tell Sir Damien I was going to give him a gift, but he refused." "Oh, really?" Rubia came into the tent quickly. She stared at the quelling core on the table and handed it to Damien. "This is something that Lady Claire prepared with great difficulty. Shouldn't you accept it?" At that moment, a sweet smell spread throughout the tent. The expressions of everyone inside the tent changed to a daze. Even Claire Fowler was no exception. The disciples of the succubus had all mastered dark magic that allowed them to release their pheromones strongly. Because of these pheromones, men and women alike were helpless to fall for the disciples of the succubus. Of course, Damien was an exception. Ordinary dark magic had no effect on Damien. It was because of the power he possessed. The 7 authorities that Dorugo had planted in Damien in his previous life. One of them, the power of greed, had the ability to disintegrate other powers and absorb their strength. Even the giants were no exception. I don't need it. Damien threw the pouch that Rubia handed him onto the table. Rubia's eyes widened slightly at that action. It seemed that she was surprised that Damien was not affected by the dark magic. I'll be going now. Damien greeted Claire Fowler and walked out of the tent. He could feel gazes on his back until he left the tent. It seems she's quite surprised. They had good reason to be. After all, the pheromones that had even captivated the mercenary king had no effect on Damien. If my opponent is a disciple of the giant evil, it won't be easy for me to deal with them either. It was just his speculation, but he didn't think it would be just Rubia. After all, even a disciple of the succubus would not be able to bring down the Fafnir mercenary group alone. I'll have to think about it a bit. With that, Damien returned to the tent, and then it was evening. Damien came out to the open space for his duel with Athena Hopper. Wow, Sir Damien is here. Damien. The open space was packed with people. It seemed that all the mercenaries of the mercenary group were gathered here. Damien pushed his way through the mercenaries and stepped forward. Then the mercenary king appeared before Damien. This is my last offer, even now. Yes. I'll do my best. Damien lightly ignored the mercenary king's words and walked out into the open space. Athena had already arrived. She was dressed in simple clothes and was stretching. You're a little late, Athena, who was stretching her arms wide, said to Damien. That's impressive. Before he could ask what, Athena pulled out the spear she had stuck in the ground. It was a spear made entirely of metal from the shaft to the blade. Yes, I remember. At that sight, Damien recalled his past memories. She used that spear when she became the second mercenary king in her previous life. It was a spear made of an alloy created by the dwarves. It was a spear that the mercenary king had specially made for Athena. That must have been why. When she used that spear, Athena's abilities were multiplied several times over. It had taken even Damien 3 days to subdue her. You dirty bastards. Even when she was captured by Damien and brought before the dark mages, her attitude did not change. I should have killed more of you. If it hadn't been for that death knight, you would all have died by my hand. You incompetent bastards who like to hide behind others. Even though she was covered in wounds, Athena was not discouraged in the least. The dark mage who was facing Athena at the time was Rubia. She showed her something special to break Athena's spirit. It was an undead made from the corpse of the mercenary king, Cal Hopper. Athena became quiet as soon as she saw her father's corpse. She muttered just one word with a face like she was about to cry. You guys are not human. She did not die easily. She was subjected to all sorts of indignities by Rubia. Her dignity as a woman was dragged down to the bottom. Her dignity as a human being was rolled around in the dirt. She was not allowed to die until she was reduced to a state worse than garbage crawling on the ground. And even after she died, she could not rest in peace. Her soul was captured by Rubia and used until it was destroyed. His heart sank as he recalled the past. Damien took a deep breath. What's wrong? Athena asked, tilting her head. Damien shook his head and said, It's nothing. Is that so? Then shall we begin? Athena raised her mana. The mana she raised was released to the outside and turned into white lightning. White currents covered her body. It was a sight that was both mysterious and terrifying. The blood flowing through the mercenary king's body was that of the dragon. The dragon that could summon storms and lightning, and that power was passed down to its bloodline. Keep your mind straight, otherwise I'll be disappointed again and deduct your points. What on earth are you going to deduct points for? Athena crouched slightly. Her body turned into lightning. White currents ran across the ground. In an instant, Athena appeared behind Damien. Athena swung her spear down without hesitation. The lightning contained in the shaft exploded. Lightning struck the spot where Damien had been standing. Before she swung the spear down, Athena couldn't help but be disappointed. He doesn't even notice this. Even though Athena had circled behind him, Damien was still facing forward. Was I just mistaken? She was as angry as she was disappointed. Athena swung the shaft down with all her might. Just then, Damien turned his body and drew his sword at the same time, swinging it upwards. The blade and the shaft collided. At that moment, the trajectory of the spear changed. At the same time, the lightning also missed Damien. The moment Athena was surprised, Damien moved. He slashed Athena's neck with his sword, who was now defenseless. Chapter 158, Duel Part 2. The moment the sword was about to cut her throat, Athena's body disappeared. Athena, who had turned into a lightning bolt, retreated far back before restoring her body to its original state. At that moment, Athena could feel a tingling pain in her neck. When she touched her neck with her fingers, a faint trace of blood came out. Athena looked at Damien with a surprised face. She thought she had completely dodged it, but it was Athena who was slightly slower. Uea, did you just see that? Lady Athena is using her lightning power. At that moment, cheers erupted from the mercenaries. The exchange just now was enough to excite them. Since when did you start using lightning so naturally? That's amazing. It's like watching the young days of the mercenary king. The thunderclap heavenly movement technique that Athena was mastering was a mana cultivation technique that could convert mana into lightning power. Lightning stimulated the muscles and nerves, allowing them to move even faster. Furthermore, by entrusting one's physical body to the flow of lightning, one could move like lightning. Even among the children of the mercenary king, who was known as a genius, there were few who had learned the thunderclap heavenly movement technique. It was that difficult of a mana cultivation technique. But what the hell is that guy? Where did such a monster come from? It's amazing that he reacted to the speed of lightning, but how did he able to react so fast? However, the skilled mercenaries, especially the master class, were admiring Damien. The thunderclap heavenly movement technique was a mana cultivation technique that overwhelmed the enemy with its overwhelming speed and destructive power. Damien had effortlessly turned all of that away. As expected, you can dodge this much. Damien spoke to Athena. When she realized that she was the object of his evaluation, Athena found herself laughing involuntarily. You're interesting. Most of the enemies she had fought so far had not even been able to react to Athena's attacks, but he had not only reacted but he had also counterattacked. As expected, my eyes were not wrong. It's a point. A smile spread across Athena's mouth. It was bewitching yet somehow joyful. Damien slung his sword over his shoulder and looked at Athena with a crooked gaze. You've been talking about points since earlier, but what are you scoring? I can't tell you now, I'll tell you when it's all over. The wound on her neck had already healed completely. The children of the mercenary king all possessed such a fast recovery ability. However, it was not enough to instantly regenerate major injuries such as fractures or cuts. Now that I know you're not to be taken lightly. Athena drew out her lightning even further. White lightning enveloped her body and soared high into the sky. I won't let my guard down anymore. Athena kicked the ground and lunged at Damien, thrusting her spear out. Athena's spear, transformed by lightning, was so fast that it could not be tracked by the naked eye or even by sound. However, Damien blocked the spear with his sword as if it were a matter of course. Athena was not surprised. Of course, Damien could do this much. Athena swung her spear at Damien one after another. Damien also did not dodge and responded. The spear and the sword clashed several times in the air. Sparks flew each time they collided. Amazing. But I don't think you can keep blocking it. Athena drew out her lightning even further. The speed at which she thrust the spear became faster and faster. It was as if she was scattering multiple spears at the same time. What? How can he? A look of amazement gradually appeared on the faces of the mercenaries. This was because Damien was blocking all of those countless attacks, with the blade, hilt, pommel, and so on. He was blocking the spear with various parts of the sword. As a result, Athena was not able to land a single effective attack. Athena was just as surprised. She had been attacking intending to corner Damien, but all of her attacks were being blocked. It was as if he was reading her mind. You're really amazing. After a moment of surprise, Athena rejoiced like a child. Athena was born with an overwhelming talent. That's why she had never been able to find a proper rival until now. Her peers were much weaker than her, and she had quickly surpassed those who were much stronger than her. That's why, in Athena's eyes, other people looked like animals. The only person who was not like that was her father, but today she met a new person. It was Damien. I don't know how long it's been since I had this much fun, so can I go a little rougher? Athena's movements changed. She transformed into a lightning bolt and began to envelop Damien's surroundings. Every time Athena moved, afterimages made of lightning were created around Damien. The moment the number reached 10, the afterimages charged towards Damien. They had no physical strength, but since they were made of lightning, they were a technique that could cause an electric shock if they even touched him. What a troublesome technique! Murmuring thus, Damien swung his sword at the afterimages. So this is it. Athena felt a great sense of regret. Those clones were designed to explode with thunder power the moment they were cut. In other words, Damien's chosen method of destruction was wrong. It was at that moment that Athena made her judgment. The afterimages that Damien had cut did not explode and instead scattered into the air. What? It was not a mistake. The afterimages he had cut did not explode. This was because he had cut the center of the afterimages precisely, preventing the lightning from exploding and causing them to simply scatter. Wow! A smile spread across Athena's mouth. This was the first time she had ever fought someone who could match her like this. Joy filled her heart. She wanted to enjoy this moment for as long as possible. This was the first time she had an opponent she could go all out against. However, the honor of her father was at stake in this battle. She had to finish it now and claim the victory. Athena prepared her final blow. She gripped the spear with both hands and poured her lightning into it. The spear, which had absorbed her lightning to the limit, glowed red-hot. "This is the end." Athena thrust out the spear. The lightning compressed in the weapon was released in an instant, ultimate technique, splitting thunder destruction. The released lightning split into 6 branches and engulfed Damien. Each one possessed immense power. At the moment she was convinced of her victory, Athena saw it. Damien's entire body was glowing red. At the same time, his body disappeared. The first time she blinked, the 6 bolts of lightning had reduced to 4. The next time she blinked, the 4 bolts of lightning had reduced to 2. The third time she blinked, there were no more bolts of lightning left. Instead, Damien was right in front of her. Even with her senses heightened by lightning, she had not noticed him approaching. Without even giving Athena a chance to counterattack, Damien swung his sword down. Excellent. That was the emotion Damien felt as he received Athena's attack. Of course, there were many areas where she was lacking compared to her past self. However, considering her young age, her skills were terrifying. Her eyes are the same as her previous life. Athena's pupils sparkled like stars. Looking at those eyes, memories of the past surfaced in his mind. And that's why it was painful. Damien felt a sense of guilt towards everyone he had driven to misfortune. He wanted to atone for everyone who had died by his hand. Strictly speaking, it wasn't Damien's fault. Back when he was a Death Knight, Damien was a slave who could only follow Darugo's orders, having lost control of his own body. But even thinking that didn't ease Damien's mind. "Athena Hopper, you lost everything because of me." On her way to becoming the second mercenary king, she lost her father because of Damien. She wanted revenge, but it failed because of Damien, and that wasn't all. She was captured by Rubia, the mastermind behind the destruction of her mercenary company, and after suffering all sorts of horrific humiliation, she lost her life. It wasn't difficult to imagine how bitter she must have felt at the moment of her death. The same was true for Damien. One of the reasons Damien came looking for the Fafnir mercenary company was to atone for his sins to her. "This is the last one." Athena thrust out her spear. 6 bolts of lightning engulfed Damien. Damien briefly admired the technique that possessed immense power. "You've shown me something great, so now it's my turn to teach you a thing or two." Damien activated the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. As his whole body burned, his physical abilities skyrocketed. He took a step forward. Accelerating explosively, he cut down one of the lightning bolts with his sword. The lightning that should have turned the ground into a mess was nullified in vain. Damien continued to advance, cutting down the lightning bolts one after another. When all the lightning bolts were gone, Damien stood before Athena. He swung his sword down at Athena, but he stopped just short of cutting her throat. The blade of the sword stopped next to Athena's neck. In that moment, a heavy silence enveloped the entire world. Damien sheathed his sword and spoke to Athena. "I win, do you admit it?" Athena nodded in a daze. The moment Damien's victory was confirmed, the mercenaries cheered in unison. Even though he was an outsider, Damien's final move was enough to excite the mercenaries. Damien put away the sword and enjoyed the cheers of the mercenaries. "Every time I see them, I'm reminded that they're a great mercenary group." Just by listening to their voices, you could tell how thoroughly trained they were. Suddenly, Damien noticed that Athena's face was flushed red. Was she sick? There was no way she could have been injured. As Damien looked at Athena with a puzzled expression, "Perfect," Athena muttered in a small voice. "Handsome, what are you talking about?" "That, how can I say that with my own mouth?" Athena let out a shrill scream and turned to run away. "It seems that Athena from this time has a bit of a problem mentally," Damien muttered with a dumbfounded expression. Heh." Amidst the cheers, the mercenary king was so shocked that he could not say a word. "Athena, my greatest pureblood, has lost." The mercenary king knew well where his bloodline originated from: dragon. The apex of all living beings under the heavens. That extinct creature was his father. That's why the mercenary king was so proud of his bloodline. That's why he gathered the outstanding children among his descendants and named them pureblood. But now those purebloods, his children, had been defeated by that one man. This can't be happening, this shouldn't be happening." The emotions the mercenary king was feeling right now were truly complex. He was shocked and horrified. And then anger flared up. "Damien Haksen, you insolent." But the last emotion he felt was completely unexpected. "I'm intrigued." Greed, the desire to possess that limitless talent, surged within him. He had never thought for a moment that he, a man, would desire another man. The possessiveness grew in an instant, snowballing out of control. Even the mercenary king could not control it. Dragons were creatures with a possessiveness that bordered on obsession. The mercenary king, who had inherited their blood, was no exception. "How I can recruit that man into my mercenary group?" Considering Damien's personality, he would not be easy to win over. "Isn't there some way to do it?" The mercenary king stroked his chin and pondered. "That's right, that's it. A sly smile slowly spread across the mercenary king's lips. Perhaps it was because of his young appearance, he looked like a mischievous boy who had come up with a naughty prank. At that time, there was one more person who was interested in Damien. Rubia, the concubine who was favored by the mercenary king, was looking at Damien with a strange look in her eyes. A genius that surpasses the blood of the dragon. Is this even possible? She had approached the mercenary king early on, coveting the blood of the dragon. After all, in the current era where dragons have disappeared, the mercenary king was the only one who possessed the blood of the dragon. That's why the value of the mercenary king's bloodline was immeasurable, so much so that she had used it as bait to lure several dark mages from Pandemonium. I thought he was just a crazy man at first, but if he had that kind of skill, it was a different story. Didn't he say that he was looking for outstanding souls to create Death Knights? He was traveling the continent in search of souls that would satisfy him, in order to create a Death Knight that could lead all wars to victory. If she offered him a soul that he would be satisfied with, she would surely receive his great favor. Perhaps she would even be able to learn dark magic that surpassed her teachers. Handling men is easy for me. Lust gleamed in Rubia's eyes. Chapter 159, A New Foundation Part 1. The day after the duel, Damien had a private audience with the mercenary king in his quarters. After sitting down inside the quarters, the mercenary king didn't say anything for several minutes. He just stared at Damien with a sullen expression. Then the mercenary king suddenly opened his mouth. Earlier, what was it? It was really, great. Anyway, the mercenary king stammered and couldn't finish his sentence. Gee, great, no, what was so great about it? It was nothing, that's right, it was nothing, the mercenary king roared. Damien looked at him strangely. I understand, so please give me the promised reward. At Damien's request, the mercenary king snorted. Don't worry, I'm not going to take it back. I'm a man who keeps his promises. The mercenary king opened a subspace and took out a small glass bottle. As soon as the glass bottle came out, the temperature inside the quarters dropped instantly. When he put the glass bottle down, even the table started to frost over. This is 3 drops of Mithra holy water, this should be enough. At those words, Damien's ears seemed to perk up. Mithra holy water was a potion that was created 1 drop every 100 years in a deep cave in the extreme polar region. It was a great item that ranked at the top of all potions with yin properties. It's more than enough. Mithra holy water had an extremely yin property, so it was a dangerous item that could freeze all of one's internal organs and kill them if ingested carelessly. He seems to want to make me suffer. A figure like the mercenary king would probably have several other potions that were similar in level to Mithra holy water but were safer. The fact that he gave him Mithra holy water anyway showed that he wanted to torment Damien. I will use it well. Damien put the Mithra holy water into his subspace. Even though it would be difficult to consume it right away, he would be able to think of a way if he pondered it calmly. I'll let you choose the mana cultivation technique yourself. Just wait a moment. The mercenary king took out a large brass key from his bosom and turned it in the air. Then a small door appeared in the air. Damien couldn't help but be surprised at the sight. Is that perhaps a relic? Originally, subspaces could only be used to store objects, not for people to enter. This was because the subspace technology that modern mages could handle was limited to that extent. However, there were some relics that could create a subspace that could be entered. Needless to say, they were extremely rare items. It was impossible to obtain them even if you tried. You have good eyes. Then let's go in. Damien entered the subspace with the mercenary king. Inside, there were rows of bookshelves that reached up to the ceiling, and they were filled with books. A quick glance at the books showed that there were a variety of genres, including novels, encyclopedias, and history books. This is an amazing place, Damien exclaimed in genuine admiration. He had thought that his father's study in Spring Castle was spacious, but compared to this place, it seemed small. Reading is my hobby. When I have nothing to do, I sit here and read books. It's the joy of my life. It was an unusual hobby for a man known for his love of women. From here on, it's all mana cultivation techniques. I'll let you read the title and the first page. Choose the one you want and take it. Damien took out the mana cultivation techniques on the shelves and looked at them one by one. There were some made of paper, but also some made of leather, parchment, and even stone tablets. This is amazing. It's really amazing. Even after reading just one page, he could get a rough idea. What purpose was this mana cultivation technique created for? What principles does it contain? They were all of high level. They were all written after years of experience and research. It's really worthy of the mercenary king's study. I wish I could take them all. Suddenly, a strange object caught Damien's eye. It was not a book or parchment. It was a fist-sized crystal. Inside the crystal, 3 rings were stacked one above the other. Damien stared at the crystal. Surprisingly, even with Damien's eyes, he could not figure out the secret contained in the crystal. You seem to be curious about that. The mercenary king, who had approached at some point, said to Damien. What is this? It was the previous generation's Imperial Supreme Sword who made it before he died. He said that if you can unlock the secret hidden in this crystal, you will gain knowledge that surpasses his own. The Empire was the largest power ruling the continent. The most powerful force supporting it was the Knights. The Empire produced tens of thousands of knights every year. That meant that there were also many masters produced by the Empire. Even the Church and the Fafnir mercenary group had to bow down to the Empire. That's why the title of Imperial Supreme Sword was considered to be on par with the title of World's Best Swordsman. You have an amazing item. Actually, it's not that great. No one has been able to unlock its secret for hundreds of years, so I bought it cheaply when it was floating around the black market. If even Damien couldn't figure it out, what about others? It seemed that everyone had considered it to be the Imperial Supreme Sword's prank and had ignored it, which was why it had ended up here. It seems you're interested in that crystal. I recommend you choose something else. The Mercenary King was right. It would be wise to choose another mana cultivation technique. After all, even if he did unlock the secret, it might be a mana cultivation technique that was useless to Damien. But Damien couldn't take his eyes off the crystal, or to be more precise, the rings inside the crystal. I'll take this. What, are you crazy? The Mercenary King asked in surprise. Damien nodded. Yes, I'm drawn to it. The Mercenary King thought for a moment and then said, well, there's no point in me telling you what to do as you please. Damien thanked him and took the crystal. Then I'll be going now. After leaving the library, Damien was about to return to his quarters. Wait a minute, I still have something to talk to you about. The Mercenary King stopped Damien. Damien looked at him with a puzzled expression. About the Mithra holy water I gave you, you have a way to absorb it. Not yet. At Damien's answer, the Mercenary King glanced at him and said, is that so? That's perfect. I have a way to neutralize the yin properties of Mithra holy water. If you do one thing for me, I'll tell you how to do it. At those words, Damien made a tired expression. Are you going to keep doing this? What are you talking about? You're going to make another strange bet because you're sorry for the Mithra holy water and the mana cultivation technique you gave me. You're going to try to take them back. What? Who do you think I am? I don't have the slightest intention of doing that, the Mercenary King shouted, his face red. Then what are your intentions? My intentions. I'm just trying to help you as a senior. Even as he said that, the Mercenary King couldn't meet Damien's eyes. Damien looked at the Mercenary King with a very suspicious expression. I'll hear it out first and then decide. That's right. You're thinking well, the Mercenary King said with a smile. As you know, potions that concentrate energy on one side can kill you if you take them wrong, right? Damien's eyes turned a little cold. It was clear that he had given him Mithra holy water on purpose. However, if you take a potion with the opposite energy at the same time, they will neutralize each other and the risk will be greatly reduced. Not only that, but you will also be able to gain more mana. Damien nodded in agreement. Recently, there was a request from the Kingdom of Grape. They promised to give me a flower of fire if I complete the request. At the words flower of fire, Damien couldn't help but perk up his ears. The flower of fire was a special moss that grew in volcanic areas. It was known for its extreme yang energy, so much so that even ordinary people would get burned if they touched it. It's a legendary potion, though it's a bit lower in rank than Mithra holy water. But I received another request from another place. I don't have enough manpower to take on both requests. If you help me complete the request from the Kingdom of Grape, I'll give you the flower of fire. From Damien's point of view, it was a risk-free request. On the contrary, it was a very good opportunity. It was not easy to obtain a precious potion like the flower of fire. Fine, but first you need to tell me what the request is. Recently, a plague has been spreading in the Kingdom of Grape. They asked us to kill the undead that have naturally spawned in the plague area. Undeads were not always created by dark magic. They could also occur naturally in places filled with death and corpses. It must be quite dangerous if it's worth a flower of fire. It is said that it injured 2 high-class people and escaped. There were even reports that it had the upper hand throughout the fight. A newly created undead had the upper hand against 2 high-class people. Wait, an undead that naturally occurred in the Kingdom of Grape. Damien recalled a past memory. He happened to know one undead that fit those 2 conditions. Fenrir. It was one of the beasts of destruction that had caused great damage to humanity during the War of Destruction. A huge size that easily surpassed the walls, leather that even bounced off magic and aura. Numerous castles collapsed under Fenrir's attack. It was originally a naturally occurring undead, but the dark mages of Pandemonium captured it and presented it to Dorugo. After recognizing Fenrir's potential, Dorugo personally modified it. Soon, Fenrir was reborn as a monster among monsters. All right, I'll take the request. Fenrir was a being that had to be eliminated for the future. Damien decided to accept the Mercenary King's request. You made the right choice, the Mercenary King said with a satisfied expression at his answer. Chapter 160, A New Foundation Part 2. Damien returned to his quarters and took a closer look at the crystal he had taken from the Mercenary King's study. No matter how hard he looked, he could not figure out its secret. I wish I could at least take a closer look at the structure of the ring. The reason Damien couldn't take his eyes off the crystal was because of the ring inside it. The structure was not only incredibly complex but also intricately woven. Even with Damien's knowledge, he couldn't figure out how this ring was made. Should I just break the crystal? Maybe I'll be able to figure something out if I absorb the mana stored inside. Suddenly, a realization flashed through his mind. Damien immediately grabbed the crystal tightly. As the crystal shattered, the mana stored inside was released. The mana floated into the air and began to intertwine, forming a ring. As if to show someone the whole process was very detailed and meticulous. I see, this was the right way. This crystal was no different from an egg. You couldn't get anything by just watching it. You had to break the shell to be able to eat the contents. What a tricky trick. Who would dare to think of breaking the legacy left by the Imperial Supreme Sword? They wouldn't have been able to bear to do such a thing, even if they wanted to. Damien slowly observed the ring. Time passed without him realizing it. As expected, this is worthy of the legacy left by the Imperial Supreme Sword. The knowledge left by the Imperial Supreme Sword was the mana cultivation technique. Originally, mana was stored in the human body and circulated like blood. The Imperial Supreme Sword tried to create a separate storage space by forming a ring in the body. No, this isn't just a storage space. It should be called a new organ. The ring was not only used to store magic power. During battle, it could be used to release mana and dramatically increase output. The more rings there were, the more mana output increased. The surprising thing was that it could greatly reduce the risk while increasing the output. Originally, if the output of mana was increased too much, it would put a great burden on the body, and in severe cases, it could even cripple the user. However, by mastering this mana cultivation technique, the burden on the body could be transferred to the ring. Even if something went wrong, only the ring would be damaged or destroyed, and the user's body would be safe. To think of such an idea, it's really amazing. I don't know if it's the previous generation or the previous generation, but it's definitely worthy of the Imperial Supreme Sword. None of the mana cultivation techniques in the Mercenary King's study are better than this. This mana cultivation technique is enough for me to use as my foundation. One of the two pieces that Damien needed to reach Master Class was in place. But it's not fun to just learn it like this. The idea itself was fresh, but Damien still saw room for improvement. He planned to disassemble and modify it in his own way and further develop some parts. If possible, he wanted to integrate it with the mana cultivation technique he had already learned. And so, Damien spent the whole night engrossed in the mana cultivation technique. While Damien was engrossed in the mana cultivation technique, the Mercenary King was facing Athena. Well, you lost pretty badly, the Mercenary King said bluntly. Athena looked dignified even in the face of her father's ridicule. What can I do when he's so strong? The Mercenary King was at a loss for words at that. Athena was right, she had done her best. Technical perfection, judgment of the situation, etc., everything was perfect. It was just that Damien was too strong. Wait, what kind of title is that? Since when did you start calling him that? The Mercenary King roared. Athena quietly blushed. I decided to call him that from today. Don't tell me you've already gotten that close to that guy. At the Mercenary King's question, Athena's face darkened rapidly. That was enough of an answer. The Mercenary King clicked his tongue. Now that I look at it, you were just beating the drum and jangling the gong by yourself. Did you really inherit my blood? Why are you acting so coy? If I had inherited your blood, I would have dragged men into my quarters every day. Cough. The Mercenary King was speechless at Athena's counterattack. Anyway, you like that guy, right? That's good, I feel the same way. At that, Athena jumped up in surprise. Dad, even so, I don't think it's right to touch men. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm saying I like his skills and talent, the Mercenary King shouted angrily. Only then did Athena sit back down in relief. I made a proposal to that guy. I told him I'd give him an elixir if he could solve the request that came from the Grape Kingdom. So, I'm going to send you and that guy, just the two of you, on that request. Do a good job. At that, Athena's eyes widened. She hugged the Mercenary King's neck and rejoiced. Thank you, Dad. Don't say things you don't mean, the Mercenary King grumbled. Contrary to his words, his expression was not so bad. When do we leave? Tomorrow. Then I should hurry up and get ready. I'll see you later. Athena ran out of the room like a shot. The Mercenary King looked at the door with a bittersweet expression. That girl, she's exactly like her mother. The way she looked at only one man was exactly the same. What would she have said if she had been alive and seen her daughter's actions? Suddenly, he felt a gloomy feeling. The Mercenary King was lost in thought for a while. Some time had passed. Mr. Hopper, I'm here. Someone entered the tent. Hopper's face broke into a smile as soon as he saw the woman. Rubia. Why are you so late? Do you know how long I've been waiting? The mercenary king hugged Rubia as soon as she entered. Rubia let out a short scream and hugged the mercenary king back. Athena left. What did you call me for? It's nothing big, you don't need to worry about it. Rubia's eyes changed slightly at the mercenary king's answer. It's disappointing when you say that. A sweet scent wafted from Rubia's body. The mercenary king's eyes became hazy as he inhaled the scent. Can't you tell me? I think that girl likes Damien, so I gave them some time alone. Unlike before, the mercenary king readily spilled the beans. Rubia's expression became interesting when she heard that. How about this? A request came from the Grape Kingdom this time. I'm thinking of sending those two there. Rubia's expression changed strangely at the mention of the Grape Kingdom. Let's talk about that later, let's enjoy ourselves for now. The mercenary king pulled Rubia towards him. Rubia pretended to be reluctant and followed the mercenary king's hand to the bed. That night, Rubia quietly slipped out of bed. The mercenary king was sleeping naked on the bed. Rubia came out and melted into the darkness. When she reached a quiet place with no people around, she whispered, "Kardec." The darkness solidified and a man appeared, wrapped head to toe in black bandages. "Did you sleep with that guy again?" The man spoke softly. His voice was like metal scraping against stone. Rubia laughed at that and patted Kardec's shoulder. "What, are you jealous again? I told you there's no other way to handle the mercenary king, right?" Kardec only gave Rubia a displeased look at her words. "More importantly, I heard Damien is going to the Grape Kingdom. Gurat is there, right? So, go and tell Gurat that a subject that he will be satisfied with is going to the Grape Kingdom, so ask him to capture it alive. You're telling me to leave your side." When Kardec spoke as if he didn't like it, Rubia hugged him tightly. "There's no one else I can ask, so I'm doing this. You know my heart, right?" Kardec disappeared into the darkness again. As soon as he disappeared, Rubia put on a tired expression. "Anyway, men. They're so easy." The next day, Damien came out to leave for the Grape Kingdom, and he got into the carriage that the Fafnir Mercenary Company had prepared in advance. However, there was already a passenger inside. Athena was sitting on the chair. "Did you also take the request?" Yeah," Athena said, lowering her head. Damien sat across from her. After a while, the carriage started. The two didn't say anything in the rattling carriage. Damien was contemplating the mana cultivation technique, and Athena was just glancing at Damien. Then suddenly, Athena rummaged through the basket she had left next to her. She took out an apple from it and started peeling it excessively. The only sound that could be heard in the quiet carriage was the clattering sound. Damien watched Athena peel the apple and was shocked. Her skill was so poor that she wasn't peeling the apple but rather chopping it up. Athena looked down at the mangled apple and was troubled. It was still edible, but it didn't look very good. After contemplating for a while, Athena put the apple scraps back in the basket, and she took out a second apple. Athena looked at the apple with a determined look. Damien had a bad feeling that she was going to butcher this apple as well. "Let me see." Damien took the apple and the peeler from her, and he peeled it off with skillful hands. Athena's eyes widened as she watched the thinly sliced peel come off. "Plate." Athena immediately took out a wooden plate from the basket and handed it over. Damien cut the apple into nice pieces and placed them on the plate. Damien picked up a piece of apple and put it in his mouth. Athena just stared at him blankly. "What are you doing not eating? Can I eat it too?" "It's the apple you brought." Athena also took a piece of apple and ate it, she said, blushing slightly. It's really delicious. It tastes like an apple, but it's still delicious." Athena smiled and said, not knowing what was so good about it. After several days of continuous travel, the carriage crossed the border of the Grape Kingdom. "How much further do we have to go?" "We're almost there. The area where the undead appeared is close to the border." As Athena said that, a scream suddenly came from outside. Damien and Athena opened the window at the same time and looked outside. A fortress in the distance was being attacked by a monster. The monster's appearance was reminiscent of a wolf. It was only different in that it was the size of a house and its body was made of rotting flesh. Fenrir, it was smaller than in his previous life, but it was definitely it. The monster that would be called the Beast of Destruction in the future was right before his eyes. "Don't stop, keep that thing away. Rocks, bring rocks, we need to stop it even a little." The people on the wall threw rocks at Fenrir, however it didn't affect Fenrir at all. Fenrir continued to pound on the wall. "I never thought I'd meet you so soon." Damien exchanged glances with Athena. The two of them simultaneously jumped out of the carriage. Chapter 161, Fenrir Part 1. As Damien rushed out, Fenrir struck the wall again. The wall caved in and was pushed back. Oh no, it seemed like the wall would completely collapse if it was hit one more time. To stop Fenrir, Damien raised his mana. His running speed increased rapidly as mana spread throughout his body. Feeling Damien's mana, Fenrir stopped trying to hit the wall and turned its head. Its pale eyes stared blankly at Damien. A wolf made of rotting flesh under the bright sunlight. It was a bizarre and eerie sight. Perhaps he felt this way because the undead before him was Fenrir. After all, that guy was called the Beast of Destruction in his previous life and dyed the world in blood. Athena, I'll cut off that bastard's body. You thrust your lightning into it. However, being called the Beast of Destruction was a story of the future. Currently, Fenrir had not yet been modified by Darugo, and it had not been born long ago. Damien could handle it alone, but he had no intention of being careless. He wanted to make sure to kill it off. Did you just give me an order? Why, don't like it. Damien turned to look at Athena and was taken aback. Athena was smiling brightly. Do you need me? I guess you could say that, just trust me. Athena raised her lightning. He was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the lightning bursting out. Wasn't she releasing too much? Grrr. At that moment Fenrir bared its teeth and growled. It raised its hindquarters and lowered its head. It seemed like it was about to charge. Ow! Fenrir let out a loud cry. At the same time, it pushed off the ground with all four legs and charged, in the opposite direction of Damien. Damien was confused as he watched Fenrir run away. An undead of that level would run away even though its prey was right in front of it. It wasn't even just running away. It was running away with all its might. Then it suddenly melted into the shadows and disappeared. Dark Assimilation, it was a special ability that only Fenrir possessed. In his previous life, Fenrir could use that ability to hide or create clones, allowing him to use a variety of combat tactics. He even used his unique ability to run away. Damien muttered in disbelief and stopped. Athena had a similar expression. While the two were bewildered, the gate of the fortress opened and people rushed out from inside. The people surrounded Damien and Athena and cheered. Oh my gosh, thank you. Thanks to you two we were able to save our lives. A middle-aged man walked out from among the people. Judging from the high-quality silk clothes he was wearing, he seemed to be the Lord. I can't thank you enough. If it's not too much of an imposition, may I know where you noble guests come from? We came from the Fafnir Mercenary Company. We came to kill that undead. I heard the edict was issued to the entire region. It said that warriors from the Fafnir Mercenary Company would come, so we should treat them with the utmost hospitality. The Lord's face suddenly brightened. Come in, we will prepare a place for you two to rest. I'm sorry, but we have to chase after Fenrir. At those words, the Lord grabbed Damien's hand tightly. Please, I beg of you. If you two leave and that monster comes back. The Lord spoke with a terrified face. Having seen the danger of Fenrir firsthand, it was only natural for him to be so afraid. Damien looked at Athena. This was not a matter he could decide on his own. I think it would be better for us to rest for now. We need to unpack our things and find out the circumstances of our return. Athena had a point. Damien decided to accept the Lord's invitation for now. Come this way, the Lord led the two of them excitedly. Damien, who was following behind, asked, I only see soldiers, don't you have any knights? To my shame, yes. We are not wealthy enough to hire knights, the Lord said with an embarrassed look. Then you must have suffered a lot of damage from the undead. Fortunately, no one died. There are a few injuries, but the wounds were not serious. It's really a blessing, isn't it? Damien felt a great sense of doubt at the Lord's answer. No one was injured even though an undead like Fenrir attacked. It was something that Damien's common sense could not understand. Come to think of it, it's also strange that the fortress was intact until we arrived. The current Fenrir should be able to capture this level of fortress quickly. Although weaker than in his previous life, the current Fenrir was still a formidable monster. He was so strong that he could hold his own against two high-class individuals from the Grape Kingdom. With that level of strength, it would be normal for him to capture this small fortress in an instant. And come to think of it, he didn't show any killing intent when he met my eyes. The Fenrir that Damien remembered was the embodiment of violence. He tried to destroy everything he saw. He was so difficult to control that he even devoured several of his allied dark mages. In comparison, the current Fenrir was significantly less aggressive. He was even gentle enough to be called docile. He's far from the Fenrir I know. In that case, it was clear that something had changed since he was being used by the dark mages. What on earth had happened to make him so ferocious? Damien was filled with deep questions. It was a bizarre sight. A large shadow glided across the ground, even though there was nothing to obscure the light. The shadow was headed for a large forest. As soon as it entered the shadow of the forest, something sprang out of it. A huge creature began to run through the forest. It seemed to be in a hurry, as if it was being chased by something. Ow! It ran through the dense forest thinking. All it could think about was running away as far as possible. The wolf's mind was filled with the image of the human male who had just charged at it. The sense of oppression it felt from that human male was more frightening than any enemy the wolf had ever faced. Human, scary, too scary. Come to think of it, it had always been like this. Humans would see it and call it dirty and ugly, and they would torment it. They would kick it and step on its head. Blood would flow from its mouth, but no one would stop. Its whole body was in so much pain that it couldn't move. But with the will to live, it crawled on the ground looking for food. But at least then there were no humans who really wanted to kill it. Humans are bad. After its body grew, every human it met tried to kill it. Last time, two incredibly scary humans had stabbed its body. The wolf struggled to survive and barely managed to escape. After running for a while, the wolf finally stopped when it reached the depths of the forest. The wolf gathered the fallen leaves on the ground. It lay down on them and curled up into a ball. Master, I couldn't find you again this time. The wolf had been wandering around, chasing the scent it missed. That's why it attacked the fortress. The scent of its master wafted from the fortress. It ran over there happily, but the humans didn't open the door. It slammed its body against the wall to protest, asking them to open it. Master, where are you? The wolf closed its eyes. Then the image of its master slowly dissipate. A small human, a human who was as skinny as it was. The only human who didn't torment it. Munchai, do you know what I brought today? I brought bread for you. As it focused its memories a little more, it could hear its master's voice. Ahahaha, you can't lick me, it tickles. Are you worried about this wound? It's okay, Dad was a little drunk yesterday. Oh, what should I do? Oh, Dad is calling me, I'll come back later. It never saw its master after that. The wolf wandered around looking for the boy. It was in pain and hungry, but it wanted to see its master more. But before it could find its master, blood gushed out of its mouth. Its whole body felt heavy as if it was soaked in water. Darkness covered its eyes. After that, when it came to its senses, its body had grown this big. Strangely enough, it was no longer in pain. No matter how much it ran, it didn't feel hungry. But it couldn't find its master. Master, I want to see you again. With a heartfelt wish, the wolf fell asleep. A sleeping undead, it seems that guy still thinks he's alive. In a place far away from the undead, a young man was looking at the undead with a telescope and said, "It's a common phenomenon when animals become undead. Unlike humans, they don't realize their situation right away." The young man took his eyes off the telescope. Then he started to write something diligently in a small notebook. Kardec looked at him with a displeased face. His whole body, including his face, was wrapped in black bandages, so it was impossible to see his expression. However, his eyes were filled with reproach. Gurrat. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Answer me quickly. Answer, oh, you're asking me to do Rubia's favor. Demi, what was his name again? Damien Haksen. Right, you want me to catch that guy? The young man, Gurrat's face showed boredom. Well, I'm not really interested in humans. Can't you just do it? I need to go back and assist Rubia quickly. Ahahat, you should really watch what you say. You're not trying to help Rubia, you're trying to impress her. You're worried that Rubia might sleep with another man while you're away. A smirk formed on Gurrat's lips. I didn't know that you, who is called the future of the Venom sect, would be so crazy about a woman and fall like this. This is why no one knows what will happen to people. Crack. Kardec gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with anger. So you're saying you won't do Rubia's favor? Hey, why are you getting angry again? I'll do it. I owe Rubia a favor anyway. Gurrat shrugged and said, thanks to the plague you gave me, such a wonderful undead was born. The plague that was sweeping through the eastern region of the Grape Kingdom was none other than the one that Kardec had created. But I have to take care of my own business first. Saying so, Gurrat brought the telescope to his face. I really want to see how that guy becomes a complete undead. Chapter 162, Fenrir Part 2. As they entered the fortress, the smell of death wafted through the air. Every resident they saw had their mouths covered with cloth. Some were carrying bodies on stretchers. It seems the plague is still severe. The entire eastern region is in this state. Our fortress is still one of the better ones. It's much worse further inside. The Lord spoke with a dark expression in response to Damien's question. People call this plague the Three Nights' Dream. Once infected, they suffer from extreme fever and nightmares for 3 days before losing their lives. Damien looked into the distance. There people were digging pits and burning corpses. I envy the knights at times like this. They say knights are hardly affected by diseases, right? The Lord's statement was half right and half wrong. Knights could also be infected with diseases. However, their high level of mana increased their immunity, making it seem insignificant to ordinary people. High-class knights like Damien and Athena could be considered completely immune. That was why the mercenary king had sent them here without any specific countermeasures. Will you tell me about that undead from before? Ah, you mean that wolf monster. We've known about it for a month now. It suddenly appeared from a pile of corpses. Judging by its appearance, it seemed that the soul of a wolf had fused with the surrounding corpses due to its lingering desires, resulting in the birth of an undead. At first, all the nobles of the East tried to subjugate it together, but they ended up with dozens of casualties. Even with more than 10 knights involved, they couldn't even scratch that monster. The Lord shivered. After that, His Majesty the King dispatched Lord Ophius and Lord Ballet, but even those two high-classes were unable to defeat the monster. A newly born undead was bound to be weak, as it hadn't yet grasped its own situation. Despite that, the nobles of the East were unable to subjugate Fenrir. It was truly worthy of being called the Beast of Destruction in the future. You two came here to subjugate that monster, right? Even with the plague, things are already grim, but everyone is on the verge of death because of that monster. Please subjugate that monster as soon as possible." Just as the Lord spoke with a pleading tone, a voice rang out from beyond the walls of the fortress. "Is Baron Burra here?" The Lord turned his head towards the source of the voice. "That voice is, excuse me for a moment." Saying so, the Lord approached the gate. He instructed the soldiers to open the gate. The gate slowly rose as the drawbridge lowered. Then a dozen armored knights came into view. The Lord Baron Burra was greatly surprised to see the two knights at the forefront, Lord Ophius and Lord Ballet. "Ha ha ha, Burra. How have you been, Burra? It's good to see you. We meet again." Ophius and Ballet. They were none other than the high class of the Grape Kingdom who had been severely injured and forced to withdraw from the subjugation of Fenrir. Those who had once failed to subjugate Fenrir had now reappeared in this region. I have a bad feeling about this," Athena muttered in a small voice. Damien agreed with her sentiment. "How did you two get here? I heard you were recuperating. How could we lie down after being insulted by that wolf cub?" "That's right, that's why we're here to finish off that monster this time." The two knights' faces were filled with anger. It seemed that their defeat by Fenrir had been that humiliating. "We came here because we needed a base before fighting that monster. We'll stay here for a while even if it's shameless." The Lord made a troubled expression at the two knights' words. "Why are you doing this? We plan to pay the price, so don't worry about it." Just then the two high-class noticed Damien and Athena. The knights' eyes changed instantly. Ophius asked the Baron, "Who are those two?" "They are mercenaries from the Fafnir Mercenary Company, hired by His Majesty to subjugate the undead." Baron hesitated as he spoke. The two men's expressions changed at his words. "The Fafnir Mercenary Company? Yes, I remember. His Majesty said he would make that decision. I didn't expect them to arrive so soon." The two knights approached Damien and Athena. Baron tried to stop them, but it was no use. "I'm called Jim Ophius. This is Richard Ballet." At their words, Athena whispered in Damien's ear, "Ophius is a duke and Ballet is a marquis." Both men were high-class knights and high-ranking nobles. This meant that they had a great deal of influence in the Grape Kingdom. "I'm Damien Haksen. This is Athena Hopper." Damien also revealed his and Athena's names. Athena, who was standing next to him, was excited, saying, "Damien told my whole name," but he ignored her. "Damien Haksen, Athena Hopper." The two men looked at Damien and Athena with surprise. "Are you the Damien Hansen, the genius of the Apple Kingdom? Why is a knight of the Apple Kingdom in the Fafnir Mercenary Corps? If it's Hopper, then it must be the Mercenary King's family name. Are you the pureblood?" The two quickly realized Damien and Athena's identities. However, their attitude did not change significantly. "I don't know what your circumstances are, but I'm grateful that you came to help solve the kingdom's problem. However, now that we're here, you two are no longer needed. You may leave." Ophius spoke in an arrogant tone. Ballet, who was standing next to him, also added a word. "We came here to restore the honor we lost to that undead. If you interfere with us, we will not be gentlemanly." Saying so, Ballet slowly brought his hand closer to the hilt of his sword. Damien clicked his tongue inwardly. He had not expected to be interrupted in this way. Of course, Damien had no intention of following the two men's demands. They're just saying they don't like it. Seeing the two men's oppressive attitude, his rebellious spirit began to stir. The problem is that these two are high-ranking nobles. There is an old saying that even a dog eats more than half when it is in its own yard. Since this was the territory of the Grape Kingdom, they couldn't simply ignore their demands. Doing so might lead to significant repercussions. The reason they could assertively come forward despite knowing Damien and Athena's status was precisely because of that. It was at that moment when Damien was contemplating. "I can't just do that," Athena suddenly spoke up. The two men looked at her with bewilderment. "It seems the youngster doesn't understand. I'm a high-class duke of the Grape Kingdom. If you don't comply with our demands, our Fafnir Mercenary Company has been officially commissioned by your king. If you want us to leave, tell your king. He'll have to pay the cancellation fee." Athena spoke sharply. "If that's not the case, then you have no authority to command us." "This insolent brat, our Fafnir Mercenary Company always completes its contracts no matter what. If you don't like it," Athena's presence emitted intense determination. "Are you going to oppose the Fafnir Mercenary Company?" Upon her words, the two high-class individuals could only remain silent. Apart from the Empire and the Church, there was hardly anywhere that could stand against the Fafnir Mercenary Company. However, these two were dukes of the Grape Kingdom, and the Grape Kingdom was their domain. "If you won't step back, then there's no choice but to persuade you through force." Ophius and Ballet gripped their weapons. Athena's determination grew stronger. "Damien, don't worry, I'll handle this." Saying so, Athena turned to Damien. Then she was taken aback by his expression. Damien was smiling brightly. "Ah, I didn't think of that." Behind Damien now stood the Fafnir Mercenary Company. There was hardly a more formidable background in the world than the Empire and the Crutch. In other words, it meant there would be no problem in confronting these two directly. That's why people need backup. Damien opened subspace and pulled out something. Seeing what Damien had taken out, Ophius and Ballet, the two high-class individuals couldn't help but wear grim expressions. What's that? Oh, this. Damien tapped his palm with the club. Say hello, it's the teacher of manners here to correct your arrogance. What nonsense is this? Ah, you don't have to understand right now. You'll naturally come to understand eventually. Really? How dare you lay a hand on us? This guy must be insane. Sir Ophius, I've seen enough, let's teach him a lesson. With that, Ballet shouted as he attempted to draw his sword. However, that was as far as Ballet could go. Before the sword could be fully drawn, Damien swung the club downwards. Ballet was struck by the club and slammed his head into the ground. Bonk. Richard Ballet, Ophius shouted in confusion. He looked at Damien and yelled, "What is this madness?" Bonk. The entire field of vision was filled with something fuzzy. Before realizing what it was, a dull impact struck his head. Ophius, like Ballet, also slammed his head onto the ground. Gaak, both high class, almost simultaneously grabbed their heads and struggled to get up. This lunatic, how dare a mercenary like him attack a duke? This won't just be overlooked. Athena, standing nearby, also looked at Damien in astonishment. Damien, even if it's you, this is. While the Fafnir mercenary company might be stronger than the Grape Kingdom, there was still a line not to be crossed. A mercenary hired for a contract attacking a duke first, that was unheard of. So Athena stopped short of threatening the two. You'll pay dearly for this. Pay what pay? That for our heads, huh? Ophius felt around his head and realized something strange. There were no injuries. Despite expecting blood to flow from a cracked head, his hair felt smooth. There wasn't even swelling. What's going on? With a bewildered expression, Ophius looked at Damien. Damien tapped his palm with the club and said, "Now listen to me. Let's not try to snatch others' bowls after failing once." Nonsense. Ophius and Ballet swung their swords at Damien. They displayed a surprisingly coordinated skill in attacking together. Damien deflected their swords with the club. The two swords swung in different directions. Damien again struck the club toward their foreheads, twice each, bonk, bonk. Bonk, bonk, the crisp sound resonated 4 times. Chapter 163, Bundle Part 3. With a brisk sound, the heads of the two high-class knights hit the ground. This time, neither of them could raise their heads. They could only lie on the ground, trembling. I guess I used too much strength without realizing it. Thanks to the technique of the personality corrector, the strict punishment, they were not injured, but the pain was so strong that both of them passed out. Still, it feels so good after rehabilitating someone. Damien put the club into his subspace with a satisfied expression. "You there," Damien said, pointing behind him. The knights that the two high-class knights had brought with them looked at Damien in fear. "Get these guys out of here right now." At Damien's command, the knights hurriedly supported the two high-class knights and quickly ran out of the castle. "They won't be able to bark again," Damien said with satisfaction and turned his head, but then he saw Athena looking at him with a rather strange expression. "Why? Ah, no. I just thought you were a scarier person than I thought," Athena added with a sheepish tone, "but I think that kind of look is cool too." Damien looked at Athena with a face that said, "What are you talking about?" After being carried away by the knights, Ophius and Ballet opened their eyes after a while. What? The two knights got up and looked around. Only then did they realize that they were lying in a carriage. "Why are we here?" Ophius muttered with a bewildered face. At that, the other knights came running and said, "Lord Ophius, you're awake. You were knocked unconscious after being hit by that monsters. No, Damien Haksen's club." Ophius and Ballet looked at each other. High-class knights like themselves were knocked unconscious with just one blow from a club. It was a story they could hardly believe. "I see." Just then Ballet spoke up. He spoke with a determined look in his eyes. "We were too careless." What do you mean? Think about it. Did you think we would be attacked in Baron Burra's castle? No. Because we were too careless, our bodies and minds were relaxed. That's why we couldn't react to that guy's club. The surrounding knights looked speechless. No matter how you looked at it, that didn't seem to be the case. Indeed, however, Ophius took Ballet's words seriously. "It seems we were too careless. We need to reflect on ourselves." "That's right. If we had been in our normal state, we would have been able to defeat that bastard in an instant." Ophius and Ballet nodded. Although it was nothing more than self-rationalization, the two did not feel shame at all. "By the way, where are we going?" "We're on our way to the Fish Territory." The Fish Territory was located not far from the territory where the fight had just taken place. It was also the territory that the two knights along with Baron Burra had been considering as their base. "A wise decision. We can trust Count Fish." Just as Ophius said that, knights. Please help me," a young man ran over in a hurry from a distance. The knights stopped walking. "What is it?" Ophius asked the young man. The young man gasped for breath for a while before saying, I met an undead that looked exactly like a wolf, and my party was all killed. I barely managed to escape alive." At the mention of a wolf-like monster, Ophius and Ballet looked at each other. It was without a doubt the undead they were chasing. "You're lucky, we're on our way to kill that monster." Really? Where is that monster? Do you know the location? The young man nodded at the two men's questions. It's the forest. I saw it in the forest. I can guide you to the location. Good, lead the way. I'll let you watch us kill that monster from the front, Ophius said, patting his chest. The young man smiled in relief at his gesture. To bring such great information, I will reward you later, so tell me your name. The young man said, calming his rapid breathing. My name is Gurrat. The lens of the telescope hanging around the young man's neck glinted in the sunlight. I had a dream about Master. In the dream, I was running with Master on a forest trail in the evening. When I looked up, I saw the sky dyed red between the tall trees. I found you, Master hugged me from behind. I shook its body vigorously to try to escape from his arms. No way, I'm not letting you go. I eventually gave up and licked the Master's cheek. Master laughed out loud and released me, but I didn't leave his side. Ahahaha, it tickles, stop, stay still. When Master was happy, I was happy too. When I was happy, Master was happy too. Muncha, you know I want to be a knight. Suddenly, Master said that. I heard from the village elders that knights are incredibly strong, incredibly brave, and incredibly powerful. They say even monsters are no match for them. I didn't understand what Master was talking about at all. But I was happy just knowing that Master was happy. If I become a great person like a knight, won't my father love me too? He won't insult me anymore for being born after killing my mother. Master's face turned gloomy. My mood also became gloomy. I rubbed its face against the Master's leg. Master smiled bitterly and patted my head. Then I woke up from the dream. The world filled with red sunset was nowhere to be seen. All that was visible was the eerily cold sky and the dark shadows of the forest. Wolf stood up shakily. It looked around with dull eyes. Master, I can't see you. Even though it was a dream, perhaps because it had met Master, the empty space felt even bigger. Master, where are you? I missed the Master's voice, laughter, and the touch of the hand that stroked its fur. Wolf lowered its head and let out a small cry. Only Wolf's cries could be heard in the quiet forest. It was then. The smell of Master reached my nose. Master, I hurriedly raised my head. I turned my head in the direction of the smell. It wasn't a wrong smell. The smell of the Master was getting stronger. Master, just as I was about to run in the direction of the smell. Something flew out, tearing through the bushes. A long, invisible blade stretched out and pierced my body. Kang! It felt like it was being pierced by a red-hot iron rod. I screamed and rolled on the ground. So it really was here. Two human men walked out from between the bushes. As soon as I saw their faces, it felt a chill. They were the scary humans who had attacked it before. Why, where is the Master? I felt confused. When they first met, they didn't smell like Master. Why did both of them smell like the Master now? Ballet, this time let's cut off that bastard's head and take it back. Yes, Lord Ophius. Let's reclaim our honor. The two human men drew their swords. The blades began to glow red. As soon as Wolf saw the red glow, its body trembled. It knew very well from the previous experience how easily those red blades could cut through its body, and how much pain they would inflict. KKing, Wolf backed away, wary of the two men. The two human men snorted at its sight. A monster like you is scared. We won't be fooled by that kind of act. You must be thinking of lulling us into a false sense of security and waiting for an opportunity, just like last time. The two men simultaneously charged at Wolf. Running in different directions, the two men swung their swords at the same time. Wolf's skin was cut like water by the red-hot blades. Kang Kyung, Wolf struggled to shake off the two men. It pawed at the ground and rammed its body into trees. However, the two human men were persistent. They continued to stab Wolf's body without backing down even a bit. It hurts, it hurts. The pain was incomparable to being kicked and trampled by the humans. Every time I was cut by the red blades, it felt like my wounds were burning. As if that wasn't enough, it felt like thorns were growing inside them. Master, Master. Wolf desperately searched for his master, but no one came to protect it. Why, amidst the surging pain, the wolf wondered, why do humans always, why do they torment me, why do they only give me pain, why? I just need to find the master, I just need to see the master. Why me, master, always, whenever, every day, this bastard, you can't even move unlike last time. Lord Ophius. Let's cut off its head now. The two men swung their swords down at Master's neck from both sides. That's when it happened. Dark mana exploded from the wolf's body. A massive amount of dark mana gushed out in all directions. Wolf's dark mana was like a storm. It overturned the ground and uprooted trees. Even the two men were blown away by the storm. What is this dark mana? One of the men looked at Master with a bewildered face. Wolf raised its head. It let out a howl towards the sky. Black. No, that wasn't a howl. It was something filled with pain and anger. A horrible sound that human eardrums could not comprehend shook the entire world. Wolf lowered its head that it had raised. It glared at the two human men. Its cloudy eyes were emitting a red light. The two men froze at that overwhelming killing intent. Wolf bared its teeth at the two men. The only thought that was dominating Wolf's mind right now was one. I'm going to kill you. Anger surged. Hatred gushed out endlessly. I'm going to crush your guts with my paws. I'm going to bite off your heads. Just like what you did to me. Munchai suddenly, a familiar voice from its memory came to mind. Wolf's body froze. You're so hurt. You have to eat. They say you need to eat to get better. Are you feeling better now? The dark mana that the wolf was emitting instantly subsided. Wolf turned around. It ran in the opposite direction of the men. What is it? What the hell happened? The two men followed the wolf's back with bewildered faces. They didn't know why the undead had stopped, but it was clear that they had passed the dangerous moment. It wasn't an ordinary undead. It was a much more dangerous creature than we expected. Just as Ophius and Ballet were trembling with fear, Lord Ophius, Sir Ballet, are you both okay? Other knights ran to the two men. The two nodded as if they were fine, then suddenly they realized that one person was missing. Where's Garrot? Where's that young man? Ophius asked the knights. The knights looked around. I don't know. He was here just a moment ago. The knights said with bewildered faces. I don't know why we're bothering with this annoying task. Is there a reason why you made the knights attack the undead like this? Kardec said in a dissatisfied tone. Is there a reason why you made the knights attack the undead like this? Garrot asked, looking at the fleeing undead through his telescope. When do you think the undead will be complete? How the hell should I know? I don't touch corpses. Ahahaha, I forgot, you don't handle corpses, Garrot said with a cheerful laugh. Then I'm not going to ask a question, I'll just tell you the answer first. It's when it finds an opponent to hate. Garrot added with a regretful expression. Too bad, if it had crossed the line just a little bit more it would have been complete. Why didn't it kill those two? Garrot pondered for a moment and then opened his mouth. It seems that it's a very timid child compared to its talent. This won't do. We need to take it away and educate it separately. Garrot's eyes shone. Shall we go and retrieve it right away? Chapter 164, The Plague Investigation Part 1. After chasing away the two high-class, Damien headed towards the inner part of the eastern region. Do we really need to investigate another village? We're here to catch the undead, aren't we? Athena asked as she followed him. It was a fair question. The two of them came here to subjugate the undead, not to solve the plague. I have something to check. When Damien saw the plague-ridden corpses in the castle, he felt a familiar aura. The problem was that it was too faint to tell exactly what kind of aura it was. So Damien set out to investigate to be sure. Oh, Damien, there's a village over there, Athena pointed to the front. Damien looked at the map. It seemed to be the village that Baron had mentioned. The two of them entered the village. It was a fairly large village, but there was no sign of people. This was because everyone had left the village and evacuated, just as Baron had said. In the center of the village, there was a large hole dug. The two of them approached the hole. This is terrible, Athena muttered in a small voice as soon as she saw the inside of the hole. The hole was filled with plague-ridden corpses. They all died with expressions of pain. They say the castle was still better. That was true. Athena covered her nose with her sleeve as if she couldn't stand the smell of the corpses any longer. Damien silently observed the corpses. Although it would be invisible to Athena, Damien could see it. Dark mana was oozing out of the corpses, so the aura I felt was dark magic. This was not an ordinary plague. It was something that had been artificially created by a dark mage. It wasn't easy to create a plague with such a high level of contagion and mortality. Even if several dark mages from the Venom sect joined forces, it would take them years. Even then, there was no guarantee of success. The only time dark mages commit such a large-scale massacre is when they needed a large amount of dark mana. Dark mages would cause such horrific events. After all, dark mana can only be created when souls are in pain. Disgusting bastards. They killed so many people just to get something like dark mana. Even after death, people were not freed from suffering. They were captured by the dark mages and suffered until their souls were extinguished. It seems I was right. You people cannot be left alive. Damien looked at the child's corpse and quietly suppressed his anger. It was then. A huge burst of dark mana erupted from somewhere. Damien and Athena turned to the direction where the dark mana was felt. In the forest far away, dark mana was rising like a storm. Athena, got it. The two of them ran to the place where the dark mana was felt. However, it was already too late when they arrived at the scene. The undead was nowhere to be seen, and only the knights were there. They were familiar faces to Damien and Athena. It was Ophius and Ballet, who had been beaten and kicked out by Damien at the castle. You bastard, Ophius, who recognized Damien, shouted and pointed at him. I thought we'd meet again here. Good, I challenge you to a duel, Ophius shouted, grabbing the hilt of his sword. However, Damien had no time to spare for the likes of Orpheus. Damien could feel a faint dark mana from the two men. It wasn't just the two of them. Dark mana was oozing out of the other knights as well. Who are you with? Stop talking nonsense and draw your weapon. This time I will never let my guard down like last time. Answer me. Who are you with? There must have been someone who approached you, Damien shouted. The dark mana lingering on them was completely different from what he felt from the plague. It was much thicker and more eerie. It also had a faint smell of burnt flesh. As far as Damien knew, no ordinary dark mage could possess such dark magic. Great dark mage. Only from those called transcendents could he feel such a presence. There was a young man who found the location of the undead. Ophius, who was startled by Damien's shout, said with a trembling face, "Where is he? He suddenly disappeared, so I don't know." Damien's eyebrows furrowed. The situation was suddenly becoming tense. Fenrir already caught their attention. Presumably, the dark mage had informed the knights of the location in order to complete Fenrir as a true undead. The undead is completed by hating something. However, Fenrir was too gentle right now, so he had the knights attack Fenrir. It was to make Fenrir hate the knights. Judging from the fact that those two are still alive, it seems that the plan failed. Judging from the state of the scene, it was clear that the two knights had attacked Fenrir with all their might. Even so, Fenrir chose to flee instead of attacking the two knights. What would the dark mage have thought after seeing that? He must have given up on completing it and decided to capture it. No matter how strong Fenrir was, he was not strong enough to surpass even the great dark mage. He would surely be subdued in an instant without even being able to put up a decent resistance. He must be killed before they capture it. If the dark mage apprehended Fenrir and then left the area, it would be troublesome to pursue. Damien amplified his senses and tracked the traces of dark mana. He felt the faint continuation of the dark mana. Just as Damien was about to turn, Ophius and Ballet suddenly blocked his path. "Where do you think you're going? We have unsettled debts to clear between us. Do you think we'll just let you go like this?" Damien looked at the two with a weary expression. There was no time to deal with them now. He needed to chase after the dark mage as quickly as possible. It seems urgent. At that moment, Athena asked Damien, "Is there a reason why we need to find the undead quickly?" "Yeah, we can't afford to delay." Upon hearing that, Athena brandished her spear and said, "Then go ahead. I'll handle these guys." Damien looked at Athena with surprise. He hadn't expected her to be this cooperative. With Athena's skills, there was no need to worry. Damien decided to entrust everything to her. "All right, I'll leave it to you." Damien left Athena behind and pursued the dark mana. "Where do you think you're going? Stop right there." The two knights tried to chase after Damien. At that moment, Athena used her lighting power. With a flash of lightning, Athena appeared in front of the two knights. Athena drove her spear into the ground. As lightning struck from the sky, the ground shattered with a loud noise. The two knights recoiled in surprise. "You can't go any further." Athena pulled her spear out of the ground and said, "Damien entrusted me with this. I can't let him down, can I?" The two knights glared at Athena. "You're so arrogant. Thinking you can take on both of us alone? Even though you're the child of the mercenary king, you're incredibly arrogant." Athena sighed as if she was tired of their words. "I've encountered people like you before. People who underestimate me even though they haven't experienced what I have as a member of the purebloods." Athena used her lighting power again. White currents enveloped her body. Under the oppressive aura, the two knights could do nothing but stiffen their expressions. "After today, just hearing the name of the Fafnir Mercenary Company will make you crawl on the ground." Fenrir stopped a considerable distance away. His whole body was covered in wounds. Dark mana oozed out from between the cracked wounds. "K-kitting." Fenrir licked the wounds and groaned in pain. The wounds cut by the silver-like thing didn't regenerate quickly. It took quite a while. "K-kitting, K-kitting." Fenrir lay down on the ground. He whimpered in pain, waiting for the pain to subside. "Master, it hurts a lot." Whenever he was in pain, the master would hug him tightly with both arms. The pain seemed to subside when he felt that warmth. "Master," it was then. Once again, the master's scent wafted through the air. Fenrir jumped up in surprise. "Master. Is it master?" Fenrir turned his body in the direction of the smell. However, the person there was not the master. It was another human male. To travel this far in such a short time. "You're really a great creature." The human male looked at Fenrir and smiled brightly. Fenrir could also recognize that the human male was smiling, but why was it? Even though he was smiling, he felt a sense of foreboding. "The wounds are already regenerating there. You're definitely not an ordinary undead. At this rate, even that person will surely be satisfied." Fenrir had no idea what the human male was talking about. But even if he could understand, he wouldn't have cared. The entity's gaze was fixed on the back of a human male. "Ah, stop it, please. It hurts, please spare me, please. Please." Thousands of souls were bound in a dark line, suffering in agony. They all screamed in painful cries, pleading to be killed. The entity's gaze fell upon one soul. Can that be called a soul? Unlike other souls, its form was indistinct. It looked as if it were just a lump of ashes. Facial features were non-existent, and it was impossible to tell where the head was, yet the entity could recognize it. The scent was telling, "Master." With joy, the entity wagged its tail vigorously. "Master, I miss you," but the master didn't respond. He just floated silently in the air. "What are you looking at? Were you looking at this?" The man grabbed one of the dark lines. The master who had been floating in the air was pulled towards the man. Oh, so the soul has been destroyed, leaving only debris. That's why I don't like children's souls. They don't last long. The human male shook the master violently with his hand. As he did, the master's body began to disintegrate into dust. As the master's body dispersed, the scent faded. Eventually, no scent remained at all. Master Fenrir stared blankly at the scene. The human male spoke to the entity in a cheerful voice. Well, it's all over now. Thanks to you, I was able to find the trash quickly. Now that there's one spot left, I'll need a new soul. Dark mana erupted from the Fenrir's body. In its aftermath, the ground cracked open. The trees around shattered into pieces. The clouds in the sky tore apart. Master. People often said that Fenrir looked stupid whenever they saw it. The Fenrir agreed. It knew nothing. It was a foolish idiot who didn't even know why its master was suffering. Master. Even such stupid Fenrir could understand what had happened to its master. My master, that man killed the master. Not only did he kill him, but he also tormented him to the end. He erased him without leaving a trace. My precious master, no longer can Fenrir see its master. It's because of that man. That man took him away from me, my master. In this moment, the undead completed itself. It established the purpose of its existence. Kill. Kill the man who tormented my master. Tear apart the man who took my master away, leaving nothing behind. The entity threw back its head and let out a wail. Chapter 165, The Plague Investigation Part 2. Oh, Gurat spread his arms wide and rejoiced at the sound of the undead's cry. This dark mana, this life force, you're finally complete as an undead. Gurat was the grand dark mage of the Monstrum sect. The Monstrum sect was a sect specializing in handling monsters. As the grand dark mage of such a place, Gurat had observed countless monsters up to now. None of the monsters he had experienced so far were even a match for the undead before him. Now that you're a true undead, you need a name. What would be good? What kind of name should I give you? After a moment of thought, Gurat spoke as if he had a good idea. Fenrir. From now on, I'll call you Fenrir. Fenrir was the name of a giant wolf in the mythology of a certain ethnic group. It was the name of a monster that was said to have devoured gods and brought destruction to the world. I don't know why you hate me so much, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that you're complete. Gurat smiled brightly. The undead No Fenrir stared at the man silently, blood-red eyes and emanating killing intent. You're making a fuss because you want to kill me. That look is cute too, but it'll be inconvenient if we're going to be together for a long time. I'll give you some education. As Gurat formed a hand sign, dark lines tightly bound the souls. Kayak, it hurts. Stop, please stop. The screams of the souls grew louder. At the same time, they emitted a tremendous amount of dark mana. This was the reason why Gurat had spread the plague. It was to torture the souls after subjugating them and produce dark mana from them. Thanks to this, Gurat was able to obtain a massive amount of dark mana at any time. Let's start by creating a fence so you can't escape. Gurat used all the dark mana emitted by the souls to manifest dark magic. A dark curtain unfolded from the sky. The curtain completely isolated the area where Gurat was standing from the rest of the world. It was a high-level dark magic that sealed off a certain area. It was prepared to prevent Fenrir from melting into the darkness and escaping. Come on, show me your abilities. Gurat said, spreading his arms wide. Before he could finish his words, Fenrir charged forward. The ground shook with every step he took. His speed increased rapidly to the point where he was creating friction with the air. Gurat formed a hand sign. At that moment, a subspace opened in front of Fenrir. Something sprang out of the subspace and blocked Fenrir's path. It was an ogre known as the Forest King. However, unlike ordinary ogres, it had 3 pairs of arms. Fenrir opened his mouth to bite the ogre. The ogre grabbed Fenrir's upper and lower jaws with its 6 arms. This is a chimera created by combining 3 ogres. Its strength has also been increased by 3 times. It won't be easy to deal with. Fenrir exerted force on his jaws. The ogre's arms and head disappeared altogether. Gurat's face lit up with admiration. He hadn't expected Fenrir to kill so swiftly. You can even do that, that's brilliant. Fenrir reached right up to Gurat's nose. To lunge at him, it opened its jaws wide. Just then, something surged out from behind Gurat's back, from a newly opened spatial rift, and slammed into Fenrir. The impact pushed Fenrir backward. Fenrir growled, revealing its fangs. This time, the newly appeared chimera was a lion. Of course, it was not an ordinary lion. Firstly, it was too colossal. Standing beside it, Gurat looked like a child. The unusual aspect wasn't just its size. The lion had 2 heads. Gurat climbed onto the lion's back. Holding onto its mane, he said, "Nemesis, let's flee." Nemesis dodged Fenrir and dashed into the forest. Fenrir chased after the lion. The 2 beasts raced through the trees. Fenrir let out a long howl. Then the shadows in the forest began to twist. Wolves, smaller in size, emerged from the shadows. A clone? You can even create something like this? Gurat's pupils doubled in size. He admired Fenrir. Impressive. With this ability alone, your worth is undeniable. The clones were much faster than Fenrir. They swiftly surrounded the lions like the wind. Nemesis, you should show something too. Both heads of Nemesis opened their mouths simultaneously. Sound waves burst out from both mouths. The clones hit by the sound waves burst like balloons. The durability of the clones is disappointing, but don't worry, I'll reinforce them, so don't you worry. Gurrat chuckled excitedly, looking at Fenrir. But Fenrir was nowhere to be seen. Bewildered, Gurrat muttered under his breath, "Where did it disappear to?" Suddenly, Fenrir leaped out from Nemesis's shadow. Simultaneously, he sank his teeth into Nemesis's neck. Crack. Both necks were torn out simultaneously. Losing strength, the body fell to the ground. Just before the body collapsed, Gurrat leaped onto the ground. Landing lightly, he looked back at Fenrir. "To bring down Nemesis as well. You're much more impressive than I thought." Fenrir turned to Gurrat. Its mouth was drenched in blood. Crunch. Fenrir lunged at Gurrat. This time he intended to tear Gurrat apart and kill him. That's when it happened. Something struck Fenrir. With a thunderous noise, Fenrir's body flew sideways. Successive trees in the forest snapped. After smashing dozens of them, Fenrir finally stopped. Growl. Fenrir raised his body and glared straight ahead. Something strange was standing next to Gurrat. A slightly hunched back and short legs, long arms that reached to the ground. It looked like a monkey, but he couldn't be sure. The entire body of this monster was covered in dark armor, not fur. Let me introduce you, this is Bagder. The monstrum sex chimeras were born from the synthesis of multiple monsters. The abilities of a chimera varied greatly depending on which monsters were synthesized and how their functions were arranged. This is a chimera I've been working on specifically to deal with master class opponents. Fenrir glared at Bagder with worry-filled eyes. His attitude was different from when he faced other chimeras. Growled, but that didn't last long and Fenrir charged first. He tried to bite Bagder's neck. Clang. However, Fenrir's teeth were blocked by Bagder's armor. Instead, his teeth were crushed. My, you can't just bite it like that. Bagder's armor can even bounce off aura. Fenrir put more strength into his jaw. Even so, Bagder remained unmoved. Bagder, subdue him. Bagder grabbed Fenrir. In the next moment, Fenrir's massive body was lifted high into the sky. A look of bewilderment appeared on Fenrir's face. Then Bagder came into his view. Bagder was floating even higher than Fenrir. Bagder clasped its hands together and made a fist, then slammed it down. Fenrir's body fell vertically. The entire forest was shattered with a roar. As an undead, he did not bleed or suffer internal injuries. Growl, however, it was not without pain. He let out a muffled scream. Even in the midst of the pain, Fenrir quickly got up. He could not show a weak appearance in front of his enemy. At that moment, Bagder, who had jumped out from the side, punched Fenrir in the face. Fenrir rolled on the ground with a shock that felt like his head was going to be ripped off. Bagder chased after Fenrir. It kicked off the ground and reached Fenrir's nose in an instant. Growl. Fenrir created clones to block Bagder. Dozens of clones rushed at Bagder, however they were all blocked by Bagder's armor. Bagder punched Fenrir in the head. With a loud roar, Fenrir's head was slammed into the ground. The whole world shook from the impact. His vision was blurry and he had no strength in his body. This time, even Fenrir couldn't hold out. He fell to the ground and shivered. Bagder was far superior to him in both speed and strength. It was an overwhelming difference. Fenrir could not help but feel a deep sense of despair. At that moment, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Fenrir forced himself to open his eyes. Gurrat had somehow approached him and was now standing right in front of him. Even you are no match for Bagder, it seems. Gurrat, who had stopped in front of Fenrir's nose, nodded as if it was only natural. It's nothing to be ashamed of. This child has everything I have in him. That means he's incredibly strong. Fenrir's eyes came alive at the sight of Gurrat. He burst out with killing intent and rushed at Gurrat. The enemy who killed his master was right in front of him. If he could just open his mouth a little, he could tear his head off. Just as he was about to crush Gurrat with his teeth, Bagder grabbed Fenrir's head and body and slammed him into the ground. Growl. Fenrir struggled to shake off Bagder, but Bagder was unmoved. It felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. Growl. Even so, Fenrir did not stop struggling to kill Gurrat. That man killed his master. And not only that, he did terrible things to his master. He could not give up like this. Otherwise, who would avenge his master's grudge and injustice? My, it seems you still hate me. Gurrat muttered with a regretful expression. It doesn't make me feel good to be hated like this, but I guess I'll have to teach you a lesson even though it's a bit early. Gurrat gestured in the air. At that, the souls bound by the dark lines began to scream again. Kairak, ahak. Screams erupted along with dark mana. Gurrat concentrated the dark mana and created a large stake. One down. The dark stake pierced Fenrir's body and pinned him to the ground. At that moment, Fenrir's pupils dilated. A searing pain, as if all his nerves were on fire, assaulted Fenrir's brain. All the pain Fenrir had felt so far seemed like child's play compared to this. This will sting a bit. This is a torture dark magic developed specifically to inflict pain on the soul. Ordinary people would go crazy just by touching this stake. Gurrat created another stake. The tip of the stake was aimed at Fenrir's torso. I wonder how many you can withstand. The pain doubled as the second stake was driven in. Fenrir thrashed his body. Third, the pain grew even greater as the number of stakes increased. When the fifth stake was driven in, Fenrir's body slumped. The fifth one, you're holding out well, you are indeed the undead I had my eye on. Amid the endless pain, Fenrir's eyes were fixed only on Gurrat, master. The enemy of his master was right before him, but he could do nothing. His master had passed away in pain. He could not even avenge his master a little. Dark mana oozed out of Fenrir's eyes. It dripped down his cheeks like water droplets and evaporated. Tears from an undead. This is the first time I've seen such a rare thing, Gurrat rejoiced with a cry of joy. Fenrir could only stare at Gurrat, unable to do anything. You are truly a beautiful creature, that person will surely be satisfied. Suddenly, Gurrat raised his head. A blue line was being drawn on the dark curtain spread out above his head. Is that being cut? The moment Gurrat was confused, a rectangular hole was opened in the dark curtain. Someone jumped down from there. A human, the human male swung his sword. At that moment, blades of aura rained down from the sky. Gurrat's eyes widened at the sight. The blades of aura covered the ground like a torrential downpour. Just before that, Bagdir grabbed Gurrat and moved out of the way. The aura fell on the spot where Gurrat and Bagdir had been. Countless sword marks were carved into the ground. The human male landed on the spot where Gurrat had been standing just a moment ago. Who are you? Gurrat asked the man. The man spoke as he sheathed his sword. You Father Damien Haksen, you motherfucker. Chapter 166. The Plague Investigation Part 3. The Dark Mage's eyes widened slightly at Damien's words. Damien Haksen, the Dark Mage tilted his head and searched his memory. Damien Haksen, now I remember. He was the human they told me to capture alive. The Dark Mage looked at Damien with interest. I was wondering why they were so interested in you, now I understand a little. You have incredible skills, don't you? Damien wasn't paying attention to the Dark Mage's words, he just stared down at Fenrir. Damien didn't know what had happened between Fenrir and the Dark Mage. However, he could clearly feel Fenrir's emotions. Endless anger and bottomless hatred were pouring out towards the Dark Mage. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Frustration followed. A howl erupted from there, flooding like a wave. I see now. He thought he understood why Fenrir was so ferocious in his previous life. He must have lost something precious to that guy. Damien muttered to himself and looked back at the Dark Mage. What's your name? Me? Oh right, you wouldn't know. The Dark Mage nodded at Damien's question and said, My name is Gurrat. I am a Grand Dark Mage of the Monstrum sect. Damien chewed on the name Gurrat. It didn't ring any bells. Just because he was Damien didn't mean he knew all the Dark Mages. However, one thing was for sure. The Dark Mages that Damien didn't know were mostly insignificant. This is terrible. Damien looked behind Gurrat. Thousands of souls were bound to Gurrat, spewing out dark mana. I'm annoyed that you're getting in the way between me and Fenrir, but I won't kill you. I have a favor to ask. Gurrat formed a hand sign. A large subspace opened up and various monsters emerged. They looked very different from ordinary monsters. They were all chimeras. There are so many of them. Damien looked at the chimeras and fell into thought. He could finish them off quickly using dark magic, but there was a technique he wanted to try instead. Damien also opened a subspace and pulled out a travel bag. Wait, Gurrat's expression changed as soon as he saw the travel bag. How did you get that? As Damien opened the bag left and right, a dark space unfolded. Come out. Countless skeletons emerged from the darkness. They were followed by the Death Knight Domenico. Greetings, my lord. Domenico and the skeletons knelt down in unison. Damien looked at them and tilted his head. Where's Mia? Mia jumped out of the darkness as soon as he spoke. She swung her fist at Damien. Damien blocked Mia's fist with one hand. Kaya, Mia got angry and swung her hands repeatedly. Damien blocked Mia's attacks with one hand and asked Domenico, Why are you doing this all of a sudden? That, my lord, don't you remember? What? You said that if she lacks experience, I should kill her with the intention of killing her. No, you just told me to kill her. Ah, only then did Damien remember the order he had given. Kaya, Mia stopped her hands and protested furiously to Damien. He looked at Mia and said with a satisfied expression, That's why you've become so sharp. My judgment was right after all. Do you mean you're not going to withdraw the order? Damien looked at Domenico as if it was obvious. Mia's face turned pale and hardened. This can't be, Gurrat exclaimed in surprise. Undead. Undead, you look like an ordinary knight. How are you controlling undead? How is this possible? Gurrat shouted in alarm. You're being noisy. I agree. Grrr. Damien, Domenico, and Mia emanated killing intent towards Gurrat. Gurrat was even more delighted by their killing intent. Hey, you're planning to fight me? That's great. I'm curious to see who's stronger, my chimeras or your undead. Damien ignored Garot's words and asked Domenico. Domenico, have you seen any results from your training? I apologize, my lord. I am incompetent and have not seen any significant results. Damien was not disappointed. It was too short a time to see any meaningful results. However, all of the former soldiers have been raised to the level of Quasi-Knights. Damien couldn't help but smile at the following words. Excellent. It was one thing if they were ordinary skeletons, but things were different if they were Quasi-Knights. With this level of strength, they were worth fighting. Go kill everything that moves. The skeletons drew their weapons at Damien's command. Feel free to go wild. The chimeras bared their teeth at Garot's words. The undead and the chimeras rushed towards each other. The skeletons, now able to use aura, rushed at the ogre chimera. Oh, of course, they were no match for it. Ogres were monsters that even low-class knights had difficulty fighting. And this was no ordinary ogre. It was a chimera that appeared to have 4 arms, combining 2 ogres. There was no way that skeletons, who were only quasi-knights, could stand a chance against it. However, the skeletons had one special advantage. Ha, its head is smashed. Hey, your arm is here, they didn't die. As long as their master Damien Haksen was alive, the skeletons would never die. Even if they were broken, they would quickly recover. The skeletons endlessly rushed at the ogre. They didn't care if their bodies were broken. The ogre chimera's body began to suffer wounds all over from the attacks that disregarded its life. Like the saying goes, even a raincoat gets wet in the drizzle. Eventually, the ogre chimera fell, covered in wounds. Heck, we won. Who's next? The skeletons that had defeated the ogre chimera rushed towards the next chimera. If the skeletons were steadily taking down the chimeras one by one, Domenico was slaughtering them. Where do you think you're going, you monsters? Every time Domenico swung his greatsword, the chimera's heads flew off. Even in his lifetime, he had been one of the top among the high class. On top of that, he had succeeded in absorbing some of the insights he had gained from Damien. The next most notable figure after Domenico was Mia. Kaya. Mia rushed in and bit the ogre chimera's neck. She absorbed the blood and copied the ogre's abilities, then used the ogre's strength to tear off the chimera's head. As the chimeras began to be pushed back, Garot exclaimed in admiration again. Amazing, they're not ordinary undead. The opponent Garot was particularly paying attention to was Mia. Where did he get such a flesh golem? It's almost on par with Fenrir. Even though the chimeras were being destroyed, Garot didn't seem flustered at all. After all, those children weren't chimeras he had worked hard to create. There was nothing to lose if they died. It's time for you to come out, Bagder. If he wasn't careful, he might end up killing Damien Haksen, so he didn't want to use Bagder. However, he couldn't stop Damien with the chimeras, so he had to use Bagder. You can kill everyone except that human male you see there. As soon as the order was given, Bagder moved. It rushed towards Mia at an incredible speed. Mia didn't have time to react. Bagder's fist fell over Mia's head. At that moment, Damien appeared in front of Mia. He blocked Bagder's fist with the dawn. At the same time as blocking the fist, he deflected its trajectory. Bagder's fist missed Damien and hit the ground. Damien immediately swung his sword and released aura. A huge slash cut through Bagder's torso. Bagder's body was pushed back, but that was all. The aura hadn't even scratched Bagder's armor. It's incredibly tough. It must be a chimera that you put a lot of work into, Damien reacted with interest at the sight. You'd better be prepared. Bagder is comparable to a master class, Garot said with a confident face. Damien burst out laughing at that. What's so funny? I can't help but laugh. You've made it a little tougher and you're deluding yourself into thinking it's comparable to a master class. While he acknowledged the danger of Bagder to some extent, the idea that it was comparable to a master class was a ridiculous delusion. Don't talk big when you couldn't even cut through Bagder's armor, Garot said in a sharp tone. He was different from the way he had been when the chimeras were being massacred. This was a characteristic of the Monstrum sect. The Monstrum sect had a tendency to shower affection on a single chimera. So while he might not care about other chimeras, he couldn't just let go of the criticism against Bagder. Well, that's true, Damien readily acknowledged Garot's words. Bagder's armor was so tough that even Damien's aura had a hard time cutting through it. This is perfect. I happen to have a technique I've been practicing for just such an occasion. Before coming here, Damien had gotten his hands on the mana cultivation method left behind by the previous Imperial sword. Damien named this mana cultivation method the Combined Infinity Cycle. The Combined Infinity Cycle was a mana cultivation method that formed rings of mana within the body to double the output of mana. Damien had created 3 rings in total. He planned to use the Combined Infinity Cycle here. First ring. One of the rings began to rotate. At the same time, a vibration sounded from Damien's body. As the vibration grew louder, Damien's momentum grew stronger and stronger. At the same time, the aura that had been covering the dawn became even thicker. Bagder, attack, Garot, sensing something ominous, ordered Bagder. However, before Bagder could move, Damien's body disappeared. Where the hell? The moment Garrot muttered in a daze, Damien's afterimages surrounded Bagder's body. The afterimages swung their swords in unison. Dozens of slashes covered Bagder's body. Chapter 167, The Plague Investigation Part 4. Garrot, being a dark mage, did not understand what happened at first. The afterimage of Damien enveloped Bagder and a flurry of sword strikes began. The blue aura covered Bagder's entire body. The bewildered Bagder flailed its arms wildly. However, the aura did not stop. Surely not, only then did Garrot realize it. The fact that Damien was moving at an incredible speed and swinging his sword at Bagder. Bagder, calm down, he won't be able to cut your shell anyway. As Garrot said, Bagder's shell was intact. It meant that Damien's aura could not cut through the shell. Breathe out the poison, shake off him, and then counterattack. At Garrot's cry, Bagder opened its mouth. Purple smoke erupted from its throat. The grass and trees that the purple smoke touched instantly rotted away. It would be nice if Damien was poisoned and died, but it was a vain hope. Damien had long since retreated to a place where the smoke could not reach him. However, they had succeeded in their original goal of shaking off Damien. I can't believe Bagder is being pushed back so easily. Bagder was a chimera that Garrot had put a lot of effort into in order to fight against the master class. In order to capture the movements of the master class, he had transplanted the nerves and sensory organs of numerous monsters into Bagder. Thanks to this, Bagder's senses were sharper than any other monster. Even high-class monsters were no match for Bagder. However, all that effort had been for nothing against Damien. He's not a regular high class. That doesn't mean there was no way to deal with him. Bagder had yet to show its true power. Bagder, activate the core. The center of Bagder's torso turned red. At the same time, steam began to rise from its entire body. Activating the core enhanced all of Bagder's abilities. However, it had the side effect of rapidly increasing body temperature, which Bagder could not sustain for long. The steam was generated by the cooling mechanism that had been transplanted in advance to counteract the side effects. Tear him to pieces. The ground caved in and Bagder's body disappeared. In an instant, it appeared above Damien's head and brought its hands together, smashing them down. Damien dodged the attack by jumping into the air. Bagder's fist hit the ground shattered and dust obscured the vision. Immediately afterward, the dust cloud was ripped apart and Bagder charged in. It swung its arms like whips at Damien. The sound of air bursting could be heard as it swung its arms. The ground shattered and trees fell in all directions. Attacks of incredible speed and power followed one after another. Damien dodged Bagder's attacks and continued to retreat. The situation had completely reversed. Damien was now being pushed back by Bagder. Second ring. Just then, Damien muttered softly. The vibrations coming from him grew louder. Damien's mana began to spread like wildfire. The intensity of the aura was such that even Bagder paused for a moment. Suddenly, Damien's body disappeared. The next moment, hundreds of sword strikes covered Bagder's body. The intervals between the sword strikes were much shorter than before. Bagder's body was so obscured by the sword strikes that it was hard to see him properly. He's gotten even faster than that, Garrot exclaimed in horror. Even with its core activated, Bagder was unable to react to Damien's speed. It could only be helplessly cut down by the sword strikes. Bagder, you're fine because you have your shell. If you just hold out, he will definitely get tired first. Before he could finish speaking, Bagder's shell cracked like a glass. The flesh underneath was cut away and purple blood gushed out. Keek! For the first time, Bagder screamed. It was a cry that did not match its imposing appearance at all. Calm down, you won't die from a wound like that. Calm down and try to read his movements. Despite Garrot's advice, Bagder flailed its arms wildly, not knowing what to do. It seemed that it was not used to pain. This stupid bastard, you're my creation, so don't embarrass me like this. Garrot spat out his anger. Even as he did so, Bagder's body continued to be wounded. Blood trickled down from between the gaps in its shell. Damn it, I'm going to have to step in after all. Garrot cast a dark magic spell. He cast a curse of berserk on Bagder. Keek! Bagder's eyes filled with madness. Its mind went completely mad, but thanks to that, it was able to be freed from the pain. Bagder, ignore those wounds. Damien's sword strikes are shallow anyway. It was true that Damien's aura had cut through the shell, but the wounds were not deep. It was nothing to worry about. If you can't chase Damien, then cause a ruckus, caught him up in it and kill him. Bagder clenched its fists and started to rampage. It slammed its fist into the ground. It smashed the forest land to pieces. Broken trees and rocks flew everywhere. The sword strikes that had been covering Bagder's body stopped abruptly. Damien appeared a short distance away from Bagder. Yeah, you better back off if you don't want to get hurt. Garrot looked at Damien and sneered. He was about to order Bagder to counterattack. Damien raised his sword high into the sky. He was in a pose as if to split something. Third ring. The vibrations coming from Damien became even louder. Now it was enough to make anyone's ears hurt. The aura from the sword in Damien's hand erupted explosively. The aura shot up into the sky like oil on fire. Soon after, the aura began to compress around the blade. Originally, aura is likened to a will-o'-the-wisp. This is because it has no definite form. However, the aura that Damien had now gathered on the blade had a clear shape. It looked like a straight sword blade. "What the hell is that?" Gurrat muttered with a puzzled look on his face. "Aura blade? No, that's not enough. It's not an aura blade," but Gurrat's face turned to one of horror. "It's almost complete." Damien swung his sword down. The aura that had been compressed on the blade stretched out like a sharp sword strike. The ground and the clouds were split at the same time. Bagder's body, which was between them, was no exception. At first, Bagder was unharmed. However, a moment later, a line was drawn from its head to its legs in a straight line. Purple blood gushed out furiously from the wound, dyeing the whole world. Bagder slowly sank to its knees. Its upper body slowly slid down and fell to the ground. "Who?" Damien slowly exhaled. Combined Infinity Cycle, it was truly a powerful mana cultivation technique. The more rings were activated, the more the output of mana increased exponentially. As his mana was amplified, his speed and aura increased dramatically. It was powerful, but it also consumed a lot of stamina. There was nothing he could do about that. "This can't be." At that moment, Gurrat shouted loudly. Gurrat knelt down in front of Bagder and cried out, "I created you with everything I have. Your opponent was mere high class, not even a master, and you were defeated by him." Gurrat grabbed his head with both hands and pulled his hair. "Master, I will catch him," Domenico said to Damien. Damien raised his hand to stop him. "It's dangerous to go near him now." "Why?" Gurrat glared at Damien, his eyes were bloodshot. "You dare to trample on my Bagder, my dream like this? Stay there and don't move. I'll kill you right now." Gurrat put his hand on Bagder's body. The flesh of his hand melted and stuck to Bagder. Gurrat's body was absorbed into Bagder. "No way," Domenico cried out with a shocked face. But there was still more to be surprised about. Gurrat's face appeared on Bagder's forehead. Soon after, tentacles sprouted from the upper and lower body that had been cut in half. The tentacles intertwined and the body that had been split in half was reattached. Bagder straightened its bent knees. "You made me use even this dark magic," Gurrat, who appeared on Bagder's forehead, shouted loudly. Gurrat had used his own body as a material to revive Bagder. Of course, once fused, they could never be separated again. That's why that dark magic was called the forbidden magic of the Monstrum sect. "Damien, you will pay a heavy price." Gurrat stimulated the souls that were bound to him. The souls screamed and produced dark mana. A massive amount of dark mana was poured into Bagder's body, and its size increased even further. "This is troublesome. I can't fight anymore." As a result of using the combined Infinity Cycle, Damien's stamina was now at rock bottom. "Then why don't you give it a try?" Damien asked, looking at Fenrir. Fenrir raised his head and looked at Damien. "Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Fenrir's spirit was not broken. Do you really want to complete your revenge with your own hands? That is splendid, Damien bit his thumb. He dropped the blood into Fenrir's mouth. I will show you a new world. A contract was formed between Damien and Fenrir through the blood. Damien and Fenrir's minds were connected. At that moment, Fenrir's eyes widened. His head was filled with the knowledge that Damien was transmitting. In it, Fenrir found the path he needed to take. Fenrir slowly closed his eyes. Soon after, Fenrir's shadow began to gather in one place. That's it, Damien said with a satisfied face. Your essence is not in that rotting body. That was just a temporary body that Fenrir had constructed. Fenrir's real body was somewhere else. The shadow rose up. Soon after, it took the form of a wolf. It was a jet-black wolf, as if it had been carved out of darkness. The wolf raised its head and howled. The howling continued for a long time. Darkness spread from under the wolf's feet. The thick darkness covered the entire ground. The darkness shook like a stormy sea. What is this? Garrot asked with a puzzled face. No matter how great that guy is, this ability is, this is. In his previous life, Fenrir was called the Beast of Destruction. It was because of Fenrir's unique ferocity and tenacity, and this special ability. Dark assimilation. With this ability alone, Fenrir had driven the Imperial army into fear. Finish your revenge, Damien said to Fenrir. The darkness under the feet of Garrot, who had fused with Bagdir, churned. The darkness took shape. A giant wolf emerged from below and swallowed Garrot whole. Garrot hurriedly reached out with both hands and grabbed Fenrir's jaw, but it was useless. Garrot's arms didn't hold up at all and broke. This can't be. Pillar-like fangs crushed Garrot. A last scream erupted from his mouth. Chapter 168, Reunion Part 1. The thick fangs crushed the shell mercilessly. The tender flesh and organs behind it were all crushed into the shell. The senses that had been developed in order to make Bagdir a masterclass chimera now turned back on him. The sharper his senses, the greater the pain. The pain, which had been amplified several times over, was transmitted directly to Gurrat. Please hurry up and finish this." The moment Gurrat earnestly wished for it, the fangs shattered the core. I'm alive." At that moment, all of Bagdar's functions stopped. Gurrat was finally able to find peace. He thought he had found peace. Where is this? When he came to his senses, Gurrat was standing in the darkness. There was nothing but darkness all around him, even under his feet. He was standing on darkness, not ground. Am I not dead? As Gurrat was wondering, the darkness stirred and a wolf emerged. The wolf quickly approached and bit Gurrat's arm before disappearing. Gurrat grabbed his shortened forearm and screamed. Zahria! Blood gushed out of the wound like crazy. Gurrat gasped for breath in excruciating pain. That wasn't the end of it. Another wolf appeared and bit Gurrat's leg. His leg was bitten off below the knee. Gurrat fell to the ground bleeding. Ahia. A dozen or so wolves appeared before Gurrat's eyes. He waved his one remaining arm and said, wait. The wolves rushed at Gurrat all at once and tore off his remaining limbs. They ripped open his stomach and scraped out his organs. They crushed his spine and licked his marrow. Gurrat screamed in excruciating pain, but no matter how much he screamed, the wolves didn't stop. Ha. In the end, Gurrat was reduced to a head, but he didn't die. He was just insane, laughing like a madman. The wolf opened its mouth and swallowed Gurrat's head. As he fell down the wolf's throat, Gurrat felt relieved. Finally it's over. But the next moment, Gurrat was greeted by the sight of himself intact. Gurrat looked down at his body with a surprised face. The limbs that had been torn off were now perfectly intact, and the stomach that had been ripped open had returned to its original state. The broken spine stood upright again. Grrrr. The wolves surrounded Gurrat again. Gurrat's face turned deathly pale. Once again, the wolves surrounded Gurrat and devoured his entire body. Gurrat had to go through the excruciating pain again as if he was going crazy. It didn't take long for the wolves to devour him completely. And then, the next moment. Gurrat's body was restored to its original state once again. The wolves were also surrounding Gurrat. Only then did Gurrat realize. He realized that this was a spiritual space and that he was suffering as a soul. That's why he kept regenerating even after his entire body was devoured. The soul of Gurrat, the Grand Dak Mage, would not easily be destroyed. That's enough, Gurrat shouted at the wolves. Stop it, leave me alone. I said leave me alone, Gurrat's screams echoed long and loud, but they were quickly drowned out by the sound of the wolves feasting that followed. He must be suffering in Fenrir's stomach right now. Looking at the corpses of Gurrat and Bagdar, Damien recalled his past memories. Humans eaten by Fenrir did not die easily. They were trapped in his stomach, forced to produce dark mana while suffering eternally, until their souls were extinguished. The soul of a grand dark mage like Gurrat would not be easily extinguished, so he would suffer for a long time in Fenrir's stomach. A fitting end for a piece of trash. Thinking so, Damien approached Fenrir. Whimper. Fenrir, whose body had now been replaced by darkness, was growling around Gurrat's corpse. He didn't seem to be grieving Gurrat's death. There seemed to be another reason. Why are you doing that? Master is gone. Because of the contract, Damien could read Fenrir's thoughts to some extent. This bad guy killed Master is gone. That didn't mean he could fully understand Fenrir's thoughts. It took Damien a while to concentrate on Fenrir's words before he could understand. You mean this guy killed your master and tormented his soul until it was extinguished? Damien fell into thought for a moment. There was no way to bring back an extinguished soul. However, there was a way to soothe Fenrir's sorrow. Damien gathered all the dark mana that Gurrat released when he died. He stored some of it in his bracelet and used the rest to manifest dark magic. Dust began to gather on the magic circle that Damien had spread out. Fenrir's eyes widened when he saw it. Master, I smell master. The ashes soon took the form of a small boy. However, it was only a form in name only. It had no facial features and its fingers were not properly formed. Even so, Fenrir wagged his tail frantically with a happy face. Master. Fenrir ran around the boy. He lay down on his stomach in front of him. However, the boy did not move and just stood there. Master. Fenrir slowly raised his body. He licked his master's face, but he didn't touch anything. The dust that formed the shape of its master scattered and returned to its place. Fenrir looked at Damien with his tail down. Damien said with a bitter face, I'm sorry, there wasn't much thought left, so I couldn't create anything more than this. The boy had not been able to leave behind any proper thoughts until the moment he died. That meant he had been exploited so badly by Gurrat. Master. Fenrir looked at the boy weakly. Then the boy slowly reached out his hand. The incorporeal hand stroked Fenrir's head a few times. Color returned to Fenrir's face. Master. Damien couldn't help but be surprised at the sight. The thoughts that Damien had been able to gather were extremely weak. He had no idea that such weak thoughts could move. Thoughts were the remnants of emotions and memories held at the moment of death. Perhaps the boy had also thought strongly of Fenrir until the moment he died. The boy's thoughts began to dissipate slowly. Fenrir watched the sight for a long time as if trying not to forget. When the boy had completely disappeared, Damien asked Fenrir, "What do you plan to do now? Once a soul becomes undead, it can never reincarnate again." Fenrir's only options were to remain as he was forever or to be killed and find peace. "If you want, I can let you rest. In return, your soul will be extinguished." "Master, it is unfortunate, but your master is gone. He can never come back." New master, Fenrir wagged his tail furiously as he looked at Damien. Damien looked at Fenrir with a puzzled face. "You mean I'm your new master?" Fenrir nodded his head. Damien looked at Fenrir with an incredulous face. "If you come with me, you will keep fighting." "Fighting? Who with?" Damien pointed to Garot's corpse and said, "With strong and dangerous guys like that." At that moment, Fenrir's eyes turned fierce. The hair on his round body stood on end. "Good," Fenrir spoke in a commanding voice. "If I can kill the ones who killed my master again, I like it. I will follow you. I will follow my new master." Because of the contract, he could tell. The reason why Fenrir had completed itself as an undead, it was for revenge against the dark mages. "You have also chosen a difficult path." It was something Damien could welcome. As he was called the Beast of Destruction, Fenrir's potential was enormous. It was not yet in his complete form. Fenrir would become even stronger in the future. "Then what should your name be?" From what Damien knew, the name Fenrir was given by the Dark Mage. He couldn't keep using such an unlucky name. "Name? You'll give me a name." Fenrir smoothed down his fur again and returned to his round shape. He looked at Damien with a face full of anticipation. "How about Eternal Destiny Breaker?" But when the name came out of Damien's mouth, he couldn't help but be serious right away. "Don't you like it?" "Well, it is a bit lacking in intimidation. Maybe something like Absolute Power Slayer would be better." This time, Fenrir couldn't help but be serious. He even stomped his front paws on the ground. He seemed to dislike all of them. "Munchai," Fenrir said forcefully. Damien, who heard the name, asked with an incomprehensible face, "Isn't Eternal Destiny Breaker better than a name like that?" Munchai, Fenrir shouted even louder. In the end, Damien had no choice but to follow Fenrir's wishes. "No matter how I look at it, I think another name would be better. Fine, I'll call you Munchai." "New master, good." Munchai started rubbing his face against Damien. He looked at Munchai with an annoyed face. Then Domenico approached Damien and said, "Congratulations, my lord, you have acquired a powerful force." "Well, he is strong." Although he acted like a dog, Munchai was a fearsome undead. Then he suddenly noticed Mia. Mia also noticed Munchai. "Kaya, woof." Mia and Munchai looked at each other and tilted their heads left and right. Kaya, whimpered. Mia growled, baring her teeth. Munchai tucked his tail between his legs. Kaya. Then Mia patted her chest and made a proud face. Damien asked Domenico with an incredulous face, "What is she saying now?" "I'm not sure either. Maybe they're establishing dominance. They're in similar situations, they should be able to take care of each other." Just as Damien was clicking his tongue, the barrier that Garot had put up began to collapse. It would be inconvenient for others to see Damien surrounded by undead. Damien took out a travel chest from the subspace and said, "Everyone get in." Kaya, whoop. Mia and Munchai made faces of displeasure. Mia expressed her opinion that she wanted to stay outside, and Munchai seemed to want to play with Damien more. "Don't be annoying and get in quickly." Damien grabbed the two and forced them in. Mia and Munchai struggled, but it was no use. Unlike the two, the skeleton and Domenico entered obediently. "Ah, Domenico." Before Domenico could go inside, Damien stopped him. "Yes, give me your orders." "You seem to have trained Mia well done. You flatter me, so double the intensity." "Yes." Domenico thought he had misheard at first, but there was no playfulness in Damien's face. "Ah, I understand." As a loyal knight, Domenico had no choice but to obey Damien's words. Then suddenly Damien stared into the void. Domenico asked with a puzzled face, "My lord, why are you doing that?" "It's nothing." Damien curled one lip and added, "I just thought there was one more rat left." "Garot is dead," Kardec muttered with a perplexed expression as he observed the barrier from afar. What on earth happened? Since Garot had left Kardec outside the tent, he hadn't seen anything. Garot must have had a Bagdir with him, right? Garot was a pervert who was only interested in monsters and undead, but his skills were undeniable. In particular, the Bagdir he created was an incredible chimera that even high-class knights would die easily by his hands. Damien Haksen, what exactly is his identity? Feeling perplexed yet thrilled, Kardec couldn't help but wonder. If it's him, perhaps he would truly satisfy them. The greatest master, the originator of all dark magic, Archlich, he was seeking souls with exceptional talents. As Rubia had mentioned, if they brought that human to him, Archlich would offer tremendous rewards. Kardec almost wanted to kidnap him immediately. However, he doubted his ability to capture him alive. Even if he used the weakest poison he possessed, Damien would likely turn into a pile of flesh and die. "I should go see Rubia for now." Kardec's body melted back into the shadows and disappeared somewhere. Shaken by the intense shock, Kardec failed to notice one crucial fact, that Damien was still staring at the spot where he had been. Chapter 169, Reunion Part 2. It was when the barrier was half collapsed. Someone jumped over the barrier and came inside. Damien, it was Athena. She ran towards him, calling Damien's name urgently. Despite having faced two high-class opponents, Athena had not a single scratch on her, not even dirt on her clothes. Damien wasn't particularly surprised. Those high-class opponents would have been nothing more than a nuisance to Athena. Athena, who had come close, had an almost tearful expression on her face. "I'm glad you're safe. I'm sorry I couldn't help you. I couldn't get in because of the barrier." The black barrier that Gurrat had put up, as befitting a grand dark mage, was incredibly powerful. Even Damien had to focus his aura to the utmost when cutting through the barrier, so there was no way for Athena to get inside the barrier. "Don't worry, it's all over now," Damien said, pointing to Munchai's corpse. Munchai had abandoned his original body and created a new one out of darkness. Thanks to this, Damien was able to use Munchai's former body as evidence of the subjugation. Athena's eyes widened when she saw Munchai's corpse. Athena exclaimed in admiration, "You're really amazing, as I thought you would be able to defeat it without any problems." "Wait, what is that?" then Athena asked, pointing to Gurrat's corpse. Gurrat looked horrific, having fused with Bagdar and then been chewed all over by Fenrir. "A monster? No, something is strange. There's even a human face stuck on its forehead. He's a dark mage who was targeting this undead. He was the one who put up the barrier. A dark mage, this thing, he fused with the chimera he created, that's why it looks like that." At those words, Athena looked at Damien with a shocked face. "Wait, so you're saying you fought a dark mage who fused with a chimera and an undead at the same time?" "No, they were fighting each other, so I attacked from behind." Damien didn't tell the whole truth. Since a dark mage was involved, the church would send investigators. Then the fact that Gurrat was a grand dark mage would be revealed. It was simply common sense that Damien, known as a high-class knight, could not have defeated a great dark mage on his own. So he planned to make it look like Damien had finished off what Munchai and Gurrat were fighting. "So you're saying you killed both a dark mage who created a chimera of that level, and an undead that was on par with a high class, and survived?" Athena's face turned red. She avoided Damien's gaze and said in a small voice, "Why, you get a perfect score. You're talking nonsense again. What kind of score is that? How can I say it with my mouth?" Athena turned around with a short cry. Damien looked at Athena with a face like he was looking at a strange person. After that, the two of them sent letters to the Kingdom of Grape to inform them of the undead subjugation. Not long after the letters were sent, the kingdom's officials arrived. "It can't be this big." The officials' mouths dropped open when they saw Munchai's corpse. Even more surprising than Munchai's corpse was Gurrat's corpse. Even to the eyes of a normal person who had never learned magic, the presence of Gurrat's corpse was overwhelming. To think there was a dark mage who could create such a monstrous chimera. He said he used a wide range of dark magic. "He's not an ordinary dark mage. There's a high chance that this dark mage was the one who spread the plague too," the officials muttered among themselves as they looked at Gurrat's corpse. Then the official who seemed to be the leader took Damien's hand and said, "Thank you so much. Thanks to the two of you, we were able to eliminate this threat to the kingdom. I don't know how we can ever repay you for this." As he spoke, the official gestured. Several soldiers brought a small metal box. "Here is the flower of fire as promised." Damien received the box that the official handed him. Damien opened the box slightly. The moment he did, the surrounding temperature soared. It felt like he was standing under the hot summer sun. The box contained a small amount of red petals. The petals were glowing bright red as if they were about to burst into flames. As Damien closed the box again, the temperature returned to normal. "This is indeed the flower of fire." "Of course. It is a promise with the Fafnir mercenaries, and who would dare to break it?" the official said with a cheerful smile. Damien also smiled back at the official. Damien put the flower of fire into the subspace and stepped back. Then Athena stepped forward. "Hello, my name is Athena Hopper." The official's eyes widened at Athena's introduction. Hopper is the surname of the mercenary king, isn't it?" "Surely, you are of the pureblood," Athena nodded. The officials were greatly surprised and looked at each other. "I didn't think the mercenary king would send a member of the purebloods. It seems they are taking this commission very seriously. We must express our gratitude separately." Athena spoke to the muttering officials. "Shall we start the additional settlement now?" "Yes, additional settlement." The officials looked at Athena with faces that said they had never heard of such a thing. "Didn't you give us the flower of fire as agreed? That was for when we subjugated the wolf undead," Athena said, pointing to Gurrat's corpse. "We didn't hear anything about there being a dark mage like this. As you can see, he's no ordinary dark mage. We almost lost our lives because of him." Athena continued. "We would like to receive additional compensation for taking care of an additional dangerous enemy that was not in the contract." At Athena's words, the officials looked at each other. There was a strong sense of determination that they could not back down now. We cannot accept that request. Everything is according to the contract. Oh, and by the way, you know how the kingdom's high class interfered with us. At those words, the officials' eyes shook violently. It seemed they had heard reports on their way here. That's Sir Ophius and Sir Ballet went ahead on their own. You can't just brush it off like that. We suffered a great loss because of those two. If you think about it, it's the kingdom's fault for not properly mediating between the two. The officials were rendered speechless by Athena's refutation. Shall we then have a nice long talk? Athena said with a grin. The officials could only nod their heads. After that, Athena spoke with the officials for a long time. She's quite skilled at manipulating officials. Damien thought with admiration as he watched Athena from the side. As befitting the daughter of the mercenary king, Athena displayed a very seasoned demeanor in these negotiations. We'll send someone from the Fafnir mercenaries later to finalize the details of the payment, Athena said, after securing a positive response from the officials. With that settled, Damien and Athena left the Grape Kingdom immediately. They knew that if the investigation team from the church caught them, it would only delay their progress. Mercenary King should be in the Peach Kingdom by now, Damien said. The Fafnir mercenaries typically traveled the continent, taking on various commissions. While they were away, the Mercenary King had already departed for the Peach Kingdom to handle another assignment. From Damien's perspective, since he had already secured the reward, returning to the Fafnir mercenaries wasn't strictly necessary. However, he couldn't simply abandon the connection he'd just established with the Mercenary King. Furthermore, he still needed to defeat Kardak and collect the additional payment he'd been promised. Therefore, Damien decided to accompany Athena to the Peach Kingdom. On the journey, Damien became preoccupied with a few thoughts. Now I have the Flower of Fire in my possession. To reach the Master Class, Damien needed two things: a foundation for cultivating his mana, enough mana to fill the void in his reserves with the combined Infinity Cycle cultivation technique, the Mithra Holy Water and the Flower of Fire in hand. He had everything he needed. But I can't ingest it right away. Both the Mithra Holy Water and the Flower of Fire contained immense amounts of mana. While it was said that taking them together would neutralize their effects, it would still put a significant strain on his body. Only with thorough preparation could he fully absorb the benefits of both elixirs. The dark mana I sensed at the end is also concerning. Just after defeating Gurrat, Damien felt a trace of dark mana vanish from the scene. It was a type of dark magic he'd encountered a few times in his past life. This made it easy for him to identify the source. I never thought Kardak would be there. Kardak was once considered a promising candidate to lead the Venom sect, but he squandered his potential by falling deeply for Rubia. Even in his previous life, Kardak had always been by Rubia's side. The plague Gurrat unleashed must also be his creation. Kardak's abilities were infamous during the War of Destruction. The highly potent poison he developed was so powerful that even Master Class struggled to withstand it. Of course, he's probably not at that level yet. Kardak likely hadn't reached the peak of his abilities yet. However, that didn't make him any less of a threat. So there are two great dark mages. Not only Kardak, but Rubia also posed a significant danger. The fact that Damien recognized their names meant they had survived until the War of Destruction and wreaked havoc. It's no big deal. Despite this, Damien remained confident. Master Class Knight was one thing, but a Grand Dark Mage was another. Even if they were Grand Dark Mages, the outcome wouldn't be any different. In terms of his own dark magic abilities, Damien was overwhelmingly stronger. Additionally, he possessed 7 authorities. Even if he only used his first authority, the authority of greed, he could easily dismantle any magic. However, the authority of greed couldn't neutralize poison. Even so, it wasn't a major concern. Poison is only truly deadly if you're unaware of it. As long as he was prepared, any poison, including Kardak's, would be rendered ineffective. I might try using it if no one's around, Damien thought, mentally strategizing for the future. Damien and Athena returned to the Fafnir mercenaries after traveling for over a week. Damien and Athena finally reached the Fafnir mercenaries' camp. "We found it," Athena exclaimed with joy as she pointed to the camp spread out on the meadow. "Why did father come all this way?" she grumbled, but her face was still bright. It seemed to be because she would be able to see her father. The two entered the camp. However, something was strange. Not only the mercenaries, but even the servants were all in a state of confusion. Damien and Athena couldn't help but be bewildered. Then Athena grabbed a passing mercenary and asked him, "Excuse me. I'm so busy oh, Miss Athena, why is everyone acting like this? What's going on?" At Athena's question, the mercenary replied with a grim face. The Mercenary King has collapsed. Chapter 170, Split Part 1. The Mercenary King's collapse. Father collapsed. Athena's face drained of color at the mercenary's words. "What do you mean, why did father collapse?" "I don't know either. I only know that the Mercenary King was found collapsed about a week ago." Athena's body staggered. Damien supported her to prevent her from falling and asked the mercenary, "Where is the mercenary king?" He's in his quarters. The other purebloods are taking care of him." Before the mercenary could finish speaking, Athena ran towards the mercenary king's quarters. Damien followed her. The tent where the mercenary king was staying was much more splendid than the others, so they were able to find it quickly. At the entrance of the tent, a woman sat with a bow in her hand. It was Cynthia, the mercenary king's confidant. "Cynthia, you've come, milady," Cynthia replied with a calm face. She opened the door of the tent and spoke to Athena. "The mercenary king is inside. Please go in." Thank you." Athena entered the tent with Cynthia. Damien followed the two of them. The mercenary king was lying alone in a bed that was big enough for 3 or 4 people to sleep in at the same time. The mercenary king looked exactly the same as when Damien had last seen him, like a young boy. The only difference was that his eyes were closed and he didn't move at all. "Father," Athena grabbed the mercenary king's hand, but he didn't open his eyes even at his daughter's call. He looked like a dead man. Tears soon welled up in Athena's eyes. What happened? Why did father collapse?" "He was so healthy that he couldn't be collapsed like that. We haven't figured out the cause yet. But we have to do something. We've tried everything from potions to magical tools, but he just won't wake up." At Cynthia's explanation, Athena bit her lip without saying a word. The mercenary king collapsed at this time. Damien looked at the mercenary king and fell into thought. What Damien knew about the Fafnir mercenary company was that the mercenary king had fallen for the dark mage's trick and split the mercenary group. "There's no guarantee that what I know is true. I didn't see it myself." The information Damien knew was only what he had heard from others. The truth might be completely different. There's no way someone like the mercenary king could just collapse. The mercenary king was a powerhouse that surpassed the master class. His body and soul had long since transcended humanity. And yet such a person had not only fainted but was also unable to regain consciousness. Someone must have intervened. The only person who could do something like this is Rubia. What was incomprehensible was how she had managed to bring down the mercenary king. The mercenary king was a transcendent, and he also had the blood of a dragon flowing through his veins. That's why the mercenary king had a natural resistance to drugs and curses. No, the dragon's bloodline is a strength, but it's also a weakness. There was no creature in the world that had been studied as much as the dragon. This was because, from a researcher's point of view, there was no creature as fascinating as the dragon, with its immense power as the strongest on the continent and its numerous abilities. Mages and dark mages alike had studied dragons, and as a result, many of their weaknesses had been uncovered. Of course, knowing a weakness didn't mean that one could do anything about it. But the mercenary king is not a dragon in the strict sense. Moreover, he has the fatal flaw of being attracted to women. There was no way the mercenary king would have left a beautiful woman like Rubia alone. So there must have been plenty of opportunities for Rubia to manipulate the mercenary king. As Damien observed the mercenary king, he realized one thing. It was so faint that no one else would have noticed it if it hadn't been for Damien. "Rubia, you've played a pretty interesting trick." Damien smirked as he thought this. It was then that Cynthia spoke to Athena. "Milady, I understand that you're going through a difficult time, but you need to pull yourself together. An emergency meeting will be held soon. As a first-generation pureblood, you must attend." At Cynthia's words, Athena wiped her tears with the back of her hand and stood up. Athena walked out of the tent first. Damien was about to follow her. "Sir Damien," Cynthia stopped Damien and said, "please take care of the young lady." Damien and Athena headed to the meeting place that Cynthia had mentioned. Inside a large tent that had been set up temporarily, chairs were arranged in a circle. Many mercenaries were already sitting in the chairs, talking loudly. Their expressions were all very serious. "This is amazing." As soon as he entered the meeting room, Damien couldn't help but be impressed. Among those sitting down were a large number of master classes. Blade Storm, Blue Lightning, Executioner. I never thought I'd see them so soon. Among them were some masters that Damien had fought himself. They were all faces that he could acknowledge. However, it wasn't just masters that were present. There were also purebloods who were high class. In addition, there were middle-aged women present. They didn't train their bodies or cultivate mana. To the outside eye, they seemed like ordinary people. However, the purebloods treated these women with respect. Even the masters did the same. They must be the leaders of the factions. The Fafnir mercenary company was divided into several factions. The core of each faction was the mercenary king's women, in other words, the mothers of the purebloods. "It seems that everyone who is coming has arrived." One of the middle-aged women stood up and spoke. As she did so, the meeting room fell silent in an instant. Damien recognized the woman's face immediately, Claire Fowler. She was the mercenary king's first woman and the leader of the largest faction. Rubia also belonged to that faction. It has been a week since the mercenary king collapsed. During that time, we have not been able to handle any requests. I felt that it was time to appoint a proxy, so I called this emergency meeting. The other mercenaries nodded at Claire Fowler's words. The Fafnir Mercenary Company was the best mercenary group on the continent. Requests came from all over the continent. Someone needed to take over the operation of the mercenary group in the Mercenary King's place. So who do you plan to choose as the proxy? A woman sitting on the opposite side of Claire Fowler asked. She looked a little older than Claire Fowler, but she was still old. Surely you don't plan to choose someone from your side, Claire? Susan asked in a sharp tone. Claire smiled and said, of course not. I plan to gather everyone's opinions and entrust it to the most suitable person. So please all speak up and nominate a candidate. Susan looked at Claire with a very suspicious expression and said, you're not going to rig the vote, are you? Then I will be the first to make a recommendation. I think my son Lennox is the right person. As soon as Susan spoke, another woman from a different faction opened her mouth. Lennox, that guy failed a request last time and caused a lot of damage to the mercenary group, didn't he? Susan's face flushed red at the woman's words. That wasn't Lennox's fault, it was the Empire's fault for interfering. Joey is much more suitable to be the proxy than Lennox. Joey is recognized by the Mercenary King for his skills, and he is also running his own mercenary group. Joey. He's not good enough, how can he be the proxy with his skills? The words and actions of each faction became increasingly rough. The atmosphere was so heated that it was starting to look dangerous. How can we trust Lennox's judgment? He's definitely going to tarnish the reputation of the Fafnir Mercenary Company. What about Thomas? You don't seriously think that idiot can be the proxy, do you? The word family did not apply in this place. It was filled with hyenas who were after the attractive position of the Mercenary King's proxy. These idiots, father is collapsed, and what are they doing? Athena sighed and muttered. Damien agreed with Athena's words. I wondered why the Fafnir Mercenary Company were divided. It was all because of power. The power struggle between the factions was more intense than Damien had thought. Until now, they had been suppressed by the overwhelming presence of the Mercenary King. In the absence of the Mercenary King, the conflict had finally exploded. If this conflict continues to escalate, there will be an internal war. It was unclear how this came to be blamed on the Mercenary King. There was only one thing that was certain. We can't let the mercenary group split up like this. The Fafnir Mercenary Company was the third most powerful force after the Empire and the Church. However, in the process of fighting each other in the internal war, its size was greatly reduced. If the Fafnir Mercenary Company had maintained their full strength, humanity would not have been defeated so easily by Darugo in the War of Destruction. To stop this, we need to wake up the Mercenary King first. While Damien was lost in thought, but it seems like there's someone here who doesn't belong. Claire Fowler raised her voice again. Her gaze was directed at Athena. Athena, why are you sitting here? When Athena opened her mouth to protest Claire Fowler's question, that's right, did that child have the qualifications to do so? Susan agreed with Claire's opinion. She was not the only one. She hasn't reached the position or the level yet. It doesn't seem like she's qualified. The women from the other factions also agreed with the two of them. It was as if their previous fight had been a lie. Athena, will you leave now? Claire spoke in a soft voice and pointed to the door. It was practically an eviction order. In the end, Athena had no choice but to leave the meeting room without saying a word. Stupid idiots, Athena muttered angrily. She looked back at Damien and said, what's the big deal about me being alone? Is this how they're going to act? Since Athena was favored by the Mercenary King, she did not belong to any faction. The other factions must have been unhappy with Athena monopolizing the Mercenary King's favor, so much so that they were ready to pounce on Athena as soon as the Mercenary King's shield disappeared. I'm sorry. I wanted to send someone to the Kingdom of Grape as soon as possible to get the compensation, but it looks like it will take some time. That's not good. With the Mercenary King collapsed, it was unclear when they would be able to send someone. It was clear that they would have to wait indefinitely. All right, I'll try to find a way soon. Athena spoke with a dispirited expression as if she had misunderstood Damien's words. That's not what I mean. I'm saying that we need to wake your father up quickly because we don't have time to wait. Wake him up? Why, you mean there's a way? Damien nodded at Athena's question. Then you should have said so earlier. Let's go quickly. Damien stopped Athena as she tried to run off. That's not the way. What do you mean father's tent is over there? That's a fake. Athena made a face like she was talking nonsense. Damien spoke to her in a firm tone. The real one is somewhere else. Chapter 171, Split Part 2. What's going on right now? Athena exclaimed with a bewildered expression. Fake father? That's not your father. It's just a meticulously crafted doll. Don't be ridiculous. This is the Fafnir Mercenary Company. Who could have done such a thing? I don't know. In truth, Damien already knew who the culprit was. Within this mercenary company, there was only one entity capable of creating such sophisticated fake bodies. It was Rubia, a disciple of the giant evil SLA. As for who created the fake mercenary king who orchestrated the switch, I don't know the details, but what I'm sure of is that it's fake. However, Damien didn't tell Athena everything. He didn't want to risk raising suspicion by providing too much detail. As an outsider, Damien being so knowledgeable about the internal affairs of the mercenary company was already suspicious enough, even if what you say is true. No one would have failed to notice. This is the Fafnir mercenary company. Athena found it hard to believe Damien's words. It was natural, there were master class members abound here. The master class had highly developed senses, capable of detecting not just the physical, but also the smallest amount of differences in mana. Deceiving them was deemed impossible. However, Rubia was not only a dark mage, but also a disciple of SLA. Undoubtedly, SLA possessed the most expertise in human physiology within Pandemonium. For Rubia, Slaw's disciple, crafting a doll that could deceive even the master class senses was child's play. It's because it's so meticulously crafted. If I hadn't been gone to the church myself, I might not have realized. What do you mean? I've seen a similar doll before when I visited the headquarters of the church. It was an item retrieved after killing a dark mage. That's how I could recognize it. Dark mage. At the mention of a dark mage, Athena seemed somewhat convinced. A dark mage was indeed someone with the abilities to deceive the master class. If you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you right now. The reason Damien insisted on revealing this fact to Athena was to prevent the division of the Fafnir mercenary company. They needed to find the real mercenary king as soon as possible, but it had been a week since the mercenary king fell. It had been a week since Rubia had swapped him out. No matter how capable Damien was, tracking traces from a week ago was impossible. So he decided to expose the fact that the mercenary king was fake and mobilize the entire Fafnir mercenary company to find the real one. And in this process he needed Athena's help, which is why he disclosed the truth about the fake. Can you really prove it? Of course. Then let's go quickly. Just as the two were about to head to the location of the fake mercenary king, the tent where a meeting was being held opened and two figures walked out. The one standing at the forefront was Claire Fowler, and beside her stood a broad-shouldered man, beheader Ulrich Hopper. During the War of Annihilation, he had swept through the battlefield alongside the mercenary king. He was a figure of such remarkable skill that Damien remembered him distinctly. There it is, right in front of us. Thanks for making our job easier. Claire Fowler addressed Athena. Athena, wary, asked. What's going on? Claire didn't answer. Instead, she just looked at beheader Ulrich Hopper. Ulrich, I'm asking you. Mother, do you really have to do this? Ulrich asked with an uncomfortable expression. Claire bristled with anger at his words. Ulrich, are you sympathizing with the one who might be the reason your father fell? At Claire's words, Athena shouted in surprise. What are you talking about? Why would I do something like that to my father? Don't play dumb. Among us, the one who has spent the most time with the mercenary king is you alone. If it's not you, then who else could have done something to the mercenary king like that? Athena looked incredulous at Claire's words. Don't talk nonsense. Why would I do such a thing to my father? We'll find out from now on. Ulrich, what are you waiting for? Quickly apprehend these two. The beheader sighed briefly and gestured. Then the mercenaries surrounding them closed in on the two. I will arrest these two as prime suspects. With a bitter expression, the beheader addressed the bewildered pair. If you resist, I'll use force. The two people captured by the mercenaries were taken to different places. Damien arrived at a mobile prison located on the outskirts of the mercenary camp. It was covered with iron plates on all four sides and had wheels underneath. When he went inside, he saw an iron cage in the center. Stay in there quietly. The mercenaries pushed Damien into the cage and locked it after him, then left the prison. Damien's hands were cuffed with large handcuffs. They were magical tools that interfered with the flow of mana. Damien hit the bars of the cage with his handcuffs. It seemed very sturdy. I don't have time for this. He hadn't expected to be caught like this when he was looking for the mercenary king. I'll have to take my chance and escape. The reason Damien was captured so easily was because of the beheader. Even for Damien, it was impossible to fight against a master class. However, it was easy for him to take his chance and escape. Neither the handcuffs nor the bars were a big problem for Damien. The problem is how to find the mercenary king. With things going this way, it was difficult to expect the cooperation of the mercenary company. The only way left was for Damien to escape from the mercenary company and find him himself. Just as Damien was lost in thought, the door of the prison opened and a woman entered. A woman with incredibly beautiful eyes. It was Rubia. Thank you for opening the door. And no problem. The mercenary blushed at Rubia's words and closed the prison door. Only after confirming that the door was closed did Rubia approach Damien. It seems like this is the second time we've met face to face, Rubia said with a smile. Even in this dirty prison, Rubia's appearance shone brightly. We don't have time for this. Damien was not interested in Rubia's appearance at all. He knew her true identity and the fact that her appearance was artificial. "You're still as cold as ever," Rubia said with a disappointed look. Then suddenly the entire prison was filled with a sweet scent. It was the pheromone, the special ability of the succubus SLA. Anyone who smelled this scent, regardless of gender, would be completely captivated by Rubia. Of course it doesn't work on you. Of course it didn't work on Damien. He even covered his nose with the back of his hand as if it was unpleasant. Rubia looked at Damien with a curious expression at that gesture. "That's strange. Other men lose their minds when they see me. You don't show any sign of that at all. You seem to be overconfident. I don't think you're that attractive." Rubia burst out laughing at Damien's response. "You're the one who had me locked up." Rubia nodded nonchalantly at Damien's words. "You're quick to catch on. You came looking for me as soon as I was locked up. Anyone who doesn't notice that is an idiot." "That's true, but you still don't know why I locked you up, do you?" Rubia said, glancing at Damien. "I'm a dark mage." Damien had a look of disbelief on his face. He had never expected her to reveal it first. "There is someone who is looking for a talented person like you. I plan to offer you to him." "Who is he?" "You don't need to know that, just know that he is a very great person." Rubia's face became slightly hazy. Damien thought for a moment. He felt like he knew who Rubia was talking about. "So originally, I asked Gurrat to capture you alive, but he failed miserably and died instead, so I had no choice but to step in myself. You're going to kidnap me in this place full of master classes." "That's impossible. There's always a way." Rubia took out a small bead and threw it on the ground. The bead immediately began to expand and soon began to flow. It looked like a mass of flesh that had been haphazardly put together. It made him feel sick just looking at it. "Look carefully." As Rubia waved her hand in the air, the flesh turned into the exact same shape as Damien. "Isn't it perfect? If I just fix the body odor and magic scent, everyone will be fooled. I plan to use this to make it look like you're dead." As Damien had expected, Rubia was the one who created the fake mercenary king. "You're taking it well, aren't you, or have you given up?" Rubia said with a smile when Damien didn't say anything. From his point of view, he should be grateful that Rubia would let him out without having to go through the trouble of escaping. Then suddenly a thought crossed his mind. It was a good way to find the location of the mercenary king without Damien having to struggle. "Kidnapping me will only backfire." "Oh, you're suddenly talking a lot. It looks like you're suddenly scared because you're going to be captured by a dark mage. Dorgo won't be happy to see me." Rubia's eyes doubled in size as soon as Damien mentioned the name. "Why you?" "H, how do you know H? H his name. There's no way I wouldn't know," Damien said, assuming an arrogant pose. "I'm Dorgo's direct attendant." Chapter 172. Untitled. Rubia's pupils began to tremble slightly as she gazed at Damien. Who would believe such lies? Finally, Rubia spoke up, vehemently denying Damien's words. I know who all his followers are. B, but I've never seen them. I can't help it. I'm only tasked with secret missions, so only Dorgo knows of my existence. T, that's absurd. I've never heard of any secret missions." "Of course they're secret missions. They shouldn't be known by just anyone." Rubia was speechless in the face of Damien's counterargument. "Dorgo has countless plans in preparation. What you know is just the tip of the iceberg." Damien's words were undeniably true. Dorgo's aim was to overthrow all kingdoms and ultimately exterminate humanity. Even though he utilized dark mages, they too were merely tools to be disposed of in the end. Thus, Dorgo had separate plans to eliminate all dark mages as soon as the war ended. "Originally, I shouldn't be exposed to anyone. It's because of your foolish actions that I have to reveal my identity. If you're his direct follower. Why are you killing dark mages?" Rubia still couldn't bring herself to believe Damien's words. "Yulan disappeared because of you, and this time you killed Gurrat. How would I know Dorgo's true intentions? I merely received orders and carried them out." Damien cut in sharply. "Perhaps he interfered with Dorgo's plans, doing things against his will, or stole dark magic ingredients that he shouldn't know about. It's just my speculation. Don't make excuses like that. Are you still trying to deceive me?" "Excuses?" Damien's pupils shifted subtly. "Then do you claim to know all of Dorgo's secrets?" "T, that's not it, but even your master SLA wouldn't know all of Dorgo's secrets, yet as her disciple I didn't expect you to speak so disrespectfully." As Slaw's name was mentioned, Rubia's pupils dilated even further. "H, how would my master?" "I just said it, didn't I?" Damien raised his chin slightly, speaking with a very arrogant attitude. "I am Dorgo's direct secret agent. Even if you don't know me, I know you." Unconsciously, Rubia took a step back, then tripped over her own feet and fell. "W8, I'll ask him through my master and come back with an answer." Asking SLA. "A mere disciple like you daring to question about Dorgo's plans, seems you don't value your life much," Damien said with a smirk. "T, then you do it. Show me contacting him in front of me and I'll believe you. Don't talk nonsense. Or maybe you haven't received the information yet." Feigning bewilderment, Damien continued. "Dorgo changed the method of communication long ago to unilateral orders. We can no longer contact him. Even you, Rubia's words disappointed Damien internally. Since his return, Damien had been tirelessly searching for ways to communicate with Darugo. If he could send out a transmission to Darugo, it would be possible to trace his location. So whenever dark mages died, he tried to absorb their memories to find a way. But there was no harvest. It was because Darugo had given the order long ago. Dispose of all communication means if there is a mission. He had thought that the cunning SLA might have another way, but it was a futile hope. Do you now believe me? Why yes, I have no choice. How long will you keep nodding like that? With an arrogant expression, Damien said. Rubia immediately knelt on the ground. I greet the faithful servant of the Great One. After that, Rubia broke Damien out of prison. The soldiers guarding the prison were briefly knocked out by Rubia's dark magic. Then she placed a fake Damien's corpse in the prison and took the real Damien out. I've disguised it as a death from a heart attack, so no one will suspect anything, Rubia whispered as they left the prison. She even deceived the master class with the mercenary king's corpse. Faking Damien's death would be nothing. Rubia took Damien to her own tent. Originally, this was a place where the mercenary king's women gathered, so Damien, a man, was not allowed to enter. Rubia simply solved this problem by charming the female mercenaries guarding the place with pheromones. Please have a seat. After sitting Damien down, Rubia moved busily, bringing out food and boiling water for tea. Damien sat in the chair and looked around Rubia's tent. It was filled with luxurious-looking artwork. You have a lot of expensive-looking things here. They were all gifts from the mercenary king, Rubia said, putting tea leaves in the teapot. I'm not really interested, but what can I do? I have to pretend to like them if I want to win his favor. Who planned the mercenary king's kidnapping? My master planned it. She wanted to study the blood of the dragon. The blood of the dragon? You know what school my master is from, don't you? I think she was planning to absorb the power of the dragon. She also gave the order to destroy the Fafnir mercenary company on the side. This was the fearsome thing about the Grand Dark Mages. They might not be able to match the master class in terms of strength, but his true value was revealed when they worked in the shadows. It was really hard, you know. I chased him for over a year to win his favor, and only then was I able to catch his eye. Rubia grumbled as she placed a cup of tea in front of Damien. I thought once I got into the mercenary corps, everything would be fine. I'm not bragging, but I'm quite confident in my ability to handle men. Rubia's eyes fluttered slightly. She have a very charming figure. But things didn't go at all like I thought they would. Everyone was afraid of the mercenary king, so my seduction didn't work at all. You must have had a hard time. Don't say that, Rubia waved her hand and said. But it's fortunate that the mercenary king's kidnapping went smoothly. It's refreshing to see them fighting each other now that the mercenary king is gone. Where did you take the mercenary king? It wouldn't have been easy to get him out of the mercenary company. Oh, you're curious about that? Suddenly, Rubia closed the distance. She leaned her body against Damien's shoulder and said, this is going to be a long story. You might get tired if you sit down to listen. So saying, Rubia slyly pointed to the bed. Actually, I prefer manly men like you, not lustful men like the mercenary king. Damien did not avoid Rubia's advances. Instead, he observed her eyes. Unlike her voice, which was full of lust, her eyes were as calm as a still water. She's after something. Every word and action of Rubia's was a lie. There was no doubt that she had another motive. If you want something, say it out loud. Stop with this nonsense. At Damien's words, Rubia looked at him with a strange expression. I'm sorry to ask this, but are you perhaps really close to him? I'll just get to the point. I want my name to be known to him. Is that all? That's all. Do you know how difficult that is? The only dark mages he knows are either giant evils or geniuses among geniuses. Darugo had the ability to discern people's talents. Darugo's standards were extremely high and strict. Even if a grand dark mage did not meet his standards, he would not pay attention to them. If you just promise me, I'll tell you where the mercenary king is. It wasn't a particularly difficult request. Damien was about to say so. Just then, a shadow suddenly rose from the floor of the tent. Rubia, I'm back. No one has noticed that the mercenary king is a fake yet. Kardek's eyes caught sight of Damien and Rubia, who was clinging to him. Kardek's face turned red and blue in an instant. Kardek finally couldn't hold back and exploded in anger. Rubia, what is this? Just like Damien, Athena was also imprisoned. She was imprisoned in a prison that held criminals who had committed terrible crimes. The floor was covered with rotten hay. The walls were covered with bloodstains. Even though she was a suspect in the case, it was not a place where Athena, a first-generation pureblood, should be imprisoned. Is Damien okay? Athena was more worried about Damien than the state of the prison. She was a pureblood, so they wouldn't treat her too harshly, but Damien was an outsider. What the hell was that story about my father being a fake? While Athena was lost in thought, the door to the prison opened and someone entered. Athena clenched her teeth when she saw the visitor's face. This is convenient. Those were the first words that the visitor, Claire Fowler, uttered. "What is this?" Athena said in a voice full of anger. Claire Fowler laughed at her and said, "I told you, didn't I? You are a strong suspect in this case. You will have to be investigated here for a while. Stop talking nonsense and tell me the real reason. Why did you lock me up? You really don't know?" Athena frowned at Claire Fowler's question. "What did you just say? Weren't you the one who acted like you were above everyone else because you were favored by the mercenary king? You should have been more careful and made friends with me beforehand," Athena said with an incredulous expression on her face. "Is that all you're doing this for? Just..." In an instant, Claire's voice rose. Athena couldn't help but flinch at the strange pressure. "Do you know how hard we all work to be favored by the mercenary king? Especially women like me who are getting old. We have no way to get the mercenary king's attention unless we have children." The number of women that the mercenary king had been with was countless. Considering that Claire Fowler, his first lover, was approaching old age, it was not difficult to imagine how many there were. But then you who have inherited the blood of the mercenary king the most. You who have turned the purebloods into fools. The attention of the mercenary king was focused on Athena. The more the mercenary king protected Athena, the less attention he could pay to the other women and their children. "I gave the order to imprison you, but all the women agreed with that decision. Do you understand now? What do they all think of you?" Athena was silent for a moment before opening her mouth. "When my father wakes up, he won't sit still. Of course, with the mercenary king's personality, he won't let this go, but that's only when he wakes up, isn't it?" Athena frowned at those words and asked back. "What are you talking about now?" Athena shouted, but Claire just stared at her without saying a word. "Tell me, what the hell do you know? Why won't my father wake up? It's a bit late, but you really look just like your mother, except for your hair color." Athena was speechless at the sudden words. "What are you talking about? The regret of my life is that I didn't kill your mother myself. I'm so glad you're here, though." Claire stared at Athena with dark eyes. Athena found herself swallowing dry saliva. Claire's eyes were that creepy. "Then get some rest." With that, Claire walked out of the prison. Chapter 173, Untitled, Why Are You Getting Angry Again? "You brought another man here. I've lost count of how many times this has happened. I begged you not to do this again. And what if you keep bringing in these mercenaries? There's a limit to how much cleanup I can do if our identities are exposed to the other masters." "You idiot, this man is not a mercenary. Look carefully, Damien Haksen. As I said, I was planning on abducting Damien, but I told you to melt his limbs with that potion and toss him into the somewhere. That was the original plan, but circumstances have changed. Let me introduce myself properly. My name is Damien Haksen. While the world knows me as a son of the Count Haksen, my true identity is different." "What nonsense are you spouting? I am a secret agent serving under Darugo." Kardec looked back at Rubia. It was as if he was asking what the hell this was all about. "What he says is true." Kardec could not help but be confused when Rubia defended Damien. "Rubia, you can't seriously believe that nonsense, can you? Sir Damien already knew your name. Not only that, but he also knows things that only a dark mage would know." "What?" Kardec's eyes shook violently at Rubia's words. "If this man is his agent, then why the hell did he kill Gurat?" "I don't know either. Even he doesn't know the exact reason." "You're telling me now? How can we possibly fathom his will?" Rubia's eyes became hazy. "You know, don't you, how great he is?" At first glance, Rubia's expression was similar to that of a woman in love. However, Damien saw it differently. "He looks just like a fanatic. All dark mages who knew of Darugo's existence regarded him as a god. Darugo is the figure who laid the foundation for all dark magic and the first Lich to be born. Moreover, all dark mages in the present time have been taught by Darugo directly or indirectly, so it is inevitable that they would regard him as a god. Of course, that was only if Damien saw it that way. "Do you believe me now?" Damien asked Kardec. Kardec nodded slowly, however his eyes were still full of doubt. "Then let's get back to the topic at hand. I'd like to know where the mercenary king is now." "Why are you curious about that?" Kardec asked in a sharp tone. Rubia then snapped at Kardec. "Kardec, I know you're suspicious, and I think that's a good thing, but Sir Damien is someone who receives orders directly from him. Don't be rude anymore." "Rubia, Kardec," Rubia's voice softened. "You're not going to argue with me now, are you?" "No, of course not. I never intended to." "That's right then." Rubia gently patted Kardec's shoulder. In that moment, a smile crept onto Kardec's lips. Despite being ignored just moments ago, he was genuinely pleased with the slight attention. "The mercenary king has been entrusted to someone I trust. He should have arrived near the border by now. He has agreed to meet with my master's envoy in the neighboring country. He hasn't gone very far. There are some reasons for that. It wasn't easy to put the mercenary king to sleep." At those words, Damien could guess how Rubia had subdued the mercenary king. She must have stimulated his sleep desire. One of the weaknesses of dragons was their strong desire to sleep. Dragons were creatures that lived for thousands of years. The way they chose to spend that long time was through sleep. "But why are you so curious about the mercenary king?" Oh, I didn't tell you that. Actually, Dorugo is very interested in the Mercenary King. That's why he sent me here. Oh. I didn't know that even he would be coveting the Mercenary King. Damien spoke to the curious Rubia. My mission was to obtain a part of the Mercenary King's body, something like hair or nails. But now that you have already secured the Mercenary King, that changes things. Hand over the Mercenary King to me. At Damien's words, Rubia fell into thought for a moment. I have a task from my master, but his will is more important. I will do as you say. Instead, I have a condition. You want me to tell Dorugo your name, right? Oh, you remember, that's right. That's all it takes, of course. You have to add a little spice to it. Rubia continued in a slightly excited voice. So that he will be interested in me, I will do as you say. Good, then the deal is done. I can't leave my post. I still have work to do with the Papnir Mercenary Corps. Instead, I'll send Kardec with you. At those words, Kardec looked up in surprise. What, Kardec, you take Sir Damien to the Mercenary King? Why should I do that? Kardec protested loudly. Rubia bowed her head slightly and spoke pleadingly. Can't you do it? Of course I can, just trust me, I'll take this man. No, Sir Damien to the Mercenary King and come back, Kardec shouted with a bright smile. Damien looked at Kardec and tusked. Damien looked at Kardec and shook his head with a clucking sound. This way, Kardec, who had come out earlier, brought the horses he had hidden in the forest. The two men got on their horses and started to ride. They didn't rest on the way because the journey was long. It wasn't until after sunset that they stopped their horses. Kardec gathered firewood and built a fire. The two men sat down together by the campfire. Silence stretched between them despite the deepening night. Neither Damien nor Kardec had any interest in the other. I wonder how Athena is doing. Damien worried about Athena silently. Just like in the conference hall, Athena currently had no allies within the Mercenary Corps. No, worse than having no allies, it was filled with people who harbored hatred for her. In her previous life, Athena broke things off with the Mercenary King and wandered the outside world. But reality seemed to be different from what Damien knew. It seems the rumors are heavily distorted. Regardless of the truth, Damien's mission remained unchanged. It was to free the Mercenary King and prevent the Fafnir Mercenary Company from succumbing to internal strife. Drink this. Kardec suddenly offered Damien a steaming soup from an iron pot he'd been using moments before. Thank you, Damien replied, accepting it. Rubia asked me to bring it, Kardec said, his tone implying an alternate reality. What happened with Rubia today? Damien asked while sipping the soup. Kardec's voice was dry as he replied. Nothing happened. Really? As you know, the person she's interested in is not me, it's Dorugo. That's true. The conversation died down for a moment. Kardec tossed a few more logs onto the fire before speaking again. But it's strange, why do you call him by his name? Why is it offensive? It can't be helped. I've never seen anyone address the Great One so casually, Kardec said in a sharp tone. Damien shrugged. The person in question doesn't seem to mind. Don't spout nonsense. Don't try to measure everything by your common sense. Are you truly going to tell Dorugo about Rubia? Kardec asked, unable to argue further. He changed the subject. A promise is a promise. Kardec stared into the bubbling soup pot before speaking. On the journey here I kept thinking, if things stay this way, Rubia's attention will surely be stolen by someone else. That's inevitable, cough. Damien coughed without realizing it. Blood came out of his mouth. What happened? Damien coughed repeatedly. Blood dripped to the ground. You should have known that you shouldn't eat food carelessly if you knew I was from the Venom sect, Kardec said with a calm face. Damien's body fell to the ground. You bastard, Damien rasped weakly. Kardec's voice turned cold. Rubia belongs only to me, I can't give her to anyone. A moment later, Damien's head lolled to the side, lifeless. Kardec did not pay attention to Damien's body. He just stared at the soup he had boiled. I need to think of an excuse to tell Rubia on the way back. Surprise, surprise, motherfucker. Kardec could not help but be startled by the voice that came out of nowhere. Damien, who he thought was dead, was getting up without any trouble. How? As you said, it's only a fool who would eat food given by the Venom sect. Damien spat out black saliva. It was the poison that had been contained in the food that he had drawn out and spat out. That's nonsense. Kardec looked at him with an incredulous face. Once you reach the high-class level, you can use mana to expel poison that has entered your body. However, that was only referring to ordinary poisons. The poison created by a grand dark mage like Kardec could not be expelled so easily. You idiot! Kardec quickly regained his composure. The poison he had put in the food was not very potent by his standards. If he revealed his true strength, he could turn even someone like Damien into a pool of blood in an instant. I thought I would kill you painlessly, but you're resisting. Kardec spread his hands. Green energy began to gather in his palms. Do you know why I pretended to be poisoned? What nonsense are you talking about all of a sudden? To put you at ease. Kardec frowned at the sudden words. Be careful. No sooner had Damien's words ended than a sword pierced through Kardec's abdomen and came out from the other side. Chapter 174, Untitled. Kardec looked at the blade protruding from his abdomen in disbelief. When did you place the assassin? Kardec thought that Damien had hired an assassin, and a very high-level assassin at that. As a grand dark mage, there were few people who could ambush him and stab him in the stomach. However, when he looked back, he realized that he had been wrong. All he could see was the hilt of the sword. There was no one holding it. How is this possible? Did someone throw the sword from a distance? He had heard that there were master-class individuals with that ability. Kardec was trying to understand the situation by searching through his knowledge when the sword that pierced his abdomen suddenly became heavier and the blade pointed down. Ark, he knelt down in excruciating pain as his flesh was torn. Only then did Kardec realize the sword was not thrown, the sword was moving on its own. Damien. What kind of trick are you using? He had heard rumors of a figure among the master class who could fight by freely flying their weapons. However, that was thanks to the realm they had reached by ascending to the master class. It was not a technique that a high class like Damien could imitate. It's useful after all, Damien said with a satisfied expression. A while ago, Damien had fought Gastel in the Almond country. There he had been able to get his hands on a very precious relic sword, a masterpiece created by an ancient craftsman to protect the prince, a relic sword with the ability to fly and attack enemies. Damien named the relic sword Etherian. Since then, Damien had taken out Etherian whenever he had time to test its performance. How fast was its flying speed? What was its cutting power? How many functions did it have? Etherian had not only the ability to fly, but also stealth functions such as invisibility and silent flight. While moving with Kardec, Damien had secretly taken out Etherian and made it follow him. However, even with its stealth function, it was impossible to surprise Kardec with just Etherian. This was because Grand Dark Mages were extremely sensitive to the flow of mana. That's why Damien ate some of the soup even though he knew it was poisoned. He even acted like he was poisoned. It was all in order to lure Kardec into letting his guard down and stab him in the abdomen with Etherian. You hid something like this, and your story about being his servant was also a lie. Well, yes, since he had already been surprised, Damien admitted it honestly. Then how did you know his name? Are you an Imperial spy? This isn't the time to be asking questions like that, Damien said, gripping the hilt of the sword. Seeing this, Kardec gritted his teeth and said, But without me you won't be able to find the location of the mercenary king. Don't worry about that, I'll take care of it, just sit still and wait for your neck to be cut off, Damien said nonchalantly. This threat would not work on Damien, unlike other knights. After killing Kardec, he could just ask his soul directly. Do you think a high class can kill me? Anger rose on Kardec's face. It was understandable that he, a grand dark mage, was being ignored by a high class. Damien pointed his finger down. Etherian moved down and the entrails were cut a little longer. Kardec's expression twisted. However, he did not scream. You have a lot of courage to talk like that, and have you forgotten, Gurat, a grand dark mage like you also died at my hands. It will be difficult if you think of me and that guy as the same. A deep sneer appeared on Kardec's lips. He did not look like a person whose life was in danger at all. The level of a grand dark mage depends on the degree of completion of their dark magic. Gurat was a far inferior guy compared to me, Kardec said, wiping the blood from his lips. Let me show you how big the gap is, from now on. A thick liquid oozed out from between the bandages wrapped around Kardec's body. As soon as he saw the liquid, Damien immediately pulled Etherian out of Kardec's body. As soon as Etherian was pulled out, the liquids fell to the ground. Then the gravel and soil on the ground began to melt away in an instant. You have good reflexes. If I had left it alone, that relic sword would have disappeared. Corrosive poison, flowing rust. It was one of the poisons that Kardec liked to use. It was a poison that melted all solid objects, regardless of metal or stone. During the War of Destruction, Kardec had once used this poison to collapse the Imperial fortress known as the Iron Fortress. The bandages stretched on their own and sealed Kardec's wounds. As the wounds disappeared, Kardec slowly raised himself and said, Look forward to it, I will give you the most horrible death. Kardec's eyes glowed darkly. Venom sect, those who handle poison, are known as a particularly dangerous sect among other dark mages sects. Even master-class individuals who can fly, run, and jump have died from a single drop of their poison. However, there was one fatal flaw with the Venom sect. It was ultimately ineffective if it didn't come in touch with the target. No matter how terrible the poison was, it was useless if it didn't touch its target. However, that disadvantage was not a problem for Kardec. Grand Dark Mage, a transcendent being who can activate high-level dark magic with a single finger. To such a Kardec, poisoning the target was no problem at all. Even more so against a high class like Damien. Let's begin. Kardec shook his hands. At that, a new poison oozed out of his body. The poison immediately turned into snakes. Dozens of snakes slithered towards Damien. Their speed was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, they gathered at Damien's feet. Kardec reached out his hand towards Damien. At that, the snakes all exploded, releasing yellow smoke that covered the area. He had instantly vaporized the poison to create a poisonous gas. This poison burns the nerves and brain. Even a little inhalation will make you taste hell, he said with a triumphant expression. It's a waste of expensive poison, but there's no poison as painful as this. That's when it happened. Damien emerged through the smoke. He was unharmed despite being covered in the poison gas. What? Kardec couldn't help but be confused. It was a poison gas that could penetrate the skin even if you held your breath. It didn't make sense that he was unharmed. You really are an incomprehensible guy. I can't let you live long. Kardec spread his arms. A large amount of poison poured out of his forearms. The poison seeped into the ground. The next moment, a net made of poison sprang up in front of Damien. The moment he saw the net, Damien changed direction. But it was already too late. Poison nets sprang up from all sides, blocking Damien's escape route. Damien immediately swung his sword and released an aura. A barrage of aura slashes rained down on the net. However, the aura was unable to cut through the net and dissipated. Seeing this, Kardec sneered and said, "It's a poison that disrupts the flow of mana and you won't be able to cut through it at your high-class level." The net began to shrink. The spiked net was about to envelop Damien. First ring. At that moment, Damien muttered softly. At the same time, a resonant sound began to emanate from his body. Kardec couldn't help but be puzzled by the sound he had never heard before. Can that sound come from a human body? At that moment, Damien's body disappeared. At the same time, the net of poison was torn apart. What? Kardec couldn't help but be confused by the unexpected situation. That's when he heard footsteps. Kardec hurriedly looked to his left. Damien was standing there. HMPH, Kardec again tried to block Damien's path by spreading a net of poison. At that moment, something fell from the sky. The sword that had pierced his abdomen now pierced Kardec's wrist. His wrist was severed and the dark magic was nullified. Q-Arc, Kardec screamed in sudden pain, but apart from the pain, he quickly prepared dark magic with his other hand, if he didn't stop Damien now. Second ring, Damien, who had been far away, appeared in front of him in an instant. Kardec couldn't help but be greatly surprised by the speed that exceeded common sense. "A high class like you is making me use this method," dark mana exploded from Kardec's body. At the same time, thin needles rained down on Damien. They were as thin as animal hair, but they were all needles made of poison. Even a single prick would melt the entire body with extreme poison. The hair-thin needles rained down on Damien, invisible to the eye. "As expected, you're using this." Kardec heard Damien's muttering in his ear. "As expected." What does that mean? As if he had expected it, countless questions arose in Kardec's mind. At that moment, Kardec could see it. The poison needles that hit Damien's body were bouncing off. Aura armor. Anyone at the high-class level could protect their body by wrapping their mana around their body. He knew that, but the trump card that Kardec had prepared was something he had specially designed. The needles were thin, but they were designed to pierce even aura. There was no way to block them with an aura armor. What the hell is this? The moment Kardec screamed, Damien swung his sword. A blue aura cut through Kardec's neck. Kardec's eyes widened in surprise and fear. He tried to raise his hand to defend himself, but it was too late. His head fell to the ground and his body twitched for a moment before becoming still. Chapter 175. Kardec was an incredibly formidable opponent. The fact that he was a grand dark mage was impressive, but he was a genius among geniuses was truly terrifying. The hope of the Venom sect. A prodigy who was on the verge of becoming the future leader of the Venom sect. This evaluation was not exaggerated. Kardec's poison-making skills were unparalleled among the dark mages of the Venom sect. When Kardec poured his talent into dark magic, he would create a new poison every other day. Several knights died before they could swing their swords at Kardec. Thank goodness my opponent is Kardec. Of course, this didn't apply to Damien. Damien didn't consider Kardec to be the least bit dangerous. Poison is useless after all if you don't come in contact with it. During his time as a Death Knight, Damien had never once used poison. However, Damien's head was filled with all the knowledge related to the Venom sect. He had acquired it from Darugo. As a result, he could immediately identify the nature of a poison just by looking at it, and he knew exactly how to detoxify it. It's a poison that burns up the nerves and brain. Even a small amount will send you to hell. When Kardec vaporized the poison and created a poisonous mist, Damien not only stopped breathing but also covered his body with aura armor. This was because he knew that this poison could poison their enemy not only through the respiratory system but also from the skin. It's a corrosive poison that disrupts the flow of mana. A high-class knight will never be able to withstand it. When Kardec created a net with his poisonous liquid, Damien used the combined infinity cycle to increase the output of mana and compress it to its limits. This was because he knew that corrosive poison only decomposes the surface of the aura. He was able to cut through the poisonous net because of his tightly compressed aura. A mere high class like you is making me use this method. Damien wasn't even surprised when Kardec used poisonous needles in close range. This was because he knew that the dark mages of the Venom sect always prepared traps in case a knight approached at close range. So Damien had already reinforced his aura armor, and he did it using the masterclass technique. Seamless sword art. In his previous life, this technique was created by a person named Skybreaker who reached Master Class and created it as his symbol of reaching it. Skybreaker could weave his aura blade like cloth by using seamless sword art. The aura blade created by seamless sword art was much stronger and sharper than an ordinary aura blade. Above all, it could change its shape according to the user's will. Skybreaker freely changed aura blade's shape to cut down and crush his enemies, or he wrapped it around his body to block enemy attacks. Thanks to seamless sword art, Skybreaker could use a fighting style that combined offense and defense. Damien was not yet a master class, so he couldn't use seamless sword art as freely as Skybreaker. However, he could at least weave aura and wrap it around his body. Damien used this to deflect all the needles that Kardec fired. What the hell? Damien immediately swung Dawn and cut off Kardec's neck. His head flew through the air and landed on the ground. Damien shook off the blood that was smeared on Dawn. As the blood droplets fell to the ground, the earth turned black and charred. It was no exaggeration to say that Kardec's entire body was made of poison. That's why he tried not to spill blood as much as possible in this battle. Kuok! Just then Kardec, who was rolling around on the floor, let out a scream. You turned me into this, yo, unforgivable. Even though he was only left with his head, Kardec was still alive, and what's more, he was spitting out words. Damien wasn't particularly surprised. It wasn't strange for Grand Dark Mages to have several ways to save their life. GR Grand Dark Mage like me defeated by a high class like you. If Rubia learned about this incident, she would be greatly disappointed. Even in this situation, Kardec was only worried about losing Rubia's favor. Rubia will chase me away. Maybe she'll even kill me, Kardec trembled. The fear of being abandoned by Rubia was mixed with the pure terror of being killed by her. At least you only. I'll kill you here. Kardec's corpse swelled like a balloon while lying on the floor. As the swollen corpse burst, black smoke spread out in all directions. In the black smoke, Damien had no way to escape. Ha ha ha. Hey, Kardec let out a gasping laugh. Done I killed you, now Rubia will forgive me too. Woo-wung. Just then a sound began to be heard from within the smoke. As soon as he heard that sound, Kardec couldn't help but make a face. It was the same sound that he had heard from Damien's body during the battle. Why this sound again? The sound became even rougher. Immediately afterward, the black smoke disappeared in an instant. No, it didn't disappear, it was being sucked in. It was disappearing somewhere. As the black smoke disappeared completely, Damien's figure reappeared. He had one hand outstretched. A ring made of mana was floating above his palm. What is that? Kardec looked at the ring with blank eyes. It was something that he couldn't understand at all with his knowledge. He didn't understand what that ring was or how it could suck in poisonous mist. Combined infinity cycle. An ancestor or ancestor's ancestor of the Imperial Supreme Sword created this technique for cultivating mana. Damien had not only perfectly mastered this mana cultivation technique, but he had also taken it one step further. He had developed a way to create a ring outside and imbued them with other mana cultivation techniques. The ring Damien had created now contained the principles of Supreme Absorption Technique. Supreme Absorption Technique had an excellent ability to suck in external mana. The ring that Damien had created was sucking in the poisonous mist that had been released by Kardec's corpse. There was nothing left of Kardec's body, which had been reduced to ash. You bastard! There was an echo of hatred and despair in Kardec's voice as it echoed through the empty room. But Damien paid no attention to him. He turned and walked away, leaving Kardec's ashes behind. Damien had sucked up all the poisonous mist by applying his technique to the ring. Sneaky bastard, if you're going to die, die quietly. What do you mean by doing this kind of trick? The Venom sect had a trick up their sleeve for when they died. In the early days of the War of Destruction, countless knights lost their lives to the techniques of the Venom sect. Knowing this, Damien was able to prepare for Kardec's tricks in advance. Damien approached Kardec. Kardec's expression grew harder as he approached. Damn it, don't think you're safe just because you killed me. Rubia will avenge me. Damien grabbed Kardec by the hair and lifted him up. Kardec's head dangled in the air. Rubia is not just a beautiful woman, she's a dark mage several times more powerful than me. You're nothing to Rubia. Damien reached out his other hand. He pulled Kardec's soul out of his head. What? He cried out in fear as his soul was all that he had left. Oh, how can a knight manipulate souls? No way, you are. Damien did not answer Kardec's question. He didn't feel the need to. Instead, he used dark magic to start soul-searching on Kardec's soul. He rummaged through his memories and pulled out all his memories of the mercenary king. Quyuak. Every time the dark magic soul searched his soul, Kardec had to feel terrible pain. After rummaging through Kardec's memories for a while, Damien finally got his hands on the memory he wanted. Found it. It was here. As soon as he got what he wanted, Damien destroyed Kardec's soul. The Venom sect tested the poisons they made on humans themselves. It was clear as day how many people Kardec had sacrificed to get to where he was now. To at least a little comfort their grudge, Damien completely destroyed Kardec's soul. He tore it to shreds and then infused it with dark mana to collapse it. Damien clapped his hands together. Kardec's soul turned to dust and scattered. I want to go quickly, but I guess I have to clean up first. As Kardec's body exploded, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. They were all highly poisonous, so they couldn't just be left alone. Damien found them all and burned them, and then he found something. It was a belt full of bottles of poison. Even though they were tightly sealed to prevent poison from leaking out, they still felt ominous. It meant that they contained terrible poison. These were too dangerous to leave behind as well. Damien was about to burn all the bottles. Then suddenly he had another thought. They were too dangerous and unpleasant to carry around. But he would use them just once. Damien packed the bottles of poison and put them in his subspace. After that, Damien focused on cleaning up. Only after he finished cleaning up was he able to go ahead. Damien headed towards the place he had seen in Kardec's memories. According to the information he had obtained from Kardec, the mercenary king was currently in a hideout near the border. Kardec planned to leave the mercenary king there temporarily and hand him over when Slaw's messenger arrived. The person who had moved the mercenary king to the hideout was none other than a Dark Knight. The Dark Knight was at the high-class level, but Damien was not too worried. Unless he was a grand dark mage, a high class was no match for Damien. He planned to kill the Dark Knight in one breath and free the mercenary king. However, when he finally arrived at the hideout, the being Damien encountered was not the Dark Knight. It's a good thing you arrived on time. Rubia, a disciple of the giant evil SLA, you'll pay dearly for killing Kardec. You filthy fraud, she blocked Damien's path. Chapter 176, Rubia Part 1. A night with a full moon hanging high in the sky. While everyone else slept, Athena writhed in pain and clutched her ankles. Both of her ankles were wrapped in cloth. The fabric, which was originally white, had now been dyed red. It happened the evening she was imprisoned. Claire returned to the prison with a few mercenaries. There's a risk of escape. Cut her Achilles tendons. The mercenaries were taken aback by Claire Fowler's order. Even though she was a suspect in a case, Athena was a pureblood. Lady Claire, this prison is built with rare metals that absorb mana and cannot be easily broken. Moreover, Lady Athena is currently wearing a mana ceiling. Considering that child's abilities, we can't be careless. But, as the mercenaries continued to hesitate, Claire slapped one across the face. A sharp sound filled the prison. With a rattled expression, Claire spoke hysterically to the mercenary. If you heard an order, shouldn't you follow it quietly? Why are you babbling on? Why yes, Lady Claire. It's not that. Who do you think is in charge of the mercenary corps now? Should I call Ulrich and have him torture you all to understand the situation? At those words, Athena understood who had taken over her father's position as the leader. It was Ulrich Hopper, Claire's son. Honestly, it wasn't that surprising. Ulrich Hopper was a master-class fighter and an unparalleled pureblood within the mercenary corps. Do you understand? Do it as I say quickly. At Claire's scream, the mercenaries reluctantly surrounded Athena. However, they couldn't readily carry out Claire's orders. I'm all right. Athena knew who Ulrich Hopper was. He was an honest and reliable man, but someone who could never disobey his mother's commands. If Claire truly called upon Ulrich Hopper, the mercenaries would have no choice but to be tortured. The Fafnir Mercenary Company wasn't known for strict discipline, but their punishments were harsh, sometimes even fatal. So please do as she commands. The mercenaries bit their lips. In the end, they drew their swords and slashed at Athena's ankles. The tendon guards on her heels were very thick. When they were severed, the pain was unimaginable. However, Athena only shivered violently and didn't scream. Stubborn girl, Claire left the cell in a huff. The mercenaries followed suit. Only then could Athena release a groan. Barely managing any strength, she clutched her ankles. It hurts. Even after several hours, the pain hadn't subsided a bit. Athena closed her eyes, leaning against the wall, hoping for even a slight lessening of the agony. Some time passed, but it was hard to tell how much. The iron door of the prison clanged open and someone entered. Athena opened her eyes to identify the visitor. Claire Fowler stood before her. Looking good, Claire remarked, looking down at Athena. Because of her severed Achilles tendons, Athena could only look up at her. You resort to childish tricks. There was no way Athena could lower herself to Claire. She spoke to her in her usual manner. Childish, what can I do about that? Every time you do those childish tricks, it makes my insides churn with satisfaction. Claire said with a bright smile. Athena shivered slightly at the airy emotions she felt radiating from Claire. Why are you doing this to me? Athena asked what she had been curious about all along. Even though not everyone from the factions disliked Athena, Claire's animosity was on a whole other level. That's a good question. Actually, I wanted to vent to someone as well. Claire lowered herself onto her knees, meeting Athena's gaze. What do you think of your father? Athena couldn't answer this question with unknown intentions. Your father, Carl. He was a real lecher, the worst kind. He'd change women like it was nothing, and if there was a woman he liked, he wouldn't hesitate to force himself on her. A truly awful human being. Athena already knew it. How dissolute her father was. But none of the women Carl slept with were ever dissatisfied. There was no room for dissatisfaction. Where else would you find a man as handsome, strong, and high-ranking as Carl in this world? Mercenary King Carl Hopper was a man who had everything in his grasp. Wealth, fame, personal strength, and even striking good looks. What's more, Carl never aged. I'm not a knight so I wouldn't know for sure, but they say he was so strong he even overcame aging. So there was no reason for anyone to dislike Carl, but that was also the problem. Carl Hopper wouldn't age. He was always a handsome and charming man, but women were different. They aged with time. Their skin lost its elasticity and their eyes drooped. Their beauty as women withered with each passing day. Do you know how those old women are treated? They're completely ignored by Carl. Not even a single visit, as if his affection towards them was a lie. Claire's voice rose slightly in agitation. The women who bore him children are at least fortunate. Women who couldn't even have children were kicked out of the mercenary corps. They dedicated their youth to Carl, yet they received not even a crumbs of compensation in return. The situation wasn't much better for the women who bore the king's children. They just weren't kicked out of the mercenary corps, that's all. Can you even begin to imagine the feelings of a woman who loses the man she once loved dearly to other younger women? Claire's eyes darkened. Athena swallowed dryly and asked, "What does that have to do with me?" "Ah, right, that's what I need to tell you. You might not know this, but your mother was a woman Carl had been searching for a long time. It was something she had heard directly from her father himself a long time ago. It was your mother who saved your father from a mortal wound he received fighting a powerful enemy when he was young. Thanks to your mother's care, he was able to cling to life. After that, your father kept searching for your mother, but apparently wasn't very successful. Eventually, Carl did find your mother. But by then, she was already old sick. A truly sorry sight. That's why I never paid any attention to her. There was no way Carl would still be interested in such a woman." Claire gritted her teeth with a grimace. But reality was different from what I expected. Carl not only came back with your mother, but also clung to that woman until her very last breath. Why? He wouldn't even look at me once, calling me old and never visiting me again. He just ignored me. Why only your mother? Why only that woman? Claire slammed her fist against the bars of the cell. Her skin tore apart and blood trickled down her arm. However, she kept glaring at Athena. "I would love to kill you, but everyone is stopping me from doing that." Claire sighed, sounding genuinely frustrated. "Tomorrow, I'm expelling you from the mercenary company. Never return to the Fafnir mercenary company again." Claire turned around to leave the cell. Before exiting, she seemed to remember something and spoke again. "Oh, and by the way, they say a man named Damien is dead." Athena's eyes widened at the sudden news. "What are you talking about? Why is Damien dead?" "I don't know. A guard went in to deliver his evening meal and found him dead from a heart attack." Athena dragged herself on her arms towards the bars and grabbed them, shouting, "You're lying. You expect me to believe that. Believe it or not, I don't care. Why would I lie to you?" With that, Claire left the prison cell. "How did you know I was lying?" Damien readily admitted to Rubia's accusation. After all, it was just a lie he told to find out the location of the mercenary king. Now that he had achieved his goal, there was no point in lying. A message came from Master. "She heard about your plan and said she didn't believe you. If he sent you to get the mercenary king's body part, there wouldn't have been a need to send his direct attendants." Damien let out a small laugh. He didn't expect that Rubia could contact SLA that fast. His luck was terrible. Come to think of it, there were more than a few strange things. Rubia continued while staring at Damien. "Dark mages never refer to him by name. He is a far too great a being for that, and there's always the risk that the Empire might discover his identity. There wasn't a particular reason why Damien had addressed him as he. He simply couldn't bring himself to use honorifics for someone like Dorugo. And it was also strange that he would order you to kill Gurat. There's no way he, who cares for us and loves us so much, would never tell us to kill each other." Damien nearly laughed out loud at that. Dorugo cared about the dark mages because they were valuable tools that he could deploy in the coming war of destruction. "Not only did you trick me, but you even killed Kardec. Do you know how useful he was? It'll be incredibly difficult to find another dark mage of that caliber who specializes in poisons." Rubia wasn't angry about Kardec's death, but rather the loss of a useful tool. She was exactly like the Rubia that Damien had seen in his previous life. She never cared much for men, she saw them as tools to be used and discarded. Her attitude was the complete opposite of her master, SLA. You're awfully confident. Have you forgotten that two of your kind have already fallen to me? Damien's remark caused Rubia to burst into a chilling laugh. Are you comparing those two to me? That's a little insulting to my pride. Grand mages were classified by their proficiency in dark magic. Naturally, a grand mage who had studied and honed their magic skills for a long time would overpower a newly grand mage. Rubia wasn't just a grand mage, she was a disciple of the giant evil SLA. The dark magic she wielded was far superior to anything those two could muster. Honestly, what would a knight with a hollow head know? Very well then, let me show you firsthand in a way you can easily understand. Dark mana erupted from Rubia, a dense and volatile energy. Crack, one of Rubia's shoulders jutted upwards unnaturally. Crack, then her neck twisted sharply to the side. Groan, her entire body began to contort grotesquely, bones lengthened, tearing through her skin. Hundreds of muscle fibers writhed over the exposed bone. A towering figure reaching 3 meters tall, an inflated mass of muscles that resembles a tumor in appearance. A hideous form devoid of any discernible gender. The beautiful woman was no more. In her place stood a horrifying monster that inspired pure dread. Ah, refreshing. In stark contrast to her monstrous form, Rubia's voice remained hauntingly beautiful. It only made the sight more eerie. This sense of liberation, it never gets old. There was only dark mage sect in this world who fought by transforming their own bodies, the Berserker sect. Specializing in close-quarters combat, they boasted the highest combat prowess among all dark mages. Just like the giant evil SLA, Rubia was also from the Berserker sect. The pheromones she exuded were a product of her body-altering magic. Resist with all your might. I want to savor this feeling for as long as possible. Rubia raised her leg, which was as thick as a tree trunk. The ground turned into a crater as she slammed her leg down with all her power. Rubia's body shot forward in a straight line. Appearing right before Damien, she swung her arm in a wide arc. Her arm suddenly grew very long and became a weapon the size of a whip. As Rubia's attack was about to hit him, Damien also swung his sword in counterattack. The unleashed aura cleanly sliced off Rubia's elongated forearm. Rubia's surprise was momentary. Damien seized the opportunity and swung the sword upwards, unleashing a burst of aura. The explosive energy ripped through Rubia's body, leaving a gaping wound that stretched towards her head. Chapter 177, Rubia Part 2. Rubia was sliced open by Damien's blade. From her hips to her belly, chest, face, and all to the top of her head, Rubia's body was split precisely in half. The cross-section was eerily smooth. No living creature in this world could be cut in half and still survive. But Damien did not put away his sword and kept his guard up and kept glaring at Rubia. That's when it happened. Suddenly, Rubia's hand moved to attack Damien on the head. Damien leaned back as if he had expected it. Rubia's attack sliced through the air. Then, thorns sprouted from the cross-section of her severed forearm and attacked Damien. Damien kicked off the ground and jumped back far away. The thorns were embedded in the ground and Damien narrowly escaped from them. The ground was turned upside down with a loud bang. Oh, Rubia looked at Damien like she was surprised and said, "You're still alive." I thought any ordinary person would let their guard down seeing this. Even though her body was split in half, Rubia was alive, and to top it off, she was talking casually. I was surprised too. I didn't know you could react to my attack, let alone counterattack. It was something really different from having my forearm cut off. I can tolerate somewhat getting my forearm cut off, but you shouldn't have done this to my body. Even the two halves of her body were speaking different words. I was wondering how a high class like you could kill Garrot and Kardec. There was a reason. You're no ordinary high class, are you? The severed halves began to stick together. Soon, Rubia's body returned to its original state. You're not surprised even after I showed you this. That's boring. Damien had no reason to be surprised because he had already seen Rubia's abilities in his previous life. She's already developed her skills to a considerable level. The Berserker sect used their own bodies as mediums to use dark magic. To them, their bodies were no different from clay, so they could mold them into any shape. So even a serious wound was not a big threat to them. It was like cutting clay in half and then sticking it back together. I apologize for underestimating you, so let's get serious from now on. Her muscles began to swell up all over her body. Tearing through her skin, her muscles bulged out and her size doubled in an instant. The change was not the only one. Dark magic crystallized and covered Rubia's arms like a crystal. It was as if she was wearing black iron gauntlets. Seeing this, Damien said with an expression of interest, Mana Sword. Mana Sword was a magic that mages had independently interpreted and imitated the aura of knights. It was incomparably stronger and sharper than an ordinary weapon. Compared to a true aura, this is nothing more than a defective imitation lacking in many aspects. You're going to fight a real aura with a fake aura. The mana sword may be inferior to the aura, but that's only if they're on the same level. Rubia was a grand dark mage. The mana swords she created were bound to be on a different level. Then let's do it again. Rubia raised 5 fingers and waved them grandly towards Damien. Compressed dark mana was released, scraping against the ground. Damien swung Dawn to slash down the mana sword, but the mana sword did not shatter. Instead, it deflected Dawn. Damien stuck out his tongue at the heavy impact that traveled up his forearm. What brute force! The mana sword was inherently weaker than the aura, and yet it deflected the aura, not just any aura but Damien's aura. It was a testament to the vastness of Rubia's dark magic skills. How about that? It's pretty solid, right? A voice came from nearby. Damien quickly turned around. Rubia was already behind him. From now on, keep your senses high, otherwise you might end up with your head crushed. Rubia swung her fist at Damien. Damien leaped into the air to dodge the attack. The fist slammed into the ground. The ground was destroyed and dust rose into the air. Rubia burst out of the dust, tearing it apart. She closed the distance in an instant and threw a flurry of punches at Damien. Her speed was so fast that her forearm would be bent before she even struck. With each swing of her fist, the sound of air bursting echoed through the area. But Rubia's attacks hit nothing but air. Damien dodged them all. Are you really a high class? Rubia bit her lips in disbelief. The path the Berserker sect had chosen to counter knights was to enhance their physical abilities. In fact, Rubia's speed was now far surpassing that of a high class, and yet she was not gaining any advantage against Damien. This was because Damien was reading all of Rubia's movements. Oh, this is annoying, Rubia angrily charged toward Damien. Before Damien could make any distance, tentacles sprung up out of the ground and tied down his legs. Got you? The tentacles that had sprouted from Rubia's ankles were now digging into the ground. She had moved the tentacles underground to bind Damien's legs. You can't escape now, can you? Rubia swung her fist at Damien with full power. In a swift maneuver, Damien swung Dawn, not to block Rubia's oncoming fist, but to deflect its trajectory. The fist missed its target and struck the ground instead of Damien's face. The sudden change in direction threw Rubia off balance. What the? Seizing the opportunity, Damien brought Dawn down in a powerful downward slash, crushing waves. Damien used the technique of Master Wall Breaker and the strike descended upon Rubia's head. As Dawn struck Rubia's head, crushing waves amplified the impact severalfold. Rubia's head crumbled under the blow and her body was sent crashing to the ground. The Berserker sect boasted physical abilities far surpassing those of knights. This was an undeniable truth. Unlike knights who had to solely rely on physical training, the Berserker sect could manipulate their bodies at will through dark magic. Yet, despite this advantage, people still perceived knights as superior to the Berserker sect. In reality, it was a daunting task for the Berserker sect to face knights in battle. There was only one aspect where the Berserker sect could never surpass knights: techniques. Knights were not merely strong and fast. They were formidable due to their lifelong dedication to honing their techniques. Ah ha ha ha, Rubia forced a laugh as she rose from the ground. Her shattered head began to rapidly regenerate. This is strange, this can't be happening. I can't lose to a mere high class like this. Despite her perfectly restored head, Rubia's eyes darted around frantically. I'm a grand dark mage, I trained under my master, risking my life. I've even killed over 10 high classes. A grand dark mage was comparable to a master class. The pride Rubia held was immense, and now that pride was being crushed before her very eyes. This is impossible. It shouldn't be happening. Rubia's arm split open and her 2 arms multiplied into 6. Now for real, I'll show you what I'm truly capable of. Her 6 arms extended like whips, each moving like a separate entity as they attacked Damien. The sheer number and speed of the attacks made evasion nearly impossible, but Damien did not attempt to dodge. Instead, he unleashed the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. His body temperature soared rapidly. His muscles activated with explosive power. All his senses heightened to an extreme degree. The 6 arms Rubia swung seemed to slow down drastically, eventually coming to a standstill in midair. Of course, they hadn't actually stopped. It was simply an illusion caused by Damien's heightened perception. First ring, second ring, third ring. The 3 rings he had formed within himself began to spin ferociously. The high-output magical energy was transferred to his body, amplified by the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. With a single step forward, Damien swung Dawn towards Rubia's closest arm. The mana sword covering her forearm clashed against Damien's aura. Just moments ago, the mana sword had deflected the aura, but with the rings activated, the outcome was different. Both the mana sword and the forearm split simultaneously. They were cleanly severed without any resistance. Damien closed in on Rubia and slashed off her forearm with repeated blows. He didn't stop at one, he struck again and again. The elongated forearm was quickly reduced to dozens of pieces, and so Damien stood face to face with Rubia. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he pointed the blade at Rubia. Damien deactivated the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. His boiling body temperature instantly cooled down. His physical abilities and senses returned to normal. The world that had been frozen in time began to move again. Rubia, who had been standing like a stone statue, noticed Damien. Huh! A look of bewilderment crossed Rubia's face. From her perspective, Damien, who had been standing far away, had suddenly appeared right in front of her. When did you get in front of me? Rubia tried to raise her arms to block Damien, but her 6 arms had already been reduced to dozens of pieces. And no way! As Rubia attempted to regenerate her forearm, Damien thrust his blade forward. Annihilation, the technique, was created by Chinjiam, one of the 5 great elders of the church. A single blow that shattered everything struck Rubia's heart. Starting from the chest, Rubia's muscles tore apart. The bones hidden within were pulverized like dust. Before she could even scream, Rubia's body crumbled into pieces. Phew! Damien exhaled deeply and deactivated the combined infinity cycle. The sudden exertion had left him feeling a surge of fatigue. His body felt heavy and sluggish. It's a great technique, but it's incredibly draining. As Damien sat on the ground catching his breath, the scattered fragments of Rubia's flesh began to reassemble. The flesh coalesced into a fist-sized lump which then split open, revealing a distorted face. Kaya! A piercing scream erupted from the gaping maw. How dare you do this to me, a mere high class like you? How dare you reduce me to this hideous form? Despite her body being torn apart, Rubia was not dead. She was somehow clinging to life, albeit barely, and slowly regenerating her body. Do not run, right now I'll kill you. The speed at which the flesh was reassembling accelerated. Rubia's form grew larger and larger. I'll kill you, I will, even if it means sacrificing my own life, I'll make sure you. Glug. Suddenly, black liquid spewed from Rubia's mouth. What is this? Ugh. The regenerating flesh began to rot and decay, turning black. Rubia's form could no longer hold itself together and collapsed to the ground. What have you done to me? What have you done to me? Oh, it's nothing special. Damien replied nonchalantly to Rubia's screams. I just coated my sword with Cardax poison. Chapter 178, Rubia Part 3, Cardax poison, Rubia uttered in disbelief. Impossible, this can't be. Cardax poison isn't something just anyone can handle. The poisons of the Venom sect were notoriously complex, requiring specialized knowledge and techniques to handle them effectively. Using them carelessly could render the poison ineffective or even lead to unintentional self-infliction. Apparently, I'm not just anyone, Damien replied nonchalantly. Damien's mind was like an extensive repository of knowledge, including plenty of information on poisons. But if it's Cardax poison, why is it only showing symptoms now? Because I modified it to do so. Damien did not use Cardax poison in its original form. He used his knowledge to alter its composition, delaying the onset of symptoms until after the battle. If I used it without modifying it, you would have detected it immediately and neutralized it. The Berserker sect adeptly manipulated their bodies, making them nearly invincible against poisons. If necessary, they could simply cut off the poisoned body part. Damien thus delayed the poison's effects until Rubia was at her most vulnerable and unable to resist it. Honestly, you were quite a formidable opponent. Rubia was a powerful opponent. During the War of Destruction, both male and female disciples of SLA were feared as the nemesis of knights. They certainly had a powerful ability to release pheromones that captivated people regardless of gender, but it wasn't their main strength. The true power of Slaw's disciples had lain in their exceptional combat prowess. Despite the belief that Berserker sect's dark mages were inferior to knights, Slaw's disciples consistently outmatched them. Among them, Rubia stood out as particularly skilled, one of the few disciples capable of facing off against Master Class knights. Naturally, Rubia was far from posing a threat to the Master Class at this point. Despite her formidable abilities, Rubia's regeneration power posed a significant challenge for Damien. Your regeneration ability was the most troublesome. While the aura could inflict fatal wounds, but it was not sufficient to kill you. Damien's primary concern in his battle against Rubia was her regenerative prowess. Physical attributes like strength, agility, and stamina could be overpowered by Damien's superior skills. However, countering regeneration was a very difficult task. That's when Cardax poison came into play, a gruesome yet effective tool to eliminate Rubia. Thanks to you, I've gained a lot. Damien had never fully unleashed his potential as a knight. It was difficult for him to determine his actual strength because most of his opponents in the past were weaker than him. But the battle against Rubia provided him with a clear assessment of his capabilities. With my current strength, I can at least hold my own against a master class. Rubia didn't hear Damien's last words because the poison had already taken hold of her body and was quickly killing her. Impossible. This can't be. With a final murmur, Rubia's life came to an end. Her soul seemed to be released from the restrictions of this world as it rose from her rotting corpse. Ah, Rubia's soul appeared to be filled with a sense of liberation now that she was free of her physical form. She turned to the sky and flew towards it with full of joy. Where do you think you're going? Naturally, Damien was not going to allow her to flee. He extended his hand and grasped Rubia's soul. Huh. What the? Rubia's face filled with confusion as she struggled to break free from Damien's grip. But no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to escape his grasp. This is impossible. You're a knight, how can you? My soul, Damien felt no need to explain and proceeded to crush Rubia's soul. Kaya. With Rubia's soul extinguished, Damien made his way to the mercenary king. Damn it. Why won't it pierce? Inside the vast cavern, a man roared in frustration. This all is made of rare metal, it's even coated with aura, so why is it bouncing off? Fabio scowled as a pile of bent alls lay at his feet. Even for the mercenary king, this is ridiculous. Fabio yelled at the figure lying on the stone slab. A youthful appearance with startlingly white hair, a boyish figure entirely out of place in this harsh environment. Anyone witnessing this scene would be astonished. After all, the young man on the slab was none other than the mercenary king. Damn it, let's see if you can deflect this one too. Fabio pulled out a new awl. This one pulsed with a dark aura. Without hesitation, Fabio thrust the awl towards the mercenary king's palm. But the moment it touched his skin, the awl shattered with a sharp clang. Damn it, Fabio cursed again. The mercenary king was a transcendent, a being far beyond the realm of even master-class warriors. His body was so incredibly tough that even high-class aura couldn't scratch him. I have to get some of his blood before he arrives. His face was etched with worry as he gnawed on his nails. Just then the mercenary king shifted on the slab. Fabio's face turned pale in an instant. Fabio's face filled with terror as he stared at the mercenary king. Time seemed to crawl by. When the mercenary king showed no further signs of waking, Fabio finally exhaled a shaky breath of relief. Phew, that was close. I thought he was waking up. The young man glanced at the lamp resting beside the slab. The child-sized lamp was intricately crafted in the shape of a dragon's head. There was a continuous flow of pink smoke from the lamp, curling into the mercenary king's nostrils like a living creature. There you go, the young man chuckled. Still working perfectly, how could he possibly wake up now? His amusement was short-lived. A grating screech echoed as the stone door of the cave entrance began to grind open. The young man turned towards the sound, a smirk playing on his lips. Few knew of this hidden location. Surely it's Rubia. A solo visit at such an hour would be quite inconvenient. Fabio's grin morphed into something sinister. But his expression quickly contorted into a frown. The figure emerging from the shadows wasn't Rubia. It was a tall, well-built young man. Sorry, not Rubia, the newcomer said with a shrug. Who are you? No idea. Where's the mercenary king? Ah, there he is. The young man took a tentative step forward. Fabio reacted instantly, drawing his sword and pointing it menacingly. Don't take another step or I'll cleave your head in two. The young man remained unfazed, continuing his slow advance. Fabio unleashed his dark mana and a dark aura covered the blade of his sword. Foolish boy, do you dare defy my warning? With his dark magic and dark knight abilities, Fabio stood at the pinnacle of the high class. Dark knights had a significant advantage over ordinary knights due to their dark magic and raw strength. Do you even know who I am? I'm Fabio, they call me. Doesn't matter. The young man interrupted, casually slinging his sword over his shoulder. Fabio's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you just say? The young man shrugged dismissively. I said I don't care who you are, you're nothing to me. Fabio stared, bewildered. When did you? His sentence died in his throat as a blade flashed. Blood erupted from a gaping wound in his neck. Fabio grasped at his throat, the life draining from his eyes. Impossible, he choked out before his eyes rolled back and his body crumpled to the ground. You're being a pain in the ass. After putting away the dawn, Damien approached the mercenary king. The mercenary king was fast asleep, so soundly that anyone could pick him up and carry him away. Someone suffered a lot because of you and you're sleeping so comfortably. He thought about hitting him, but he held back. It would only hurt Damien's fist. What the hell happened? How did this monster not even budge? While observing the surroundings, Damien discovered a large lamp placed next to the bed. It was a lamp shaped like a dragon's head. Damien's eyes widened as soon as he saw it. Isn't that a dragon slayer's relic? In modern times, dragons were creatures that only appeared in legends. However, it was different in the distant past. Dragons could be seen from time to time, though not often. Therefore, among ancient relics, there were those that were created to hunt dragons. This lamp was one of them. It was a relic that induced a dragon's sleep and rendered it powerless. It was a great item, but it wasn't very useful. It was too difficult to use. First, the dragon had to be exposed to the fragrance emitted by this lamp for a long time. Even if you put it to sleep with great difficulty, it will wake up as soon as it feels its life is in danger. The reason Damien knew so much about this relic was because he had watched Dorugo study it during his time as a Death Knight. I think I know why you were so easily defeated by Rubia. Since Rubia was the mercenary king's favorite woman, she would have had plenty of opportunities to come into contact with him. Rubia could have gathered the fragrance of the lamp and filled the room with it whenever the mercenary king came to visit her. Damien turned off the lamp's light. As a result, no more smoke was emitted from the lamp. Even so, the mercenary king did not wake up. He was still sound asleep. It must take some time to get out of the relic's influence. Thinking that it might be useful someday, Damien put the lamp into his subspace. Then he picked up the sleeping mercenary king and walked out of the cave. And then he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Someone was standing outside. It was a man with a withered body. His skin was stretched tightly over his facial bones. His bare upper body revealed his ribs clearly. Thick iron chains were wrapped around his emaciated arms and legs. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" the man asked Damien. Looking at the man, Damien clicked his tongue. "I must have bad luck." Damien could tell who the man was, a lunatic affiliated with Pandemonium, a criminal being pursued by the Imperial Archduke, one of the lovers of the great evil SLA. A dark knight who had ascended to master class. The Iron Spider Valentino Michel was standing before him. Chapter 179, Bad Blood Part 1. Beings who reached the master class were undoubtedly monsters among monsters. They were capable of effortlessly obliterating mountains or splitting lakes with a gesture. However, not everyone in the master class was on the same level. Just as there were various tiers in the high class, likewise in the master class these gaps were ever wider. The higher one ascends in the master class realm, more powerful they become. One of them was the Iron Spider Valentino Michel. He was a dark knight and his primary weapon was chains. Every time he used one of his techniques, chains densely infused with aura blade poured like rain. Valentino Michel earned the nickname the Iron Spider for his skills, which resembled the image of a spider web. During the Death Knight era, Damien had seen Valentino a few times. Although they were on the same side and hadn't fought directly, it was clear he was a formidable force. "You're very cautious, right? How intriguing. How did you sense it when I was hiding all my mana?" Valentino exclaimed with his oval-shaped mouth wide open. "Do you have a keen sense, or is it exceptional intuition? Whichever it is, I'm looking forward to the future with you, my young friend." Valentino's mouth curved into a thin and menacing smile, the corners dangling over his ears. It was a thin, eerie smile, like leather that had been cut. "This old man likes capable friends, so I'm thinking of letting you live, but only if you bring the person you're carrying on your back to me." At that, Damien chuckled. He knew well that Valentino had no intention of sparing him anyway. The members of Pandemonium were all out of their minds. They were nothing more than crazy individuals, even worse than trash. Valentino Michel was no different. His hobby was to give his victims false hope with all sorts of sweet talk, then lure them into a trap and hang them from trees with chains when they tried to escape. It seemed he loved to give people hope and then crushed it. "Why suddenly smile? I cannot hand over the mercenary king. If you want him, come and take him yourself," Damien said firmly. Valentino's head tilted in the opposite direction at his words. "I like smart friends, but I really hate friends with bad habits. Threatening me is useless." "Threatening? I haven't threatened anyone. This is what you call a threat." Valentino released his momentum. In that instant, the ground shattered. The surrounding trees were torn apart like sheets of paper. The lush forest disappeared in an instant. There was nothing left but a complete ruin. Only Valentino Michel stood tall. Unbelievable. Damien couldn't help but click his tongue. Valentino hadn't used any particularly great technique. He had simply released his aura. That alone was enough to completely demolish the forest. It was a destructive power comparable to the limits that a high class could unleash with all their might. Damien looked at the mercenary king he was carrying on his back. Even though a master class was emitting a menacing aura right in front of him, the mercenary king was fast asleep. It seemed that this level of threat was not enough to make him feel his life was in danger. To prepare for the battle, Damien put the mercenary king down on the ground. "Young friend." At that moment, Valentino opened his mouth. Valentino was clearly in front of him, yet his voice could be heard from all directions. "I'll give you one last chance." Every time Valentino spoke, the bones in Damien's body resonated. His internal organs vibrated. It felt like his blood was flowing back. "Bring the mercenary king before me." A tremendous killing intent surged from Valentino. The moment the killing intent touched him, Damien had the illusion that his whole body was being pierced by iron chains. It was too vivid to be called an illusion. It was so painful that he could feel it. Master class. The killing intent emitted by a transcendent was nothing short of a curse in itself. If they were not of the same level, it was difficult to even withstand the killing intent. Even a high class would struggle, but Damien was no ordinary high class. Who? Damien took a deep breath and exhaled. He spread his mana to push back Valentino's killing intent. The illusion and pain disappeared in an instant. Damien jumped lightly in place and stretched his stiff muscles. You endured that? Valentino looked incredulous at the sight. Damien spoke to Valentino again. My answer is the same. Valentino's face contorted at the repeated rejection. Wrinkles formed on his face, which was left with only skin. Then I have no choice. I'll kill you and take the mercenary king myself. Valentino spread his hands. The iron chains that were wrapped around his forearms unfurled long. That was when it happened. Valentino, can you stop for a moment? A gentle voice came from behind. In that instant, Valentino immediately retracted his killing intent and dark mana. Then he quickly stepped aside and bowed his head. When did she get there? Behind Valentino stood a woman. Even though she was wearing a thick cotton robe, the curves of her body were clearly visible. She was wearing a wide-brimmed hat that half obscured her face. As a result, only her chin and red lips were visible. She was so beautiful that it made his heart flutter. It was hard to keep looking at her. It wasn't the kind of allure that a person could possess. It was strange no matter how he looked at it. It was as if he was witnessing a strange phenomenon. It was a natural reaction. The woman in front of him was no ordinary beauty, the great evil SLA. The woman known as the succubus of Pandemonium was standing before him. What a remarkable boy you are, SLA said with a smile, her tone like that of a mother looking at her proud child. To endure Valentino's killing intent even though you're only a high class? SLA asked, her gaze filled with tenderness. My dear boy, what is your name? Damien remained silent. He simply stared at SLA with his lips sealed shut. Such a shy boy, SLA chuckled with amusement. It was a smile that was full of charm, capable of stirring one's heart. Valentino, who stood beside her, had a flushed face. However, Damien showed no reaction. Or rather, he couldn't. The memories he had been desperately trying to suppress resurfaced the moment he laid eyes on Slaa's face. Lord Dorugo, what do you plan to do with those souls? Dark mages could control the souls. Therefore, those who were killed by dark mages could not find peace even in death. This was because their souls were trapped and tormented. The family of Sir Damien, could there be any more attractive souls than these? During his time as a Death Knight, Damien had killed his own family under Dorugo's orders. What about his deceased family then? Were his family's souls able to find peace? Please, could you give me just one? I would be eternally grateful. No, he couldn't. Countless dark mages begged Dorugo for his family's souls, because they were Damien's family after all. They were the bloodline of the strongest undead Dorugo had ever created. Dark mages would never let go of such rare souls. Are you really going to give them to me? Then give me this soul. It's been a while since I've seen a soul with such beautiful looks. Dorugo willingly gave Damien's family's souls to the dark mages. His family's souls were scattered. They suffered all sorts of torment at the hands of the dark mages. Sir Damien, can you see it? The memories were still vivid. SLA appeared and shook something in front of Damien, who was standing waiting per Dorugo's orders. It's your older sister. I've been thinking a lot about what to do with her soul. It was a tiny glass bottle that contained Louise's soul. I decided to keep it like this. Isn't it fun? No, Louise wasn't the only person inside. The souls of more than 10 naked men surrounded her. Louise's soul was surrounded by the souls of men and subjected to horrific acts. It's such a shame that she's not good at this. Damien couldn't do anything but watch his sister's dignity be trampled on as he was trapped in his own body. SLA, Damien said softly. At his words, a smile spread across Slaa's face. I'm glad you recognize me, but I'm asking your name. SLA replied in a gentle tone, then Damien spoke again. SLA looked puzzled. Hey, I'm asking your name. Ha, suddenly laughter burst from Damien's mouth. Ha ha ha. The laughter grew louder and louder. Damien threw his head back and laughed to his heart's content. Ha ha ha, a roar erupted. The killing intent buried deep within his chest exploded. Mana and killing intent intertwined. As his killing intent exploded, sky seemed to dye in red. It spread out in all directions. It engulfed SLA and Valentino. In that moment, the two could feel it. The illusion of their entire bodies being slashed, torn apart, and turned into mincemeat. The horrific pain they felt as a result. Slaa's body trembled. Even Valentino looked at Damien with a bewildered expression. According to common sense, a high class's killing intent should not have any effect on the two of them. A supernatural phenomenon that defied common sense was unfolding before their very eyes. How could you be here? SLA had been avoiding showing herself since she was being pursued by the Empire. Therefore, Damien, even though he was involved with Rubia, had no expectation of meeting SLA. But how could SLA be here? I'm so happy to see you, Damien cheered. The killing intent emanating from his body grew even stronger. The world seemed to shrink around him, consumed by the immensity of his killing intent. In that moment, there was only one thought in Damien's mind: to kill. He would kill the woman right here, no matter what. He would repay her several times over for the pain his sister had suffered. Damien grabbed his bracelet. He was about to unleash the dark mana by undoing the bracelet when, "I don't know what's going on here." Damien couldn't help but freeze at the familiar voice. The person who had been lying next to Damien rose to his feet. He held his head and opened his mouth with a tired expression. "I woke up because I felt something dangerous and creepy." He looked around, then he asked Damien, "Damien Haksen, what's going on here?" Mercenary King Karl Hopper. The master among masters had opened his eyes. Chapter 180, Bad Blood Part 2. There are moments when we know we're dreaming yet dread waking. For Karl Hopper, this was precisely the case. Karl's father pointed skyward, his voice laced with excitement. "Karl, look at that cloud, it looks just like a wolf." With his heart pounding, Karl followed his father's gaze. "You're right. It's a truly magnificent wolf." His father marveled at the formation of clouds while firmly holding Karl's legs to ensure his safety. "You've lived a long life, father. You must have seen many incredible clouds." "Indeed I have," his father replied with a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "I even recall seeing a cloud that resembled a lion." "Wow," Karl exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. Watching the sky with his father as the sun dipped below the horizon was Karl's favorite pastime. "Karl," his father's voice suddenly turned serious, breaking the tranquil atmosphere. Karl couldn't help but tense up at the shift in tone. "You are my son, and thus you are destined to live a long life." Karl's father was a dragon, a creature of immense power only found in ancient history books and fairy tales. Initially, Karl dismissed his father's claims. Who in this world would believe that their parent was a dragon? However, all doubt vanished when his father transformed one arm into a mighty dragon's limb. "A long life can wear down emotions and cloud judgment. You will have to overcome your oblivion in the years to come." Karl was young, but he listened carefully to what his father had to say. He understood that his father's presence was solely for the purpose of imparting this crucial knowledge. Expressing your desires is the most effective way to overcome the oblivion, so acknowledge your desires and strive to fulfill them. Karl nodded in agreement. Then with a playful grin he asked, "Since I understand now, can't you show me your true form just once? I long to see you as a dragon." "You rascal, didn't I tell you? It's impossible due to an ancient vow. Can't you show me for just a moment?" "Just a glimpse," Karl pleaded, his body swaying as he tugged at his father's arm. Suddenly a chill crept up his spine, starting from his toes and spreading upwards. A sense of dread washed over him. Life-threatening danger. It felt as if someone was holding a knife to his throat. The instinct to defend himself surged through him. Karl tensed his muscles, scanning his surroundings with a wary gaze. "Son, why are you doing this?" His father's voice faded into the distance in an instant. The fiery sunset that had painted the sky and the field where his father stood moments ago had vanished without a trace. "Father. Father," Karl called out desperately, not wanting to wake from this dream just yet, but to no avail. The sense of impending danger jolted Karl's consciousness back from his dreamlike state. In an instant, he was yanked back to reality. As he opened his eyes, Karl couldn't help but be disoriented. Instead of his familiar tent, he was met with an unfamiliar landscape. "I have no idea how this happened, Karl Hopper." The mercenary king muttered to himself as he rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. "I woke up with an eerie feeling." Before him stood a ruined world, with Damien Haksen and two unfamiliar figures, a man and a woman. "Damien Haksen, what the hell is going on here? Why did you have to wake up now?" Damien couldn't help but be flustered at the sight of the mercenary king. Under the influence of the artifact's power, he needed something life-threatening to jolt Karl out of his slumber. There weren't many beings in this world who could pose a threat to the mercenary king. Even the killing intent of Valentino, a masterclass, failed to awaken him. So why did the mercenary king wake up now? "It must be because of me." Damien quickly realized the cause. Karl must have awakened because of killing intent he had unleashed. Damn it! Damien cursed under his breath and released his grip on the bracelet. Now that the mercenary king was awake, unleashing the dark mana was out of the question. Damien had to hide the fact that he could use dark magic. "Can't you see?" Damien's voice grew rough with frustration at having his revenge interrupted. "That woman schemed to kidnap you." He pointed at SLA as he spoke. The mercenary king's eyebrows raised at the sight of SLA. "SLA, I didn't expect to see your face again. It's been a while since I saw you in the Empire, hasn't it?" SLA spoke in a friendly tone. It seemed they were both familiar with each other. "Is this friend of mine telling the truth?" That was the plan, but things got a bit twisted." SLA still maintained his smile, but his lips were slightly pursed. Giant evil SLA. Succubus of Pandemonium. These titles meant nothing in the presence of the mercenary king. To dare covet this body, you're quite bold. Aren't you afraid of the consequences? If I worried about such things, I wouldn't be able to hone my skills. So you intended to use this body as a mere experiment for your dark magic. The atmosphere turned icy at these words. SLA awkwardly smiled and tried to gauge the mercenary king's mood. You whore of pandemonium seemed to overstep her boundaries. Now you'll pay the price. The mercenary king stepped forward. Valentino, in turn, stepped in front of SLA to protect her. Get out of my way, you little brat. Little brat, those days are long gone. Valentino scoffed at the mercenary king's insult. You've just shed your fur and you think you're the king of the hill. Do you need me to rip off an arm to get your senses back? Oh, scary, I was just thinking the same thing. Perfect timing. Valentino spread his arms wide. The chains wrapped around his forearms loosened and clanged to the ground. How about you give this junior a chance? Do whatever you want. You're going to die soon anyway, so why not fulfill one of your little wishes? Valentino chuckled at the mercenary king's words. Oh, this is so heartwarming. Well, I'll graciously accept it. In that instant, Valentino vanished. There were no warning signs, no sound. It was as if he had never been there in the first place. Even with Damien's enhanced senses, he couldn't detect Valentino's movement. That's how stealthy and swift it was. But the mercenary king was different. He was looking up at the sky, his head tilted back. Damien followed the mercenary king's gaze. High above, Valentino was hovering. Valentino extended his hand towards the mercenary king, and then the chains split. Hundreds of chains rained down towards the mercenary king's location, like a torrential downpour. He's really gone off the rails, Damien exclaimed inwardly. These were not actual chains that were dropping out of the sky. A single chain would not have divided in this way if they were. Those were Valentino's aura blades, not chains. He was conjuring chains that were indistinguishable from real ones using aura blades and then unleashing them. This was the result of combining his immense dark mana with his advanced techniques. Despite the hundreds of aura blades plummeting down, the mercenary king didn't seem fazed. He even took a glance towards Damien and said, I thought you'd be terrified, but you're holding up well. The mercenary king added with a satisfied expression, Yes, a man should have that much spirit. With those words, the mercenary king waved his hand towards the sky. It was a casual gesture, as if he was swatting away a fly. Immediately, a blinding light erupted from the sky. Lightning illuminated the sky, obliterating every chain Valentino had created. Damien's jaw dropped at the sight. The mercenary king assumed that Damien was unfazed by Valentino's technique because of his courage, but it was actually something else. Damien trusted the mercenary king. Although he was an idiot who almost got himself kidnapped by a woman, his skills were undeniable. The lightning that had painted the sky faded, and then something fell from the sky. It was Valentino, charred to a crisp. Valentino lay nearly burnt and his life hanging by a thread. It was difficult to determine if he was still alive. Just then, SLA appeared beside Valentino. It seems you're still no match for Carl, SLA observed with a hint of disappointment. But at least you're not dead. Don't worry, Valentino. I'll create a stronger body for you. SLA reached out to Valentino. Her hand transformed into a gaping maw, engulfing Valentino in one gulp. SLA possessed the ability to create a subspace within her body to store objects. Apparently, she intended to take Valentino away and heal him. Carl, I think it's not the right time for us to fight yet. Let's meet again when the opportunity arises. Who said I'd let you run away? The mercenary king spoke in a menacing tone. SLA chuckled, standing beside him. Carl, you may be strong, but if I decide to escape, it won't be easy to catch me. You impudent wretch, I'll sever your legs right now. In a blink of an eye, the mercenary king vanished and reappeared right in front of SLA, reaching out to grab her. At that instant, Slaw's body ballooned in size. She exploded like a balloon, her flesh scattering in all directions. The mercenary king swiftly unleashed a torrent of lightning, incinerating every piece of her flesh. However, some fragments managed to escape the fiery blast. I won't let you get away. The mercenary king unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts, striking the flesh fragments repeatedly, reducing them to ashes. Phew, that was close. I almost died for real. Slaw's voice suddenly echoed from the air. See you next time, Carl. Next time will be very different from today. Despite her body being shattered into countless pieces, Slaw's disciple, Rubia, had managed to regenerate herself by reassembling the fragments. Similarly, SLA must have gathered the pieces that the mercenary king had missed and reconstructed her own body. Oh, and you're Damien Haksen, right? SLA didn't forget to address Damien as well. It's been a while since I've met a man who made my heart race like you. I'll arrange a meeting soon, so let's have a proper conversation then. Damien's face broke into a smile at her words. He was frustrated because he couldn't kill her himself. Damien's insides were already churning with anger. On top of that, she was coming to find him. He couldn't be happier. Next time we meet, I'll truly kill her. Damien's head was full of knowledge about the trick of the Berserker sect. Unlike the mercenary king, he was confident he could permanently kill SLA. Damn it, I missed her. The mercenary king grumbled in a tone that reeked of humiliation. Looks like you're out of luck, you just had to catch Slaw's eye. The mercenary king scowled but spoke. Well, at least I owe you one. Thanks to you, I avoided getting captured by that bitch. Despite his usual arrogance, the mercenary king readily thanked Damien. But why are you alone? Where's Athena? What happened to the others? It wouldn't be strange for the mercenary king to be curious. The Fafnir mercenary company was nowhere in sight and Damien was all by himself. This isn't the time. You need to get back as soon as possible. What's going on? This is odd. My kids wouldn't get into trouble easily. Damien addressed the puzzled mercenary king. The mercenary company is on the verge of collapse and Athena is imprisoned. The mercenary king's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 181, Bad Blood Part 3. As the sun reached its zenith, the mercenaries dragged Athena out of the cell. The mercenaries hauled her to the entrance of the mercenary camp and threw her to the ground. Lying face down on the dirt floor, she lifted her head and gazed straight ahead. Claire stood before her, her face twisted into a cruel smirk as she looked upon Athena. Surrounding her were the other purebloods and their expressions a mix of indifference and amusement. Athena, Claire addressed her, her voice dripping with venom. I've spent a long time thinking about your fate, and I've decided on the only punishment befitting you. Athena couldn't help but scoff. Punishment from the very woman who had imprisoned her without cause. You are exiled from the mercenary company. From this day forward, you will never step a foot inside the Fafnir mercenary company. Having heard this from Claire the day before, Athena wasn't entirely shocked. Or so she thought. The Fafnir mercenary company never stayed in the same place. They always roamed around the vast continent. For Athena, there was no true place to call home, no familiar place to return to. The Fafnir mercenary company was her only home and her only family. To be cast out from her home was a devastating blow. Her heart ached with the thought of returning to the place where her mother lived. A place she never wanted to visit, now forced to revisit. With a glimmer of hope, Athena's gaze fell upon the other pureblood. Surely one of her fellow comrades would stand up for her and offer her some semblance of support. But the pureblood met her gaze with cold indifference, some even sneering at her misfortune. A wave of emotions surged through Athena, but she forced them down, refusing to let Claire witness her vulnerability. Your armor, your weapons, and all other possessions will be confiscated. Claire continued, her voice devoid of empathy. With a flick of her wrist, Claire pointed towards the horizon, adding, You will leave this place with nothing. With her confidence damaged, Athena attempted to stand up, but her ankle's severed tendons prevented her from moving. Athena was left with no choice and began to crawl. She was dragging herself forward with her arms. This is the most fitting end for a traitor. Claire's mocking laughter echoed behind her, followed by the scattered chuckles of the other pureblood. Just then, a towering shadow fell upon Athena. She looked up to see a familiar face staring down at her. It was Ulrich Hopper's shadow. He was Claire's son and acting head in the place of the mercenary king. What's the matter? Athena asked sharply, her voice tinged with thorns. Given the situation she was in, there was little chance of a pleasant response. Just give me a moment. Ulrich Hopper replied as he lifted one of Athena's feet. He poured antiseptic on the wound and applied ointment. Ulrich, what do you think you're doing? Claire exclaimed upon seeing his actions. Despite her mother's anger, Ulrich Hopper didn't even flinch. Mother, surely you can let me do this, much mercy. Don't talk nonsense. Can't you stop this right now? Despite Claire's temper, Ulrich Hopper silently continued treating Athena. The medication proved effective, swiftly alleviating the pain and even allowing movement in the ankle. I'd love to heal the other one, but I don't know how my mother would react if I did. Forgive me for stopping here. With that, Ulrich handed Athena a crutch. You thinks will make me forgive you, you won't. I know that. Athena couldn't understand Ulrich's behavior. If her mother and other siblings hated her, why should Ulrich be any different? But now was not the time for questions. Athena stood up on crutches. Her movements were unsteady as only one ankle was healed. Athena limped across the field. She had left her home behind. When she turned her back on everyone when no one could see her face. Only then was Athena able to release her pent-up emotions. She could let the tears flow. All this time, Athena had thought she could do anything. She had thought she was capable of anything, but it was all an illusion. Without her father, she was nothing. She was nothing more than an insignificant human being. Athena wiped her tears away with her sleeve. When she pulled her sleeve down, she was no longer crying. I will come back someday, Athena murmured softly. I will come back and get my revenge. She would repay the humiliation she had suffered today many times over. Especially Claire Fowler, she would personally punish her with her own hands. At that moment, the young dragon vowed revenge. Athena! At the very moment she was about to do so, a familiar voice was heard from afar. Athena raised her head and looked straight ahead. At that moment, her eyes widened. Her father was running towards her. Damien was with him. What's going on here? Why are you here? Her father hugged Athena tightly. He then examined her condition. What's going on here? Why are your feet like this? Athena looked at the two of them with a dazed expression. Is this real? Am I not seeing an illusion? Then Athena sank to the ground and burst into tears. It's okay, it's okay. Didn't I come here on time? Mercenary King patted Athena's back repeatedly and consoled her. Damien, please take care of Athena. After comforting Athena for a while, the Mercenary King stood up. And he walked towards the mercenary company. No, no, that's ridiculous, Claire shouted like she was having a heart attack, looking at the approaching Mercenary King. How did you come back? Ah no, there's no way that's real. What are you guys doing? Why don't you kill him right away? He's a fake, he's obviously a monster in disguise, Claire shouted at the purebloods. A look of bewilderment appeared on the faces of the purebloods. This aura, this power, it was definitely the real Mercenary King. But why was the Mercenary King, who had been passed out in the tent here? The purebloods hesitated, unable to decide what to do. At the sight of this, the Mercenary King's face turned grim. In an instant, the Mercenary King disappeared. At the same time, every pureblood present here was hit and sent flying. Bam, crack. As soon as the purebloods hit the ground, they spat out blood from their mouths. It was no ordinary internal injury. You little bastards, can't you tell if I'm real or fake? The Mercenary King, who had reappeared in his original position, growled in anger. Claire Fowler, how dare you pull such a stunt in my mercenary company? The Mercenary King shouted as he walked towards Claire. Claire's face turned pale as she met his anger head-on. Then someone blocked Claire's path. It was her son, Ulrich Hopper. Get out of the way, or I won't spare you either, the Mercenary King said with an angry face. Ulrich Hopper just looked at his father silently. So you're going to protect your mother just because you're her son? Well, I'll make you pay for it too. The Mercenary King raised his mana. Then suddenly Ulrich knelt down in front of the Mercenary King. Father, please forgive me. It's all my fault for not stopping my mother. Ulrich's apology only fueled the Mercenary King's anger. The Mercenary King kicked Ulrich in the stomach with the tip of his foot and shouted, "That's right, it's your fault. It's your fault for not stopping her. Do you see the result of leaving your mother alone? Do you see what happened to Athena, that little girl?" The Mercenary King began to beat Ulrich. It wasn't just a simple venting of anger, he was really trying to kill Ulrich. Ulrich spat out blood, but he silently endured the Mercenary King's beating. Stop, stop it. Claire, unable to bear it anymore, stood in front of the Mercenary King. The Mercenary King stopped punching and glared at her. What did I do to make you so angry? What nonsense are you talking about? Have you lost your mind? You're the one who discriminated against the children first. You were always protecting that little Athena. Discrimination. Yes, I did favor Athena, but let me ask the other bastards. The Mercenary King shouted, looking around at the other purebloods. You guys tell me too, were you so upset that I favored Athena? Spit it out. The purebloods were speechless. The Mercenary King was a man of great discrimination, but his criteria for discrimination were very clear. No one is talking, huh? The Mercenary King growled at Claire with contempt. Claire's face was filled with confusion. Is that all? Oh, only Athena's mother, that woman I'm looking for. You bitch, did you harass Athena just for that? The Mercenary King glared at Claire with disdain. From the first moment we met, I told you. I only wanted your body, and I promised to pay you enough if you satisfied me. Embarrassment flooded Claire's face. But the Mercenary King had no intention of considering such a Claire. But still, you've harbored such ridiculous thoughts throughout your life. This incident will not be overlooked. Carl, Claire desperately grabbed the Mercenary King, but he immediately brushed off her hand. Listen up, you scoundrels, the Mercenary King shouted at the mercenaries. I was a fool to entrust the mercenary company to fools like you. Thanks to you, I'm convinced. Turning to Athena, the Mercenary King spoke. From today, Athena is my successor. Mercenaries could only be deeply shaken when the successor position, which had been vacant for a significant period of time, was finally filled. Father, even if that's the case, just a high class. Child, one of the mercenaries unconsciously spoke out. At that moment, the Mercenary King picked up a stone lying on the ground and threw it. The stone slammed into the mercenary's temple, sending him flying back in a spewing blood. Is there anyone else who doesn't like my decision? The Mercenary King looked around. The mercenaries remained silent. Ulrich. Yes, father. Ulrich forced himself to stand up and replied. How do you plan to pay for what happened this time? Please hit me. You can't replace your punishment with such an easy method. From today, assist Athena. Protect Athena at all costs, even if it means risking your life. I will obey. Ulrich immediately bowed his head and replied. With the situation settled, the Mercenary King shouted at those around him. What are you looking at, you assholes? Get out of my sight now. Chapter 182, Bad Blood Part 4. The return of the Mercenary King sent shockwaves through the Fafnir Mercenary Company. How dare they mistake this lump of flesh for me? The first thing the returned Mercenary King did was burn the fake body to ashes. You're all like blind men with eyes open. You'd be better off plucking out your own eyes. At least then you'd have an excuse for your stupidity. His fury knew no bounds as he learned that all of his mercenaries had been fooled by a mere doll created by a dark mage. Among those deceived were the purebloods, whom the mercenary king held in such high esteem. There was no greater humiliation in the mercenary king's life. Bring me your mothers. Every single one of them. Next, the mercenary king gathered all the women who were the backbone of the factions in one place. As soon as I fell, you scrambled for power. How dare you engage in such insolent behavior? I suppose I've been too lenient with you all this time. The mercenary king ordered that all the support they had been receiving be cut off. Not only were their luxuries taken away, but their maidservants were also taken back. He forced them to live solely on their own strength. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. How could you be swayed by your mother's words? You're all a bunch of weaklings. The purebloods could not escape the mercenary king's wrath either. They were all assigned harsh tasks under the guise of punishment. Only after he had vented his anger to his heart's content did the mercenary king summon Damien. Thank you so much, the mercenary king said, and his voice filled with sincerity. And it wasn't just empty words. He even held Damien's hand tightly and bowed his head. If it hadn't been for you, I don't know what would have happened to me in Slaw's clutches. Would he have been rendered powerless and turned into an experiment for the dark mages? The thought sent a shiver down the mercenary king's spine, given their notorious reputation. Thanks to you saving me, thanks to you I was also able to prevent the mercenary company from splitting apart. If Damien hadn't rescued the mercenary king in time, the Fafnir mercenary company would have been torn apart by power struggles, leading to civil war. And that's not all, I was also able to prevent Athena from falling. The mercenary king squeezed Damien's hand tightly, conveying the depth of his gratitude. I only did what I had to do. No, you. You did something extraordinary. From your perspective, it was ultimately someone else's business, and yet you put your life on the line for it. But that wasn't true. Damien's reason for helping the Fafnir mercenary company was to fulfill his goals. Kill Dorugo and prevent the War of Destruction. Gather forces in case he failed to prevent the War of Destruction. It was for these two reasons alone that he had saved the mercenary king and Athena. And so Damien didn't believe he deserved the mercenary king's gratitude. What do you plan to do with those who were involved in this? Damien asked the mercenary king to change the subject. I'd like to kick them all out, but what can I do? They're my family, like it or not. The mercenary king said with a complicated expression. Instead, I'll keep a close eye on them to make sure something like this never happens again. From what Damien had heard in his previous life, the Fafnir mercenary company's split was due to the mercenary king's perverted nature. However, what Damien had actually witnessed was a bit different. The direct cause of the mercenary company's split was the conflict between the factions. Perhaps in his previous life, the mercenary king had chosen to take the blame himself. Perhaps he had taken upon himself the blame that should have been directed at his family. Of course, that future no longer existed, so it was all just speculation. Surely you're not planning to let them off with just a slap on the wrist, Damien said in a playful tone. While Damien meant it as a joke, the mercenary king's expression turned serious. Of course not. I've been thinking about how to repay you. The mercenary king held out something in front of Damien. It was a badge made of red metal. This is a badge that symbolizes the Fafnir mercenary company. If you take this to the mercenary office, you can hire any mercenary for free. For Damien, it was a somewhat disappointing gift. Damien was a powerhouse about to enter the master class. He had no need to hire mercenaries. By the way, that any includes me and the Fafnir mercenary company. With those words, Damien realized he had underestimated the gift. The Fafnir mercenaries were the best and strongest mercenary force on the continent. Not only were they difficult to hire, they were astronomically expensive. To be able to hire a mercenary king, let alone a Fafnir mercenary, there's no limit to the number of times. Use it whenever you feel like. Of course, if you use them too often, I'll get angry. The mercenary king added playfully. Damien thanked him and took the mercenary king's token. Are you ready to leave now? Yes, I am. It's been too long since I've seen the faces of my family. The thought of family brought back memories of what SLA had done to his sister. Louise wasn't the only one. Other family members' souls had been subjected to unspeakable horrors by the dark mages. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Damien gritted his teeth and somehow managed to suppress his emotions. See Athena before you go. She's been dying to see you. Yes, sir, Damien replied briefly, then left the tent. When Damien was gone, the mercenary king gave him a wistful look. He's too good to let go just like this. He wanted to keep him in the mercenary camp, but he didn't have a good reason. Just in case, I sent him on a mission alone with Athena, but didn't seem to make much progress. And the mercenary king scratched his head and threw himself onto his bed. He rolled around on the wide bed and lamented. Such a waste, such a waste. Damien sought out Athena, finding her in the infirmary within the mercenary company. She was recovering from a broken ankle ligament and the general weakness that had befallen her. Athena, how is your body? Damien inquired upon entering the room. Athena, who was lying on the bed, was startled and sat up abruptly. Damien, you came to see me. I came to see if you're feeling all right. Really? Athena blushed and giggled, seemingly overjoyed by his visit. Observing her, Damien couldn't help but feel a sense of unfamiliarity. The Athena of the past was not like this. She was like a venomous viper, filled with bitterness and hostility. Her words and actions were always harsh and sharp. Thinking about what Athena had endured in his previous life, Damien could understand to some extent. Her father had disappeared and she had been expelled from the mercenary company. It was only natural that her personality would become hardened. Thank you, Athena suddenly spoke a simple phrase that nonetheless caused Damien's eyes to widen as if struck by a revelation. In his previous life, Athena had become the second mercenary king in order to avenge her father and fought against Damien. Ultimately, Athena failed to achieve her revenge. After her defeat at Damien's hands, she fell victim to the dark mages and lost her life. That incident had left a heavy burden of guilt on Damien's heart. It wasn't just Athena. Damien felt the same way about everyone he had inadvertently brought misfortune upon. Thanks to you, I was able to save my father too. If it weren't for you, something terrible would have happened. Could it be because he had saved Athena in this life? Her gratitude seemed to ease the guilt he had been carrying. I'm leaving the mercenary company now. Huh, Athena looked at Damien with a bewildered expression. See, can't you stay a little longer? I've been away from my family for too long. It's time for me to return. Damien spoke in a firm tone. Athena's face reflected a multitude of conflicting emotions. Then she opened her mouth. See, can I visit you later? Of course. Damien was not cold-hearted enough to turn away a guest. Studying Damien's expression, Athena asked again, See, can I greet your parents? Of course. After all, it was proper etiquette to greet the head of the household when visiting their home. Damien's words were taken in a different light by Athena. Really, really? Athena gripped Damien's forearm tightly, her strength far exceeding what one would expect. Yes, really, Damien replied with a slightly flustered expression. Athena then let out a cheer. You must never forget those words. So you're leaving after all. The mercenary king lamented, watching Damien's receding figure. Athena stood by his side, also watching Damien depart. Still, I'm glad you decided to stay here. I thought for sure you'd follow that guy. I wanted to follow him too. The mercenary king looked at Athena with a puzzled expression. But then I realized that I'd just be a burden to Damien right now. Without Damien, Athena would have been expelled from the mercenary company and faced a life of hardship. On the other hand, Damien had overcome all adversity on his own and even saved the mercenary king. I want to become someone that Damien needs. Athena silently looked at Damien. A moment of silence passed between the father and daughter. Speaking of which, I sent you on a mission with that guy to get close with him, but what did you even do? You sent me for that purpose. How could you do that as my father? You like that guy, don't you? The father and daughter bickered for a while. Don't worry, father, I did as you wished. What do you mean? I asked Damien for permission. I'll greet your parents when I go to Count Haksen's territory next time. At those words, the mercenary king's eyes widened. What did it mean to greet his parents? Didn't it mean that they had become that close? This girl. I knew you'd do it. The mercenary king hugged Athena with joy. Athena was beaming with pride. Chapter 183, Family Vacation Part 1. The journey home was long and arduous. As Damien rode his horse, the sun began to set. He decided to make camp for the night by the roadside. He spread out his blanket and built a campfire. The fire seemed weak, so he threw in a few more logs. As he watched the flames dance, Damien lost himself in thought. I can't seem to catch Darugo's tail. Damien had only one goal, both in the past and now, to kill Darugo. Only by killing Darugo could he avenge his grudge and prevent the war of destruction. The problem was that he couldn't find Darugo's whereabouts, no matter how cautious Darugo is. I didn't know he would be this thorough. He thought that once he caught a few of the dark mages associated with Darugo and delved into their souls, he would be able to find his location quickly. However, things didn't work out so easily. Since regressing, Damien had hunted many dark mages, but he couldn't find even the slightest trace of Darugo. At this point, I have no choice but to be more aggressive. There was no point in going after just any dark mage. He had to catch a big fish to find out Darugo's location. The great evils might know Darugo's whereabouts. The great evils were the backbone of Pandemonium and Darugo's strongest supporters. This meant that the great evils had maintained a close relationship with Darugo for a long time. The great evils might know how to find Darugo. I was going to find them and kill them anyway. The damage humanity suffered at the hands of the great evils during the War of Destruction was immeasurable. They were killing machines who had to be killed along with Darugo. Not a single one could be spared. More than anything, Damien had a bigger reason to kill the great evils. Those bastards. I can never forgive those damn bastards who took my family's souls. The dark mages who had taken the souls of his family, they were all great evils. They had each in their own way tricked, tormented, and plunged his family into an ocean of pain. Clench, the thought of them made his teeth clench involuntarily. His anger was like a blade, ready to pierce his chest and burst forth. To kill them, I need to reach to Master Class first. The great evils were formidable beings. They were transcendentalists, dark mages who surpassed the Master Class. To fight them, Damien had to reach the level of a transcendent himself. I have all the conditions met. During his visit to the Fafnir Mercenary Company, Damien had managed to get his hands on the legendary elixirs, the Mithra Holy Water, and the Flower of Fire. By fully absorbing these, Damien was finally able to reach the Master Class he had so desired. However, he could not take the elixirs right away. Damien's current body was too weak to absorb them. This was all because of Damien's rapid growth in strength. Less than a year had passed since Damien's regression. Due to his rapid growth in strength over a short period of time, Damien's body had many imperfections. I guess I need to focus on physical training for now, improving his own skills. In addition to that, there was one more condition that Damien needed to meet in order to confront the great evils. I need my own forces. The great evils mostly had their own forces. These were beings who would do their bidding and fight alongside them when needed. Therefore, Damien needed his own forces to confront the great evils. I've already laid the groundwork. Damien already had a commander knight, a number of skeletons, and 2 more undeads. Right now, compared to the forces of the great evils, they were small in size and weak in power. However, their potential was greater than any other force. Domenico had the potential to reach Master Class, and Mia grew stronger whenever she absorbed the blood of living beings. Munchai was a monster who was called the Beast of Destruction in the past life. Just wait, I'll send every single one of them to the bottom of hell without leaving a single one behind. Damien's eyes burned silently in the darkness. After several more days of travel, Damien finally reached his home. However, upon his arrival, he was met with an unfamiliar sight. The servants were all bustling about, packing their belongings. What's going on here? Damien entered the castle with a bewildered expression. He wanted to grab someone and ask, but everyone seemed preoccupied. Then he spotted Victor chopping firewood in the backyard. Heave-ho. Heave-ho, Victor was splitting logs with his axe, exerting all his might. Goodness. Whoa, you scared me, master. Please make some noise when you enter, Victor exclaimed in surprise and protested. Damien chuckled. More importantly, what's going on here? Everyone seems so busy. Ah, we're preparing for a trip. Damien couldn't help but be dumbfounded by the out-of-the-blue statement. A trip? What are you talking about? I'm not sure about the details either. It was decided just a few days ago. It seemed like he had to find his family to get the full story. As Damien headed upstairs, he couldn't help but ask Victor, why aren't you helping with the travel preparations and chopping firewood instead? I'm going along as the Count's attendant on this trip, Victor replied. Damien couldn't help but be surprised. Not just anyone could accompany a noble on their travels. Only those with exceptional abilities or recognition were allowed. Then why is someone going on the trip chopping firewood here? Well, if I leave the castle, won't the firewood run out quickly? I'm preparing a few days' worth of firewood in advance to prevent such a mishap. Damien looked at Victor with a dumbfounded expression. Couldn't they just ask someone else if the firewood ran out? That thought crossed his mind, but Victor's face was so serious that he couldn't bring himself to point it out. All right then, work hard. Yes, sir. Damien headed to upstairs. Have you packed enough clothes? Check again just in case. He heard his mother giving instructions to the maids. Damien approached his mother and spoke loudly, Mother. Oh, Damien. His mother immediately ran over and hugged him tightly. Damien hugged her back with both arms. Are you done with everything? It seems like you took especially long this time. Well, it's all finished. Damien mumbled vaguely. He couldn't tell her about what happened at the mercenary company. It would only worry her. Anyway, a trip, what's this all of a sudden? Well, you wouldn't know since you were away. Father is in his study, so go ask him yourself. I'm too busy to explain right now. She pushed him on the back and said. In the end, Damien had no choice but to head to his father's study to seek answers. Father, I'm here, Damien said as he entered the room. Count Haksen stopped writing on his papers and looked up at Damien. There you are. So you're back. Your reaction is so dry. Isn't that a bit harsh? I'm only going to be happy if you stop disappearing and reappearing all the time. Count Haksen said bluntly. Damien felt a pang of guilt. I heard you're preparing for a trip. What's this sudden trip? Duke sent an invitation. He said he secured the best spot for watching the Starlight Fairies spawning season, which starts around this time every year. At his father's words, Damien recalled a memory he had buried deep within him. Starlight Fairies were not actually fairies despite their name. They were creatures far removed from fairies. Their bodies were transparent, they floated in the air, and their bodies glowed at night. They were incredibly rare creatures, so rare that it was difficult to find even a single one most of the time. However, once a year during their mating season, hundreds of them would soar into the sky simultaneously. It was a spectacle that could only be seen in the Apple Kingdom, making it a unique sight. As a result, tens of thousands of people from other kingdoms flocked to see the Starlight Fairies every year. Therefore, even for the nobles of the Apple Kingdom, it was difficult to obtain a prime spot to view the Starlight Fairies up close. The fact that Duke was willing to give them such a spot was enough reason to prepare for the trip. What about a family trip without me? What were you going to do if I hadn't come back today? We were just going to go without you. Damien's face fell. Count Haksen then added with a sly smile, but I'm glad you're back. It's a good thing you came back just in time. We can all go together. I was actually worried about leaving you behind, Count said as he put down his fan. I can't remember the last time we went on a family trip. Let's enjoy this rare opportunity. As his father said, Damien's memories of family vacations were hazy. In his case, having experienced a previous life, they felt even more distant. I'll leave the escorting to you. His father spoke to Damien, who was lost in thought. Damien made an effort to shake off his gloomy mood and replied, leave it to me. If there are any troublemakers who dare interfere, I'll be the first to step up and silence them. Count Haksen nodded at Damien's words and said, but wouldn't silencing them first be considered a crime? Starlight Fairy Festival. In a lodge nestled within a rural village, a woman seated at a table spoke with a disgruntled expression. I got my hopes up when they said a new target was set, and this is all we get. What's the fun in ruining a measly festival, don't you all agree? She glanced around the table, and the others seated there nodded in agreement. This pathetic place, there are plenty of other interesting targets. We could raid a noble's estate, gather everyone up, and then blow them all to smithereens in one go. The woman spoke, looking directly at the man across from her. He sat with his chair turned, gazing out the window. Sacre, my sweet little kitten, don't use such harsh language, the man said. Cut the crap and explain yourself already, the woman retorted in a shrill voice. The man raised both arms in apparent surrender. The Starlight Fairy Festival isn't just any festival, it's so popular that nobles flock in from other kingdoms. Really, if you don't believe me, you can go to the city later and check it out yourself. You'll quickly learn just how famous the festival is and how many people attend. Intrigued by the man's words, the woman fell silent. Imagine it, thousands of nobles who journeyed all this way from distant lands just to see the festival. And you, with your magic, could blow them all sky high. The man clasped his hands together and then spread them wide open, mimicking an explosion. Can you imagine the spectacle? Wouldn't it be magnificent? The woman pondered for a moment at the man's words, then a smile bloomed on her face. Let's get started right now. Chapter 184, Family Vacation Part 2. My small and cute kitten Sacre, there's no one else who understands my intentions as quickly as you do. Enough with the dog noises, what about you guys, do you all agree? Sacre asked as she looked around at the other party members. The party members looked at each other's faces and nodded. You're like adorable baby ducklings, watching you makes me feel so happy. Everyone has agreed, then let's leave right away. Sacre jumped up from her seat and walked out of the inn. The other party members followed Sacre out as well. When the man realized he was alone, the man shrugged and stood to approach the inn's counter. Chef, the food was delicious. That's good, the innkeeper who was standing at the counter stammered. His face was as pale as a corpse. It's commendable that you have a wide variety of dishes, but unfortunately they didn't taste good. The bean dish was the worst. So sorry. I will work on polishing my cooking skills in the future. I really appreciate your proactive attitude. In that sense, I guess I should pay you what you're due. The man took out a gold coin from his pocket and placed it on the counter. The bright gold coin shone brightly, however the innkeeper was not at all happy. Well then, I'll be going now. Wah, wait a minute. The innkeeper's cry made the man look at him with a puzzled expression. PL, please. Could you please undo this? The innkeeper said, rolling up his sleeves. A magic circle was twinkling on the innkeeper's wrist. PL, please beg you saw save my life. Please just spare my life. The innkeeper fell to his knees and put his hands together. The man looked at the innkeeper's attitude with a pitiful expression and said, well, when you plead like that, my heart softens. At those words, a hopeful expression appeared on the innkeeper's face. But that magic can only be undone by our adorable Sacre. I have no choice. With that, the man turned and grabbed the inn door. Wait a minute, PL, please. Please, before the innkeeper could even grab him, the man walked out of the inn. The moment the open door slammed shut, the magic circle suddenly began to emit light. Ah no, please stop. Agog, the innkeeper's body turned bright red and was engulfed in flames. The innkeeper screamed and rolled around on the floor. Agog, quack. But the flames on his body did not disappear. The flames simply spread to the inn. Soon the red flames completely engulfed the entire inn. Well, the magic has been activated, the man who had come out of the inn muttered as he watched the scene. Sacre's work is always excellent, no matter when I see it. With that, the man turned and walked down the road. The road the man was walking on was filled with the bodies of people. Corpses were burnt and their bodies were barely recognizable amidst the charred remains. All were the bodies of the villagers. "Why are you so late?" Xperrif snapped as they emerged from the village. The man raised his hands in a gesture of apology. "Shhh, don't get angry, don't ruin that cute face of yours. Stop barking and tell me why. What took you so long? I had to pay for the food, didn't I?" The man shrugged at Xperrif's nagging. "Our little kitten, what was our first principle? To do whatever we please. That's right, that's the meaning of our hedoniac," the man added, straightening his clothes. "I don't know about anything else, but I think we should always pay our dues." "Oh, if you can't talk, fine, get on the horse already." The man, Xperrif, and their party mounted their horses. After they left the village, a group of knights arrived. "Search for survivors." The knights scattered and searched the village, but all they found were charred bodies and a burning inn. "Horrible," one of the knights muttered softly. "They say that people suffer the most pain when they are burned to death." As if to prove that true, the faces of the villagers were filled with agony. Even though they were burned black, they were recognizable at a glance. Hedoniac. Those maniacs? Hedoniac. Unlike other criminal organizations, they did not covet wealth, they did not seek power. Their interest was in one thing only: murder, massacre, pain. They attacked villages and cities, killing people. Their methods were always different, as if they were always wondering how to kill them. Despite such atrocities, Hedoniac was still at large. The reason was quite simple. The Master Class and the Dark Mage are working together. Why does the god leave such a disaster alone? Because the leaders of Hedoniac were the Transcendents. "Contact the headquarters and tell them we've found Hedoniac's trail," the knight said in a grim voice. "For this trip there was nothing special to prepare at House Haksen. My name is Sandler, and I have been sent by His Excellency the Duke to accompany you." This was because the Duke Goldpixie had sent a carriage and escorts for the trip. "His Excellency is so kind to us, I don't know how to repay this kindness," Count said with an embarrassed expression. He didn't know that in addition to securing a seat at the top table of the popular festival, they would also send a carriage and escorts. "His Excellency has said that you are worthy of enjoying this, as you have a wonderful son." At those words, a look of deep pride appeared on Count's face. The reason Duke Goldpixie was offering so many gifts was to maintain his relationship with Damien. Unlike in the past, Damien had become a figure who could not be controlled by the power of the Goldpixie alone. So he was trying to maintain his relationship with Damien in this way. It was not a bad thing for Damien either. As long as his family was in the Apple Kingdom, it was not a bad thing to be close to Duke Goldpixie. "Let's go." With Sandler's words, the carriage carrying the people of House Haksen set off. The carriage ran and arrived at the city where the festival was being held. "Oh my. Wow," the family members who got out of the carriage couldn't help but be impressed. The city was full of people. The streets were overflowing with vendors selling souvenirs. With so many people, it must be difficult to find accommodation, Count Haksen said with a worried expression. Then Sandler spoke as if he had been waiting for this moment. "You don't have to worry, His Excellency has already prepared accommodation for you." "Really? That's so kind of him." Sandler guided the family to a hotel in the center of the city. The five-story hotel was the tallest and largest building in the surrounding area. "This is a hotel owned by our dukedom." "Oh, it's huge. Which room are we going to use?" "You can use all of them." "What do you mean?" "I said you can use all of them." Count Haksen and the other family members did not understand Sandler's words at first. "This is the best view in the city. His Excellency has told us not to accept other guests in order to accommodate you." Sandler's words further shocked the family. During the high season of the festival, the city was flooded with visitors, and the accommodation costs would have skyrocketed. They couldn't even calculate how much income the Duke had given up. "Why don't you go up to the rooftop and see for yourself? I'm sure you'll love it." The family went up to the rooftop of the hotel. There was a table set up in a spacious area so that they could enjoy the scenery while eating. All the other buildings were lower than the hotel, so they could see the sky without any obstruction. "To think I can see the swarm of starlight fairies from here," Count Haksen muttered in disbelief. Then he looked at Damien and said, "Damien, thank you." Damien was speechless at the unexpected words. "Thanks to you, I'm able to enjoy such luxury. You are truly my pride." In that moment, memories of the past came flooding back. "This idiot, you got kicked out of the bar for causing a ruckus. How are you ever going to fix that temper of yours? You're a disgrace to our family." In his troublemaking days, Damien had never received praise from his father. Cast out from the family and living as a mercenary, Damien reflected on his actions. He had achieved great success as a mercenary and intended to return to the family to seek forgiveness. But Damien's wish was never fulfilled. Damien was transformed into a death knight, killed his family, and brought about the world's destruction. He spent his life filled with regret and suffering. He wanted to apologize, but he couldn't. His father and the rest of his family were already dead. But today he heard his father say thank you. It felt like the guilt that had been weighing on his heart had lessened, even if just a little. "I just hope you'll treat me better in the future." Damien said playfully, trying to hide his awkwardness. I understand, I'll treat you better from now on. Father laughed heartily. Damien found himself smiling as well. I guess this isn't so bad sometimes, Damien thought, looking around at his family. He couldn't remember the last time he had spent time with his family like this. He was determined to enjoy this leisurely time to the fullest. That's when it happened. Damien's senses detected a familiar aura. The joy and happiness that had just filled his heart were gone in an instant. His entire body turned cold and a sense of unease surged through him. Damien looked down with a cold gaze. In the distance, he saw two figures walking. Their faces were hidden by robes pulled up over their heads, but Damien could feel it clearly, the dark mana they were emitting. Chapter 185, Family Vacation Part 3. They were carefully concealing their dark mana, but it was not enough to evade Damien's senses. The two individuals strolling down the street were undoubtedly dark mages. Those motherfuckers have appeared again, Damien sighed, a wave of weariness washing over him. He had finally gotten a chance to enjoy a family vacation, and why did these vermin have to show up now? He'd rather ignore them if he could. After all, Damien was enjoying a rare moment of happiness, but he couldn't. These weren't just any dark mages, two high-level dark mages. High-level dark mages were not to be taken lightly, even though they lacked power in comparison with Grand Dark Mage. Even a single one could easily turn an entire city into a hellish landscape. He couldn't allow such dangerous beings to roam free. If he wasn't careful, his family could be in grave danger. Victor, Damien called out to Victor, who was nearby. Victor had accompanied them on this trip to assist the family. Yes, Victor responded. I need to step away for a bit. If father or mother asks about my whereabouts, tell them I'm sightseeing around the city. Understand? Another errand, I understand, sir. After relaying his instructions to Victor, Damien leaped off the building's edge and soared towards the ground. Gently landing on the pavement, he set off in pursuit of the two figures. The Grimm brothers, Lax and Akaz, vanished down the tiny alley. Not a soul stirred within its depths, only trash and stray cats catching their eyes. This looks good, Akaz, the elder brother, muttered. He dug a fist-sized black stone from his robes. Lax, the younger brother, mirrored his action. Both began engraving magic circles onto the building's exterior using black stones. The intricate patterns materialized swiftly, revealing the practiced ease of their movements. Be careful, brother, this magic circle is highly unstable. The slightest mistake and it won't activate. Don't worry, brother. I practiced all night like you asked. The task wasn't lengthy. Within minutes, over 10 magic circles adorned the building's wall. Perfect, Akaz smirked, his gaze lingering on the completed circles. Flawless, Sucre truly is a genius. How did she even create such dark magic? They say it burns people alive. Akaz explained, a hint of morbid excitement in his voice. Not just burns them. It cooks them slowly over an hour, keeps them alive while they suffer. Burning a person was easy, but slowing down the process to an agonizing hour, that was dark magic of a caliber beyond their imagination. Impressive, sure, but why such a drawn-out method? Wouldn't a quick explosion be more efficient? I want to watch them burn while I eat. Akaz replied, his eyes glazed over with a disturbing fantasy. But if they die too fast, the fun ends. They need to stay alive at least until I finish my meal. Akaz's gaze returned to the magic circles, his expression a chilling mix of hunger and sadistic anticipation. Such beauty and genius, Sucre is a combination of beauty with brain. No wonder I can't resist her. Brother, enough of that talk, Lax countered, a hint of worry in his voice. Remember what Winston did to you last time? So what if he beat me? He didn't kill me, did he? Akaz chuckled darkly. Lax could only grimace at his brother's words. And brother, Akaz continued, his voice turning serious. What's the first rule of Hedoniac? Do whatever your heart desires. I won't give up on Sucre no matter what. Lax sighed, the weight of Akaz's impossible dream settling on his shoulders. And who are we anyway? Akaz pressed, his voice laced with a hint of pride. Right now we're Sucre's assistants, but weren't we once the fearsome Grimm brothers? Before Sucre's intervention, the brothers were notorious dark mages, the Grimm brothers. They took on jobs like building demolition and assassination, their skills highly sought after in the criminal underworld. Then, Sucre appeared out of nowhere, kidnapping them both. She saw potential in them and offered them a position as her assistants, promising them access to powerful dark magic in exchange for their service. Despite the forceful recruitment, they couldn't complain much. Working for Sucre gave them access to powerful magic, a steady flow of funds and ample resources. There was nothing I couldn't have before, that's why I won't give up on Sucre either. All right, let's move. We have another location to hit. As Lax started walking, Akaz grumbled from behind. Why do you have to rush off? You knew I wouldn't stop talking otherwise. The brothers continued down the alley, their black robes billowing behind them, their faces hidden in the shadows, a chilling reminder of the dark magic they wielded. So much for a famous festival. Seems there were quite a few skilled knights around. They say it's packed with tourists from other kingdoms, even high-class knights. How sad, coming to a festival out of sheer loneliness. Even more pathetic. Not a single one of them noticed us, Lax said with a cruel chuckle escaping his lips. The brothers shared a dark laugh. There was a reason they were called the Grimm brothers. Their years of experience combined with their expertly in dark magic made this look easy. Hiding their dark mana from mere knights was a breeze. Indeed, we are hedonists. An unfamiliar and chilling presence sliced through the air from behind them. Both brothers outstretched their hands and were ready to unleash a torrent of dark magic at a moment's notice. Standing in the center of the narrow alley was a young man. Dark brown hair framed a face that held a hint of defiance. He was taller than average, and even beneath the loose clothing, the taut lines of a well-trained body were evident. The brothers stared, a flicker of confusion crossing their features. They had just passed from the very spot where the young man now stood. There had been nothing, absolutely nothing, just seconds ago. Now he was there, seemingly materialized out of thin air. "Who are you?" Akaz asked with his voice laced with suspicion. "Following us perhaps," Lax added, his tone equally wary. "Hedoniac." The young man replied, his voice devoid of emotion. "Never seen you before, but the name rings a bell. A criminal organization active during those times, wasn't it?" He offered no further explanation, leaving the brothers filled in confusion. "Even a nobody like me knows your reputation." The young man continued, a hint of amusement creeping into his voice. "Seems the church wasn't exaggerating when they chased you down with such fervor." The brothers exchanged glances, a peculiar mix of pride and amusement playing on their faces. "You are well informed, aren't you?" Akaz said, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. "Yes, we were Hedoniac, but it seems your reasons for confronting us go beyond mere recognition." "Who are you really?" Again the young man remained silent, his gaze fixed on them with an intensity that sent shivers down their spines. "I figured you were dangerous but planning a citywide terrorist attack. That's a very serious issue." He didn't yell or threaten, he simply stood there, his expression a twisted mask of barely contained rage. "That's why I can't let you people live. You disrupt everything, my happiness, my peace. You shatter it all." A suffocating aura, heavy with violence and death, emanated from the young man. The Grimm brothers, notorious for their cruelty, had never encountered such a potent presence before. "Well, that's a stroke of luck. At least you showed up before things got messy," Akaz said, trying to sound nonchalant despite the tremor in his voice. The young man began to close the distance, a predator stalking its prey. The Grimm brothers' hands were overflowing with dark mana as they summoned their dark magic after the sensing impending danger. "Don't come any closer," Akaz warned, his voice laced with a newfound urgency. But the young man ignored the warning, his steps purposeful and unwavering. With a flick of their wrists, the Grimm brothers unleashed a torrent of dark magic, the signature destructive power of the Doom sect unleashed from their fingertips. The dark magic blazed enough to engulf the target in flames and reduce it to ashes in a blink. It was one of the fastest and most difficult spells to dodge that they could use. Yet nothing happened. The young man didn't burst into flames. Not even a single ember can touch his body. "Slow," the young man remarked, casually slinging his longsword over his shoulder. The bewildered brothers could only stare. "When did you even draw that sword?" It was only then that the horrifying truth dawned on them. Their wrists were severed, their spellcasting hands lying useless on the ground. Ah, a strangled gasp escaped their lips as agonizing pain erupted. Their mouths gaped open, a scream threatening to tear from their throats. But before their cries could reach the outside world, the young man slammed his hands over their mouths. It felt like iron tongs were crushing their lips, squeezing the flesh and shattering bones. Their screams were muffled, trapped within their own bodies. The brothers' eyes welled up with bloodshot fury, their bodies thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to break free. But the real torment had just begun. Mana turned into sharp needles came out from the young man's hands into theirs, spreading like wildfire throughout their bodies. The excruciating pain brought tears streaming down their faces. When the young man finally released them, their bodies crumpled to the ground in a heap, free yet utterly helpless. Their dark mana was stagnant, their bodies immobilized and unresponsive. "I'm going to ask you some questions," the young man said while rolling up his sleeves. There was a strange, undefined fear in the air despite the fact that he had no weapons in his hands. "You can stay silent if you want to, of course, that's only if you can handle what comes next." The deserted alleyway echoed with the muffled screams of the once feared Grimm brothers. Chapter 186. Family Vacation Part 4. There are a total of 5 of us. Damien used the cotton-lined forbidden needle to twist a few joints and tore some muscles, and the Grimm brothers quickly began to answer Damien's questions. "Tell me the total strength of your group." One is a high-level dark mage like my brother. The other 2 are master class and grand dark mage. "What are their names?" "The grand dark mage is named Sacre. The master class is Winston." Damien compared the answers he had heard from the two brothers to his own memories. Both belonged to Hedoniac, a notorious criminal organization even in his previous lives. There were two main reasons why Hedoniac was able to gain such notoriety. First of all, they had no proper motive for their crimes. Unlike other criminal organizations, they didn't commit crimes for money, power, or even to gather dark magic materials. So the church couldn't predict Hedoniac's movements at all. The second reason was the strength of the two persons who were the backbone of Hedoniac, a master class and a grand dark mage. Two transcendents that ordinary people would be lucky to see once in their lifetime were among them. Because of this overwhelming force, the church had no choice but to miss Hedoniac every time. Where are the other three? Are they in the city too? They seem to hesitate. Damien immediately dug his 5 fingers into their shoulder. The injected mana flowed through the two brothers' veins. In that instant, the muscles in their shoulders began to squirm as if they were alive. The muscles constricted their bones and nerves. Their eyes were bloodshot. Please stop. This much is. Damien immediately covered the mouths of the two brothers. It was impossible for the brothers to even scream as they waited for the pain to subside. After a while, Damien took his hands off. The two brothers gasped for breath. Where are the other three? They're not in the city yet, they're coming now. The brothers answered Damien's questions obediently. They now seemed to have completely lost their will to resist. They're coming now? Why? Sacre. Lady Sacre and Mr. Winston want to ruin everything when the festival is going on, so they're coming a little late. Then why did you come to the city first? Preparatory work. To follow Lady Sacre's orders. Preparatory work probably meant drawing magic circles all over the city. Send the 2 men first to draw magic circles all over the city. The rest will arrive while people are enjoying the Starlight Festival and activate the magic circles. Why go through all this trouble? It's Lady Sacre's taste. She enjoys crushing the moment. When people are happiest. Disgusting bitch. Thanks to his previous life experience, Damien knew how flithy dark mages were, but there weren't many dark mages who would commit genocide purely for their own pleasure. A master class and a grand dark mage. It couldn't be a worse combination. Even an average knight and mage would see a significant increase in power when paired together. This is because the knight takes the vanguard, allowing the mage to cast spells without worry, and it's clear that neither of them are ordinary in terms of skill. Damien had never seen Sacre and Winston in person. But from the information he had gathered in the past, it was clear that the two were formidable powerhouses. After all, Hedoniac had wiped out several church pursuit teams. As a result, the church had suffered greatly before finally eradicating Hedoniac. Even Pandemonium had made recruitment offers several times. The Death Knights had mentioned this a few times after he became a Death Knight. They said that Pandemonium had heard of Hedoniac's notoriety and had tried to recruit them several times but were always rejected. The reason was fascinating. They wanted to use their power only for themselves. They're a tough opponent for me to face alone. A Grand Dark Mage alone would be formidable, but with a Master Class included as well. No matter how skilled Damien was, he couldn't fight a Master Class at this point in time. Damn, I didn't expect to encounter a Master Class so soon. That's why he was trying to ascend to Master Class as quickly as possible. He never knew when, where, or what kind of enemy he might encounter. Should I evacuate my family? Logically, that's what he should do. The moment those two arrived in the city, hell would break loose. But I still have time. Those two aren't scheduled to arrive until after the festival is over. He still had time to prepare. So instead of evacuating his family, Damien was contemplating how to stop Hedoniac. There was a reason Damien was so stubborn about this. It's a rare family trip. Everyone in the family was looking forward to this trip. Was it because the Starlight Festival was famous? Because the Duke had made all the arrangements? Those were factors, but the biggest reason was Damien himself. This was the first family trip that Damien went with his family after getting himself back on track. So everyone was looking forward to it and genuinely happy. Decades, it's been decades. For Damien, it meant even more. In his previous life, Damien had killed his family with his own hands. Since then, he had spent over a decade living in regret, and so he regressed. He was reunited with his family, whom he could never see again. He made amends for his mistakes, apologized to his family, and went on a trip together. That's why he didn't want to be interrupted. He wanted to finish this trip safely. I'll kill them before they get to the city. In that moment, Damien made up his mind. They're a tough force, but there's always a way. If Damien couldn't take them on alone, he could always ask for help from outside. After all, wasn't there supposed to be a group in this world that would first come forth whenever there were dark mages? If it comes to that, I'll have to step in. Damien still had one last resort. He didn't use it if he could help it because it made him feel even dirtier than when he used dark magic. All right, let's get moving. After gathering his thoughts, Damien looked back at the two brothers. The two brothers were looking at Damien with faces full of fear. Please spare our lives, we've answered all your questions." Instead of answering, Damien loosened his bracelet slightly. Dark mana oozed out of the bracelet. What that's, the brothers' eyes widened. They were about to shout in disbelief. D-Dark. Damien activated his Darge magic. Flames shot up from the two men's bodies. Before they could even scream, their bodies turned to ash. Damien used another dark magic spell to cleanly erase the traces left by the two men. "I can't let any dark mage live." Finally, Damien erased the magic circle drawn in the alleyway and disappeared. "Damien, what are you doing so late?" When he returned to the rooftop, his family was enjoying their meal. The table where his family was gathered was filled with freshly prepared food. People who looked like hotel staff were attending to them. "Why are you suddenly sightseeing in the city?" "I went out to check if there were any dangerous guys," Damien said as he sat down next to his father. His father burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, what danger? Do you know how safe this city is? They say they're even more careful about security during the festival." Damien couldn't help but smile bitterly at his father's words. His father was right. That was the natural way of thinking in this world. Who would think that a master class and a grand dark mage would burn down a city just for fun? There were too many crazy people in this world with great power. "You must be hungry, hurry up and eat, the chef is very good." At his father's praise, one of the staff bowed slightly. He seemed to be the chef who made the food. "Brother, try this. It's a dish where they wrap the suckling pig in cabbage and roast it." "Damien, try this too. It's a drink made from fruits imported from abroad." His family competed to offer Damien food. Damien said okay and put all the food in his mouth. After the meal, Sandler said to the family, "According to the mage's predictions, the Starlight Fairies will fly in 2 days from now. They say it will last for about 3 days. The Starlight Fairies would fly into the sky every night and look for their mates, so the flight of the Starlight Fairies didn't end in a day. It continued for several days. Duke has said that he will offer all the events in the city for free until then so that you don't get bored. We would appreciate it if you would enjoy the plays and concerts that are scheduled." At Sandler's words, his older sister Louise was especially pleased. She loved plays and concerts. "Victor, I have something for you to do." While his family was enjoying Sandler's explanation, Damien called out to Victor, "Why are you doing that? There's something you need to do." Damien took something out and handed it to Victor. It was none other than the sliver pendant given by the Holy Empress. Victor looked at the pendant with a surprised expression. "Why are you giving me this precious thing? Go to the church branch in the city right now and deliver my message." Victor couldn't help but feel tense at Damien's serious face. "Tell them that Hedoniac is aiming for the city, so send a masterclass right away." Chapter 187, Starlight Fairies Part 1. "My lord, I have returned." "What did they say?" "As you instructed, I told them to send a messenger to the headquarters and requested the dispatch of a masterclass." "Well done." Victor beamed with pride at Damien's praise. "At first, I thought you had lost your mind when you told me to convey such a message without any evidence, but I was surprised that the church readily believed your words." It was a testament to the strong bond between Damien and the church. "So they didn't even question your absurd claim that Hedoniac is targeting the city. When will the masterclass arrive?" "They said they weren't sure either. It will take some time for the messenger to reach headquarters and for headquarters to dispatch the masterclass." The answer was somewhat expected. Even for the church, it would be difficult to dispatch a masterclass so urgently. At least there's a lot of time left before Hedoniac arrives. Hedoniac's 2 transcendent beings aimed to shatter the happiness of the festival. "So I should have plenty of time before they reach the city." But Damien knew, things don't always go as planned and you need to be prepared for the unexpected. "Maybe I need to buy some time." If Hedoniac arrived before the church, Damien would have no choice but to step in. "It would be a pain to deal with the master class and the Grand Dark Mage at the same time, but I can at least stall for time." "You've done well, rest well." Victor bowed and left the room. As soon as Victor was gone, Damien pulled out a travel bag from the subspace and summoned Munchai. Woof. As soon as he came out, Munchai licked Damien's face relentlessly. "Come on, I get it." "I get it." Damien pushed Munchai's head away. It was a bit of a burden to have a wolf the size of a calf clinging to him. "Play with me, Woofle, not now." "Okay, KKKKK, whimper." Munchai sat down on the floor and waited for Damien's orders. "Keep an eye on the city's surroundings from today on. If you see any danger, report to me immediately." Munchai was perfect for this job. Damien didn't know exactly where Hedoniac was coming from, and Hedoniac's 2 transcendent beings will surely be hiding their powers. Utilizing his unique ability, Shadow Tails, he could create clones to monitor a wide area and with his animalistic instincts track down the 2 transcendents. "I'll do as you say, Woof." With those words, he melded into the encroaching darkness. "I need to make my own preparations as well." Facing the 2 transcendents, Damien too needed his own form of preparation. After that day, Damien had a busy schedule. During the day, he spent time strolling the city with his family. In the evenings, preparations for the Hedoniac's arrival consumed his nights. Mom, look at this. A brochure made by the city's artisans. Oh my, it is truly beautiful. On their first morning in the city, they followed the women on a shopping spree. His mother, sister, and sister-in-law browsed through various shops, venturing into different corners of the city. Damien followed behind, carrying their bags. Wouldn't you ladies get tired of walking around the city together? I happen to know a great restaurant. Enough with that, we don't need. What are you doing again? Ow, he also took on the duty of chasing away bothersome men who approached the three women. Initially, there were many persistent annoyances, but after dealing with a few, not a single one dared to appear again. Oh, Damien, you're back. Want to play a game of chess? Returning from shopping, he found the men engrossed in a game of chess. Play against Ballard once, you'll learn a lot. Brother-in-law, your skills are no joke. You could even be mayor of the city with that level. Oh no, it's not that good. When Louise's fiancé Ballard heard Abel's praise, he blushed slightly. How about you two settle it on the board? It would bring honor to the Haksen name. Look at this guy, why don't you give it a try? It won't be easy against my brother either. Throughout the evening, Damien played chess and conversed with the three men. His days continued to be filled with various activities alongside his family. They attended plays held in the city and enjoyed watching festive parades that snaked through the streets. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he would patrol the city preparing for the Hedoniac's arrival. Time flowed and the night arrived, adorned by the flight of the starlight fairies. Food and drinks were enjoyed on the rooftop by the family while they awaited the ethereal spectacle. Damien, remember when you were young, you used to throw tantrums saying you'd marry Mom. Mom, why are you still bringing that up? Look at him. Seems embarrassed. As the liquor loosened their inhibitions, light-hearted banter and laughter filled the air. So Damien, when are you going to find someone? The conversation then steered towards a sensitive topic. His mother's question drew the entire family's attention towards him. Damien pretended to focus on his food while subtly gauging their reactions. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, all fixated on him. Well, I guess it'll happen when the time is right. Oh, come on, don't be so nonchalant about it. That's right, Abel's married and I'm planning my wedding with Ballard soon. You're the only one left alone. Damien continued to feign eating, observing their gazes. Their expectant stares remained unwavering. It seemed he wouldn't be able to easily deflect the question. Just as he was pondering his response, a sudden burst of awestruck gasps erupted from all corners of the city. Wow! Ooh! Confused by the unexpected sounds, everyone turned their attention upwards. Something was ascending into the dark night sky. It resembled an inverted flower bud floating serenely across the vast canvas. The buds drifted slowly through the air, scattering light as they moved. The starlight fairies were taking flight in a magnificent display, swirling and searching for their mates. The entire family stood speechless, mesmerized by the sight. Damien was no different. He had never witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle, even in his previous life. The mesmerizing dance of the starlight fairies left him momentarily speechless. Beautiful. Count, who had silently approached him, simply uttered that one word. Count couldn't take his eyes away from the starlight fairies. Thanks to you, I'm getting to see such a wonderful sight. I'm really grateful. Damien let out a bitter laugh at his words. Count tilted his head in confusion. Why are you laughing? Is there something bothering you? No, it's nothing. Don't be like that. Tell me what's on your mind. Your face has been full of worry for the past few days. At those words, Damien touched his face. The truth was, Damien was always on guard, constantly watching his surroundings for any sign of the Hedoniac. He thought he had been doing a good job of hiding his anxiety, but apparently his father had seen right through him. I don't know what's bothering you, but why don't you tell your old man about it? Damien's mouth opened slightly at his father's words, then closed again. He couldn't tell him the truth about his preparations for the Hedoniac. He had to come up with another reason. I've been having a lot of nightmares lately. Maybe it was because the trip had helped him relax. Before he could stop himself, Damien found himself confiding in his father about his real worries. Without giving him a chance to explain himself, his father asked with a concerned expression, "What kind of nightmares are you having?" Everyone but me dies in my nightmares. It was a lie, actually. That wasn't Damien's real nightmare. His real nightmare was killing his family with his own hands. He couldn't even call it a nightmare. Everything had actually happened. It wasn't a dream, but a memory. He wasn't dreaming. He was reliving the past. Damien's father burst into loud laughter at his words. You're worrying too much. Why would we all die and leave you behind? That's not going to happen. It had happened, or rather, it would happen. That's why Damien couldn't escape his nightmares. He never knew when it would happen again. The dark mages who had ruined him and his family were still spreading their filth all over the world. Damien, focus on this moment right now, Count said, looking at the family. The family was watching the starlight fairies, constantly exclaiming in admiration. Damien, I'm happy. What about you? Of course he was happy. This time with his family was too precious. He cherished every moment, afraid that time would slip away too quickly, but Damien couldn't just let himself be happy. He was anxious. There was too much evil in the world. He was terrified that it would destroy their happiness at any moment. That's why Damien couldn't easily bring himself to say that he was happy. Just then, something tugged at Damien's collar. He looked down to see Munchai's head emerging from the shadows. "Master, there's big trouble," Munchai said, grabbing Damien's collar. "Two humans with a very dangerous aura have appeared." In the midst of his happiest moment in life, the most unwelcome guests had arrived. Chapter 188, Starlight Fairies Part 2, Damien's heart sank when he received the report. The Hedoniac whom he had been dreading had arrived earlier than expected. The information he obtained from torturing dark mages in the past indicated that their arrival was supposed to be a day later. Despite the uncertainty of the situation, Damien knew he had to act quickly. There was no time for deliberation. "There's no other way, I have to take matters into my own hands." If his assumptions had been correct, the master class dispatched by the church would also have been nearby. His plan had been to stall the time until the church's master class arrived. But what if the church's master class doesn't arrive in time? Faced with no other option, Damien reluctantly employed a hidden method, one he never liked. Having gathered his thoughts, Damien rose from his seat. While his family remained engrossed in the Starlight Fairies, he descended to the hotel lobby. "Ah yes, I need to conceal my identity first." Damien intended to confront the Hedoniac outside the city. To stop them, he would need to use dark magic. Even outside the city, there could be passers-by. He needed to hide his identity. "Ahem, my lord, where are you off to?" Damien encountered Victor on his way out. Victor was clutching an oddly shaped mask. It was made of wood and painted with black dye. It was large enough to cover his entire face. "And what are you doing with that? What's that mask for?" "Oh, this, I bought it from a merchant. Apparently, it's an old tradition to wear masks and watch festivals." Damien scans the crowd on the street. Not a single person is wearing a mask. It seems obvious to him that Victor was duped into buying the mask by a merchant. "Well, this is perfect. Can I borrow it for a moment?" Damien asked as he pointed his finger towards the mask. Victor stepped back and clutched the mask behind his back. "Oh no, you can't. This is a very expensive item." Instead of snatching the mask, Damien had pulled out a gold coin from his pocket and extended it. Victor's eyes had widened to twice their size at the sight of its gleaming brilliance. "Please take it." "Use it as you wish," Victor exclaims, handing over the mask without a moment's hesitation. Damien took the mask and placed the gold coin in Victor's palm. "Here, take a few more." He then added a few more coins, placing them on Victor's palm with a clink. Victor looked at him in bewilderment and asked, "Why are you giving me more?" "It's for your future trouble." Damien replied. Victor's confusion only grew. Damien had left Victor to his bewilderment and exited the hotel. A place far away from the city where the celebration was taking place. "That's the city, isn't it?" The three people appeared on a dark hill. "Those twinkling lights seem to be starlight fairies, don't they?" Sucre had pointed towards the sky where hundreds of starlight fairies hovered above the city, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Man walked closer to Sucre and wrapped his arm around her shoulder in a subtle manner. "Sucre, my sweet kitten, isn't it magnificent? I wanted to show you this, but where are those brats? At least they should welcome me upon my arrival, shouldn't they?" Sucre slapped the man's hand away and scanned her surroundings. However, no matter how much she looked around, there were only the three of them present. "I've been letting you do whatever you want for a while now, and you've lost all of your mind," Sucre snorted and clenched her fist. The man tried to calm her down and said, "Sucre, my little kitten. It's not appropriate to use such harsh language. You're always so beautiful and lovely. Winston, if you don't want to get hurt too, shut up. I'm already in a bad mood and you keep yapping like a dog." Winston's shoulders slumped at Sucre's irritable response. "Those assholes, I hope they've drawn the magic circle around the city as I instructed, right? If they haven't finished it properly, I won't let them off easy. I'll at least burn off one of their arms," Sucre said with a chilling glare. Winston nodded in agreement. "Sucre, you're so adorable even when you're angry. You can do whatever you want. Everyone in the city must be having a great time by now, right?" Sucre asked, her voice laced with anticipation. "With such a beautiful sight, everyone is bound to have fun, right? You clever little kitten, who wouldn't have fun at such a wonderful festival? Hee, isn't that right?" A dark smile formed on Sucre's lips. "Let's blow up the city. Let's knock down buildings, let's burn people." Each time she spoke, Sucre folded her fingers together. "Let's show their families' bodies burning black, let's make screams come out of everyone's mouths." A glaze crept into Sucre's eyes. "Let's take the best moments of their lives and turn them to dust. Let's turn everyone's happiness into misery." Sucre shuddered violently. Winston quietly nuzzled her neck. "Do as you please, my kitten, do as you please. Everything in this world is for you. Ha, you really only say my favorite things when you're like this." The corners of Sucre's mouth split open. "Then let's activate the magic circle." Sacre's body oozed a thick dark mana. It was like looking at thick oil. The dark mana dripped to the ground and began to form a circle. Sacre stood in the center of it, her index finger and thumb touching. All right, it's time to begin. Snap, the sound of snapping fingers echoed through the air. In that instant, Sacre's anticipation reached its peak. Her mouth was agape as she stared at the city, but nothing happened. There was no explosion, no towering flames. What the hell? Sacre scowled and flicked her fingers a few more times, but the result was the same. Fuck it, Sacre's face contorted in anger as she spat out a curse. What's going on? Why isn't the magic circle activating? Sacre stomped her feet and jumped around. Those bastards. What the hell were they doing in the city instead of completing the task I gave them? Unlike Sacre, Winston was watching the city with a cold gaze. This is strange. There's no way those guys would disobey orders. The Grimm brothers had served as Sacre's assistants for many missions. They had never failed a task before. Something was amiss. Pigler. Winston flicked his fingers. A middle-aged man rushed towards them. Yes, what is it? Something seems to be going awry. Get to the city immediately and find the Grimm brothers. Understood. Pigler dashed towards the city. With each step he leaped several meters forward. That's when it happened. A flash of light had erupted from the darkness. In that same instant, Pigler's throat was slit. His head fell limply to the ground and his body collapsed beside it. Sacre and Winston's faces hardened in shock at the sudden turn of events. A figure emerged from the shadows. In appearance, the person appeared tall and straight-backed, but it was impossible to be certain if he was a man. A strangely shaped mask covered his face. Who are you? Sacre asked in a voice laced with menace. The masked figure opened their mouth. Victor, a deep voice. I am Victor the woodcutter. The masked figure spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. Victor. Sacre closed his eyes and began tapping her forehead with her index finger. I've heard that name before. Isn't he that dark mage who helped the church in killing some Pandemonium's dark mages? Our clever cat, what are you talking about? Don't you remember the church? There was a time when all their branches were wiped out in a certain kingdom. The dark mage who killed the perpetrators and disappeared was named Victor. Sacre looked at Damien with an intrigued expression. I was wondering who dared to side with those hypocrites, but I never expected to see the man himself here, Sacre said, pointing to Pigler's corpse. So why did you kill one of our own? Did you also kill my assistants I sent to the city? If you're talking about the Grimm brothers, they've been dead at my hands for a while now. Sacre burst into laughter at Damien's words. This guy is really crazy. It was you who invaded my territory first. What? I was the first one to set my sights on that city, so get out of here. Sacre scoffed at Damien's words. You killed 3 of my men and you want me to leave? That's not going to happen. Besides, I'm quite interested in that city myself. Killer intent oozed from Sacre. I'm curious about who you are and why you're doing this. But I'm a bit angry right now. Sacre unleashed her dark mana. Dark mana rose high into the sky. Winston, why are you like this, my angry kitten? You stay out of this. I'll take care of this guy myself. At Sacre's shout, Winston shrugged his shoulders. If our brave kitten says so, then I guess there's nothing I can do. Sacre stepped forward. Winston, on the other hand, stepped back. You want a solo fight with me? That was a foolish decision. Sacre sneered at Damien's words. Foolish? I guess you're wearing those 2 eyes as decoration. Sacre spread her arms wide. The dark mana she had unleashed drew a magic circle in the air. Soon, flames erupted around her. I'm more than enough for the likes of you. The flames gathered in one place and began to take shape, a giant. It was over 3 meters tall from head to toe. Its head had horns protruding from it. Its teeth were sharp like saw blades. Its large shield-like palms had gruesome claws protruding from them. Damien's eyes widened at the sight of it. An anti-spirit. Spirits were beings with immense power. That's why many sought the power of spirits. However, spirits only formed contracts with elves and lent them their power. However, there were occasional cases of dark mages forming contracts with spirits. In fact, it should be more accurate to say that they subdue them, not form contracts. This is because they use dark magic to corrupt spirits and force them into contracts. So you're handling an intermediate spirit. You're more dangerous than I thought. Spirits were incredibly pure beings. That's why corrupting them was almost impossible. Yet Sacre had subdued not a lower-level spirit but an intermediate spirit. This was a testament to the power of the Sacre. Have you perhaps completed the vision? Vision. It was a term referring to the magic that grand dark mages sought as their lifelong goal. A dark mage who had completed the vision gained immense power that rivaled even the master class. Well, don't try to delve too deeply into that. Sacre raised her hand with a smirk. The intermediate spirit opened its mouth wide. Glemmy, burn that bastard to ashes. Immediately the fire spirit spewed flames. A giant wall of fire engulfed Damien, not just Damien but the entire plane as well. Everything that touched the flames vanished in an instant, not even burning but completely vaporized. The earth and rocks around the flames melted away in an instant and lava began to flow. The fire spirit continued to spew flames. Sacre watched the spectacle and laughed gleefully. Ahahat, Glemmy, you're the best. Such magnificent flames, no one else. At that moment Sacre noticed something strange. The flames were being pushed back from the center as if blocked by an obstacle. At first she thought she was seeing things, but soon she realized. Wait, that's… Through the flames, the figure of Damien could be seen. A protective barrier resembling a black crystal surrounded Damien Haksen. Impossible. Even though it was corrupted, Glemmy was an intermediate spirit. Flames that spewed by an intermediate spirit were easily blocked. It was something that Sacre's knowledge could not comprehend. Inside the barrier, Damien slowly opened his bracelet. Dark mana surged from the bracelet. Blackness, an ancient dark magic that crushes and shatters everything it touches. There was no need to form an incantation or draw a magic circle. He simply manipulated the dark mana to complete the spell. The sky turned black. Even the starlight and moonlight were erased. Crush. Damien pointed his index finger down. The flames vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, the entire field crumpled. Chapter 189, Death Knight Part 1. An invisible pressure crushed the entire field. The surface was shattered and the ground sank. The entire field was sunken as if it had been hit with a hammer. It was a horrible and eerie scene that was hard to believe it was the result of just one dark magic spell. A whistle was heard. Winston stood on the crushed field. Winston said with an admiring expression, "That's incredible, you're no ordinary dark mage, are you?" Winston did not dodge or block the blackness. He simply stood still and endured it. He withstood the pressure that could crush the entire field with his bare body, yet he had not suffered any injuries. He stood there just as he was before. He's no pushover after all. Damien wasn't particularly surprised. He knew what kind of monsters the master class were. A mere blackness would not be enough to kill a master class. It wasn't for nothing that the grand dark mages were constantly searching for ways to surpass the master class. "Sacre, my fragile kitten, are you okay?" Winston turned his gaze. There, a large ball of fire had taken its place. The fire moved and turned back into the form of a spirit, and then Sacre appeared. This bastard." Sacre was kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. "Trash like that, daring to, Then Sacre spat out blood from her mouth. The blood was mixed with bits of internal organs. She must have suffered internal injuries. Sacre used the spirit to block the blackness. However, she was unable to completely block the pressure of the blackness and suffered internal injuries. "GL Glemmy," Sacre shouted with difficulty. Then the fire spirit placed its hand on Sacre's back. A faint flame enveloped Sacre's body. Sacre's expression instantly eased. "That's why spirits are annoying." Damien clicked his tongue internally. Spirits could not only attack but also defend and heal. They were omnipotent assistants who could do anything. From the opponent's perspective, there was no more annoying existence. "I thought you completed the vision because you had a spirit, but you don't seem to have that kind of skill." A grand dark mage who has completed the vision gains combat power comparable to a master class. However, unlike Winston, Sacre was unable to completely block the blackness. She even suffered internal injuries severe enough to crush her internal organs. This meant that she was not a grand dark mage of a very high level. If she had not completed the vision, that meant the spirit she had was not subdued by her. This meant that the spirit of fire that Sacre possessed was given to her by someone else. Who did you get that spirit from? Did you get it from the ruler of the flames? The ruler of the flames, one of the great evils of Pandemonium. He was a grand dark mage of the Doom sect who had subdued countless spirits of fire. In his previous life, he had even succeeded in subduing the Fire Spirit King. I'm going crazy, how dare you, you bastard." However, Sacre was not in a position to answer Damien's question. "Our fragile little kitten. Shall I help you? Get away, just try to stand up, I'll kill you too." Sacre refused Winston's help again this time. She was so angry that she seemed to be blind. "Glemmy," Sacre shouted loudly. Then Glemmy transformed into a blue flame and enveloped Sacre. "I guess she has plans to unite with the spirit to maximize the power of dark magic." If Sacre was indeed connected to the ruler of the flames, there was only one school she could belong to. The Doom sect. Perhaps she specialized in fire-based black magic even within the Doom sect. The Doom sect was the most destructive school of black magic. What would happen if a dark mage from the Doom sect united with an intermediate spirit? It was hard to imagine how much the power of dark magic would be amplified. "Be prepared, I'm not going to let you die easily." Sacre pointed at Damien with her index finger. She didn't release any dark mana or draw a magic circle. However, at that moment an explosion occurred under Damien's feet. A crimson flame erupted with a roar. The place where Damien was instantly engulfed in flames. "Die. Die," Sacre screamed and continued to wave her hands. With each wave of her hand, a new explosion occurred. The explosions followed one another. The ground where Damien was standing was completely blown away. A huge flame engulfed the whole world. The flames soared and pierced the sky. Despite being overwhelmed the Damien, Sacré's expression did not brighten. She simply stared at the flames with a wary look. Sure enough, as the flames subsided, Damien appeared unscathed from within. The shadow that had risen from his feet had formed a curtain to protect Damien. Tusk, Sacré clicked her tongue. She thought there was no way he could die from these type of attacks, but she never thought he would block it so easily. No matter what, you block my dark magic so easily. Sacré's voice trembled slightly. Her whole body trembled because her pride was deeply wounded. Let's see if you can withstand this too. The flames that had been burning around Damien gathered in one place. The ball of fire soon took the form of a giant. It was Glemmy, the intermediate spirit that Sacré had taken out. Glemmy, finish him off. The fire spirit swung its fist at Damien. The ball of fire itself struck Damien hard. Then the shadow that had been lying at Damien's feet began to stir. Something burst out from within. It opened its large beak wide and devoured Glemmy's upper body. Glemmy, Sacré shouted urgently. Glemmy, whose upper body had been torn off, staggered and then turned back into flames, and then it returned to Sacré's side. Glemmy, are you okay? Glemmy returned to its original form. It was unharmed even though it was torn open. Spirits were not physical beings, so they would not die to this extent. However, Sacré could feel it. The fact that Glemmy's power had been greatly weakened. Just now, when it was bitten by the wolf had been robbed of a great deal of its power. Sacré looked up again at Damien. Beside Damien stood a gigantic wolf. It was as if a piece of darkness had been torn off and shaped. Every time the wolf exhaled, a terrible heat was felt. You, Sacré asked with a wary expression. Where did you get such a monster? She could feel it just by looking, how much dark mana that wolf was emitting. Munchai, good job. Damien reached out and stroked Munchai's fur. Munchie wagged his tail and rejoiced. Lend me a little more strength, it's time to finish this. The wolf melted back into the shadows. Immediately after, darkness fell over the entire field. The darkness began to tremble. It was like watching a stormy sea. At the sight of this overwhelming spectacle, Sacré felt goosebumps all over his body. Instinct warned her it was dangerous to stay here. Sacré immediately drew out all his dark mana. All the released dark mana turned into flames. Flames soared behind Sacré's back. The flames were tall and thick. It was like looking at a wall. Glemmy, devour him. At Sacré's command, the fire spirit opened its mouth. All the flames Sacré had created were sucked into the spirit's mouth. Then the spirit's body grew larger in an instant. It surpassed the size of a house and grew to the point where it surpassed the size of mansion. The gigantic Glemmy brought its hands together in front of chest. Flames began to compress between its palms. The compressed flames emitted a dazzling light. The dark world was instantly lit up like day. It was like looking at the sun. Burn everything, Sacré shouted loudly. The fire giant lifted the sun above its head, and it was about to throw the sun at Damien. But at this moment Sacré did not realize the fact that the shadow at his feet had not disappeared. The wolf jumped out of the shadow. It was several times larger than before. It devoured Glemmy, who had turned into a giant, in one gulp. Even the sun that Glemmy had created was swallowed into the wolf's throat. The world that had been as bright as day was once again dark. Sacré looked up at the sky with a bewildered expression. Just a moment ago, the sun that Glemmy had created was the most powerful dark magic that Sacré could wield. It was powerful enough to turn the entire area into a sea of fire if it was properly activated. And yet, it was devoured so easily, and no way. The moment Sacré denied reality, the wolf lowered its head. And it swallowed Sacré and the ground she was standing on whole. It can't be. Suddenly, the body of the black wolf exploded. It disappeared without a trace. Before Sacré stood a man with his fist clenched. It was none other than Winston. Hugh, Sacré gasped and collapsed to the ground. Our little kitten, are you okay? Sacré remained silent in response to Winston's question. She simply trembled with a look of sheer terror. I didn't know you would push our cute kitten this far. Winston turned to Damien. A black wolf had appeared by Damien's side. However, unlike when it attacked Sacré, its size was noticeably smaller, and it looked very weak. It had suffered significant damage from Winston's punch. Your name was Victor, right? You've committed a great sin by persecuting our little kitten, Winston said, slowly drawing his sword. So you'll have to pay the price now. From the moment Winston appeared, the entire area was filled with killing intent. It was as if sand was floating in the air instead of oxygen. With each breath, sand infiltrated the trachea, scratching the airways and lungs. This is incredible. Even Damien, a high class, found it difficult to endure the master class's killing intent. Such was the stark difference between master class and high class. When will the church arrive? No matter how much he expanded his senses, he couldn't detect anything. It meant they hadn't even arrived nearby. This is getting complicated. As a high class, Damien couldn't confront a master class. The result would be the same even if he used dark magic. No matter how skilled Damien was, he needed extensive preparation to face a masterclass as a dark mage. I guess there's nothing I can do. Damien opened his mouth. Winston responded to his words. What do you mean there's nothing you can do? Damien didn't bother to answer. Instead, he suppressed all the mana flowing through his body. And then he absorbed the dark mana floating in the air. As the normal mana suppressed, the dark mana began to fill the void. What are you doing? Winston immediately noticed Damien's transformation. Why is a dark mage imitating a dark knight? Winston was right. Damien wasn't trying to use dark mana now. He was manipulating dark mana in the way of a dark knight. Mana and dark mana were fundamentally different powers. Therefore, the sensation felt when they flowed through the body was also different. Mana was like clean water. It was effortless unless it flowed roughly. But dark mana was the complete opposite. It was as if thousands of insects were crawling inside his body. It felt like they were crawling up his organs. It wasn't just unpleasant, it was disgusting and nauseating. That's why I try not to use this method if possible. There was no need to absorb dark mana when using dark magic, but it was different for dark knights. They had to absorb dark mana and manipulate it. I don't know what the hell you're doing. Winston tilted his head and said, that was the natural reaction, considering that a grand dark mage was suddenly using dark mana like a dark knight. But it was different for Damien. Damien had lived as a dark knight. He had a past where he had reached the pinnacle as a death knight. Phew. He took a deep breath to shake off the unpleasantness, but it didn't make him feel any better. Damn it, Damien activated the dark mana he had absorbed. Immediately after, an overwhelming aura erupted from Damien. Chapter 190, Death Knight Part 2, Mana and dark mana are fundamentally different powers. Therefore, there was bound to be a big difference in all aspects, from their nature to their usage. Just because one was proficient in using dark mana did not mean that they could also handle mana well. This was exactly why Damien had started from a low-class knight in the first place. He had reached the peak only as a death knight. He knew nothing about how to handle mana. That is why, after regressing, Damien had accumulated new knowledge, conducted research, and honed his skills. It was all in order to reach the peak as an ordinary knight, not a dark knight. He could have become strong quickly by choosing dark mana, but he did not. It was to forget the past. It was because he hated the evil power of dark mana. But at this moment, Damien chose dark mana again. He chose this disgusting and repulsive power again, which he had missed. He threw off the shackles he had filled himself with, even if only for a moment. With each surge of dark mana, power surged from the depths of his body. His senses expanded and spread widely. Master Class, a realm of transcendence that all knights aspire to, however, a realm that only a handful of geniuses blessed by heaven can barely reach. Damien ascended to that realm all too easily. No, to say he ascended was an understatement. He reclaimed it. In exchange for using dark mana, he had briefly regained his past strength. This feeling is also a long time coming. Strictly speaking, Damien was not a true master class right now. Technically, he was a master class, but his physique was still at the high class level. But what did that matter? The opponent Damien had to trample on now was a bug no better than an ant crawling on the ground. Winston, Damien turned his gaze to Winston. Unlike a moment ago, Winston's face was pale as if he was about to die. Let's finish this off now. With these words, Damien slowly raised his hand. Winston didn't think much of Damien. Even though Damien was a grand dark mage, Winston was a master class. He had no reason to fear a grand dark mage who couldn't complete his vision. To Winston, this wasn't a battle, but an execution to appease Sacre's heart. However, the moment Damien absorbed the dark mans and spread it throughout his body, everything changed. Something erupted from Damien. Was it his aura? His spirit-killing intent, oppressive power, it was hard to tell exactly what it was. A massive something exploded and filled the entire world. You are, what is this? At that moment, Damien's gaze fell upon Winston. There was no emotion in Damien's eyes, they were simply empty. But the moment Winston met his gaze, his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. He tried to stop it, but his body wouldn't listen. No matter how much he commanded it, it refused. Not only was his body trembling, but his head was slowly bowing down. He was afraid to even look up, wanting to keep Damien out of his field of vision as much as possible. Ha ha ha, he gradually began to gasp for breath, and with each breath he could feel his insides trembling. Bitter bile rose in his throat from the intense fear. You think reaching master class makes you the strongest? How could that be? The world is vast and there are many strong people. At that moment, Winston recalled the words he had heard from his master in the past. The higher the level of a knight, the wider the gap between them. The difference between the weakest and strongest of low class is much smaller than the difference between the weakest and strongest of high class. When Winston was a child, his master had told him about master class. By the time you reach master class, the gap becomes enormous. Even among master classes, a person in the middle ranks can easily kill a strong person in the lower ranks. His master was not only a master class himself, but also a very experienced person. He was well-traveled and knew many things that Winston did not. Reaching master class is not the end. There are higher levels. Are you surprised to hear that? It's only natural. Winston didn't take his master's words seriously. Only a handful of people have ever reached master class, and of those, only one person in 100 years might reach the next level. Master class was already an incredible level. There was another level above it. How can I recognize such a strong person? You're wasting my time. Even as an adult, Winston still didn't take his master's words too seriously. You'll know when you meet one. Even if you don't know it, your body and soul will recognize it. At that moment, Winston could fully understand his master's words. Even without crossing swords, Winston's body and soul had completely succumbed to Damien. At that moment, Damien slowly raised his hand. He was not holding anything. He wasn't even clenching his fist. But the fear Winston felt grew exponentially. The hairs on his body stood on end. Damien slowly straightened his index finger, and then he slowly began to lower his finger. He's going to die. Winston had a gut feeling that the moment that finger touched him, he would lose his life. It was as if the Grim Reaper was holding a scythe under his chin. He didn't even think about running away. Winston opened his mouth blankly and awaited the imminent death. Just then, Damien's finger stopped abruptly in midair. He licked his lips while staring into the void. Just had to arrive now, did you? No sooner had Damien finished speaking than a strong gust of wind swept in. It was too sudden to be just a natural wind. And it was so strong that the clouds in the sky could be seen being blown away by the wind. The wind gathered over the desolate plains, and the gathered wind turned into a typhoon and swept in. Phew, looks like I'm not too late. And then, as the wind dispersed, the figure of someone appeared. Winston looked at the man with a bewildered expression, a massive build like a bear, a thick cloth robe covering his entire body, and two large swords strapped to his back. A paladin, Winston muttered without realizing it. Then the paladin shouted loudly as if satisfied. You've got it right. This body is the sole disciple of the one of the 5 great elders, Green Wind, and the member of the Bound Winds sect, the paladin shouted, puffing out his chest. The Steel Saint Perpetuo. Damien couldn't help but click his tongue inwardly at the appearance of the paladin. If he was going to come, he should have come sooner. Then he wouldn't have had to absorb the dark mana for the situation to be resolved. But more importantly, Perpetuo. He had been wondering who the church would send, but an unexpectedly formidable figure had appeared. Perpetuo was one of the master classes who represented the church during the War of Destruction. He was one of the first to be dispatched by the church whenever Dorugo's side sent out their strong warriors. He's not at that level yet, but he's still strong. Damien was currently in a state where he had briefly regained the strength of a master class. That's why he could accurately assess Perpetuo's strength. Perpetuo narrowed his eyes sharply and looked at the two of them. Which one of you is the master of Hedoniac? In response to Perpetuo's question, Damien immediately pointed to Winston. That guy, don't you see the woman next to him? She's part of the same group too. Now that I look closely, there really is a woman. A master class for the man is master class and the woman is Grand Dark Mage. Hedoniac for sure, Perpetuo nodded repeatedly. But who are you? I haven't heard of another master class. Perpetuo tilted his head as he looked at Damien. Damien didn't panic even though an unexpected situation had arisen. I am Victor. He had prepared a mask for this kind of situation. Victor, I feel like I've heard that name before. Perpetuo pondered for a moment before snapping his fingers. Yes, I remember now. The Dark Mage who defeated the Dark Mages who attacked the church's branch in the Mandarin Kingdom and then disappeared. Victor the Woodcutter. Perpetuo then made a bewildered expression again. But you're a master class, not a Grand Dark Mage. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Damien spread his palm and manifested dark magic. A black flame burned on Damien's hand. Perpetuo nodded as he saw this. I was mistaken, you are a dark mage, but wait, why were you fighting Hedoniac? I just happened to be here. Damien's original plan was to stall for time and then run away when the church arrived. So he hadn't come up with an excuse beforehand, and he didn't need to make an excuse anyway. Perpetuo, as you can see from the situation, I'm fighting Hedoniac. That's how it looks. That's right. I have no intention of antagonizing the church. I guess that's why I didn't feel any killing intent from you, so I'm going to step back. The church can handle Hedoniac. With that, Damien prepared to leave. Perpetuo shook his head as if it was absurd that Damien was about to leave. That won't do. Perpetuo swung his greatsword at Damien. The blade of wind raced along the ground and struck Damien. Damien flicked his wrist and shattered the wind. Then he glared at Perpetuo and asked, "What is this?" Perpetuo raised his double swords and shouted, "Come at me, you filthy bastards. I'll cut off the heads of both of you right here." Chapter 191, Death Knight Part 3, Perpetuo shouted cheerfully, but Damien just looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. What a pain in the ass, now he remembered. It was the same in his previous life. Perpetuo was a paladin who was so old-fashioned that he seemed to be lacking in some way. Come to think of it, all bound winds I saw in my previous life all behave like that. In fact, it wasn't that bad. Because of this old-fashioned nature, the bound winds were trusted by the church. That's why the bound winds were always assigned to important missions. How am I going to deal with this guy? He was annoyed, but he couldn't kill him. It would be a waste of Perpetuo's talents, and he couldn't kill a paladin of the church because of such a misunderstanding. My original plan was to stall for time until the church arrived and then run away. But Perpetuo arrived late, which derailed the plan, and Damien had no choice but to open up his past. Since it's come to this, I might as well finish it myself. He'll take Hedoniac's life, Perpetuo. I guess I'll just beat him up a bit as a way to vent my anger and then send him away. He didn't like the idea of just knocking him out. Damien clenched his fist and looked at Perpetuo. At that, Perpetuo started laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, you're brave, you dare to fight me. Didn't you attack me first? You're an enemy, but I can't help but admire your courage. Perpetuo didn't seem to be listening to Damien. Brave heretic, in return I will show you everything I have. Perpetuo raised his greatsword high into the air. Then a wind began to blow from somewhere. At first it was a faint wind. It was only enough to ruffle his hair. But it gradually grew stronger until it was strong enough to sway the trees in the distance. That's impressive. This was not a natural wind. It was the wind that Perpetuo was creating. The paladins of the Bound Wind sect had the power to turn their divine power into wind. Perpetuo, the master class of the Bound Winds, was creating a storm just by releasing his aura. All right then. Let's see if you can take this. Perpetuo swung his two greatswords simultaneously. In that instant, a whirlwind erupted where the greatsword had swung. The whirlwind stretched out like a snake. The ground was torn up and it covered Damien. Damien raised his foot and slammed it down with all his might. The ground flipped over and turned into a barrier. The whirlwind collided with the barrier cracked and the whirlwind scattered. In that instant, Perpetuo appeared behind Damien. There was no sign or movement to be read. Perpetuo appeared as if he had teleported, so he can use that tricky technique freely. Damien wasn't too surprised by Perpetuo's appearance. The paladins of the Bound Winds had the power to turn their divine power into wind. They could use the wind to blow away their enemies, as well as imbue their weapons and armor with the properties of wind. Furthermore, they could even move by turning their bodies into wind, just like Perpetuo. It was a very effective technique, but it was also very difficult to master. Only first grade or above paladins of the Bound Winds could use it. Even then, they could only charge in a straight line. On the other hand, Perpetuo, a master class, was using it so skillfully that he was able to move behind Damien. Archlich, Perpetuo swung both hands at Damien. The two greatswords were about to cut Damien down. Damien twisted his body to dodge the greatswords. Perpetuo immediately followed up with another attack. Despite being greatswords, Perpetuo's attacks were not at all powerful. On the contrary, they were soft. All his movements were as flexible and light as flowing water. That's why they were even more difficult. Because all his attacks were soft and flexible, he could change their trajectory freely. He could swing the greatswords down and then cut sideways. He could slash down diagonally and then slash up. Truly worthy of the Bound Winds. All the paladins of the Bound Winds wielded swords. From the beginning of the sect to the present, they had never used any other weapon than a sword. That's why the swordsmanship of the Bound Winds was so outstanding that it was recognized even beyond the church in the Empire. But now Perpetuo's opponent was Damien. Damien could make any technique he saw his own, and he could improve it even further if he wanted to. What's more, Damien had already met Perpetuo in his previous life. He had already understood Perpetuo's swordsmanship to the bone. Damien stepped back a little. Perpetuo's attacks grazed the tips of Damien's hair and missed. At that, anger appeared on Perpetuo's face. You heretic, you dare to dodge this holy judgment. Perpetuo's attacks became even faster. The number of attacks increased. Slashings rained down from all directions, pressuring Damien, but the result was the same. None of the attacks reached Damien. You're even dodging this. Amazement appeared on Perpetuo's face. So you're not a grand dark mage but a master class. If Damien had been in high class, he would not have been able to dodge Perpetuo's swordsmanship even if he knew it. Master classes were beings like that. They had transcended humanity, so they could see and feel more than high classes ever could. But now Damien had regained the realm of a master class by wielding dark mana. Of course, it was not permanent. Once the dark mana was dispelled, he would return to high class. But even temporarily, a master class was a master class. In the same position, Damien had never been defeated by any other knight. Are you all surprised? Then it's my turn now. You dare deceive me, this price is, A scream erupted from Perpetuo's mouth. Damien's fist had landed in Perpetuo's side in an instant. You bastard! Perpetuo swung his greatsword down at Damien's head. Damien backhanded the side of the greatsword. The greatsword flew off weakly. In the process, Perpetuo's torso was pierced wide open. Damien immediately kicked the ground and lunged forward. Damien's outstretched fist struck Perpetuo in the jaw. Struggling to breathe, Perpetuo doubled over and twisted his body. Just as Damien was about to punch him in the jaw to finish him off, a wave of dark mana erupted from somewhere. Then, a massive amount of dark mana surged forth. Damien looked in surprise at the direction from which the dark mana was pouring. Even Perpetuo was so surprised that he forgot his pain and looked in the same direction. Dark mana was erupting like a geyser. It was so dense that it looked like black oil rather than dark magic. Yuhahat. There, a strangely shaped human was laughing. He had a similar shape to a human, but his entire body was covered in fur. He had thick horns like a bull on his head and a smooth tail like a snake swayed around his buttocks. In the monster's hands were familiar faces. Sacre and Winston, they both died with their necks broken. The monster threw the two bodies to the side, and he opened his mouth wide and rejoiced. I have finally descended into the present world. While Damien and Perpetuo were fighting, Winston was barely able to regain his senses. Until just now, he had been frozen stiff, overwhelmed by the killing aura that Damien was emitting. Winston exhaled deeply. Even as a master class, he had been overwhelmed by the killing aura alone. Monster. We have to run away, we have to run away. But his legs wouldn't move. He instinctively realized that it was no use to run away. It was like an ant trying to run out of a human's sight. He couldn't escape. But he couldn't just give up his life either. Winston still had a lot he wanted to do. There were many desires he wanted to fulfill. Sacre. Winston looked for Sacre. She was still out of her mind. My little kitten. This isn't the time to be fooling around. Winston took out a large needle from his pocket. It was an object made by solidifying a stimulant. The drug would take effect as soon as it was inserted into a person's body. My little kitten, forgive me for this. Winston immediately plunged the needle into Sacre's neck. As soon as the needle was inserted, Sacre's body shook like a fish out of water. Sacre let out a long scream. Her trembling eyes darted around. Who's that wolf, that monster? Sacre, wake up, you're fine for now, that is. For now. Winston held Sacre's head and turned her to look at Damien. My little kitten, do you see that? If we stay here, that monster will kill us both. Sacre's eyes trembled. She had indeed almost been killed by Damien just now. Then let's run away. We can just run away. It's not that easy, we'll be caught in no time. Then what? Now is the time to use that thing. Sacre's face hardened instantly. She shook her head. No, I can't. That's something I took without my master's permission. If I use it recklessly, it might even kill me. Oh, you silly little kitten, if we don't use it, we'll die right now. Do you think that monster will spare us? A myriad of conflicts flashed across Sacre's face. And then, out of the blue, Sacre opened a subspace. The object Sacre retrieved from the subspace was a leather-bound book. It was extremely thin and so old that it looked like it would crumble at any moment. If I break the seal, we have to run away right away. Otherwise we'll be killed by the demon too. Winston nodded with a tense face. Sacre took out a dagger and cut her finger. Then she dripped a few drops of blood onto the page of the book. Immediately, complex symbols appeared on the surface of the page. The symbols were slowly erased from the outside. Let's run, Sacre said to Winston. He immediately grabbed Sacre and started to run away from the scene. Where are you going? At that moment, a voice in his head said. Winston's body stood still, so did Sacre. The only parts of their bodies that could move were their eyes. They stared at the bookcase in horror. Opening a demonic book without following proper procedures, the bookcase swung open. Two hands shot out of it. The hands stretched out as if they were made of rubber and grabbed the two by the throat. I finally needed the ingredients for my alter ego. Thank you, you idiots. Woof. Their necks snapped at a grotesque angle. Their souls, dark mana, and life force were sucked out of their arms. Then something popped out of the bookcase. SSSSSSS. The demon took a deep breath. It's been a while since I've breathed the air of the present world. The demon looked around at Damien and Perpetuo. Its eyes were slit vertically like a snake's. I don't need you, you smell disgusting. In an instant, the demon disappeared. The next moment, a fist slammed into Perpetuo's face. He was thrown to the ground. With a roar, the ground shattered. Perpetuo was buried deep in the ground. You smell like me, the demon said, looking at Damien. You have a good face and you seem to be quite skilled. Good, I needed an errand boy. Hee, the corners of the demon's mouth stretched out long. Become my slave, then I'll spare your life. Damien just stared at the demon blankly. The demon, perhaps judging that Damien was scared, spoke in a soft voice. You don't have to be afraid, I'm very generous to my slaves, but if you refuse my request, I'll show you hell. I was wondering what kind of demon had descended. Damien said in a voice that sounded incredulous. It was just a useless leftover. Chapter 192, Death Knight Part 4, Demon. That was the word used to describe the race that thrived in another dimension, a realm known as the Inferno. Demons were not simply brutish or wicked creatures. Their intellect rivaled the greatest minds of humanity, and their civilization far surpassed any human achievement. But that wasn't all. Demons were born inherently powerful. They wielded near-infinite dark mana and possessed bodies of incredible strength. Their abilities extended even further, encompassing a vast array of supernatural powers. A leftover, taken aback by Damien's words, the demon struggled to comprehend. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you have an excess of courage or perhaps a deficiency of intelligence that hinders your judgment?" Demons are the source of dark magic. It was through studying and mimicking demonic abilities that humans fumbled their way into wielding dark magic themselves. In the early days, human dark magic lacked proper form. It was considered crude and barbaric. It was Darugo who rectified and significantly advanced this fledgling dark magic. "Even a simpleton like you should be able to sense the immense dark magic coursing through my body. It speaks volumes of who I am, wouldn't you say?" Dark mages and dark knights instinctively feel fear when confronted by demons. The dark magic wielded by demons was on a whole other level compared to their own. More annoying than a frightened dog's incessant barking. Of course, this only applied to the weaker dark mages and dark knights. While demons were undeniably powerful, they weren't necessarily stronger than every single human. "And you spout such arrogant nonsense again. Do you have no regard for your own life?" Damien sneered in response to the demon's threat. The demon wouldn't know. It wouldn't know that Damien had encountered countless demons in his previous life. During the War of Destruction, Darugo utilized demonic power to launch his attacks on the Empire. As a result, Damien had acquired a rather extensive knowledge of demons. Their names, their characteristics, the nature of their dark magic, he knew it all. That's why he could confidently declare that the demon before him was nothing more than a weak leftover. "I was considering keeping you alive as a slave, seeing that you possess some potential with that dark magic of yours." An immense surge of dark mana erupted from the demon. It was on a completely different level from what Dark Mage could wield, far denser and more potent. This wasn't surprising. Dark Mages could only extract dark magic by inflicting excruciating pain on human souls. Demons, on the other hand, were different. They could innately generate their own dark mana. This self-produced, high-output dark mana was the true source of demonic power. "The price for rejecting my mercy will be very steep." Unfazed by the murderous threat, Damien simply smirked. Here was a fragment of a true demon, barely clinging to existence through a flimsy corporeal form, and yet it spouted such nonsense. Dealing with the clone was child's play. All he had to do was locate and crush the core that held it together. But where's the fun in letting him off so easily? The audacity of this mere fragment of a demon, barely clinging to existence through a flimsy corporeal form, to attempt to enslave him after daring to descend upon the mortal realm demanded retribution. Damien summoned his dark mana, extending his hand and clenching it into a fist in midair. A surge of darkness erupted from his hands. "How impudent, you insignificant human," Galdor, the Crimson Demon, thought to himself as he gazed down at the human standing before him. The human showed no respect, not even a speck, towards the being far superior in existence. However, Galdor could somewhat understand this bottomless pride. The man before him was a master class, a realm that only a select few among the so-called geniuses could reach. The power of a master class was such that even demons were wary. The aura blade they wielded could sever even a demon's life force. But that was just talk among the weaklings. A count-class demon like Galdor feared not even master class. He one-shotted the master class paladin was proof enough. "Human, the price for exhausting my mercy will be very steep." Galdor spoke with sincerity. At that, the human before him sneered, scoffed. A mere human dared to scoff at him. At this body, raging fury filled Galdor's mind. He swung his fist, intending to crush the human's skull. Just then, the human summoned his dark mana and extended his hand. Black light erupted from his empty palm. The light formed a hilt. From it, a blade emerged, extending straight. The aura blade, the ultimate weapon only wielded by humans who had reached the pinnacle of their skills. Even Galdor couldn't underestimate the aura blade. But it wasn't a major issue. It was like a viper with fangs. There were countless ways to kill a snake without getting bitten. "First, I'll cripple your legs to prevent you from escaping." As soon as he thought it, his body moved on its own. In an instant, he appeared behind the human. He swung his blade down to sever the human's knees. At that moment, Galdor saw it. The human's eyes were staring back at him. How could a mere human read his movements? Another masterclass paladin couldn't even react to Galdor's attacks. Yet this human was looking at him as if anticipating his every move. As Galdor faltered, the human raised the aura blade. In that instant, a chilling dread surged through him. Fear took root in his entire being. Instinctively, Galdor kicked off the ground with all his might, leaping backward. He retreated far enough that the human appeared as small as a pea. "What the?" The human looked at Galdor with a puzzled expression. A demon fleeing, Galdor was just as perplexed. Fleeing to a mere human, it was humiliating, disgraceful. But Galdor had no time to wallow in self-pity. His instincts were still warning him of the man before him. It must be a mistake. He must have been mistaken. There was no way he could feel fear towards a mere human. As Galdor questioned his judgment, the human raised the Aurablade, uttering an enigmatic phrase. The distance between them was vast. The human appeared as small as a fingernail. Yet somehow Galdor felt a chilling sensation, as if the blade of the Aurablade was pressed against his throat. Damn it! Galdor cursed and summoned every ounce of his dark mana. Simultaneously, he activated his demonic powers. To be frightened by a mere human, he was transformed into a monstrous inferno by the green flames that spread from Galdor's body. Galdor grew in size, towering over the clouds. Human. I don't know who the hell you are. Galdor's roar echoed through the world, the green flames intensifying. Even if it means using every last bit of my power, I will kill you here. Galdor hurled himself towards the human, intending to incinerate him whole with his own fiery form. The human swung the Aurablade down at the approaching inferno. Compared to Galdor's immense power, the human's attack was seemingly insignificant, but as the blade's trajectory sliced through the air, the world was split in half. A black flash split the world. The halved world shifted slightly. Galdor initially thought he was hallucinating. Then he realized it wasn't just the world that was split in half. His own body was severed as well. Kayak. Quayak. The moment he grasped reality, a searing pain erupted in his head. An indescribable agony tormented Galdor. Kayak, Quayak. His fiery form began to rapidly shrink. Not possible, not possible. Kayak. Since fire had no form, Galdor's fiery form was immune to any physical damage. However, the recent attack was different. With a single blow, his body was split in two. He had suffered a fatal wound. In other words, Galdor was now dying. If the flames were to completely dissipate, his clone body would also be destroyed. Then Galdor's soul would have to return to his physical body in the inferno. He hated the thought of that. He didn't want to leave the mortal realm and return to that dreary inferno. He desperately wanted to maintain his clone body. I have to recover. I have to somehow seal the wound. But no matter how hard he tried, the wounds on his clone body refused to heal. And so the flames vanished entirely. Simultaneously, Galdor's consciousness flickered out. Hayok, regaining consciousness, Galdor found himself back in his physical body in the inferno. Impossible, this can't be. How could a mere human so easily sever my power? In two halves, with a single blow, Galdor's clone body was obliterated and his soul was sent back to the inferno. What in the world? What kind of monster was that? What in the world? Just then, something trickled down his face. Galdor wiped his face with his palm. Crimson blood smeared his hand. How did this happen? Galdor turned his head towards a mirror. His reflection was cast in the tall, wide mirror. A line. A line ran from his head to his crotch. Seeing this, Galdor mumbled with a dazed expression. A catastrophe. Even my main body was affected. Blood gushed from the line. No, it erupted, like a dam with a hole punched in it. His abdomen split open and his entrails spilled out. An overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him. Galdor sensed his impending death. A catastrophe transcending dimensions. How is this possible? This swordsmanship was beyond the realm of even Modius, the so-called great demon lord. I messed with a monster like that. Such a thing shouldn't exist. His torso split from head to toe, separating into two halves. Simultaneously, Galdor's breath ceased entirely. Chapter 193, Death Knight Part 5. Damien released the sword he was gripping in his hand. The long sword made of orichalcum instantly disintegrated and disappeared. Damien raised his head and looked up at the empty sky. A crack was etched into the nothingness. It was the mark left by the devastating blow Damien had swung. Cough. Suddenly, blood burst from his mouth. Despite only swinging the sword once, his stamina and dark magic were completely drained. To make matters worse, he had also suffered severe internal injuries. It seems this body is still too weak for it. What Damien had just displayed was no ordinary devastating blow. It was a partial recreation of the realm he had achieved during his days as a Death Knight. Divine Realm, a realm created by combining all the realms Damien had absorbed. With the Divine Realm, he could unleash any technique and cut through anything. It was also thanks to the power of the Divine Realm that Damien was able to cut through space and dimension. Cough, cough. Damien coughed up more blood. The Divine Realm was an absolute realm, but there was a major problem. It was tailored to the physique of a Death Knight. Dorugo had poured all the resources he had collected over thousands of years and his own knowledge into Damien to turn him into a Death Knight. As a result, Damien's physical abilities at that time were comparable to those of a dragon. With such a powerful physique as a foundation, the realm created would not be without its toll on the human body. I need to reach the master class as soon as possible. That was why Damien was trying to discard what he had learned as a Death Knight and build anew. He wanted to reach the Master's realm with a human body, not with dark magic but with normal means. That was currently Damien's biggest goal. This is going to be tough. As Damien was muttering to himself and taking a break, the cracked gap began to repair itself. It was slowly being filled in from both ends. Just then crimson smoke began to leak out from the gap. Damien knew immediately what it was as soon as he saw it. It's the power of the demon, isn't it? When a demon dies, the power it holds is released outward. This was called the demonic power. Demonic power was a different kind of power from dark mana. It could be said to be the very essence of a demon's existence. Demonic power was no different from an elixir for demons and dark mages. Anyone could become much stronger by absorbing it. However, from Damien's point of view, it was nothing more than inconvenient trash to deal with. If I absorb this, it'll bring me closer to becoming a demon. Power had the side effect of corrupting any living being into a demon. While this would be a welcome side effect for a dark mage, it was not for Damien. I should just destroy it. Just as Damien was about to use dark magic to disperse the demonic power, his hand suddenly glowed and absorbed all of it. Damien was startled and looked at his hand. 2 symbols were glowing on his hand. Damien stared at the symbols and exclaimed in surprise. An authority has been unlocked. In his previous life, Damien had been granted 7 authorities by Darugo. These authorities had remained in Damien's body even after his regression for some reason. Up until now, he had only been able to use the authority of gluttony. However, now the second power had been unlocked, the authority of wrath. TL/N changing name from authority of greed to authority of gluttony. The authority of gluttony allowed him to decompose and absorb things like mana, dark mana, and miracles. However, the authority of wrath could amplify anything. It could amplify physical abilities like strength and agility, as well as the power of swordsmanship and mana, and even pain. The most useful way to use it, however, was to amplify dark mana and magic. In his previous life, Damien had used the authority of wrath to amplify a handful of dark magic to cast a series of super dark magic spells above the 10th tier. Unlocking authority with the power of a demon, is that what Darugo did in my previous life? He couldn't be sure. When Damien had received the powers from Darugo, all of the powers had been unlocked from the start. Well, this isn't a bad thing. Damien's mind was filled with countless dark magic spells. He knew everything from the first tier introductory dark magic spells to the 13th tier spells that no one else but Darugo had ever reached. However, he could not use all of these dark magic spells. This was because he could not meet the conditions for each of them. He didn't have enough dark mana, he needed a large number of souls, or he had to make a sacrifice. In order to meet the conditions, he would have to commit disgusting acts like other dark mages. That was why Damien had sealed all of the high-tier dark magic spells. However, with the authority of wrath, he could at least partially overcome these limitations, even if not completely. A feeling of joy or emptiness or something else blossomed in Damien. I should probably get back, they'll be worried. Damien stood all by himself and started to walk back to the city. He turned toward the source of the muffled moan and saw Perpetuo. Divine power specialized in protecting its wielder and healing wounds. That was why Perpetuo had survived the demon's attack. However, the wounds were too severe. Blood was streaming down his forehead. He felt like he would die if he left it like this. He's an annoying bastard, but I can't just leave him to die. Thinking about Perpetuo's achievements in his previous life, it was much more advantageous to keep him alive. That way, he could eliminate more dark mages. Damien drew out Dawn. As soon as Damien's hand touched it, Dawn let out a sword cry as if it was feeling good. Ziying, can you stop with that creepy noise, Ziying? Dawn protested as if it was displeased. Damien clicked his tongue inwardly. It had unparalleled performance, but this was one thing that was a pain in the ass. Heal this guy, Ziying. I know you don't like being touched by other people, but what can I do? I can't just leave him to die. Damien forcefully shoved the hilt of Dawn into Perpetuo's hand. Ziying. Dawn trembled violently as if it was really displeased. But even so, it exerted its divine power to heal Perpetuo. A tremendous amount of divine power seeped into Perpetuo. Perpetuo's wounds were healed in an instant. His complexion also returned to normal. It was an incredible healing power. That was when a problem arose. It was because Dawn's healing power was so great that Perpetuo regained consciousness. What, I'm alive. How did this even whack? Damien immediately punched Perpetuo in the jaw. Perpetuo's head twisted strangely and he passed out again. Ziying, I can't let him see you. Perpetuo knew Damien as the alias Victor the Woodcutter. He couldn't show Dawn to him under any circumstances. This should be enough. Damien sheathed Dawn and headed towards the city. The people in the city were filled with utter terror. While they were admiring the Starlight Fairies festival, flames suddenly erupted outside. At first, everyone was bewildered. But when a series of massive explosions went off outside, everyone finally realized the situation. This is an attack. Hey, the guards, where are the guards? In contrast to the panicked townspeople, the knights in the city seemed relatively calm. They're attacking the castle. Who the hell are these guys? They should know where they are. Let's show them what we're made of. The knights in the city were all individuals who had made their mark in foreign lands. Some of them were even high class. That's why they had nothing to fear. In fact, they were burning with fighting spirit. That was until another explosion occurred outside before they could charge out. The explosion caused an earthquake, shaking the buildings to their foundations. The sound of the explosion deafened their ears. These massive explosions didn't happen just once but repeatedly one after another. The knights felt chills running down their spines. How can they cast such large-scale magic spells in succession? What kind of monsters are out there? But there was still more to be shocked about. Next, a giant made up of fire appeared. As the giant gathered fire in its hands, the whole world turned bright. But the next moment, a black wolf appeared and devoured the giant and the fireball all at once. The world, which had been as bright as day, turned dark again. Thanks to these phenomena, the knights realized something bone-chilling: monsters. The battle that was unfolding outside was not something they could afford to get involved in. Where did such monsters come from? We're going to die. We're all going to die. Damn it, we shouldn't have come here. Not only the knights, but also the travelers and the residents of the city were all trembling in fear of death. This can't be happening. Damien's family was no exception. All of them were staring blankly at the direction where the battle was taking place. Honey, Countess unconsciously grabbed her husband's hand. Count also squeezed his wife's hand tightly. Don't panic, everyone. The more this happens, the calmer we need to be, Count Haksen said, looking around at his family. Louise and Ballad, Abel and Olivier nodded with determined faces. Suddenly, Count Haksen said, "Where is Damien?" At his words, the family looked around and soon their faces turned pale. Nothing. Damien was nowhere to be seen. "My dear, where has he gone? Brother, where are you?" The family called Damien's name. They even went inside the building to look for him, but he was nowhere to be found. The family gathered back on the roof. Everyone's faces were grim. "Someone seen Damien?" Count Haksen asked the hotel staff. They all shook their heads. "Me." Just then someone raised his hand. It was Victor. "Victor, have you seen Damien?" "Yes." "Oh, he took the mask from me earlier and disappeared." "Where did he go?" "We need to get him back now." "Well, I don't know that." At that, the Count frowned. "What do you mean by that?" I really don't know. I only saw him go out." At Victor's words, the Count felt his legs give out and he fell to the floor. "My dear father," his family rushed to his aid. Still, Count Haksen struggled to his feet. Damien, I must find Damien. Where has he gone at this perilous moment?" Suddenly, an ominous premonition flashed through Count Haksen's mind. He looked in the direction of the explosion and muttered to himself, "It can't be, but he's never been quiet before." Then it was. In the distance, flames leapt up. The flames soon formed the shape of a demon. No matter how big it was, its head seemed to reach for the stars. It looked like it could easily trample a castle. The family was terrified by this overwhelming sight. "Is world going to story?" Count Haksen muttered to himself. A black flash of light flashed. At the same time, the fire demon split in half and disappeared. Even as the demon vanished, the crack remained. It was like a scar on the world. The family was stunned by the spectacle. They stood speechless, staring at the crack. Over time, the crack slowly healed. The world returned to normal as if it had never happened, but the family still couldn't get over the shock. "This is no time for this. We need to find Damien." Just then, Countess shouted. At her words, the family all came to their senses. "I'll go to the central square. I'll check the north side of town. Where are you all going in the middle of the night?" Startled by the familiar voice, everyone turned their heads. Damien was standing at the door leading to the rooftop. "Damien, big brother." The family rushed towards Damien without a word of who would go first. "Damien, you rascal." Count Haksen embraced Damien. The other family members also hugged him tightly. Damien wrinkled his nose and said, "I can't breathe." Despite Damien's grumbling, the family didn't let go. They just held him there in silence. "Where the hell have you been?" his father shouted, still hugging Damien. Damien held up a paper bag he was holding and said, "I heard there's a specialty food you have to eat on festival day, so I went out to buy it." A silence fell upon Damien's words. "You went out to buy a specialty food?" "Yes, but then suddenly there was a commotion and I got caught up in the crowd of people running away." Damien rubbed his forehead with the back of his hand as if he was in trouble. "It took me a while to get out." The family looked at each other at Damien's words. "Did you go outside the city?" Count Haksen asked with a suspicious look on his face. Damien replied incredulously, "Father, haven't you seen what's happening outside? Even I don't have the ability to get involved in a place like that." Right. "Really?" At his father's question, Damien said bluntly, "Of course." Perpetuo woke up to find that the other knights had already arrived. "Am I alive?" Perpetuo murmured with a dazed expression. The demon's attack had been incredibly fast and powerful. Perpetuo had felt death approaching, but here he was alive. Even his wounds had been neatly healed. It was completely incomprehensible. Sir Perpetuo, what exactly happened? Who on earth did this to you? Perpetuo forced his dazed head to move and tried to recall his memories. After listening to Perpetuo's explanation, the paladin asked with an expression of disbelief, "A demon overpowered you in one blow?" "That's right. According to the testimonies of the townspeople, the demon transformed into a giant but was split in half and disappeared. Who on earth could defeat such a powerful demon?" The church also knew about demons. No, they didn't just know about them. They had compiled a list and recorded them in detail. As such, they had a thorough understanding of the demon's strength. Demons were very powerful entities, but lesser demons such as barons and viscounts were no match for Masterclass. But to defeat Masterclass in a single blow, Perpetu was recognized by both church and the empire. It had to be at least a count-level demon. A count-level demon was an enormous monster. They might not be as powerful as marquises and dukes, but they could take on a Masterclass or two. I don't know, Perpetuo said with a sheepish face. He'd been too stunned to see anything. But there is one person I recognize. Who is that? Victor. The paladin looked surprised at Perpetuo's words. Victor can't possibly be a dark mage who disappeared from the Mandarin Kingdom after dealing with some of the dirtiest and most horrible dark mages. But how could a dark mage have killed a demon? You must be mistaken in your reporting. The Victor I faced was a dark knight. The paladin's eyes widened at Perpetuo's words. An unidentified dark mage who was also Master-class Death Knight who might have defeated a Count-class demon. This is no ordinary matter. Indeed, we must definitely identify him. The paladin nodded in agreement with Perpetuo's words. I will contact the church immediately and dispatch an investigation team. We already conducted an investigation before, but we couldn't find a single trace. Yes, that's true. But this time it's different. He's left so much evidence behind, there's no way we can miss him. The knight said, his eyes gleaming. This time we will uncover the true identity of Victor the Woodcutter. Chapter 194. A favor Part 1. A few days later, Damien and his family were able to leave the city and return to Spring Castle. We're finally back. There's no place like home. That's right. As soon as they arrived, everyone in the family breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the famous Starlight Fairies Festival in person had been a wonderful experience, but it got marred by a strange incident. We almost had caught up in a big disaster. I almost got a heart attack. There was so much going on. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion outside the city, and a giant made up of fire appeared. Just when it seemed like the commotion had died down, this time the church showed up and started investigating people under the name of interrogation. What shocked the family the most was the truth behind the commotion outside. They were fighting with a grand dark mage, a master class, and even a demon. The family and all the people in the city could have been caught up in it and killed. It's a good thing it ended without a hitch. That's right, no one was hurt and everyone's lives were spared. We had fun at the festival too. The family looked at each other and started laughing. Damien stepped back and watched his family like that. While he didn't say anything, Damien felt the same way as his family. It was a relief that everyone was unharmed and safe. Then Damien noticed Victor with a strange expression on his face. What's up with your face again? Aren't you happy to be home? Of course not. I was just thinking about what happened to me at the church. Damien let out a short sigh at Victor's words. He could imagine that Victor would still be angry about what happened to him at the church. It happened during the commotion and the day after. Church's soldiers started walking around the city looking for someone. Does anyone know this man with the mask? Has anyone heard the name Victor? The soldiers started asking people about the mask picture and the name Victor. Oh, did you say Victor? The problem was that Victor reacted to what the soldiers said. My name is Victor. Your name is Victor? Yes. He looks like a country bumpkin. There's no way this guy could be Victor. It's just that their names are similar. The name Victor is kind of common. Damn it, where did Victor the Woodcutter disappear to? Oh. How did you know my nickname is the Victor the Woodcutter? The soldier's eyes turned to Victor. Your nickname is Victor the Woodcutter? Yes, that's right. Arrest him. Oh, why are you doing this all of a sudden? You're suspicious. Take him to the church immediately. Victor's face turned pale at the mention of the Inquisitor. And now wait a minute, my lord, please spare my life. Fortunately, Damien stepped in and explained, and Victor was quickly released. Sorry, Sir Damien. They didn't even know this man was your servant. I deserve to die. The soldiers were terrified as soon as they heard Damien's name. Damien said it was fine and tried to leave, but things didn't go that smoothly. Wait a minute, the paladins said they wanted to say hello to Lord Damien. I'll bring the paladins right away. As soon as the soldier ran off, the paladins came rushing in. Among them was Perpetuo, Sir Damien. Thank you so much for your help. Thanks to you, we were able to find Hedoniac's location. Damien had to listen to the paladin's gratitude and praise for over half a day before he could finally get away. To mistake a kind person like me for such a heinous villain. Victor muttered as if he hated Damien. Damien felt a pang of guilt inside. Well, at least you're safe and sound. If it hadn't been for my lord, I would have suffered terribly. It was true, and Damien nodded involuntarily. Victor the Woodcutter, I'll never forget that name. Why yeah. Victor quietly burned with hatred. Damien patted Victor's shoulder a few times. Damien wandered off while his family was resting. Unlike his family, Damien could not rest. There was still work to be done. Damien headed towards the forest near Spring Castle. There he sat down and gathered his thoughts. What I feared has become a reality. On the surface, the recent battle was a success. Not only did he subdue Hedoniac, but he also defeated a demon. However, Damien was not satisfied with what he had experienced this time. A demon, it was unexpected. Since his regression, Damien had always been worried about one thing: losing his family to unforeseen circumstances. The reason for Damien's concern was his past life experience. In a past life, Damien met Dorugo by chance, went through a transformation into a Death Knight, killed his family, and unleashed apocalyptic destruction upon the world. That's why Damien always tried to be prepared for everything. He feared that his family could be in danger due to unforeseen events, just like in his previous life. I really need to become a master class as soon as possible. Everything that happened was because Damien was weak. The more he experienced these things, the more Damien felt a thirst. He was compelled to become stronger and more thorough than ever before. On top of that, he couldn't keep relying on dark magic. Not only was it a burden on his body, but he also had to be careful not to be discovered by others. The problem is that it will take more than a few months at this rate. The human body was incredibly honest. To train it, one had to invest a significant amount of time and effort. Unlike mana, there was no shortcut such as elixirs. At best, thanks to the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation, Damien could train his body faster and stronger than others. Even so, it would still take several months according to Damien's calculations. If I push the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation to the limit, no, it's too dangerous a gamble. As a middle class, Damien had consumed an elixir and fought a high class. In the midst of the battle, he absorbed the elixir's energy with the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation and ascended to the high class. Theoretically, it was possible to reach Master Class using the same method. However, to reach Master Class, one had to consume legendary elixirs. Consume such elixirs during a battle, it was no different from suicide. It was a problem that no amount of thinking could solve. Damien stopped thinking and started training. From then on, Damien devoted himself to his training every day. With the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation, static training was rather ineffective. Therefore, the method Damien chose was to summon undead and train against them. All right, everyone, raise your weapons. If you even touch me, it's your victory. As expected, the skeletons couldn't even touch a hair on Damien's head and were all shattered. What are you doing? Get back in formation. Damien kept reviving the skeletons as they were shattered. As a result, the skeletons had their bodies shattered several times a day. A few skeletons suggested other training methods, but it was no use. I'm happy I can train and you're happy to gain experience. Isn't that a win-win? The skeletons were still better off compared to Domenico and Mia. Hey, at least you two aren't dead, Damien said as he mercilessly beat two of them with his wooden sword. Arms and legs flying off were commonplace. Even heads were lost. Since they were already dead bodies, it didn't hurt. The problem was that they had to endure this more than 10 times a day. Eventually, Domenico, unable to bear it any longer, spoke to Damien. My lord, see, can't you give us a break? A break? An undead talking about luxury. Shut up and get your swords ready. Of course, Damien was not swayed. Damien had his own reasons for this. The potential of the two was outstanding. He was pushing them to their limits in order to fully unlock their potential. Kaya Kega. One day Mia protested vehemently, asking why she was the only one being beaten and leaving Munchai alone. He's a big boy, I'm letting him grow on his own. Usually, Munchai was just a playful wolf, but in the future it would be called the Beast of Destruction, a monster that would bring about the end of the world. In fact, even now, the Munchai was the strongest among the undead that Damien possessed. In the recent battle, he had overwhelmingly defeated an intermediate fire spirit. What the Munchai needed was not experience or training. He was naturally destined to become stronger over time. All right, let's start again. Kaya. One day, as Damien was engrossed in his training, a guest arrived at the Spring Castle. Sir Damien, it's been a while, Liam Bluegreen. One of only 3 high class in the Kingdom of Apple, Liam Bluegreen had come to visit Damien. Sir Liam, what brings you here? Damien greeted him with a surprised expression. Although Damien was far superior in terms of strength, but Liam Bluegreen was a Marquis of the Kingdom of Apple. Moreover, he was the only high class in the Kingdom of Apple who was loyal to the royal family. From the standpoint of the Count's residence, he was a guest they could never neglect. Therefore, Damien also treated Liam Bluegreen with respect. I have a favor to ask. What is it? Well, After hesitating for a while, Liam Bluegreen spoke to Damien. Have you ever considered going to the Empire? Chapter 195, A Favor Part 2. The official name of the empire was the Helios Empire. However, most people simply referred to it as the Empire, yet not a single person got confused. The Helios Empire was the first and only empire to emerge since humanity began recording history. It was the first empire in human history and possessed the most extensive territory. If it so desired, it could easily unify all nations and bring the entire continent under one rule. Even the Church, a powerful entity in its own right, paled in comparison to the Empire in many respects. Even Dorugo feared the Empire. Dorugo, known as the Archlich and the master of all dark mages, had hidden his existence for thousands of years, primarily because of the Empire. Even he was like a candle in the storm when facing the Empire. What's with the sudden talk about the Empire? Damien asked. Liam Bluegreen scratched his forehead before responding. Haven't you heard? The Hellion Tournament is coming up soon. Is it that time already? The Hellion Tournament was a nightly competition held every 4 years in the Empire to honor the first emperor. Not only Imperial knights could participate. Knights from other kingdoms could also enter the tournament. Even non-human races could compete, making the Hellion Tournament a significant event that transcended national and racial boundaries. You know that the Hellion Tournament is a matter of national pride. Liam continued. Even if a nation didn't win, how far its knights advanced in the tournament reflected on its reputation. Many kingdoms placed great importance on the event. Our Apple Kingdom has never achieved notable results at the Hellion Tournament. It has been a source of regret for many of our kings. Liam said, looking visibly dejected. In an era where knights symbolized a kingdom's strength, poor performance at such a significant tournament likely led to subtle derision from other kingdoms. So, His Majesty would like you to attend the Hellion Tournament to bring honor to the Apple Kingdom. Damien hesitated. The journey from the Apple Kingdom to the Empire was long and would be a significant burden. He also had his own goals to achieve, strengthening his body to reach the Master Class level. But the winning knight at the Hellion Tournament receives a title from the Emperor himself. Damien had not yet earned a title, while he had gained some fame quickly, but he had no titles. Titles were significant as they reflected who bestowed them and why. Receiving a title directly from the Emperor at a continental event like the Hellion Tournament intrigued Damien. Well, I can train when I get to the Empire, he thought. With his mind made up, he turned to Liam Bluegreen. I'll participate. Really? Ahahaha, thank you, you've saved me from quite a bit of trouble with His Majesty. Liam Bluegreen grasps Damien's hand ecstatically. Is there anyone else competing besides me? Damien asked. The Hellion Tournament was divided into different classes for knights: apprentice or squire, low class, middle class, high class, and master class. Naturally, knights from one class couldn't compete in another. Michael Ryanbloom will be competing in the middle-class category, Liam replied. Damien nodded, knowing that Michael had the talent to perform well in that division. Anyone else? No, no one else has been confirmed, Liam said with a hint of regret. To be honest, there aren't enough qualified candidates. Many want to participate, but we can't risk sending someone who might embarrass the kingdom. Good point, Damien agreed, just as a shadow crossed the window. Suddenly, the window shattered and someone burst into the room. It was a woman with wild red hair dressed in tattered clothing. The smell coming from her suggested she hadn't bathed in a long time. Both Damien and Liam were taken aback by this abrupt intrusion. The woman shouted at Damien, Damien Haksen, if you changed your living place, you should have told me. I've been searching all over for you. She pulled out her twin swords from her belt and a chilling aura filled the room. I'm here to kill you as promised, she said with a wide grin. It was Veronica Sanchez, a woman known in her past life as the Killer Ghost. Damien stared at the broken window. He couldn't help but think of his mother who had poured her heart into decorating the castle. Why are you staring off into space? Veronica yelled, snapping him out of his thoughts. Damien, trying to suppress a growing headache, and said, What are you going to do about that? I'll pay for it. Veronica opened the leather satchel she was carrying on her back, revealing it to be filled with gems and gold coins. I collected this while traveling, take it all, she said with tossing the satchel to Damien. He caught it with a frown. It was more than enough to cover the cost of a broken window. Now that I've paid, we can get on with it, right? Her voice was excited. She activated her aura, and the twin swords she wielded were enveloped in a blood-red glow. The room felt like it was filled with a sharp, menacing presence, as if a razor blade was slicing through the air. That's one sharp aura. Damien thought aura strength varied depending on a knight's skill level. Despite having a middle-class knight's strength, her aura's sharpness was comparable to a high-class knight's. But there's no scent of blood. The first time he met Veronica, her aura carried a distinct smell of blood, but now there was none. It seemed she had kept her promise not to kill anyone during her travels. I'm glad I let her live. Veronica Sanchez in her previous life was a notorious killer who had eventually ascended to the master class. She wasn't aligned with the dark mages, but she wasn't on humanity's side either. She was just a dangerous force of chaos. When Damien first met her, he had considered whether to end her life, given her propensity for violence. But her talent had made him hesitate. At the time, she hadn't yet killed any innocent people, so he decided to give her a chance at redemption. And it seemed his efforts weren't in vain. Veronica's aura no longer reeked of death. Good. You should come with me, Damien said. Despite her quirks, Veronica was a remarkably talented swordswoman, only slightly behind Michael Ryanbloom, whom Damien considered a genius among geniuses. It would be good for Veronica to compete in the Hellion tournament. It would be a valuable experience for her and would keep her on the right path. Where are we going? Veronica inquired, her face changing from confused to curious. Have you heard of the Hellion tournament? Damien replied. Nope, Veronica said without hesitation, her boldness catching Damien off guard for a moment. The Hellion tournament is… Damien started to explain, but Veronica cut him off with a frown. You're saying we're going to the Empire? No way, why would I go there? Unsurprisingly, Veronica rejected Damien's proposal outright. He was prepared for this response, though, and quickly moved on to Plan B. He opened a subspace and pulled out a large club. The sight of the club made Veronica flinch and step back in alarm. Hey, why are you bringing that out? She asked, her voice suddenly wary. To convince you, Damien said nonchalantly. You're going to hit me again, aren't you? She exclaimed, backing away further. Oh, come on, hit is such a strong word. I prefer convince, Damien replied, tapping the club against his palm. That's not convincing, that's just violence. I don't mind if you don't understand, you'll get it soon enough, Damien said, lifting the club higher. Do you think I'm going to take this lying down? No way. I'll cut you down this time, Veronica shouted, drawing her twin blades. Her aura flared, filling the room with a menacing pressure. She lunged at Damien, swinging her swords with deadly intent, but her strikes never reached him. Each attack seemed to veer off course at the last second, leaving Damien untouched. Veronica stared in confusion as her own aura missed its mark. Damien raised the club and swung it down hard on her head. First the head. The club struck her on the ched, then moved to her side, her shins and her shoulder, each hit landing with precision. Veronica tried to resist, but the continuous barrage left her with no chance to fight back. Will you go or not? Damien asked as he readied the club for another strike. I'll go, she muttered weakly. I can't hear you. I said I'll go, she shouted, finally conceding. Only then did Damien put the club back into the pocket dimension. Just so you know, if you try to run, I will really kill you, Damien warned, causing Veronica to flinch. She might have been thinking of running, but that thought quickly vanished after his words. Sir Liam, I've recruited one more participant, Damien said, turning to Liam Bluegreen. Okay. Good job, I guess, Liam replied, his face full of mixed feelings. Chapter 196, Strange Encounter Part 1. Afterward, Damien accompanied Liam Bluegreen to visit his parents. You're going to the Empire? His father's reaction was far from pleasant. His mother was the same. I have no choice since His Majesty requested it, but it hasn't been long since that chaos at the festival. Do you really have to go? Count and Countess Haksen seemed to wish that Damien would rest at home for a while. This was because it had only been a few days since he had almost been killed after being caught up in the battle between the Transcendents. Father, Mother, it's not just anything, it's the Hellion tournament. If not now, I don't know when I'll be able to participate again. There was an age limit of 25 years old to participate in the Hellion tournament. However, the master class was open to those up to 40 years old. This was because it was such a difficult level to reach. I understand your feelings, but the Hellion tournament was the largest nightly competition on the continent, so every man dreamed of winning the tournament in his youth and gaining popularity and fame. Count Haksen also had such memories when he was young, so he couldn't hold Damien back firmly. All right, I'll allow it. After much deliberation, he allowed Damien to participate in the Hellion tournament. But I have one request. What is it? This time, please don't get into any trouble and go and come back safely. Damien replied to his father's earnest request as if he didn't understand what he was talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. This time, I've always been quiet. Count Haksen sighed. With his father's permission secured, there was no longer any reason to delay. Damien headed to Marquis Ryanbloom's estate with Liam Bluegreen. Brother, Michael, having received prior notice, came out of the castle to greet Damien. I apologize for not visiting you often. No need to apologize. We're both busy. I heard you ascended to high class. The rumors were true. That's amazing, as expected of you, brother. It seems like it won't be long for you either. The last time Damien saw Michael, he had just ascended to middle class. It seemed he had been dedicated to his training since then. He was now on the verge of the peak of middle class. I still have a long way to go. Michael scratched the back of his head shyly at Damien's praise. What do you mean a long way? You just need to take one more step. Really? A bright expression appeared on Michael's face, but then he immediately frowned again. He had noticed Veronica standing behind Damien. Why are you here? What? I didn't want to come either. He dragged me here and I had no choice. Veronica pointed at Damien and yelled angrily. Michael then turned to Damien as if asking if that was true. That's true. Sir Liam said he was short on participants, so I brought her. I didn't know there were such circumstances. Veronica, if brother brought you here, you should accept it with gratitude. What's with that insolent attitude? Veronica looked dumbfounded at Michael's reprimand. If you keep this up, you'll die by my hand. Do as you please. I haven't trained so poorly that I would lose to a lowlife like you. Oh, you're so great. Then shall we check that? Veronica gripped her twin swords. Michael also grabbed the sword that had been hanging on his back. The murderous auras they emitted clashed in the air. A tense atmosphere hung around them. If you fight, you'll both die by my hand. But at Damien's words, the two of them quickly dropped their sword hilts. Michael, what are you doing a knight getting carried away by such provocation? I apologize. And Veronica, you said that if I killed someone you would die by my hand. Ah, no. I didn't mean to kill you for real. Both of them were flustered as Damien stepped forward. That's incredible. You're able to control those troublemakers so firmly. Liam Bluegreen watched in admiration. Michael Ryanbloom was a lone general who even his father, the Marquis, couldn't do anything about, and Veronica was not a person who would listen to reason. And yet, these two were at a loss for what to do at Damien's words. Sir Liam, let's depart now. I understand, let's get going. Damien boarded the carriage with the four of them. The carriage departed for the Empire, escorted by troops sent by the kingdom. The journey was extremely comfortable. Until now, Damien had always traveled alone, so he had to camp out frequently. However, this time there were many people in the party, and they were traveling under the name of the Apple Kingdom. Aren't you Lord Liam? You're looking for a place to rest on your way to the Empire. Please come to our castle, the Hellion Tournament. You are going to bring glory to the kingdom. I will gladly open up my territory. Thanks to this, they were able to stay at the estates of nobles instead of camping out. And so, after a few days, the party was able to cross the border of the Apple Kingdom and arrive in the neighboring country of the Dauphlin Kingdom. Stop! Soldiers of the Dauphlin Kingdom stopped the party as they were crossing the border. Where are you coming from? The soldiers spoke with faces full of wariness. There were over 10 soldiers to only 3 knights escorting the carriage. It was natural to be wary when carrying such a large force. We are from the Apple Kingdom. We are on our way to the Empire to participate in the Hellion Tournament. The soldiers' eyes widened at the knights' words. They looked at each other's faces and even murmured in small voices. Why are they reacting so strangely? The Apple Kingdom and the Dauphlin Kingdom shared a border and had frequent interactions, so they were one of the familiar kingdoms. Even so, the soldiers seemed to be overly surprised by the words Apple Kingdom. Please wait a moment. One of the soldiers went inside the city gate. After a while, the captain of the guard who was in charge of the gate appeared. Do you have pass? In response to the captain's question, the escorting knight handed over the pass. It was a document that the king of the Apple Kingdom had sent to the Dauphlin Kingdom in advance. The captain took out a monocle and inspected the document. It seemed to be a magic tool for checking if the seal on the pass was genuine. I have verified it, you may enter. At the captain's words, the soldiers opened the gate wide. The party passed through the gate. It was as they were passing through the gate. Damien overheard the captain's words to the soldiers. Knights have arrived from the Apple Kingdom. Contact him immediately. There was a series of suspicious things happening, from the soldiers' reaction at first to the captain's words. Damien spoke to Liam Bluegreen, who was sitting across from him. Sir Liam, the atmosphere is strange. Do you think so too? Unsurprisingly, Liam Bluegreen was thinking the same thing as Damien. That's strange. The Apple Kingdom and the Dauphlin Kingdom are supposed to be on friendly terms. Liam Bluegreen stroked his chin and fell into thought. We might as well be cautious just in case. I understand. Despite Damien's worries, the party did not encounter any further incidents after that. Far from encountering any incidents, they only received help. Like the Apple Kingdom, they were able to use the estates of nobles in the Dauphlin Kingdom. They were about to leave the Dauphlin Kingdom when it happened. As it was late at night, the party decided to visit a nearby noble and stay for the night. You're from the Apple Kingdom, welcome. This time too, the noble readily agreed. The party was able to unpack their belongings in the noble's castle. You must be tired from your long journey. I'll have to catch a wild boar today. The Lord was a very hospitable man. Not only did he not mind their sudden visit, but he also prepared a lavish banquet. They had never received such hospitality even in the Apple Kingdom. The party enjoyed the food and drinks with gratitude. Brother, try this too. Michael was busy taking care of Damien even during the meal. He would bring food to Damien as soon as the plate in front of him was empty. He's pathetic. Veronica muttered to herself like that and focused on her meal. She cut the meat on her plate and put it in her mouth. The whole sequence of movements was so neat that it even had an air of elegance. Unlike her usual rough behavior, she had perfect table manners. Could she be from a noble family? Come to think of it, Veronica was handling her mana very delicately. This meant that her mana cultivation was of a high level. I wondered if she might be from a knightly family. Damien was thinking about that when, my lord, just a moment. The steward approached the lord and whispered something. The noble's eyes widened. Is that really true? Yes, it is. Oh my. For him to visit my territory. The lord got up from his seat in a hurry and addressed the party. Excuse me, in the middle of the meal, I would like to invite one more guest to this table. Everyone in the party looked at the noble. Then Liam Bluegreen asked with a puzzled expression, what are you talking about all of a sudden? I know it's impolite, but such a precious guest has come to visit. Liam Bluegreen looked as if he had no idea what was going on. I'll take you inside and explain. The lord gestured. The steward then opened the banquet hall door. Two men entered the banquet hall, a middle-aged man and a young man. They looked alike as if they were father and son. Both of them had black hair and blue eyes. They had wide noses and thin lips. The lord approached the two men. The middle-aged man then opened his mouth. I'm sorry to come without notice. No, you don't have to think like that. It's a great honor for me. That's a relief. Contrary to his words, the man's expression was extremely arrogant. It seemed that the conversation just before was just a formality. Are those the guests from the Apple Kingdom? The middle-aged man asked, looking at Damien and his party seated in the banquet hall. The lord nodded. Would you like me to introduce you? Of course. The lord nodded with a broad smile as if it was the greatest honor. Everyone, please say hello. This gentleman is the pillar of the Dauphlin Kingdom, the greatest idol of the knights and the brightest shining sword. After all sorts of flowery compliments, the man's name was revealed. Master Class Javier Silva. Damien didn't know all the masters. He only remembered the ones he had met in person and who had made an impression on him. Javier Silva was different, though. He remembered him even though he had never met him in person. I never thought I'd see a traitor to humanity here. During the War of Destruction, several masters had abandoned their duty to defend their country and sided with Dorugo. As a result, the Empire and the Human Alliance suffered great damage, and some kingdoms even fell. One of those traitors was Javier Silva. No, Javier Silva was not simply one of the traitors. He's the reason the Eastern Alliance fell. During the War of Destruction, the kingdoms of the eastern part of the continent formed a coalition to fight alongside the Empire. This included the Apple Kingdom. The Empire sent a number of knights and master class to support them. However, Javier Silva's betrayal caused the Eastern Alliance to collapse before it had a chance to fight. Sir Javier, it is an honor to meet you. Liam Bluegreen stood up and offered Javier Silva a handshake. But Javier Silva didn't shake his hand. He just looked down at Liam with disdain. Speaking of putting the cart before the horse, I didn't think you deserved it. Liam Bluegreen's face flushed red at the words. Liam Bluegreen was a marquis of the Apple Kingdom. He was in no position to speak highly of another country's nobility. What Javier Silva was pointing out was Liam Bluegreen's class. He didn't think high class could match his master class. Excuse me, be careful what you wish for. Liam Bluegreen blushed even harder, but he couldn't protest. What he had in front of him was a master class. I got the call that you were coming and I'm here in a hurry. Javier Silva put a hand on the shoulder of the young man standing next to him. That's my son, he's a high-class participant in this Hellion tournament. Javier Silva gave him a haughty look. We are on our way to the Empire as well, so I will accompany you on your way. Chapter 197. Strange Encounter Part 2. Liam Bluegreen couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Travel together? What on earth is his ulterior motive? Even in the Apple Kingdom, Javier Silva was a well-known figure. A figure of authority who rose to the rank of master class from a humble knightly family. A power that stood higher than the king in the Dauphlin Kingdom. Are they supposed to believe that such a figure came to visit them just to accompany them? Could it be that he's trying to gather information about Damien? Damien's fame had already spread widely to other kingdoms. He was known as a rare genius and a formidable powerhouse. From Javier Silva's point of view, he would have no choice but to be wary of Damien. After all, his son was also a high class, so there was a high probability that he would face Damien in the Hellion tournament. So could it be that he offered to accompany them in order to find a way to defeat Damien? After all, with the eyes of a master class, he should be able to figure out all of Damien's weaknesses. If that's really what he's thinking. I have to refuse. The honor and pride of the kingdom were at stake in the Hellion tournament. That's why the king of the Apple Kingdom was looking forward to Damien's victory, so he couldn't allow Damien to be put at a disadvantage from the start. I'm sorry, but I think that would be difficult. After making up his mind, Liam Bluegreen spoke. Since we are both participating in the tournament, I don't think there would be any benefit to either of us if we traveled together. Hearing this, Javier silently stroked his chin. My son, Joshua, is a very talented child from a young age. Liam Bluegreen's eyebrows narrowed slightly at the out-of-the-blue remark. He was so talented that he didn't make friends easily with other children. Geniuses don't understand mediocrity, do they? Oh, yes. It's inevitable, but I worry about him as a father. I wanted Joshua's relationships to be a little broader. That's why I came to you, Javier continued, stroking Joshua's head. So I thought that knights good enough to participate in the tournament might be able to have a good relationship with this child. I see. So I humbly asked you, a mere high class, for a favor. And you're refusing? Javier's expression turned grim. In that moment the atmosphere froze. You're refusing my request, you're brave, aren't you? Aren't you afraid of what might happen? Javier didn't raise his voice. He simply expressed his displeasure with his tone. Even so, Liam Bluegreen felt a constricting pressure in his chest. He realized anew that the being before him was a true transcendent, a being known as a master class. Sir Silva, we are traveling to the Empire as representatives of the Apple Kingdom. However, Liam Bluegreen also had a sense of pride. He was a knight representing the Apple Kingdom and had a duty to safely deliver the contestants to the Empire. He couldn't just cower in fear and back down just because a master class was a little angry. Are you trying to intimidate us, Sir Silva, who are from a foreign kingdom? Liam Bluegreen and his party were representing the Apple Kingdom. It was a serious diplomatic faux pas for Javier Silva to threaten them, especially as they were from a foreign country. What's the big deal? However, Javier didn't even seem to hear Liam Bluegreen's words. Liam Bluegreen was at a loss for words at Javier's arrogant and haughty attitude. What's the big deal if I intimidate a foreign noble? Are you going to declare war? That would be interesting. Liam Bluegreen couldn't say anything in the face of Javier's strong words. In reality, if a war broke out between the two countries, the Apple Kingdom would have no choice but to lose. After all, there was Javier Silva in the Dauphin Kingdom. There was a true transcendent, the pinnacle of power, known as a master class. Of course, a war would not actually happen. The Empire would not stand by and watch. However, the Empire would only prevent the outbreak of war. They would not interfere in anything else. This meant that the Dauphin Kingdom could oppress the Apple Kingdom with Javier Silva at the forefront. Just as Liam Bluegreen was caught between a rock and a hard place, "Sir Liam, why are you hesitating?" Someone spoke up at that moment. Two pairs of eyes turned to the same spot. "Let's accept it gratefully," Damien spoke, receiving the attention of both of them. Liam Bluegreen was surprised by Damien's words and exclaimed, "Sir Damien, what are you talking about? How many times in a lifetime do you have the opportunity to travel with a master class? We can't miss such a good opportunity." Hearing this, Liam Bluegreen could only feel even more embarrassed. On the other hand, Javier burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, young friend, you are very clever. Yes, it is not common to have the opportunity to travel with a master class." Damien scoffed inwardly as he watched Javier rejoice. The reason Damien was accepting Javier's offer was not as it seemed. It was to figure out what he was up to. No matter how Damien thought about it, there was no benefit for Javier to travel with them. Yet he had come all the way to ask them to travel with him. He had responded to Liam Bluegreen's refusal with threats. It was very suspicious, so suspicious that he had to wonder about his intentions. "I don't know about the other guy, but you're the one who's going to hold hands with the Dark Mages, so I can't help but be suspicious." Maybe the Dark Mage was involved in this. Dark Mages were like cockroaches, popping up out of nowhere and ruining everything. "I was curious anyway. I wondered when you started getting involved with those filths." He was going to kill Javier Silva anyway. Was it because he betrayed humanity, and because of that the Eastern Alliance fell apart? "My family died because of you." The Apple Kingdom was also part of the Eastern Alliance. So when the Alliance fell apart, the Apple Kingdom was in the same situation. That was when Damien killed his family under Darugo's orders. In other words, Javier Silva had indirectly influenced the deaths of his family. That's why Damien had no intention of letting Javier live. "If you really approached us because of the Dark Mage." He was determined to kill Javier somehow during their journey together. "Sir Damien, are you serious?" Liam Bluegreen asked cautiously. Damien nodded. Damien was a high class and had close ties to the kingdom. Moreover, Liam Bluegreen had once owed his life to Damien. With Damien speaking up like this, Liam Bluegreen had no choice but to back down. "I'll do as Sir Damien says." And so it was decided that they would travel with the Silvas. In the Dauphin Kingdom, Javier Silva was famous as a figure who held even more power than the king. This was understandable. While a king could be replaced at any time, there was only one master class. True to his reputation, the group Javier Silva brought with him was on a massive scale. Including soldiers and attendants, there were over 100 people, and there were dozens of knights. It was no exaggeration to say that an entire army was on the move. In comparison, the Apple Kingdom's procession was a mere handful. "So do you know what I did? I just crushed them." Javier had an incredibly talkative personality. He would chatter endlessly about his exploits, even when no one was particularly interested. "Yes, sir, you are truly remarkable." Liam Bluegreen stood beside Javier and clapped along. His face was clearly showing his displeasure. "Sir Liam, he must be having a hard time." Michael whispered to Damien in a small voice. Damien nodded in agreement. But brother, why did you agree to accept Javier's offer? Michael asked with a face that showed he couldn't understand. After all, he couldn't think of any reason why it would be good to travel with them. If I'm next to the master, I might be able to get something to learn. Damien lied instead of answering. Michael tilted his head at this, as if he didn't believe Damien's words. Drurung, just then a snoring sound was heard. They turned their eyes to see Veronica asleep on her horse. She was leaning her head and back as far back as possible, but she was somehow managing not to fall off. She certainly doesn't have an ounce of grace, Michael muttered with a pitiful expression just as Sir Damien Haksen, Javier called out Damien's name. I've heard a lot about you. You're so famous that your name has even reached the Dauphin Kingdom. Is that so? Damien remained indifferent even in the face of the master class's praise. To be honest, he didn't care much about being famous in other kingdoms. They say you defeated the Marquis Knight in one breath and even subdued the Dark Mage who is being pursued by the Church. Michael cleared his throat at the mention of the Marquis. And you've reached the rank of high class at such a young age. It's like seeing myself in my younger days. Of course, you're a little less skilled than I was, but that's beside the point. With that, Javier burst into laughter. I became a high class at a much younger age than you. Everyone was so excited, calling me the return of the hero Krail. Even though no one asked, Javier started to explain his past. What a show-off, Damien thought to himself about Javier. He seemed to be praising others, but he was ultimately just trying to boost his own ego. It had been a while since Damien had encountered someone so full of himself. I've also heard a lot about you, Sir Damien. Just then, Joshua Silva interjected as if he had been waiting for his cue. You're such a famous person that I've always wanted to meet you. It's an honor to meet you like this. Damien looked at Joshua. Perhaps because he was his son, he was the spitting image of his father. He had a wide nose bridge and frown lines that were exactly the same. Ha ha ha, Joshua. It's rude to be too humble. You too reached the rank of high class at a younger age than Damien Haksen, didn't you? That's true, but I've never seen a genius who can be compared to me, so I couldn't hide my curiosity. Yes, I guess so. Your father was just like you when he was your age. Damien couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was true, like father, like son. They were pretending to praise Damien while subtly bragging about their own abilities. It was a way of speaking that made the listener feel very uncomfortable. That man, Michael, who was standing next to him, was about to explode. Damien stopped him. That's enough. But brother, I'm staying quiet too. If you step in, you'll just be laughed at. At Damien's words, Michael bit his lip. I understand, I'll hold it in. What, did you say you became a high class at a younger age than Damien? Just then, Veronica spoke to Joshua after she woke up from her sleep. Joshua couldn't help but be taken aback by the unexpected question. Are you deaf? I'm asking you, did you really become a high class before Damien? Joshua's embarrassment grew. Yes. So you say? Veronica squinted her eyes and scrutinized Joshua. Speaking of which, who is this person? Perhaps having overcome his embarrassment, Joshua asked with a gentle smile. It's the first time I've seen someone as beautiful as her. She's charming even without any makeup, but if you just polish her up a bit. That's strange, you look weaker than Damien. At these words, Joshua's expression hardened in an instant. What are you talking about? If you became a high class at a younger age than Damien, doesn't that mean you're more talented, but you look weaker? Ha ha ha, it seems that you have misunderstood something. The gap between knights is not something that can be known until they actually fight. Wait a minute, it's not the age you reached high class that matters, it's the duration, isn't it? When did you start learning swordsmanship? Veronica was not listening to Joshua at all. It's no exaggeration to say that I've been training since I was born. I've been watching my father's swordsmanship since I was a baby. Even in the face of Veronica's attitude, Joshua did not lose his smile. He even answered her. Damien couldn't help but scoff inwardly. What kind of swordsmanship did a newborn baby have? He was really acting like a fool. You're acting like a fool. At that moment, everyone, including Damien, looked at Veronica with stunned faces. Chapter 198. Duel Part 1, you're being a bit too harsh, Joshua said, trying to maintain his composure. However, Veronica's tirade continued towards Joshua. What kind of swordsmanship does a newborn baby have? You must have just been staring at something moving in front of you because it was new. Ah, no, that's not it, Let's just say you started learning around the age of 8. That means you've been training with a sword for at least 15 years, right? So it took you at least 15 years to become a high class. You could say that, but Damien didn't even take a year. At that moment, Joshua's face contorted. That's ridiculous. Damien became a high class in less than a year. Joshua's face began to crumple gradually. I've heard rumors about that, but I didn't believe it. Why, isn't it too absurd? It's hard to believe that he became a middle class in a year, let alone a high class. Rumors are always exaggerated, so it's foolish to accept them blindly. But it's true, Veronica said bluntly. I know it well because I saw it myself. When I first fought with him a few months ago, he was a middle class, right? But when I met him again, he was a high class. If you keep saying such nonsense, believe it or not, it's up to you. But don't act strong when you're weaker than Damien. It's annoying to watch. There were gasps from all around. It was clearly a line that had been crossed. The problem was that Veronica's words were not over yet. Damien is my target. How would you feel if someone like you looked down on my once-in-a-lifetime prey? Someone like me? Joshua's face gradually began to turn red with anger. You insolent woman. I gave you a little respect, and now you're talking nonsense without even knowing what you're talking about. Killing intent emanated from Joshua. The killing intent of a high class was a weapon in itself. The horses were all startled and prancing around because of the spreading killing intent. Some soldiers even spat out blood from their mouths. Draw your sword now, I'll show you myself whether I'm weak or strong. Why should I? Veronica said without hesitation. Joshua's expression was momentarily blank as if the answer was unexpected. I'm a middle class and you're a high class, so why should I fight? Am I crazy? Are you an idiot? You dare to mock me when you're just a middle class. Do you really want to die? Unable to contain his rage, Joshua grabbed the hilt of his sword. However, he couldn't draw the sword. Something was preventing him from drawing the weapon, a sword. To be precise, a sword covered in a scabbard was now pressing down on Joshua's hilt. Joshua looked along the scabbard with a bewildered expression. At the end of it, Damien was gripping the hilt. Let's stop there, Damien said in a calm voice. Joshua looked back and forth at Damien and the sword in surprise. He hadn't noticed. He hadn't noticed Damien picking up the sword or extending it to block his wrist. He hadn't even noticed the moment the sword was drawn. Was this really the same high class? Joshua felt goosebumps all over his body. My companion may have spoken harshly, but it's still inappropriate for a high class to draw a weapon against a middle class. Damien spoke as he sheathed the sword he had extended. I will apologize for my companion's outburst, but you were the one who tried to swing your sword first, so how about we both back down at this point? Joshua almost nodded. This was because the move Damien had shown was beyond his level. That can't be. However, his father, Javier Silva, spoke before him. That young woman insulted my son. Honor is as important as life to a knight. How can we just let this pass? Even so, it doesn't look good for a high class to draw a weapon against a middle class. What's the problem with that? Damien initially thought that Javier was being unreasonable. However, looking at Javier's expression, he seemed to genuinely believe that. Didn't my son get insulted? What's the problem with paying him back for that? Damien clicked his tongue inwardly at the arrogant attitude. He had no idea that Javier would act so brazenly. The problem was that this shameless person was a master class. Then what do you want to do? I must get compensation from that woman. If she cuts off even one finger, I'll be satisfied and let it go. I can't allow that, Damien said without hesitation. Veronica's remarks may have crossed the line a bit, but that didn't mean she could have her finger cut off. I was trying to be generous. You won't accept my offer. Javier's eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, an overwhelming aura surged towards Damien. A sense of oppression like being trapped in the deep sea weighed down on Damien's entire body. I can still endure this. However, Javier's aura had no effect on Damien. When Damien didn't react at all, Javier's expression changed. Javier looked at Damien with an intrigued expression. I've changed my mind. Let's just let this go. Damien almost burst out laughing at the attitude that seemed to say he was doing a great favor. Instead, we need to see if what that insolent woman said is true. Verify. Let's decide who is stronger between Joshua and you through a duel. Liam Bluegreen shouted in surprise at these words. A duel before the tournament? That's out of the question. Can't we just solve this situation in another way? What if something dangerous happens? Dangerous? What's dangerous with me here? Javier scowled as if he was displeased. Liam Bluegreen couldn't argue any further. Sir Damien. Liam Bluegreen looked at Damien with his last hope. That sounds interesting. However, Damien betrayed Liam Bluegreen's expectations. He felt sorry for Liam Bluegreen, but Damien had a reason to do this duel. When that bastard tried to draw his sword, I felt something. When Joshua couldn't contain his anger and tried to draw his sword, Damien felt a strange aura. It was too faint to know anything from it alone, so he accepted the duel to find out more. Joshua, what will you do? Javier asked his son, looking back at him. Joshua thought for a moment and said, I accept, ha ha ha, good, that's like my son. Javier laughed out loud and shouted at the soldiers. What are you all doing? Hurry up and prepare the dueling ground. The soldiers began to turn over the field. They tamped down the ground to make it flat and firm. After an hour of this, the dueling ground was finally completed. What a waste, Damien thought to himself, tapping the ground that the soldiers had tamped down with the tip of his foot. Is a duel such a big deal that they have to turn the ground over like this? That was when Damien was thinking that. What the hell are you thinking? What did I do? You caused my brother to be in a difficult situation, so I should just listen to that. Well, that's not it, but he heard Michael and Veronica arguing. Damien looked back at them and said, both of you stop. Michael immediately shut up at Damien's words, but Veronica did not. Damien, he's blaming me for everything, say something. Don't you feel offended too? Well, I was offended, Damien nodded. Damien was also annoyed by the way Javier and Joshua talked. See, I did well, right? I knew you would think that too. Why are you taking out that club? As soon as Damien took out his club, Veronica hid behind Michael's back. Damien tapped his palm with the club and said, just in case, I'm warning you in advance. Don't get ahead of yourself from now on. If something like this happens again, I'll really rehabilitate you. You said you were offended too. You could have just said what you wanted to say, right? Veronica's eyes were full of innocence as she spoke. She seemed to genuinely think that way. Suddenly, a headache hit him. Damien was pressing his temples with his hand. Sir Damien, thank you for making a difficult decision. Joshua, who was approaching the dueling ground, thanked Damien. Don't worry about it, it wasn't that difficult a decision. Joshua's expression hardened slightly at Damien's words. It's okay to use real swords, right? Do whatever you want. Joshua ominously drew the sword from his waist. Strangely enough, the blade was glowing red. It was clearly not an ordinary weapon. It's a sword made of rare metals, I see. You're perceptive as always. It's a sword made of a rare metal alloy, to be precise. Joshua swung the blade in a circle. The blade sliced through the air smoothly, bending softly. It's not just any alloy either. It's made of dwarven alloy. It's a perfect sword for me, isn't it? Show off. Damien clicked his tongue briefly and gripped the hilt of the dawn. Then a sudden thought crossed his mind. Judging by his personality, he's going to act like high and mighty all the way to the Empire with his father. Just imagining it made him feel nauseous. He needed to make sure Joshua's arrogance was properly subdued for a comfortable journey. Michael, yes, brother, bring me a branch. It doesn't matter if it's thin. Everyone was bewildered by the out-of-the-blue request except for Michael. Michael silently looked around for a branch. However, since they were in the middle of a field, there were no branches readily in sight. Then a tree caught Michael's eye. Michael immediately swung his sword towards the tree. A sharp aura grazed the branch at the very top of the tree and passed by. Even though it was cut by the aura, the branch didn't fall off right away. It slid down slowly as if coated with sticky liquid before finally falling. Wow, the eyes of all the knights around widened at the move Michael had shown. It was because his swordsmanship was so clean and sharp, even for a middle class. You could have just broken it with your hand. Only Veronica clicked her tongue as if she wasn't satisfied. Brother, I brought it. Michael handed the branch to Damien. He took the branch and swung it a few times. It was about the thickness of an index finger and about 2 spans long. TL/NAVG span is 18-20 cm. It was a perfect branch to hold and swing with your hand. Why did you ask him to bring that? Joshua asked Damien with a trembling face. To that question, Damien stretched out the branch and said, we can't fight barehanded, can we? In that moment, Joshua's expression froze. Wow, you're going to fight me with this? Immediately after, Joshua's face twisted into a grin. Chapter 199, Duel Part 2. I don't know who will win. Liam Bluegreen thought to himself as he watched the two men standing on the dueling ground. He didn't doubt Damien's skills, but his opponent was simply too strong. Joshua Silva, a prodigy who had inherited all the talent of his master-class father. In fact, Joshua was considered a dullard in his childhood. He was slower to learn than others. However, his talent began to blossom after he passed his 10th birthday. He rose through the classes at an amazing pace and reached the high-class level at the young age of 20. Considering that Liam Bluegreen became a high class in his 40s, he was a tremendous genius. A genius like that has been intensively trained by a master class. A few years ago, a group of wyverns had taken up residence in the mountainous region of the Dauphlin Kingdom. Wyverns were dangerous monsters that could be called lesser dragons. They had tough skin that could withstand auras, teeth and claws that could easily pierce steel, and the ability to fly through the air and breathe fire. Even middle-class knights had difficulty dealing with a single wyvern. The wyverns that had taken up residence in the Dauphlin Kingdom were not even ordinary ones. They were a subspecies called red-wing wyverns that inhabited the wasteland of Alista, known as the Land of Hell. Alista Wasteland was a barren and dangerous land. As a result, the monsters that inhabited it were bound to be much stronger than their original species. Even Liam Bluegreen shook his head when he heard the story. Even for a high class like him, a group of red-wing wyverns was very tough. Joshua Silva had exterminated those red-wing wyverns in less than a day. Michael, bring me a branch. Liam Bluegreen, who had been worried for a long time, heard Damien's voice. Like the others, Liam Bluegreen looked at Damien with a bewildered expression. After a while, Michael cut off a branch and brought it over. Damien, who took the branch and said, "Come on. I'll fight you with this." Liam Bluegreen almost fainted on the spot. As soon as he heard that, Joshua's face turned red. Sir Damien, however, Joshua managed to hold back his anger. He tried to remain calm and said, "Unnecessary provocation in a friendly duel is against etiquette. I will let it pass this time. Bring a proper sword." Who's provoking who? Damien said, shaking the branch lightly. You need to bring a chicken knife to catch a chicken. Don't you? At that moment, sparks flew from Joshua's eyes. All right, do whatever you want, but don't regret it later. Joshua spat out his anger and rushed forward. At the same time, he swung his sword down at Damien in a straight line. To prove his high-class level, Joshua's sword was imbued with a sharp aura. Just then, Damien's eyes quickly read Joshua's movements. Damien twisted his waist slightly. The blade that was drawing a straight line passed by the side of his head and face. At the same time, Damien hit Joshua's shoulder with the branch. 1 point. At those words, Joshua's expression momentarily froze, then anger flared up again. What are you kidding me with? Joshua spat out his anger and swung his sword again. Damien leaned back. The blade swung horizontally past the tip of his nose. At the same time, Damien hit Joshua's forearm with the branch. 2 points. Joshua's expression became even more ferocious. He swung his sword at Damien one after another. The trajectory of the sword instantly engulfed Damien, but the result was the same. Damien dodged all the attacks with ease. Still haven't realized the gap. While dodging the attacks, Damien felt a sense of doubt. Joshua was launching a fierce attack, but he couldn't even touch the hem of Damien's clothes. Any decent knight would have realized the difference in level by now. He's a genius, but he has no sense of timing. Michael, although he hadn't fought Damien, realized the gap and surrendered accordingly. Compared to Michael, Joshua was like a blockhead. Then I'll crush him in a more understandable way. Damien moved the branch. For the first time, he blocked Joshua's attack with the branch. You made a foolish judgment, Joshua shouted as if he found it ridiculous. Joshua's weapon was not only made of rare metal alloy, but it was also imbued with an aura. How could he block it with just a branch? It was nothing but laughable, but reality betrayed Joshua's expectations beautifully. Damien twisted the branch slightly, then the trajectory of the sword changed. The sword that was falling in a straight line turned sideways. It passed by Damien and slashed through the air. What? Shock appeared on Joshua's face. He wasn't the only one. All the knights around him reacted the same way. Even Javier was no exception. What the hell did you just do? Joshua was flustered, but he didn't stop attacking. He swung his sword in a circle, aiming for Damien's neck. Damien swung the branch again to block the blade. The sword that was horizontally suddenly shot up into the sky. Joshua's torso was exposed due to the force. Damien stabbed Joshua's chest with the end of the branch. Heart. You're dead once? Joshua gritted his teeth and swung his sword again. Damien easily deflected the trajectory of the sword again this time, and he hit Joshua's neck with the branch. Neck, you're dead twice. Joshua's face turned pale. Even if he was oblivious, he could tell by now the fact that Damien was toying with him. Joshua, Javier, who couldn't stand it any longer, shouted out loud, "How long are you going to play around? Can't you do it properly?" A look of embarrassment appeared on Joshua's face. Do it properly? What more could he do here? Yeah, that's right. Damien said that with a smirk. Do it properly. Stop messing around like this. Those words made Joshua lose his mind. Damn it, this bastard, let's see if you can block this too. Joshua poured his mana into his sword. The aura imbued in the sword began to shake violently. It was as if something was about to burst through the aura. What is that? Liam Bluegreen immediately realized what Joshua was preparing. Sir Damien, dodge, you have to dodge, Liam Bluegreen shouted urgently. In that moment, Joshua swung his sword into the air. At that moment, something flew towards Damien. Damien pushed off the ground with both feet and stepped back. Dozens of holes were drilled in succession in the ground where Damien had been standing. Oh my God, Liam Bluegreen raised his voice without realizing it. What Joshua had just used was a hidden sword. A hidden sword was a swordsmanship technique that fought by firing auras. It was powerful and unorthodox, but it required a lot of mana and concentration. Liam Bluegreen was also a knight who used a hidden sword, so he could tell just how powerful and complete was the technique Joshua had just shown. He compressed the aura and turned it into a spike, and then fired it. The speed was so fast that ordinary knights wouldn't even have been able to see the spike flying. That's strange, Damien tilted his head and asked. Is it okay to use such a dangerous technique in a friendly duel? Don't worry about that. If it really gets dangerous, my father will stop me. At those words, Damien burst into laughter. That's a very convenient rule. Joshua didn't answer. Instead, he swung his sword at Damien again. Aura spikes rained down on Damien, aiming for him. Just before the spikes pierced his body, Damien swung the branch. The spikes were erased whenever the branch moved. It was as if he was painting the air with a brush. In a blink of an eye, all the spikes were gone. Joshua found himself opening his mouth without realizing it. You made it look like you were going to show me something great, but it was nothing. If you have nothing more to show, let's end this now. At that moment, Damien's atmosphere changed. A sharp aura poured towards Joshua. The moment he was exposed to the aura, Joshua felt a chill. I'll be done if I stay here. An ominous premonition dominated his mind. Instinct moved Joshua. He kicked off the ground and soared high into the air. As he passed over Damien's head, he fired an aura downward. The released aura turned into spikes and rained down on Damien. Damien swung the branch again this time and erased all the spikes. As soon as he landed on the ground, Joshua moved again. He ran around Damien, releasing auras. Aura spikes rained down from all directions. Damien moved the branch. A sword curtain unfolded around him, erasing all the spikes. That's when it happened. He felt an overwhelming amount of mana coming from the front. Damien turned his gaze in the direction of the mana. He saw Joshua condensing aura on his sword. Oh ho, Damien saw that and twisted the corner of his mouth. That looks pretty useful. Useful, Joshua cursed inwardly. The technique Joshua was preparing now was a secret technique. It was a secret technique that he only used when he had to kill his enemy. His father had modified the technique that had been passed down through his family. It was made more powerful and more destructive. In other words, the technique Joshua was preparing now was a master-class secret technique. Joshua swung the tip of his sword. At that moment, the compressed aura was released. Secret technique, amber beam. A beam of light pierced towards Damien. Just then, Damien raised the branch. A blue aura burst out from the branch. Damien swung the branch with all his might. At that moment, a huge aura slash was emitted. The aura slash and the beam collided with a roar. Then the beam split in two. What? A look of bewilderment appeared on Joshua's face. It shouldn't be so easy to split like that, even if it's just a water jet. While Joshua was confused, the aura slash reached his nose. With no time to escape, the aura slash engulfed Joshua's body. Just before that, Javier jumped in front of Joshua. Javier swung his hand and repelled the aura slash. The huge slash was shattered. Have you satisfied your curiosity now? Yes, I have. To Damien's mocking question, Javier spoke with a face as if he had ate dogshit. Damien threw the branch to the ground, and he looked down at Joshua, who was lying on his back behind Javier. Joshua was unconscious. It seemed that he had lost consciousness due to extreme fear just before he was hit by the slash. Strange guy. Judging by his skill in handling aura, he was a very skilled person. However, he was not able to fully utilize his abilities. He almost thought he was a blockhead. And what's that black thing? The reason Damien accepted the duel was to find out the true identity of the sword Joshua was using. During the duel, the strange aura that the sword possessed repeatedly grew stronger and weaker. However, no matter how hard Damien tried, he couldn't figure out the true nature of the aura. Sir Damien. At Javier's voice, Damien turned his gaze. You are truly a man of great talent. The rumors were true. You flatter me. It's not flattery, it's really, really amazing. It's so amazing that I'm tempted. At that moment, Damien saw it. He saw Javier's eyes filled with greed, but something was strange. It wasn't the look of someone coveting a talented person. It was a much more materialistic look. It was like looking at a thief who coveted someone else's wealth. Chapter 200, Hidden Motives Part 1. That night there was a heavy silence in the Silva's campsite. The soldiers and knights stood still, barely breathing, watching the two Silvas. It was a stark contrast to the lively chatter coming from the Apple Kingdom's campsite a short distance away. Javier Silva and Joshua Silva sat facing each other with a campfire between them. Both of them had been staring at the campfire in silence for some time. We lost. Javier finally broke the silence. His voice was heavy and gloomy. It was shocking. He was so powerful that I can't believe you both are high class. Joshua simply nodded without saying a word. Javier continued speaking. The more I think about it, the more I can't believe it. I thought he was a madman when he grabbed that branch, but he actually beat you with it. A long silence followed his words. The knights on guard watched Javier with tense faces. They were afraid that Javier would lash out at Joshua at any moment. Suddenly, Javier broke into a wide grin. It seems you've finally found a talent that suits you. I see that you think so too, father. Joshua nodded in agreement. I thought it was an exaggeration when I only heard rumors, but when I fought him myself it was all true. It was worth coming all this way to meet him. That's right, but no matter how much I think about it, I can't understand it. How did he take me down with a branch? And he can also parry aura with just a mere branch. I don't know how he did it. Surely you can do it too, father. Javier's expression darkened slightly as Joshua asked him. Strictly speaking, it's not that I can't do it, but it's just not a good fit for me. Didn't I tell you last time, the master class all have different specialized techniques? Yes, I remember. Damien is able to do it because he has a great talent for swordsmanship. But again, it's not that I can't do it, it's just not a good fit for me. Joshua nodded as if he understood. Speaking of which, I remember hearing that the Imperial Supreme Sword uses a similar swordsmanship style. So you're saying Damien has Imperial Supreme Sword level talent? Joshua's eyes lit up with anticipation. The Imperial Supreme Sword was one of the swordmasters who symbolized the Empire and stood at the peak of the humanity. Maybe even more so. Didn't that cheeky little bitch say that he reached the high-class level in less than a year? Even the Imperial Supreme Sword couldn't do that. Joshua's expression twisted as he thought of Veronica. She was a rude woman who had paid no attention to him even though he had been quite interested in her. As it should be, treasures should be held by those who are worthy of them. No matter how much I think about it, that talent is too precious for someone like Damien Haksen to have. So, you're thinking of stealing it? Javier nodded in response to Joshua's question. The Gormark mountain range is just a little further ahead. It's a shortcut to the Empire, but it's such a dangerous place that even the most people don't go through it. It sounds like the perfect place to solve a difficult problem. Yes, I'll take care of those bastards there. I'll subdue Damien and you. I know what you mean without you even having to say it, Joshua said as he placed his sword on his lap. You want me to pierce his heart with this demonic sword. The sword that Joshua used in the duel was, on the surface, nothing more than a flashy weapon. However, this sword had a secret. It was a demonic sword. Killing someone with this demonic sword would allow the wielder to absorb their soul. The owner of the demonic sword could use all the abilities of the souls they absorbed as if they were their own, even their talents. I'm always grateful to you, Father. My life has changed for the better since you gave me this demonic sword. Joshua looked at the demonic sword with a loving gaze. Originally, Joshua had little more than no talent. So everyone doubted whether he was really Javier Silva's child. TLDR Javier was cucked. It was during this time of humiliation that Javier Silva acquired this demonic sword and gave it to Joshua. Joshua began to kill knights who had achieved great feats with this demonic sword, absorbing their souls and talents one by one. After that, Joshua was no longer called trash but a genius. It's fortunate that I found a soul to replenish just before the souls absorbed by the demonic sword were worn out. A secret that only those who have used the demonic sword know. The souls absorbed by the demonic sword gradually wear out and eventually disappear. Since the talent can no longer be borrowed if the soul disappears, it was necessary to replace the soul at an appropriate time. Your life has changed, what nonsense is that? At that moment, Javier's expression turned grim. You are the son of Javier Silva, you are a chosen one. Javier Silva was originally an unnoticed knight. Born as a bastard into a weak lineage, he was treated as an unwanted child by his father and scorned by his siblings. But Javier Silva had talent surpassing genius. When Javier Silva ascended to the master class, everyone took notice. His father, his siblings, even the king himself. At that moment, Javier Silva realized he was a chosen one by the gods. So when Joshua had no talent, Javier denied reality. There was no way his son, a chosen one, could be so inept. Therefore, he didn't doubt that it was the world at fault. You've just reclaimed what was rightfully yours. So never speak of such things again. I understand, Joshua nodded solemnly. Only then did Javier smile contentedly. Egg, are you listening? Yes, please go ahead, a nearby knight answered promptly. His cheeks are etched with deep scars that furrow his brow. Even from a distance, it's clear this is no ordinary knight. An aura of undeniable charisma seems to emanate from him. Tell the knights to take a break for now. We might be facing giants soon. Understood, Knight replied, bowing his head respectfully. If you can absorb Damien Haksen's talent, even winning the Hellion tournament will be a breeze. Joshua's eyes light up. The glory of victory, the thought alone fills me with anticipation. Don't get too excited, it's only what you deserve after all. By the way, please let me kill that bitch. I'd love to rip her spoiled tongue out with my own hands. If that's what you desire, then so be it. Father and son erupt in hearty laughter, lost in their conversation. Javier Silva didn't notice, perhaps because he was so engrossed in conversation with his son. He doesn't realize someone is eavesdropping on their every word, hidden behind a nearby wagon. So that's their plan, a low voice murmurs. It's Damien Haksen. As the night deepened, Damien stealthily infiltrated the campsite of the Silva family. His objective was to uncover the duo's true intentions. The campsite was bustling with knights and the master class Javier Silva himself, but they posed no obstacle to Damien. During his days as a Death Knight, he was constantly under the threat of assassination. Not only the Empire, but also the Holy Order dispatched assassins to eliminate him. Among those who sought his life were numerous master-class assassins. One of them stood out in particular, a man known only as Phantom. Even master-class assassins were no match for Phantom, and such was his notoriety that the Empire had designated him as an extreme danger individual. Damien never learned why Phantom had targeted him. However, Phantom lived up to his reputation and he had managed to infiltrate Dorugo's legion, getting dangerously close to Damien. But right before he could shatter Damien's core, Damien's keen senses detected his presence, and he awoke to end Phantom's life. Phantom had achieved the master class level known as Ghost Shadow. Ghost Shadow allowed one to manipulate their body like a phantom, masking their presence and slipping through narrow gaps. Damien had yet to reach the master class, so he couldn't fully transform his body into a phantom-like phantom. However, it was enough to deceive Javier Silva's senses. So he planned to kill me with a demonic sword and steal my talent. Stealing something as vague as talent, it sounded absurd, but Damien knew better. It was possible if the demonic sword was created by a Marquis rank demon. Moreover, Damien was already aware of the existence of a talent-absorbing demonic sword. I heard it was one of the weapon master's most prized swords. How did it end up in Javier's hands? He was the giant evil of Pandemonium, the man who could control all weapons in existence. The weapon master could even control demonic swords. A demonic sword that would normally lead its wielder to ruin turned into a docile lamb in the weapon master's hands. Did he receive it directly? If so, it means he's been in contact with the dark mages since then. As Damien suspected, it was clear that Javier Silva was currently involved with the dark mages. Motherfucker, he betrayed the Eastern Alliance for a sword like that. Damien suppressed his anger. If his emotions ran high, his ghost shadow would falter and he risked being discovered by Javier. So he planned to kill me in the Gormark Mountains. No matter how powerful a master class was, they couldn't simply kill a foreign noble on a whim. If they did, they might lose their lives at the hands of the Empire, which claimed to be an impartial mediator. The other knights can be handled by Michael and Veronica. There were a few strong-looking knights, but they were ultimately just middle class. The two of them should be able to handle them. After all, those two were geniuses, even Damien acknowledged. The problem is Javier. Damien still felt it was a burden to fight a master class, but he couldn't let the man who indirectly caused his family's death go unpunished. And above all, that bastard is after me, Damien still remembered. Damien still remembered Javier Silva's ravenous gaze upon him after their duel. Back then, he couldn't quite decipher the meaning behind that look, but now he understood. From Javier's perspective, Damien was nothing more than a treasure chest overflowing with riches. He would go to any lengths to eliminate Damien and plunder his talent. But it's not like I don't have a chance. Damien touched his wrist. The faintly glowing powers of gluttony and wrath etched into his skin pulsated with power. You betrayed humanity, so I'll carry out my vow and put you to death. Damien's eyes gleamed coldly in the darkness. Chapter 201. Hidden Motives Part 2. The next day, the group set off for the Empire again. What do you think a sword is? I say life itself. Without the will to stand tall, even the sharpest blade becomes a dull weight. Yes, I guess so. Despite what happened yesterday, Javier was chatting nonchalantly to Liam. Liam's face was full of fatigue. What a two-faced bastard. Damien was speechless inside. No matter how shameless a person is, they can't have that attitude after planning to hit someone in the back of the head. At least Joshua was keeping his mouth shut, which was a relief. I'm glad I killed his spirit yesterday. If Joshua had kept talking to him like that, he would have found it hard to contain his anger. They traveled like that for a while. In the distance, a mountain range shrouded in fog gradually came into view. Even at a glance, it was clear that the mountains were incredibly dangerous. It's the Gormark Mountains, Javier said, pointing at the mountains. It's a shortcut from the Kingdom of Doflin to the Empire. It's a bit dangerous, but if you follow us closely, you'll be fine. Javier led the way. The others followed behind Javier. The group followed the ridge and moved deep into the mountains. As befitting a dangerous place, there was no sign of life. Occasionally, dangerous predators like snakes or bears were spotted, but it was no problem. On this side, there were knights who could kill predators like that with their bare hands. This is the perfect place to kill people, Damien thought, looking around the mountains. Then suddenly Damien's senses detected a killing intent. It wasn't the killing intent of a predator. It was much heavier, more secretive. Damien looked at the knights of the Kingdom of Doflin. As Damien had expected, it was the killing intent emanating from them. Michael, Veronica, yes, brother, what's going on? The two turned their heads at Damien's words. Damien spoke with an emotionless face. Be prepared. It was a sudden remark, but the two did not ask why. Their eyes flashed and they began to watch their surroundings. Oh, by the way, have you ever heard of the Gormark Mountains? Javier Silva suddenly stopped walking. Then he turned to the knights of the Apple Kingdom and asked. There's a legend that this mountain range was created by a giant snake that lived in ancient times and caused chaos underground. I don't know if it's true, but I thought it was a beautiful place. I didn't know there was such a legend. Liam replied in a voice devoid of emotion. Javier then burst into laughter. I'm glad you like the view. It's the last scenery you'll ever see, so make sure to enjoy it. What the? Suddenly, the knights of the Kingdom of Doflin drew their swords all at once. Sir Javier, what is the meaning of this? Liam shouted in a voice filled with confusion. Javier shrugged. I don't seem to have any obligation to tell you that. Sir Javier, Javier ignored Liam's shouts. Instead, he turned to Damien and said, I think we should catch the most important guy first. Javier dismounted from his horse. The moment his feet touched the ground, Javier's body disappeared. Then he appeared right in front of Damien's nose. Javier reached out to grab Damien by the throat. That's when it happened. Just before he was caught, Damien jerked his head back. Javier's hand ended up grasping only empty air. Huh? A look of bewilderment appeared on Javier's face. No matter how careless he was, how could a high class like him dodge my hand? Look at this guy. Javier tried to grab Damien again. But before he could, Damien jumped off his horse, and without looking back, he started running away. Javier could only stare in bewilderment as Damien disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Leaving his comrades behind and running away, Javier burst into a long laugh. It had been a long time since he'd met such an interesting guy. Joshua, I'm going to chase after Damien. You take care of Liam Bluegreen. Don't leave a single one alive, kill them all. Yes, I understand. After giving orders to Joshua, Javier chased after Damien. Stop! Liam Bluegreen tried to block Javier's path, but it was no use. There was no way a high class like him could keep up with the movements of a master class. Javier brushed past Liam Bluegreen. In the distance, he could see Damien running desperately. Go ahead and run as far as you can. I'll catch up to you in no time. Javier laughed heartily and chased after Damien, but something was strange. No matter how much he ran, the distance between them didn't close. Every time Damien kicked off the ground, he moved dozens of meters away. As a result, whenever Javier got close, Damien would move away again. It was as if he was running with his momentum amplified. This bastard, from the perspective of a master class, a high class was little more than a bug. His pride was wounded as he failed to catch up to the bug he had been so dismissive of. In the end, Javier decided to show a little bit of his true power. He put all his strength into his legs. As a result, Javier's speed instantly increased. In the blink of an eye, he reached the back of Damien. I got you! Javier reached out to grab Damien by the nape of the neck. At that moment, Damien spun around. At the same time, he drew his sword and swung it at Javier. Feudal, once you reach Master Class, you can protect your body with mana. A high class's aura was not enough to hurt a master class. The tip of the long sword that Damien swung pierced Javier's torso. At that moment, a heavy shock hit Javier. It was as if he had been hit by a rock, not a sword. Of course, this kind of shock was nothing to Javier, but the sudden shock sent him flying backward. The problem was that this was a ridge. Oh no, Javier's body fell down the mountain. Javier flipped his body in the air and pointed his feet down. His body hit the ground. The ground shattered with a loud noise, but Javier was unharmed. What an interesting guy you are. Javier looked up with an intrigued expression on his face. A high class to make him eat his words like this several times. This couldn't be explained simply by saying that he was talented. It was clear that Damien had some huge secret. I'll make you spill your secrets right now. It didn't matter that he fell down the mountain. Once he, a master class, unleashed his full power, he could easily catch a high class like that. There's no need for that. With a voice out of nowhere, Damien fell from above. At the sight of Damien, Javier tilted his head. Why didn't you run away? Damien was able to make fun of Javier because he was letting his guard down. Otherwise, there was no way a high class could stand up to a master class. He must have known that, but Damien didn't run away. Instead, he came down to meet Javier. There's no better place than this to kill you. Kill me? Javier laughed as if he had lost his mind. A bug that would burst all over if he pressed it with his finger was trying to kill him, so he couldn't help but laugh. Really? You're a young man with a lot of spirit. Javier looked at Damien, laughing softly. You've made me happy, so I guess I should repay you. I'll give you 3 minutes. Attack me with all your might during that time. No human would feel pain if an ant bites them. Even if he gave Damien 30 minutes instead of 3, Damien couldn't do anything to him. You're really unlucky. Damien said that to Javier as if he didn't like him. But since you're offering, I guess I'll take you up on it. Damien started to touch his wrist. Slowly, he unbuckled the bracelet that was wrapped around his wrist. Immediately after, dark mana burst out. Dark mana? Javier Silva exclaimed in astonishment. Dark mana spread throughout the surrounding area. What the? This is ridiculous. To the world, Damien was known as a genius and honorary paladin. So it was no wonder that even the experienced Javier was taken aback by Damien's possession of dark mana. Interesting, really interesting. However, Javier's bewilderment was short-lived. I was going to capture you alive and then have Joshua kill you, but I've changed my mind. I'll torture you until you tell me every secret you have. Javier's aura changed. The lightheartedness was completely gone. An eerie aura like that of a predator with its fangs bared spread out in all directions. Damien's secret had piqued Javier's interest, but Damien didn't seem to care much about Javier's situation. Damien looked down at his wrist. 2 patterns were faintly glowing on his wrist. The test was over. The authority of wrath could amplify anything. However, it could only amplify it for a split second, so he needed his own sense of timing and intuition. Damien used the authority of wrath to outrun Javier. By amplifying his reaction speed, he was able to dodge the movements of a master class. By amplifying his strength, he was able to get away from the master class. By amplifying his blows, he was able to knock the master class down the mountain. It was all perfect. He had gained the confidence that he could use the authority of wrath in combat without any problems. 3 minutes. You said you would give me a handicap. Damien used his dark mana to form a dark spell. Soon, a complex spell was completed. It was so elaborate that it was hard to believe it had been created in such a short time. However, he couldn't activate it yet. This was because the amount of dark mana was far from enough. Other dark mages would have killed countless people and used their souls to solve this problem. But Damien had a way to replenish his dark mana without resorting to such disgusting acts. Damien gathered dark mana on his palm and used the authority of wrath. The dark mana, which had been the size of a small ember, began to burn brightly as if oil had been poured on it. He poured the amplified dark mana into the dark magic. The spell was filled to the brim and was activated. Black droplets began to gather in front of Damien's eyes. Soon they turned into a huge mass. "What the hell are you?" Javier's expression hardened instantly. He felt an ominous power from the dark mana. It was so powerful that even a master class like Javier couldn't ignore it. Damien aimed the huge droplet at Javier, Eternal Darkness, one of the ancient dark magics that Dorugo had kept as a personal secret. The huge mass of water began to compress. It shrank from the size of a house to the size of a fist. Then the compressed mass of water was released with a bang. The droplets were sprayed out like buckshot. The droplets pierced through everything in front of Damien. Trees, rocks, and even the cliff in front of him were no exception. Countless holes were punched into the distant cliff, and then the cliff crumbled down.